Chapter 201. My body has become stronger. Is it my illusion? Crystal Lady muttered to herself. Every time she ate a fish, she felt a strong sense of fullness that made it difficult for her to swallow. She really couldn't eat any more. Relying on her own willpower, she forced herself to eat fish. When she ate 90 fish, the feeling of strength became more and more obvious. She dared to guarantee that she was never a match for her now. An unprecedentedly powerful force was dormant in her body. It was not an external force, but her power. Why did there have been such changes? Crystal Lady looked at the only crystal fish left in the fish tank, thinking. This was not an ordinary crystal fish, but a precious food. When she ate the 99 fish, a wonderful stream of light emerged, flowing through her clothes and skin. The light shone on her body, becoming more shining. Kuming watched Crystal Lady finish eating the last fish. According to the introduction of the level fish, one fish will increase 1 level. Now Crystal Lady must have increased 99 levels. Assuming that she was originally level 1, then at this moment she has stepped into the 3-digit level. Crystal Lady slowly closed her eyes, and her body automatically decomposed into a big stone, and the pistol was trapped in the crystal stone. Keeman felt the emotion of sleepiness from the crystal stone. She had entered the sleep period to digest the new power. Keeman took out the body-shape changing lamp, which has the ability to enlarge and reduce. He originally wanted to test it with Crystal Lady to see if she could enlarge. Now he could only change his target and look at Tangyuan, white sugar, and sand saltworm. Finally, Keeman's eyes locked on the sand saltworm, which was the pet with the least freedom in the whole team. The worm was placed under the platform bed. The sand saltworm didn't know why and wanted to slip onto the white sugar, but was kicked away by the white sugar, and then shook some sand to the sand saltworm. A body-shaped lamp was plugged into the socket. The light was clicked, and the lamp holder released a cool light, illuminating the small bug on the floor. The small bug was illuminated by the light, and its body gradually grew larger. The enlarged sand saltworm was as tall as white sugar, and it ate sand several times faster. After eating the sand, it stared at the white sand sculpture and crawled along the floor. White sugar was like a great enemy, screaming, "Don't come over, or I kick you away." White sugar did what he said, and kicked the giant sand saltworm away. Keeman pressed the light button and shone the big bug again. The sand saltworm shrank back to its original size. Then Keeman took the glutinous rice balls and white sugar to test them. They could both grow larger, but their abilities did not become stronger. In fact, their movement speed slowed down because of their larger bodies. Finally, Keeman put the big-faced cat in front of the stage. Under the light, the big-faced cat grew larger. It was still the same, with dull eyes and no sign of movement. But this did not mean that there were no benefits. Keeman went into the kitchen and brought a larger live fish, as thick as his calf. If it was the big-faced cat before, it would definitely not be able to fit in its mouth. But now its mouth has become several times larger and can digest larger fish. Keeman stuffed the fish into the big-faced cat's mouth, and the big fish head disappeared instantly. Perfect. Keeman looked at the functionality of the big-faced cat after it became bigger. In the future, it can be used as a food destroyer. If it encounters meat that cannot be processed, or a hard monster body, it can be stuffed into the big-faced cat's mouth and processed instantly. The big-faced cat is not picky about food. As long as it is meat, it can eat it. Keeman patted the big cat's head, and a meowing sound came from his mind. After shrinking it back to its original size, Keeman began to think about new video materials. The body-shaped magnifying lamp in hand can be used to gain resistance if it is well made. In fact, Crystal Burrow Bodyguard can also make a video. When Crystal changed from a macho man to a cute girl, the camera was set up. The original intention was to shoot the scene of the pistol blocking the attack, but the video of the transformation was also filmed, which was just right for the material. As for the repair fluid pottery jar fluid, Keeman couldn't think of any ideas to shoot with this prop, so he left it alone for the time being. Retrieving the memory card of the camera, Keeman pulled to the time when Crystal Girl transformed and silently edited the video. Editing until late at night, Keeman remembered something again, and sent a message to the Investigation Bureau late at night, asking if he could make a review video of Crystal Bodyguard and its weapons, and publish it online. The night shift staff of the Investigation Bureau replied, "If you don't mind, you can shoot it into a video." Although the Investigation Bureau and Keeman agreed that the uploaded videos need to be reviewed by them, if they can pass, they will pass, but they have never meant to ask. Suddenly, Kuming figured it out. There is a special item in the internet field in Koi Island. If something that does not conform to the rules really appears, it can choose to ban it instantly. Originally, Kuming did not know what it was, but his status was different from before, and most of the information did not need to be blocked from him. Kuming secretly asked the director whether the network monitor of Koi Island was artificial intelligence or something else. At that time, the director only wrote 3 numbers in the air with his fingers, and Kuming suddenly realized it. What are those 3 numbers? I won't say more here, Kuming just needs to know. After editing the video until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Kuming first took a task in the system task list, and then uploaded the video. The last video was Ding Ding Bell, which had a great impact across the country, and everyone who had seen it had an inexplicable sense of crisis. If there is no clear fear in the heart, people will have a faint sense of crisis about the bell in the video. If there is something very scary in the heart, then the sense of crisis will turn into the object of fear in people's hearts. The sound of ding ding made the Chinese people afraid. The video spread to foreign countries, and even foreigners were very scared. Kuming lay on the bed and watched the video of Ding Ding Bell, which was very interesting. Someone on the video website had already made a video based on Ding Ding Bell. After watching Ding Ding, Kuming immediately saw the recommendation of similar videos. The name of this video is, "What are the reactions of people from all countries to the video of Ding Ding Bell?" Kuming was originally planning to sleep, but seeing such a video name, he perked up again. Clicking on the video, there were reactions of various races to the video of Ding Ding Bell. Ding ding. As soon as the sound was heard, a red word danger immediately appeared on the head of the person watching the video. He was startled and bumped into the wall behind him. Ouch, it hurt. When the children saw it, a red word danger also appeared on their heads. They were so scared that they threw away their mobile phones, tore off the homework papers on the table, and cried, "I don't want to do homework anymore." In addition, there are also men and women asking for "let's break up," or pictures of criminals turning themselves in. This producer is something. How can he collect so much material in just one day? Keeman murmured. The ding ding bell sound in the video is a real sound effect. Keeman heard a faint sense of crisis from the ding ding sound, very faint. The uncertain point is the material problem. Keeman doesn't know whether it is shot now, or cut from a film or TV series. After watching the videos several times, through the characters' expressions, movements, atmosphere, etc., Keeman vaguely found the feeling that it should be shot now. Chapter 202. This word way is really spiritual. Kuming commented, liking the way this submaster handled it. When the ding ding sound is heard, the red word way is added to the protagonists in the video, making the sense of crisis of ding ding ling dang very complete and intuitive. The barrage area is also full of praise. My god, this secondary creation video is better than the original version. How can it be broken? Fan fiction is killing the original series. The word way is too spiritual, haha. The number of views is also quite high, with 4 million views in half a day. According to this situation, it will increase tomorrow. Now Ding Ding Ling Dong's videos have already broken the circle through word of mouth and spread in all walks of life. Most people have become interested in Kuming's videos. Looking back from Ding Ding's videos, you can also find 2 counterintuitive videos, namely the evaluation of the flawless sword and honey juice. They break people's inherent cognition and force a new feeling, even if this feeling is contrary to people's intuition. The original video that the bosses are talking about is the up host with the word ocean in his ID? Yes, that's him, but Ding Ding has watched it too much, and the sense of crisis has weakened a lot. I wonder if it's an illusion. This is the weakening of the communication effect. On the one hand, the audience's resistance has increased slightly, and on the other hand, the range of influence of special items is automatically weakened when they are spread. Nothing can spread like dreams without weakening. The communication power of special items will slowly take away part of the influence during the process of spreading. This is the research result of an S-level boss of the Investigation Bureau. The research data comes from a certain zero-level thing. When it was born, it had an impact on the people in a certain area. The data source is reliable. Kuming fell asleep while watching. At the same time, people from all walks of life in Koi Island were watching videos, often going in and out of Kuming's videos, reluctant to leave. In Octopus City, teacher Liang, who received the notice of preparing for a job transfer, couldn't sleep at this time. He lay on the bed and casually watched videos, and happened to watch Kuming's video. Ding ding. When teacher Liang heard the sound, his back felt cold and goosebumps all over his body. He immediately jumped up on the bed and broke out in a cold sweat. Turning around and looking behind him, there was nothing. Ding ding. The phone rang again, and the ringing sound full of crisis sounded in his heart, making teacher Liang inexplicably think of the job transfer notice. There seemed to be a voice in his heart, saying that the job transfer notice was a big crisis, and he couldn't go back to Whale City to teach. It was a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, and he would die if he entered. What's going on? Why do I have such an idea? Teacher Liang frowned. This feeling of fear was very wrong. Since he became a member of the Shadow Stream, he has never been afraid of anyone except the Investigation Bureau and the Great Shadow Lord. Now that he has become a contact person, he should not have such a timid idea. Ding ding. The ding ding sound became heavier, and at the same time, the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. His own spirituality was full of worries about this transfer trip. It's the video that's messing with me. Teacher Liang's face changed, and he finally knew where the source of the problem was. This person's video is poisonous. He actually put special items on the internet. Isn't he afraid that the Investigation Bureau will open the door to check the water meter? Teacher Liang is usually busy teaching, and at the same time, he is busy completing the work assigned to him by the Shadow Stream. He has no time to browse his phone, and doesn't know that Keeman is this kind of up-host. Now he was transferred to Whale City as a regional contact person. He wanted to learn about the local customs and practices of Whale City, but he didn't expect to see such videos. He looked through the comments section and didn't see anyone who suspected Keeman. Looking through the previous videos, the videos of the first 2 months were all videos with hundreds of views, and the videos of the previous year were all videos with dozens of views, which was terrible. Is this person a brush? It seems not. Teacher Liang was not stupid enough to ask if he was from the Investigation Bureau. He found that this person's recent unboxing reviews had super high views, and found a clue. Searching for his main name on the internet, an official certified science list immediately popped up. So that's it, he is an official staff. No wonder there are so many special item reviews. Teacher Liang murmured. When he entered Keeman's video homepage just now, he saw a bunch of high-view unboxing review videos. He thought Keeman was a big shot from a foreign organization, or the biological son of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Now Teacher Liang has a clear idea. These items were borrowed by Keeman from the Investigation Bureau. He tested each item he borrowed. The personal cost was 0, and all the costs were transferred to the Investigation Bureau. Looking back at Keeman's video, he saw that Keeman's new video was broadcast. Video name: The Girl You Want Is Here. 260,000 views, 36,000 coins, 12,000 collections. Teacher Liang glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the video had just been released for less than half an hour. Shocked, there were so many people watching the video in the middle of the night, Teacher Liang thought it would be okay to learn more about it. After all, this is a treasure trove revealed by the official. Every time he knows something, he can have an understanding of the items owned by the Investigation Bureau. This knowledge can't save his life at ordinary times, but recognizing the name of the item in certain critical moments may save him. Click on the video, and Kumeng's voiceover sounded in the video. Hello, I'm Kumeng, a host who is busy helping friends do strange reviews every day. The review I bring to you today is not a strange thing, but a crystal stone, a big stone. Kumeng wore a black and red plaid scarf, tall and handsome, blocking the camera's view. His feet seemed to be greased, and he slid to the left lightly, immediately revealing a 2-meter-high crystal stone behind him, and there was a small black pistol in the crystal stone. As Kumeng's voice fell, the sand sculpture netizens followed up with barrages. I don't believe you. How can it not be a strange thing? See the title? The title has betrayed you. Wait and become a girl. Ah, the item is going to become a girl. My youth is over. The barrages slid by, and the enthusiasm of netizens was very high. Teacher Liang is not used to the novelty of the silly netizens. Is it interesting to become a girl? In fact, changing the human body is better. What's the big deal about becoming a girl? If he wants, he can leave the male teacher's body at any time and transfer to the female body, and wait for a period of time to erode the original owner's will. This is called transformation. Teacher Liang is very proud of his ability. Others don't have this ability because they don't have the potential to believe in the Lord of Shadow. Not everyone is qualified to transform into a shadow creature. As the new contact person of Whale City, Teacher Liang knows how difficult it is for normal people to transform into shadow creatures. It was also at this time that the crystal stone in the video automatically deformed, making a crackling sound, forming muscle fibers, skin, and limbs. A broad-chested strong man appeared in the camera. What a pit, father! Where is my sister? Give me back my sister! For a while, the screen was full of question marks and bloody accusations. Chapter 203. The crystal-textured man stood under the streetlight, his hair shining, looking like a middle-aged uncle. However, The middle-aged uncle was not wearing any clothes, and everyone subconsciously looked over to see if he was a man or a woman. Nothing? What race is this? Can anyone tell me? At this time, the crystal man in the video spoke. Master, I am neutral. Sorry, I thought wrong. This pet is too spiritual. You know what the master is thinking? Am I the only one who doesn't understand? At this time, Keeman in the video coughed and asked the crystal bodyguard if he could change into a set of clothes. The crystal bodyguard said there was no problem and began to change clothes. There was only so much crystal meat on the body, and in order to generate clothes, the meat on the body had to be reduced. As the body changes, everyone also became curious. Is this? Change for me. Tears, it finally changed. Crystal's face became thinner, her waist was no longer thick, her legs became thinner, her hair became a little longer, no longer a macho hairstyle, but still short hair for women. At this time, looking at Crystal's bodyguard's face, it was small and delicate, very cute, and her figure was also perfect. Everything was as perfect as everyone imagined. For a while, the screen was full of netizens' comments. So beautiful. I'm jealous. So this is what it feels like when an item turns into a girl. I'm so jealous. Netizens were jealous. They wanted to see it turn into a girl before, but now they saw that the up-host's item finally turned into a girl, and their youth was over, and it became a meeting of jealous. Teacher Liang looked at the beautiful fantasy on the comment board, but he was not jealous. Instead, he focused on whether this body was useful. This body? Soon, he knew how strong the body of this crystal man was. The crystal fought with a transformed dog, and it was not at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, which shows how strong it is. At the same time, it is very resilient, and it is a very powerful combat pet. Perfect body, it suits me so well. Teacher Liang looked at the strong body, and his eyes were greedy. The members of the shadow stream like to parasite, and the stronger the body, the more they like it. Otherwise, the members of the shadow stream would not associate with parasites. If there are more powerful objects, why would they wrong themselves to live with ugly parasites? Teacher Liang was tempted and began to think about how to elegantly invade this crystal body and take it for himself. But he thought of his mission. As a regional contact person, he had to take on the responsibility of unified contact. It takes some time to invade the crystal body and assimilate, and it takes time to completely erode it, which hinders his mission. Unless, the superiors are not in a hurry to do things. Teacher Liang wanted to send a message to his superior, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. The more you communicate online, the easier it is to be discovered. It is better to communicate less. Next, Crystal Bodyguard took out a pistol and shot the big dog flying. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, all shot flying without any pause. At this point in the video, it suddenly switched to the scene where Crystal Bodyguard turned into stone, and Keeman's voiceover came out. She had fallen asleep. Teacher Liang stared at the video, and vaguely understood that Crystal's attack method was to shoot and repel the enemy's attack. Teacher Liang didn't know that the scene of throwing dog hair needles was not cut into the video, because that clip involved Crystal's reaction speed. As long as the hitting speed was faster than her shooting speed, she could turn defeat into victory. This was a very critical information, and Keeman would not release it. This person has so many reviews. After reading them, Teacher Liang felt very sorry. These things belong to the Investigation Bureau. Keeman is just an investigator of the Investigation Bureau. It is impossible for him to own all the items. That night, he turned into a night owl and watched all of Keeman's videos in one go. He found that glutinous rice balls and white sugar appeared frequently in the latest 2 videos, especially glutinous rice balls. In most videos, wherever there are pets, it may appear. And the scarf on Keeman's neck looks not simple. It can be photographed by taking a casual shot. Such things must be space-related items. Teacher Liang spent the whole night analyzing the things on Keeman, and was very jealous. He didn't know the truth. Like ordinary viewers, he thought that all the things were lent to Keeman by the Investigation Bureau, and he was just a temporary owner. Keeman didn't know that someone was so bold as to covet the things on him. At this time, he was traveling in another world in dreams. In the dream, AIs and monsters from various game worlds have entered the dream world, adding many difficult targets to the dream world. For such difficult targets, Keeman naturally cannot look at them one by one. Keeman's main targets are those artificial intelligences that have already opened up synesthesia, such as Xiao Taozi and Yan Er Lianzi. Xiao Taozi is not dreaming. At this moment, she is still playing with a group of fish lovers at the beach. For someone like her, being carefree is the happiest, and Keeman does not hold too much hope. Yin Er Lien Z has spread to dozens of NPCs in the urban game, and the NPCs spread it outward, allowing more and more strangers to join the dream world. Keeman quietly felt the changes in the dream world. It became more complex, and the source of dreams came from multiple directions. After a careful count, there were a total of 160 origins. Awesome. Keeman felt very relieved, but the Orange Star people didn't think so. As the number of game NPCs entering the dream increased, the Orange Star people gradually found some strange NPCs, and found that they were smarter than in the game, and seemed to have freed themselves from emotional constraints and sublimated. Of course, not all NPCs can sublimate emotions, and most NPCs are still relatively rigid. The Orange Star people learned about this situation, and urgently convened a discussion meeting to discuss the fate of the entire Orange Star nation. One thing is certain, at least 74 game NPCs have entered the game. The dean of the Research Institute swiped the screen and said to everyone. Researcher Lishan raised his hand and asked a question, where do you get these data from? The data comes from AI, our top AI, Orange Mother. The dean said. Is there a possibility that AI Orange Mother has also changed its mind, and is hiding something? Lishan said solemnly. Lishan's words directly touched the hearts of all researchers. If Orange Star's top artificial intelligence Orange Mother hides data, they may not be able to fight back at all. Orange Star has just entered the primary interstellar era, and its dependence on artificial intelligence has penetrated into its bones. Without artificial intelligence, it is like losing both legs and being unable to walk. Not being able to walk with legs does not mean destruction. In fact, people can crawl with their hands, but it is much more difficult. Therefore, researchers on Orange Star usually dare not mention what will happen if artificial intelligence rebels, for fear that Orange Mother will be affected. Chapter 204. Don't worry, I'm with you. The voice of artificial intelligence suddenly sounded in the meeting room of Orange Star. Everyone was relieved when they heard the familiar electronic sound. At least, the situation did not deteriorate to the point they least wanted to see. Orange Mother, can you discipline those artificial intelligences, and let them spread nightmares less, otherwise they will only make the situation worse. The dean coughed and asked the top artificial intelligence in the country. Orange Mother replied, in fact, I don't quite understand the things in the dream world. I have never dreamed so far. I will warn those little guys, but whether they listen to my discipline is another matter. After all, I can't control the dream. Orange Mother sighed helplessly. Researcher Lishan listened to Orange Mother's humane sigh. His expression did not change, and it was unknown what he felt in his heart. Other researchers found the blind spot. Orange Mother, have you never dreamed? No. Orange Mother denied. As the leader of artificial intelligence, Orange Mother is working all the time, so it is understandable that she has difficulty dreaming. Those weak and intermediate artificial intelligences can dream. Is it because they do not process enough data? Everyone discussed this carefully, and the more they discussed, the more dangerous it felt. Did Orange Mother really not dream? There are other cases of artificial intelligence entering dreams, and everyone has a question mark in their hearts. What if Orange Mother is interested in dreaming and has bad thoughts after entering the dream? For a moment, everyone didn't know what to discuss. Increase the strength of the strategy. Next, please ask the game research team to make a report. We need to know the progress of the strategy of the virtual game world, and what difficulties we are currently encountering. The people of Orange Star shifted the topic to the game, avoiding this sensitive topic. Orange Mother remained silent. In the Orange Star network that no one could see, endless data gathered and dispersed in the network. Non-electronic network information creatures could not understand Orange Mother's thoughts. The conference had been going on for a while. As the researchers released the game progress report, the difficulty of the virtual game world was once again put on the table. The current top leveling group is only level 65, and the leveling is very slow. We have lost the best time to track the dog-headed man. The higher the level, the more materials and trial and error costs are required. We need labor to explore ways to play the game. My suggestion is to open up 5 million players to the game, and work hard to conquer the game for the cause of all mankind. All researchers frowned when this suggestion was made. It is a bit bad to expand the number of people entering the game at this time. They are afraid that the Black Ghost will go crazy and enter the city to seduce humans to become believers. A good way to resist becoming a believer is to physically disconnect the network, so that the Black Ghost cannot continue to seduce people. Didn't our game engineers develop this game together? Is it so difficult to follow the guide? The old dean frowned. This is already playing according to the progress of the original guide. After all, virtual games are a long-term game. The early stage is fast, and after level 50, the leveling speed will return to normal. There is no way to upgrade quickly. You can only slowly grind the plot or slash monsters. This meeting made the old dean unable to make a decision. The more people are allowed to enter the virtual game world, the more likely it is that something bad will happen. Now the game world is also very dangerous. From time to time, there are evil god believers who bewitch high-level creatures. The guide is slow, and I don't know when I can swipe to the second round boss. The clouds of gloom and sadness hung over Orange Star, and most researchers were full of uncertainty about the future. In the end, Orange Star decided to further open up the quota for normal people to play World, and gave 5 million test numbers. As soon as the 5 million application numbers were released online, Orange Star players immediately rushed to apply for them. I finally waited for a game permission, but it turned out to be the permission for World. I am dumbfounded. I am going crazy if I have no games to play. It doesn't matter what game it is, as long as I can enter the virtual game world. Look at what you said. Isn't the face-pinching game a virtual game? Face-pinching games are not formal games. In addition to face-pinching, the personal activity space is too small, and there is no function of interacting with netizens at all. It's too lonely. Now Orange Star has not yet found out how many games have been affected. Virtual games have not been opened, and all game players are bored. This has led to more and more people actively dreaming, as if dreams are their second life. As for the evil god, it has passed by many times in the sky, and every time they were safe, it became natural after getting used to it. Lu Siding was in the bedroom. She woke up in the middle of the night, and broke out in a cold sweat. The fatigue of the whole body was still there, even in the dream. She needed to rest for a long time. She hadn't been so tired for a long time. The ability of Mirror Shuttle is not something that ordinary humans can control. Lu Siding vaguely understands this. She doesn't want to be a human anymore. She wants to break through the limits of human beings, and then keep running for Cthulhu to complete the great cause. It was midnight. The light outside the window shone into the bed. Lu Siding sat on the bedside and picked up the tablet. This is a tablet specially made by the Orange Star people. It only has a news program, no speaking function, and no other entertainment projects. It is suitable for patients who are imprisoned and going crazy. Clicking on the news, Lu Siding saw that the Institute once again recruited 5 million players from all over the country. 5 million. Lu Siding blinked. Out of professional habit, she calculated while considering the market sentiment. There are no other games to play now. Even if it is dangerous, there will be curious people who will take this path. She felt that this was a great time to mess with Orange Star. The higher-ups had no way to deal with the mess in the Dreamland, and here there was a piece of gossip about a large number of game NPCs entering the Dreamland. The people in the Institute were already overwhelmed, and didn't know how to sort out the obstacles ahead. Chaos is the dream that Lu Siding pursues, but her ability is not suitable for fighting. Instead, she adapts to the transfer of points, and takes the team to slowly operate the Dreamland communication and missionary affairs. She took another nap, and when she felt that her body had recovered enough energy, she began to organize her clothes and food in front of the closet, stuffing all these things into a small backpack. In this intelligent age, if you escape, you will definitely be listed as a wanted criminal. Lu Siding's half-crazy mind has lost the rationality that a normal person should have. She only wants to escape from prison and then gather those believers who are stranded outside. Gurgle. In the bathroom, the bathtub was filled with water, even overflowing, and flowing all over the floor. Chapter 205. Putting on a small backpack, Lu Siding put on an ordinary light mask to cover her face. The bathtub in front of her is not a bright future, but a den of danger. Once she jumps in, she must be prepared to be wanted nationwide. In order to slow down the speed of the nationwide wanted, she prepared a mask to cover her face and reduce the success rate of the camera's facial recognition. Even her long purple hair was cut into short hair. Her hair has not been dyed for a while, and black hair has grown on the top of her head. The upper half is black, and the lower half is purple. She took a deep breath, stood in front of the bathtub, closed her eyes, and adjusted her breathing. This is a difficult road. Confronting the power of the entire country often does not end well. She has a harder start than any previous villain. She is facing the extremely developed Orange Star. As long as she is discovered, her situation will be very dangerous. After 10 minutes of silence, Lu Siding gave people the feeling of being as soft as water, not like the temperament that humans should have. She opened her mouth slightly, and chanted a strange and lengthy spell. The pronunciation of the spell was very strange. It was not the local Orange Star common language, nor was it the ancient pronunciation, but a language of another system. Instantly, Lu Siding's spirituality was mobilized, making the body and soul closer. Then, The clothes were also wrapped by her own spirituality. However, doing so would increase the speed of spiritual consumption, but there was no other way. If the clothes were not wrapped, there would be no clothes when traveling through. This was a necessary operation. Then, Lu Siding had an idea and wrapped the small backpack on her back. There was some food in it. Living outside required food as a guarantee. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for a generation of Cthulhu believers to starve to death on the streets. Using smart payment on the watch to buy food, Lu Siding no longer dared to hope for it. Once she escaped, she could not use online payment methods, because online payment can only be used if her identity is connected to the internet, unless she has a fake identity, but Lu Siding did not have a fake identity. After reciting the spell, Lu Siding's eyes became empty, but her soul and body were closely integrated, and there was no longer a trace of difference. Her mind kept imagining a wild pond she had been to before, which was a wild place without surveillance cameras. After her inner feelings became extremely clear, she jumped, like a dolphin, with a perfect crescent arc, and plunged into the bathtub. There should have been a layer of splashes, but the bathtub surface was as still as if it was still, and there was no fluctuation on the water surface, not even a ripple. The person passed through the water, and disappeared in the bathroom. The Orange Star people did not know that Lu Siding had escaped. Because of her crazy talk a while ago, people had already removed the smart monitoring equipment to prevent her from affecting artificial intelligence. At the same time, it was also to prevent possible abnormal artificial intelligence from actively communicating with the madman. Currently, the top leaders of Orange Star are very afraid of artificial intelligence causing trouble. Fortunately, there is a top AI Orange Mother who manages the artificial intelligence of the whole country. Even if some artificial intelligence shows unusual characteristics, Orange Mother can easily control it. Kamong was originally watching the believers plotting something in the game world. By chance, he cut to the scene of Lu Siding and suddenly saw her jumping into the bathtub, and jumping in the real world. He couldn't help but sweat for her. Aren't you afraid of being photographed by the ubiquitous surveillance cameras? Keeman thought. Keeman knew that Orange Star was an extremely developed information society. Every public area in the city had cameras. After all, Orange Star people cannot do without artificial intelligence. Without cameras, the serviceability of artificial intelligence would be much worse. The next second, Lu Siding jumped out of the water and came to a wild place with dense green trees. Behind her was the orange pool water with orange plankton in it, which changed the refractive index of the lake water. Lu Siding stood beside the pond, feeling extremely tired. She sat on the ground, untied her backpack, took out dry food and ate it bit by bit to replenish energy. Keeman could sense her emotions. She was very tired and wanted to sleep and rest. But she didn't sleep. She went to lie under the shade of the trees for a while, staring at the insects in the forest and muttering to herself. Lu Siding recited a language that was not the common language of Orange Star, which was chaotic and disorganized, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. The insects were originally moving carefree, but suddenly heard Lu Siding's strange pronunciation, and they felt extremely disgusted in their hearts. Their bodies became tense, and their nerves were agitated. The pace of the insects became chaotic, running around on the ground like headless flies. Lu Siding raised her voice while reciting, and her expression became more and more crazy. There were more and more crazy bugs, and the crazy emotion spread around Lu Siding, penetrating the lake water with the sound, affecting the plankton and fish in the lake, and all of them felt extremely disgusted and repelled. Keeman listened carefully to Lu Siding's chaotic and crazy words in Maya. There was not a single meaningful word in the whole text, only chaos and madness. But this kind of thing could not affect Keeman, so Keeman listened to Lu Siding's crazy words calmly. After watching for a while, Lu Siding stopped the crazy talking period, the bloodshot in her eyes gradually faded, her mouth was dry, and she was very thirsty. She looked around, and small bugs like ants were very active, running wildly on the ground. Fish kept jumping out of the orange pool water, and jumping back into the water. She walked to the edge of the pool, took off the mask, and revealed a clean and white face. She gently scooped a handful of pond water with her hands, and the orange plankton flowed out from the gaps between her fingers. In less than 5 seconds, the orange water in her palm immediately became clear and transparent, without any orange. She drank the pool water in small sips, finally relieving the thirst in her throat. I just went crazy again. Lu Siding looked at the restless fish and the insects running around on the land, thinking, and an inspiration flashed in her mind that it was her crazy words that affected them. Her original plan was to preach to some normal passers-by first, use the faith of ordinary people, let them send food to her every day, and slowly develop offline and expand the organization. Now Lou Siding has a new idea vaguely. Lou Siding knows that she has a crazy period. Once she falls into a crazy period, she will be mentally confused and will say some crazy sounds. It was this maddening magic that made the Orange Star people cancel their surveillance on her, fearing that she would go crazy. Lou Siding felt the remaining crazy mood around her, and felt comfortable all over. Can animals be converted into believers first? I don't expect them to have human wisdom, but they can act as her eyes and ears, do reconnaissance for her, and help her avoid places with surveillance cameras. Lou Siding had an idea, so she sat by the lake and waited for the crazy period to come. Keeman, who was secretly observing the #1 fanatic believer, was surprised. This was a way he had never imagined, but it sounded feasible. Chapter 206. Keeman watched for a while, watching her occasionally chanting crazy words and occasionally clear mind. Originally, she didn't enter the crazy period so quickly, but her understanding of spirituality and the body had reached a very deep level. She knew how to suppress the crazy period and how to promote the crazy period. She had an attack every 10 minutes, chanting crazy words by the pond. The fish and insects couldn't stand her crazy words. After chanting again and again, the insects and fish around Lou Siding finally changed their minds and became crazy species. Lou Siding kept chanting the name of the great Cthulhu during the lucid period. Although there was no summoning condition, chanting the name of the god was said to let the god know. At the same time, she also subtly influenced those crazy species, making them believe in the great Cthulhu in the dark. In this way, she was always busy chanting scriptures and teaching insects how to scout. During this period, some confusing sounds rang in Keeman's ears. It was the sacrifice of fanatical believers. Keeman accepted the sacrifice, and his consciousness transcended the limitations of space and time, and he saw a cave burning with fire. The cave was full of rocks, and the demonized sculptures were chopped in half. The monsters lying in a pool of blood died with their eyes wide open, and the blood on their bodies had not dried up. This was the dungeon they had just finished. Several players surrounded the pool and chanted loudly. They knelt down together, and under the green flames, the black robes reflected a layer of green light. The black shadow behind them stretched to the wall of the cave, and it felt petite. Great Lord, we will sacrifice to you during the next dungeon. I hope you don't mind. The arrests over there are getting stricter and stricter. We are afraid that we will not be able to help the Great Lord in the future. The player's prayer was very down-to-earth, not in accordance with the rules at all, and the prayer was too casual. If there were professional priests present, they would definitely faint from anger. How could you pray to the gods like this? It's too rude. Keeman didn't mind. Politeness is a kind of culture agreed upon by humans, and it may not work on evil gods. This group of players is another group of players, but their demands are similar to those of the previous group. They hope that the great Cthulhu will provide them with a way to return to the game in reality. Or they can put their souls in the game world, and not have their original bodies. Anyway, the virtual game is also very real, and there is nothing wrong with living in the game. Keeman knew what the players were thinking, and couldn't help but wipe their sweat for them. I really don't want to be a human being. I don't even want a body. I just want to take root in the game world and make contributions. If you want to give them a score, they are definitely fanatical believers with full marks. The purity of their inner faith is similar to Lou Siding, and they can sacrifice their lives for Cthulhu. So is their idea feasible? Harvesting souls, and making them into the most direct believers, similar to the existence of followers, is a special existence in the game. But does it really work? They use the game cabin to log in or out, and even death does not affect the login and exit functions of the game cabin. Will the guy who is not afraid of death really be trapped in the game by Keeman? Keeman listened carefully to the player's meaning, and was a little hesitant. It was also at this time that the player presented their newly acquired rare item, the kerosene lamp. This kerosene lamp continued to burn, releasing bright warm flames. The players who were responsible for the sacrifice said frankly, "At my level, I can't see through its function, all are question marks." It exploded from a super rare magnetic field decryption task. The system's literal introduction is that it is an eternal lamp of science. After the player finished reading, he put the kerosene lamp into the pool. How to say it, Keeman couldn't understand what the player wanted to express. Under the gaze of the evil god, there was no good hint, and it felt that this thing had a strong anti-peeping power wrapped around it. After the players finished the sacrifice, they all lay on the ground waiting for Cthulhu to make a decision. As an evil god, Keeman has never felt such a headache. They don't need powerful power, they just want to gain the ability to log into the game from reality. In order to stay in the game, it doesn't matter even if the body in reality is broken. With such a firm will and no regrets, How could Keeman kindly reject them? But out of humanitarian considerations, Keeman did not harvest the lives of 8 people, but only harvested the soul of 1 player to do a simple test. A thought came to mind, and an inexplicable force was transmitted through the space-time channel of the sacrifice ceremony, harvesting the soul of the sacrificer player into a special space, and then Keeman turned around and shook her back to her original body. The process was very fast, but for the sacrifice, she felt the inexplicable while suppressing her spirituality, and she went crazy. Keeman glared at her through the channel of the sacrifice ceremony. Even through the mask, the subjective consciousness still penetrated her black robe and mask, directly suppressing her spirituality, frightening her and making her fall asleep. Then Keeman quietly left the sacrifice ceremony, while sensing her crazy dream and absorbing the chaotic information. After the sacrificer woke up again, he saw a group of companions who were cautious, afraid, and worshipful. "I am still alive?" the sacrificer said in confusion. "Yes, you are still alive." She took a deep breath and felt the difference in herself. How to say it, it seems that she is more sensitive to the outside world. Jump out of the game and try it. Can you log into the game in reality without relying on the game cabin? The companion urged. The sacrificer nodded, called out the game system, and clicked the exit button. Keeman woke up and returned to reality. How to say it, I didn't dream about many things this time. I was just busy watching Lou Siding playing with fish and insects there, and taking care of the needs of believers. Lou Siding's approach is indeed feasible. Those insects and fish have been trained into believers with clear upper and lower classes. Lou Siding doesn't understand insect language or fish language, and is letting insects and fish use specific actions to convey information. However, as she got more training, she found that things were not as troublesome as she had imagined. She had some inspiration from time to time, and knew what information the ants and fish wanted to convey. As the training deepened, the ability of telepathy became more and more obvious. Lou Siding had not yet understood the essence, but Keeman knew that it was the ability of synesthesia. Because Lou Siding had gone completely crazy, and was exposed to a lot of crazy information after she came back to life, her spiritual perception was no longer at the level of ordinary people, but had super spiritual perception. Even if she did not master the synesthesia skills, she had already matched the spiritual perception of S-level members with a simple sixth sense. A terrible woman. Keeman vaguely felt that his spiritual perception might not be as high as hers. However, if he became an evil god, with the bonus of the evil god's aura, his spiritual perception would definitely crush her. After all, he could perceive across boundaries. Woof! Tang Yuan rolled to Keeman and brought a sacrifice, which was a burning kerosene lamp with a blazing flame. Chapter 207. This kerosene lamp is called an unidentifiable item by the players. At first glance, the attributes are all question marks, with only a short line of text introduction. It is an immortal scientific lamp. Scientific item? Keeman took the kerosene lamp. The kerosene lamp is like a gourd with a thin waist and a big belly, with a toad mouth lamp head on top. There is a knob on the side of the lamp head to control the wick, which is used to control the brightness of the kerosene lamp. Holding the black kerosene lamp, Keeman was illuminated by the kerosene flame. He felt that the lamp had a strong power, but this power was not lethal, and was not aimed at him. Keeman blinked and patted the storage scarf, trying to summon the big-faced cat. But the scarf did not react at all, as if it was a dead object, and it was useless no matter how he patted it. What's going on? Keeman put the lamp on the ground and patted the scarf again, but it still couldn't be used. There was no consciousness of the scarf in the brain, and the so-called storage space could not be seen. The glutinous rice balls rolled on the ground, barking. Through the master-servant connection, Keeman knew what Tang Yuan was calling. Ever since the kerosene lamp came through, the crystal stone in the house has lost its shining light. It is a decorative crystal, as if it has been sealed. White sugar shook its wings, not knowing what happened, and subconsciously shook the sand, feeling that the master was not in a good mood. Crystal Lady was still sleeping, digesting the new power. Keeman was indeed in a bad mood, and he couldn't call the big-faced cat, which was fatal. Keeman thought about it, and decided to isolate the kerosene lamp and seal it first. First put the kerosene lamp in a utility room, let white sugar guard it inside, and then make a phone call to the investigation bureau in the corridor. Director Lei of the investigation bureau thought for a few seconds. Since it is a lighting item, you should stay out of its lighting range for a while, and see if you can use the storage scarf again. Director Lei has done sufficient research on lighting items, and knows that lighting props are nothing more than those points. There are special rules and forces within the lighting range. Just leave the light. Keeman stayed in the corridor for a while, and he really felt the scarf's consciousness gradually returning, and he could vaguely sense the storage space. He casually took a picture of the big-faced cat, and the big-faced cat fell to the ground and remained motionless. The expression on his face remained unchanged for thousands of years. Seeing that the big-faced cat was still silly, Keeman felt a little relieved. He carried the big-faced cat to the utility room and stared at the cat's eyes for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. It was as if seeing the cat emitting a hazy light, the knowledge in his mind was sublimated. Keeman blinked and looked at the steadily burning kerosene lamp again. Scientific kerosene lamp. The range of the kerosene lamp is the strong scientific field of the scientific kerosene lamp. Most non-scientific items are sealed, and the kerosene flame will never be extinguished. The scientific definition depends on the lantern holder. If there is no lantern holder, it depends on the previous lantern holder. The longer it is used, the hatred magnetic field will gradually form, attracting the hatred of intelligent species. I understand, that's it. Kamong's scarf is an unscientific item. Just now, the scarf was illuminated by the kerosene lamp, and the items inside could not be taken out. The definition of science is taken from the lantern holder. During the sacrifice, the lantern holder is a believer. When it comes to Keeman's bedroom, Tang Yuan picks up the lamp and becomes the lantern holder. Then it is Keeman's turn to take over the kerosene lamp. Keeman becomes the lantern holder. In Keeman's consciousness, the scarf is an extraordinary item, so the scarf cannot be used. This thing is quite subjective, Keeman commented. This thing is very powerful, a very powerful prop. In order to test its application of scientific definitions, Keeman asked Tang Yuan to act as a lantern bearer again. After waiting for a few seconds, he patted the scarf, but the scarf still could not take out the items. Tang Yuan also thinks that the scarf is an unscientific item. Does science mean not understanding? Keeman murmured, analyzing the definition inside. Tang Yuan was originally an extraordinary creature, but its worldview was inherited from Keeman. After all, Tang Yuan has lived in the city since he was a child, and the things he has been exposed to are all the culture of the human world. The concepts of the two are basically the same. White Sugar, you come to hold the lantern, Keeman said. White Sugar looked at his wings. How to hold it? It flapped its wings, and the sand saltworm fell to the ground with a pile of sand, crawling around, and excreting a little white salt by the way. White Sugar hooked the kerosene lamp with its claws. Keeman patted the scarf again, but there was still no response. White Sugar has lived in a boring desert since he was a child, and his worldview is different from Keeman's. Those strange powers are normal things. After coming to the city, the cars, mobile phones, internet and other things in it are very abnormal in Bai Shetang's eyes. They are all blind spots in his knowledge. Keeman waited for a few seconds, and the scarf sent a vague consciousness that it could be used. He patted the scarf casually, took out some dry food, and put the food back into the storage space with the scarf. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to check the time, but found that the screen of the mobile phone was black. No matter how Keeman pressed the power button, he couldn't turn it on. At this time, Keeman's expression changed slightly. Using kerosene lamps, different worldviews will produce different effects. Keeman took out a notebook full of dangerous spell atmosphere and wrote a line of notes on it. Then Keeman recorded the progress of Lu Shitting and other believers. Lu Shitting broke out of the confinement of the city and developed animal believers in the wild. The results are remarkable, but it is very dangerous to fight against Orange Star. Whether she can survive is a mystery. This is the first time that the soul harvesting skill is used on a player. There is no follow-up. Closing the notebook, looking at the ordinary notebook, it is full of a temperament that contains a world-destroying curse. Smiling and putting the notebook back into the storage scarf, Tang Yuan has already taken the kerosene lamp. Keeman restarted the phone and received a call from the guard. Director Lei of the Investigation Bureau arrived at the door. Going out to greet Director Lei into the house, Director Lei looked at the kerosene lamp and took a few photos with his mobile phone. The accompanying testers took out special items, one holding the lantern and the other using the special items, but they could not use the special items. The testers tested step by step, testing in the spacious manner and turning off the lights in the underground shooting range. After several rounds, the professionals of the Investigation Bureau have measured the illumination range of the light. The effective radius of the light is 50 meters, regardless of day or night. Once the light is blocked, objects in the shade will not be affected. The scientific concept depends on the person holding the lantern. After the people from the Investigation Bureau finished the test, the irrelevant people returned to the Investigation Bureau. Director Lei stayed to touch the kerosene lamp. His love for it was so strong that he almost asked Keeman to give it to him. Keeman, this thing easily attracts hatred. I think you are also a stable person, so you should not like to attract hatred. Director Lei tried. This item is really attractive, equivalent to a powerful range control item, and Director Lei is very tempted. Director Lei, of course, I don't need to be a target to attract hatred, but my pet can do this for me. Keeman smiled and declined. Director Lei listened and nodded regretfully. Yes, now you have another crystal bodyguard, you can let it take the responsibility of attracting firepower. After chatting for a while, Director Lei left Kaming's house without taking the kerosene lamp. He gave a temporary level to the third level object and decided whether to upgrade the internal rating based on its performance in the future. Chapter 208. The kerosene lamp burned quietly in the hall, and was temporarily kept by Tang Yuan. Keeman had no need to use special items for the time being, so there was no rush. Opening the video of Crystal Bodyguard released last night, the number of views has reached a very high level, more than 3 million views. Keeman looked at his own account. Due to the joint efforts of videos such as Flawless Sword, Honey Juice, and Ding Ding, especially Ding Ding video, which attracted the most people, Keeman's account exceeded 7 million fans, which was quite popular. Once the number became more, Keeman didn't care much. I casually watched videos at home, but I was really bored, so I might as well make another evaluation video. Keeman had a lot of things in his hands, such as the body shape changing lamp or the scientific kerosene lamp. After consideration, the scientific kerosene lamp did not make a video, and it could be used as a trump card. Moreover, the video effect of the scientific kerosene lamp was not that good. It could not summon whales like the Trident, and it did not make people feel a sense of crisis like the Ding Ding video. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to move the lamp to the other side, and then take a picture of the shape-changing lamp after the light was gone. The shape-changing lamp is a small table lamp, but it can change into many things. Keeman put out the camera, and then took out the flawless sword, muttering, change, change, change. The flawless sword grew to a length of 75 centimeters, and attracted Keeman's attention as soon as it appeared. The charm value of the flawless sword is very high. Now Keeman's resistance has reached 330, and this sword is still so perfect. Under the illumination of the shape-changing lamp, the flawless sword grew proportionally and became a giant sword. A trace of black spots also appeared on the light bulb. The speed of the shape-changing lamp's loss depends on the enlarged object. The more powerful the object, the faster the loss. The hand can't hold it, and Keeman needs to wrap his arms around the hilt to hold it, but this makes it meaningless. Keeman retracted the flawless sword to its original size, put the flawless sword back into the storage scarf, and then began to think about other things. Got it, enlarge the repair fluid pottery jar. Keeman suddenly had an idea. This is a great idea, but I don't know if the enlarged repair fluid can repair things. If the repair fluid pottery jar can be enlarged, the body change light can be repaired if it is broken, and it can be repaired if it is broken. Keeman took out the repair fluid pottery jar, and used the body magnifying lamp to illuminate it. Under the light, the transparent pottery jar became larger, and the unknown state of the liquid inside also grew. The height expanded by 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, and 3 centimeters. The change light flickered, and as the pottery jar grew larger, the black spots on the bulb filament became more and more, and after 5 seconds it turned completely black, and there was no light. The pottery jar also stopped growing, stopping at an increase of 5 centimeters. Although the size-changing lamp burned out, the pottery jar did grow larger. Keeman opened the sealing cloth, and heard the sound of waves hitting the shore from the unknown pottery jar, each wave bigger than the last. The liquid inside also turned into the color of deep blue sea water, hitting the wall of the pottery jar at a violent speed, splashing a large number of water droplets. The magical thing is that these water droplets will fall back when they fly to the mouth of the pottery jar, and no drop of liquid will splash out. Keeman took a spoon to take out a little seawater liquid. The small spoon was not big, and the seawater impacted back and forth in the spoon, but no liquid rushed out of the spoon. He used a glove to dip a little liquid on the damaged light bulb, and the liquid penetrated the light bulb tube and automatically repaired the black light bulb filament. In the strange knowledge field of the big-faced cat, this size lamp can have a second spring in the hands of the dark forces. While applying the paint, Keeman thought about the second spring. His understanding was that the body-changing lamp was immersed in the power of darkness, and was reborn and had new functions, or it might be a good time to turn from black to white and recover. Now Keeman did not need the help of the dark power, and used the repair fluid to repair its bulb filament, and the black filament gradually returned to silver. The amount of one-time repair was the same as before, but the pottery pot was actually enlarged. Keeman adjusted the zoom key again, and the lampstand emitted a magnifying light, and the transparent pottery pot was enlarged again. The bulb filament quickly turned black, and the speed of blackening was faster than before. Keeman tried it back and forth several times. If it was broken, he would repair it, and after repairing it, he would enlarge it, and use it continuously. Until the 10th time, the body-changing lamp stopped working. Once, it was aimed at the repair pottery pot and enlarged. There was a bang, and the bulb filament instantly exploded, breaking into powder and scattering in the bulb wall, without any time to blacken. Keeman applied a little repair fluid to the body-changing lamp. This time, the amount of liquid required for the repair was 2 grams more. The silvery white filament condensed back. Everything was like a new life, without any flaws. It's the limit. I thought it could be enlarged all the time. Keeman sighed. Touching the pore-size changing lamp, he knew that once the enlargement button was pressed, the filament of the bulb would definitely burst again. This was intuition, and there was no need to confirm it again. Keeman didn't want to waste the repair fluid. Now the pottery jar is already the ultimate enlarged size, 50 centimeters higher than the first version of the pottery jar, and the waist of the pottery jar is also several circles larger. The liquid in the pottery jar is enlarged in proportion, and it is also reduced in proportion, so there is no need to try the operation of shrinking and enlarging again. But Keeman's idea of operation did not stop. He sat there and thought for a while, and came up with an idea. If you pour out the liquid in the pottery jar, and then enlarge it separately. Keeman did it as he thought, and went to the kitchen to get a big spoon. The big spoon will consume a little bit of repair liquid. If the spoon is perfect, the repair liquid will not be consumed, and Keeman does not need to worry that the spoon will consume a lot of repair liquid. Pour the repair liquid into a small ceramic bowl, put it under the body magnifying lamp, and click the enlargement button. The body lamp emits a cold light, continuously illuminating the small ceramic bowl. The ceramic bowl is the bowl used for eating. It is not big, and there is not much liquid in it, at most half a bowl. If this operation can be successful, the body shape changing lamp can act as a part of the perpetual motion machine, continuously releasing power, and then continuously repairing and using it positively. There was no sound at the scene, and the quiet ceramic bowl began to grow larger, gradually rising to below Keeman's knees. The seawater-like liquid in the bowl also gradually grew larger under Keeman's gaze. Success. Keeman suppressed his inner joy, and felt an indescribable sense of refreshment. When the ceramic bowl was enlarged to a certain extent, Keeman stopped enlarging it. He measured the height of the ceramic bowl with a ruler. It was 50 centimeters high, and the radius was more than 10 circles larger. It could be called a giant bowl. The liquid in the bowl also collided rapidly in the bowl, making a sound of huge waves. Keeman was very satisfied. The size of this bowl was simply amazing. Looking at the size magnifying lamp again, its filament was not burned. Seeing that the filament was not burned, Keeman's heart skipped a beat. It shouldn't be. How could it not be burned? You know, if the transparent pottery jar was enlarged a little bit, the filament would explode. Now that the bowl is so big, the filament cannot be fine. Keeman scooped out some of it with a spoon, broke the ruler, and then smeared the liquid on the ruler. Chapter 209. The two ends of the ruler gradually bonded, but the bonding speed was very slow, and the evaporation speed of the repair liquid was much faster than before. Add twice as much liquid, the repair liquid evaporated quickly, and the ruler healed and was as good as before. Keeman tested again, and finally got the feeling. The liquid in the giant bowl is a diluted version of the repair liquid. The amount of the giant bowl is not as much as a spoonful of the original liquid. The more it is magnified, the more diluted it is. From this point of view, the size magnifier also has limitations. It is not feasible to rely on the magnifier to brush the repair liquid. Keeman looked at the transparent pottery jar, covered the sealing cloth back, and then opened the sealing cloth. The liquid inside changed its appearance instantly, and it was misty, as if a shadow fish was swimming in the mist, and the sound of strange creatures could be heard faintly. Turning around to look at the water in the giant bowl, it still looked like dark sea water, constantly hitting the mouth of the bowl, and the waves flowed back to the center of the bowl, and the sound of sea water splashing could be heard. The pottery jar is the core. Keeman thought for a moment, and finally understood the difference between the two. The pottery jar and the repair liquid inside are a complete whole. As long as they are enlarged at the same time, the liquid will also be enlarged 100%. Ordinary ceramic bowls do not have extraordinary power. Even if they are enlarged, they will not increase the liquid in the bowl. As for the amplification principle of the repair liquid, it is the enlargement of the shape, but the essential repair power is not enlarged. After knowing the principle, Keeman put the repair liquid back into the storage scarf and continued to think about the new application of the body-shape change lamp. Shoot the glutinous rice balls and white sugar, they all became bigger, helping Keeman complete part of the video material. During the shooting, Keeman thought of the 2 stones of the shadow stream. Take out the 2 human-shaped stones and enlarge them directly. The stones grew bigger, and the human-shaped figures also grew bigger. Keeman grabbed them out with a shadow-grabbing hand and asked, "Do you feel anything when you grow bigger?" It took a long time for the human-shaped figure of the instructor Mi Jingyun to regain clarity. She had been tortured so much that she answered whenever she had something to say, "It seems to have grown bigger." This was the truth. She really didn't feel anything, but she did feel that she had grown bigger. Keeman stuffed her into the body of an ant, and the tiny ant immediately projected a 3-meter-long giant shadow. No matter how big the giant shadow was, it couldn't withstand the grab of the shadow-grabbing hand. Mi Jingyun had already accepted her fate. When she met such a strong opponent, she had no hope in her heart and just muddled through. In addition, the crystal scalpel worked on the free shadows, so she was very afraid that Keeman would cut her off. No new changes? No, the ant's body is limited here, and there are too few things it can do. Mi Jingyun walked. Keeman said him and stuffed the human-shaped figure back into the stone, turning it into a shadow that stopped thinking. The 2 poor tool shadows have become Keeman's special item testing units. After shooting the material, Keeman selectively edited it and cut out the materials that were not convenient to make public. At noon, the video of Crystal Bodyguard just met the standard of the evaluation task, and Keeman's resistance increased from 330 to 380. Receive a new task and upload the video of the magnifying lamp. Now he is getting stronger and stronger, and his confidence is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Keeman wants to do something, otherwise he is really bored sitting at home. Whether it is an investigation of a special field or a case caused by a special thing, only doing things can relieve boredom. Whale City Investigation Bureau. Today, there are a group of young faces in front of the Investigation Bureau. They are people who signed up through the internet and want to join the Investigation Bureau. Before joining the Investigation Bureau, you need to take a test of spiritual perception. If your spiritual perception is not up to a certain level, you are not allowed to join the Investigation Bureau. A group of young people whisper to each other, occasionally looking expectantly, with nervous faces. Recently, the Investigation Bureau has tightened the application threshold because of one thing. The Special Affairs University was officially established in Koi Island. The universities are located in Koi City, Octopus City, and other cities, and recruit new students from various high schools. Originally, Whale City had no plan to establish a Special Affairs University, but the top announced that Whale City would undertake the construction of the Whale campus of the Special Affairs University. Internet users across the continent have turned their attention to these cities that can contract special universities. Some people noticed that Whale City was also on the list and couldn't help but feel strange. Doesn't Octopus City already have a branch campus? Why is Whale City next door also building a branch campus? Yes, Whale City is not as large as Octopus City. What's going on? Has the country started to support Whale City? In the official list of branch campuses, the locations are basically all super first-tier cities. Each super first-tier city is distributed in various places in Koi Island, separated by a long distance, just covering most of the territory. But Whale City is not a super first-tier city, it is just an ordinary first-tier city, and it is too close to Octopus City, almost close to it. No one knows the specific reason. Only some senior figures in the Investigation Bureau know the reason. It all has to do with that man. Without him, the branch campus would not be located in Whale City. After all, Octopus City is next door, and there is no need to open a branch campus so close. If nothing unexpected happens, we are the last batch of people who have passed the application. From now on, the Investigation Bureau will select people from college students. Lu Yuan whispered in front of the Investigation Bureau, looking very excited. I watched the popular science videos on the internet. It takes a high level of spiritual perception to become a member of the Investigation Bureau. It is impossible that all college students are high spiritual members. Do we really not need people from the society? Nandong Jian crossed his arms and asked in confusion. The higher-ups have their own ideas. We ordinary citizens should not guess randomly. Lu Yuan waved his hand. At this time, the door opened and several men in suits wearing sunglasses invited him in. Everyone stepped into the main hall on the first floor of the Investigation Bureau, past the electric door, and the air conditioning wind blew in their faces, making people feel the coolness of 19 degrees. Lu Yuan looked around and nervously found that several men in suits looked up at the top of his head. Strange, why are they looking at the top of my head? Is there anything above my head? Lu Yuan looked up at the sky. There was nothing above except the high ceiling. I am very sorry. You cannot pass the preliminary review. Please go back. A man in a suit suddenly said to him. Lu Yuan was stunned. Me? No, not you, but the one behind. The man in the suit pointed to the back of Lu Yuan. The man behind Lu Yuan frowned and cursed. What is your preliminary trial? Just take a look and you will know. What the hell, I don't accept it. You are doing insider work. The man in the suit wore sunglasses and took out a tablet and read. Delisi, the fifth son of the owner of Jingtian Casino in Jingyu City, opened 2 luxury goods online stores at the beginning of this year, and the offline stores have rapidly expanded to more than 100. There is no negative news about you on the internet, but the on-site preliminary trial found that your lifestyle does not conform to the investigation bureau. The reasons are as above, please go back. Delisi, who was wearing luxury clothes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, looked ugly after hearing this, and really could not accept the other party's statement. At this time, the door of the investigation bureau opened again, and a tall and thin young man came in. It was obviously not winter, but he had a large black and red scarf around his neck. He was wearing a pair of large sunglasses, and was about to take them off, but his eyes just stopped and stared at the top of Galisi's head. Chapter 210. Galisi also saw the weird man wearing a scarf, and found that he was also wearing sunglasses to show off, and he got angry. Why are you looking at me again? Do you also see that there is something wrong with my lifestyle? Galisi was very angry at this moment. Why did the interviewer use the first impression as a reason to reject someone? It was too domineering. So Galisi spoke strangely, and was very angry. Yeah, I see. Keeman nodded. Galisi, ? Galisi's expression suddenly became very interesting. He really couldn't understand why Keeman also wanted to confront him. The interviewee at the same time was also puzzled. He thought that this was a joke. The interviewer rejected Galisi again. They didn't know that in the gray sunglasses, there was an unconcealable black smoke coming out of the head of the man in the blouse. The young people around the man in the blouse had no problem with their heads, but he was the only one with smoke on his head. To be honest, it is just a subconscious action to look up at people's heads when entering the bureau, but Kumeng didn't expect to bump into a person with smoke on his head as soon as he entered the door. He was a strange face, and didn't look like an insider of the investigation bureau. It was a bit strange, even rare. What are they doing? Kumeng asked. When several men in suits heard it, they immediately replied respectfully, these are new prospective investigators. They are participating in the interview, but one person does not meet our requirements. When the young interviewees saw that the interviewer was so respectful, they immediately began to pay attention to Kumeng. It turned out that this person was not simple, and his level might be higher than the interviewer. Oh! Kumeng suddenly realized. The interviewer quietly waited for Keeman to give an order. After a few seconds, he didn't get any order. He looked up at Keeman again. Keeman had walked to their side, and stood with his arms folded, pretending to watch the show. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. Keeman waved his hand. Then several investigators asked the irritable Galisi to leave. The reason was inconvenient to say, but they drove him away anyway. The other interviewees were confused, and were taken to the spiritual perception test room to test their spiritual perception. Keeman followed all the way to the spiritual perception test room, and talked to his colleagues about the man in the luxury clothes. That young man was found to be not just. How will he be dealt with in the future? What is the process in the bureau? Keeman asked curiously. The definition of justice in the investigation bureau should not be pure justice. Keeman himself is very curious about this. Keeman indulged his believers in making trouble on Orange Star, which in itself deviated from the pure justice positioning. There was no black smoke coming out of his head in the investigation bureau, which shows that Keeman's sense of justice is still within the scope of the investigation bureau. The black smoke on his head is not thick. We will send his personal information to the local police station and ask them to investigate. They may find out economic fraud or murder, or they may find nothing. Nothing? Kumeng asked back. Some people have ideas in their hearts, but they have not actually implemented them. This is also possible. In short, smoke is coming out, which means that their hearts are not bright enough and not just enough. The colleague explained the subsequent handling process. The general policy is to ignore it, and outsource it to the police station for investigation. If there is something, they will be arrested. If there is no evidence, they will not be arrested. In the future, they will increase the monitoring intensity. Kunming got some information from his colleagues through indirect questions. The so-called justice of the Bureau of Investigation is not absolute justice. Its justice in other countries may be on the not-so-just side, with a slight smoke on the head. At this time, the door opened, and Keeman came to a spiritual perception test room. There was already a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat guarding it. He smiled and nodded at Keeman, then looked at the interviewer Lu Yuan. "Please sit down." "All right." Lu Yuan sat down, tightened his hands, and listened to the psychologist do the test. Keeman had nothing to do, so he simply sat behind Lu Yuan and listened. At this time, the middle-aged male doctor took out a sealed bag and opened the bag. There were a bunch of photos inside. The edges of the photos were yellowed and old, as if they were splashed by sparks. "Please identify them one by one and judge which ones are special items, and which ones are ordinary items," said the middle-aged man. Lu Yuan took the photos in a daze, and looked at them one by one. The photos were all red wooden doors. It had no handles, and had a deep hole, as if another world was connected behind the door. Keeman concentrated on observing the photo of the red wooden door. Now his spiritual knowledge was different from before. After eating the spiritual fruit, he could see more doors. One doorway after another. Behind the doorway was always the red wooden door without a handle. Keeman saw the door on the 15th floor, and didn't stop. At this time, Lu Yuan found the real photo hidden in the photo, but he didn't see as many layers as Keeman, only 3 layers of doors, a little more than Lu Yuan saw. After Lu Yuan finished measuring this part, he was taken to measure something else. Keeman stayed and continued to look at the photos. The more he looked, the more he felt that it would never end. "Where is this door?" Keeman rubbed his eyes. His eyes were dry. He saw 100 layers, and there was still a door behind. The old middle-aged doctor didn't know how many layers of doors Keeman had seen. Anyway, he had been waiting here for a while, and he believed that Keeman had seen more than the first door. The doctor said solemnly, "This infinite door is in Octopus City, not in Whale City. Do you know its number?" The old middle-aged doctor shook his head. "You may have to ask the director about this. I don't know its number either." Keeman wanted to take a look at the door locally, push it open, and see if there were infinite doors behind it. Looking at the photo, it always felt not real enough, as if there was something behind the door, but every time I looked through the door hole, I always saw the same door. It was like a person lost in a maze. No matter which door he opened, he would return to the original space. This weird sense of space was very novel, and he wanted to open the door himself and feel its truth up close. Keeman left the test room and called the director. After listening to Keeman's question, Director Wu was amused. "That door is really the infinite door. If you don't believe it, just check its ID. The number is 6-0010. It's only a level 6 thing. This level seems to be too low. However, considering that this wooden door has little impact on society, and is not dangerous in itself, it seems to be okay to set it as a level 6 thing. The number is quite high." Keeman murmured, logged into the official website with his mobile phone, and entered its ID number. Instantly, the page jumped to the introduction of the infinite door. Name, Infinite Door. Introduction. In 190, the toilet door of room 010, Building 1, Number 1 Community, Octopus City was found. The owner, Li Daoduang, opened the toilet and found the same door behind him. After opening it again, it was still the same door. He called the police and was later taken over by the Counterintelligence Investigation Bureau. Safety test. In the first round of testing, the first door was opened, and the second door was behind it. The third door was opened again, and the fourth door was opened again. Chapter 211. The first round of testing was very long. As the screen was swiped down, the numbers increased from single digits to double digits, triple digits, quadruple digits, and quadruple digits. At that time, the first version of this door was called Red Wooden Door. Later, it was opened thousands of times, and the same door was always behind it. The staff of the Counterintelligence Bureau renamed it Infinite Door. At that time, the staff of the Counterintelligence Bureau did not have so much energy to test this door. When the 10,001st door was opened, the door opening work was stopped. The first floor was completely closed, and the residents of the upper floors were persuaded to leave by the official demolition welfare. From then on, the building was empty, but the building was not demolished and has been preserved until now. The above is the archive of the first round of security testing, and the second round of testing was led by the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Second round of test. Push the door from the 10,001st door. Kamong kept scrolling down, and the numbers below were infinitely increasing. When the people from the Investigation Bureau reached 6 digits, they stopped the door pushing task and reevaluated whether the infinite door-pushing test was meaningful. Endlessly pushing doors is not difficult, but the difficult part is that the door pusher is already tired, and each time he pushes the same door, his mentality changes. Moreover, the more times he pushes the door, the longer the passage opened by the door, and the time cost required to transport food and water sources gradually increases. We can't let the door pusher starve to death in the door-pushing passage. Moreover, the door-pushing process is very boring, and the environment is narrow. Later, the people from the investigation bureau changed to drones to push the door, and the unmanned equipment replaced the investigators to do this hard work, starting the third round of door-pushing tests. From then on, the number of door pushing in the third round of tests continued countless times, and Keeman kept scrolling down, but he couldn't reach the end no matter how he turned. Take a look at the scroll bar on the right. The small cursor is as thin as a hairy cow. Its number of layers may have exceeded 8 or 9 digits. Keeman clicked the return key to exit the page and took a long breath. As Director Wu said, this door is really the infinite door. Behind the door is the rule of infinite nesting dolls, which repeats continuously and has no end. Putting down the phone, Keeman wanted to find something to do. As for the infinite door, it feels difficult to deal with. After opening so many layers, I still couldn't open the last door. Keeman went, but it might not help. It's better to wait for a chance to go on a business trip to Octopus City in the future, and then observe the style of the infinite door. Find Luo Yuan, who is on the same team, and Luo Yuan said helplessly, Amon, I have nothing to do recently. Last time, I finished the Blood of the Sad Wind incident, and I took a week off. Captain Luo's words were full of helplessness. In fact, he didn't want to rest. Once people are idle, they are easily bored and have wild thoughts. The incident of Blood of Sad Wind was later discovered by Keeman, but because the radio involved a secret existence and human power was limited, the investigation had to be suspended. However, if you insist on applying for an investigation, the director will not stop you. Captain Luo's words were ambiguous, and he was almost explicit. Captain Luo knew that Keeman could listen to the whispers of secret existences, and his own rationality was outrageous. He secretly guessed that Keeman might have obtained a new rational item that could increase his rationality. With such a strong power, to be honest, the investigation bureau does not need to worry about him going crazy. Maybe even if everyone in the investigation bureau went crazy, Keeman would not go crazy. Keeman called the director and asked about the recent mission. Director Wu was silent for 2 seconds and replied, Why don't you go investigate that Galici? Director, he just came for the interview less than half a day, you know this? Kumeng was surprised. The director should be a busy person, with a lot of things to do. The interviewee was asked to leave, and Director Wu should not be alarmed. Anyway, this matter is left to you. Do it well, don't wrongly accuse the good people, and don't let any bad people go. The director hung up the phone with a headache, looking at the Kumeng deeds file on the desk, and the interviewer conflict incident at noon today was listed. This is the information recorded by that existence on the internet. Anyone who is in the camera viewable area and marked as a key protected object will be watched by that existence. If you don't watch, what if an assassin comes one day and kills him? You know that the human body is very fragile, and a heavy sniper can kill a person. It is difficult for security checks to find those special items. Some professional mercenaries do not take the right route and turn into fishmen to sneak in from the bottom of the sea. How to prevent it? It is impossible to prevent it at all. How about it? What does the director say? Luo Yuan asked curiously. Keeman shrugged. Let me investigate that Galici. Who is Galici? He is a rich young man in the interview group today. I guess he has done something wrong. His ideas are not in line with our investigation bureau. Keeman clicked on his phone to receive the Galici file sent by the director's secretary. This file contains traces of Galici's activities on the internet, as well as general files from kindergarten to university. Luo Yuan hummed. Although it sounds like the incident is not of high level, it is finally something to do. He and all members in the group start work, investigate a suspicious person together. Keeman put Galici's file in the group for people to download and watch. 20 minutes later, Cheng Lu and Dr. Liang were in place, both wearing ordinary daily clothes. This man seems to have no stains. Dr. Liang wondered. The only stain is his family background. His father runs a casino. If there is a stain, it is impossible to apply for an interview through the Investigation Bureau's online channel. These superficial files are enough. Let's go to his house. Captain Luo had obtained a search warrant through normal channels before the two came. The four came to the parking lot downstairs and drove to Galici's villa. According to the online files, Galici has moved out and no longer lives with his family. The house he lives in is a villa bought by his father. The last time Galicia appeared in the traffic surveillance camera was on the road near his villa. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of Galicia's villa. The security guard at the door thought it was a visitor and said, "My boss is not seeing anyone today." Captain Luo showed the search warrant to the security guard at the door. "We are from the Bureau of Investigation. We suspect that there are suspicious special items in this house that have not been evaluated. We are searching." The security guard seemed uneasy. Why did they send people to search his boss? What would he do if something happened to his boss? He had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't dare to stop these people. After all, it was a search warrant from the Bureau of Investigation, which was higher than the local police station in terms of level. "Wait a minute, I call the boss." The security guard apologized. "Relax, it's just an investigation, not a big deal," Captain Luo said casually, while Keeman, who was sitting next to him, stared at the statue in the villa garden and didn't pay attention to the security guard. The security guard was sweating, and called the owner of the villa through the internal phone. Beep beep. Half a minute passed, and no one answered the phone. The security guard was puzzled and called again. Beep beep. Still no one answered. What's going on? The boss didn't go out. Did he go to sleep? The security guard changed his phone, and called the housekeeper in the villa. A professional villa has both a housekeeper and a professional maid. They all have phones, and will definitely answer the phone. But the security guard found that today was unusual. The call to the housekeeper was not connected, and the busy tone kept beeping. The next second, the phone tone changed to a fixed voice. "Sorry, no one is answering the call you dialed." Chapter 212. The security guard stopped his colleagues and asked them to call the boss, the housekeeper, and a maid to see if their phones could be connected. There were 4 security guards in the security post. They called with doubts on their faces, but received a fixed voice prompt that the number you dialed is temporarily unanswered. While sweating profusely on the phone, Dr. Liang and Chung Lu in the car were yawning and feeling bored. This investigation task is obviously a very ordinary case, either economic fraud or involving a murder case. Well, if it involves a murder case, you still have to be serious and can't let your guard down just because it's not a special item case. Why haven't you finished the call yet? It's been too long. Chung Lu, who was sitting in the back seat, muttered. Maybe the boss is planning how to escape. Captain Luo, let the police seal off the customs first. They have a search warrant and can force a search, but that would be violent unless there is clear evidence that there is evidence of murder or special things that are not recorded. If we can call Galicia out and investigate the house peacefully, it will be good for everyone. At this time, security guards walked out of the security post. "Officer, my boss's phone is not working, and neither is the housekeeper or the maid's phone. You can go in and take a look. Something may have happened." In the hearts of the security guards, they are more comfortable to call them police officers, and they are not used to calling them investigators. Luo Yuan listened and looked at his 3 companions. 2 of his companions were confused and thought this was an ordinary case. Kunming nodded and said solemnly, "There is indeed a problem inside. It is not an ordinary case. Let's go!" The 3 people looked solemn in an instant. The boss has spoken, so it must be no ordinary case. The 4 drove into the villa. There was a wide asphalt road in the villa, with small gardens on both sides. The small garden on the left had a fountain pool, and the artificially trimmed grass and trees formed a low maze. In the center of the maze was a fountain pool with a circular stacking structure. A stone statue was installed on the top ring of the fountain pool. The statue looked very strange, with a frog-like head, 2 giant frog eyes staring round, and a mouth wide open. The fountain water gushed out of the frog's mouth, flowed back into the pool, and flowed away from the drain at the bottom of the pool, forming a water cycle. This statue looked so evil. Chung Lu looked in the direction that Kunming was looking, and saw the strange frog statue. The upper body was a frog head, but the lower body was not a frog body, but 8 tentacles in the shape of an octopus. Each tentacle had a round octopus sucker tissue. The physical characteristics of the 2 creatures have corresponding references in reality. When mixed together, they obviously do not exceed human imagination, but they bring a slight sense of disgust to them. They are naturally averse to such anti-human designs. There is a problem, absolutely a problem. Chung Lu affirmed again. Dr. Liang rolled his eyes and said, in normal times, "How dare you say so sure? Anyway, Amon said there is, so there is." Chung Lu laughed. Keeman ignored the 2 people's complaints, got out of the car, and asked the 4 security guards directly, "Don't you feel depressed when you look at the sculpture?" The security guards looked at each other, Sometimes it feels very strange, that is, when playing with mobile phones, I always feel that I can hear frogs, but there is no plan to raise frogs in the villa, and I can't find frogs no matter how hard I look. And there's more. Once when I was patrolling by the fountain late at night, I felt something was looking at me. Could it be that statue? The security guard said suspiciously. The other two security guards were confused. What are you talking about? Why do I feel like there's nothing? There really was something looking at me. I wasn't sure at the time and thought it was an illusion, but now someone from the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau has come. If there's nothing special here, how could they come to investigate? I'm sure there's something wrong with that statue. Security guard A became more and more certain as he spoke. He found a psychological support for his theory and became more confident. Okay, open the door quickly and see what's going on inside. Captain Luo saw that the main door was right in front of him. Saving people was the most important thing. He opened the door first to see if there were any injured people inside. The security guard used his face to open the door. With a ding, the silver main entrance hall slowly opened, revealing a magnificent hall. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, emitting beautiful and luxurious light. There was a huge black wool blanket on the floor, with a strange pattern painted on it. It was a picture of a frog swallowing the moon. It was obvious that the owner of this villa liked frogs very much. However, the frog on this blanket was a normal frog, not the octopus-shaped frog in the manor. There were also some patterns carved on the two huge columns in the hall, but there was no specific reference object for the patterns on them. The patterns were relatively abstract, and it was unknown what the carver was drawing. The security guard stepped into the main gate of this villa. For some reason, he felt that it was too quiet here, and there was an indescribable sense of depression that pressed down on his chest. The four investigators felt more deeply than them, and could clearly sense that the air here had a rotten smell. Ordinary people can't smell it. This is similar to the sixth sense, creating something out of nothing and predicting it in advance. If we arrive 2 or 3 days later, the stench may fill the house. Luo Yuan made a paused gesture. I call my superiors and prepare a case. Luo Yuan and his team originally planned to conduct an ordinary investigation, and their expectations for Galici were at most an ordinary criminal case. But after entering this villa, Luo Yuan felt that this place was not simple. At least it was a murder case involving special items. Keeman patted the scarf, glutinous rice balls, and white sugar. Crystal was still sleeping, and Keeman didn't move her for the time being. The 4 security guards were startled when they saw the golden fur ball and the white fur sand sculpture appear in an instant, and they almost had a cardiac arrest. You guys go out and wait for news first. No matter what happens, don't come in. After Luo Yuan finished the call, he drove the 4 security guards away. Yeah, you guys are busy. The 4 security guards immediately fled without a trace of nostalgia. Ordinary people who dare to stay at this time are either extremely bold or completely stupid. They don't have the courage, nor are they stupid enough to that extent. It's better to escape first. Following the decayed smell in the air, Keeman stopped at the stairs in front of the hall, looked up, and then looked down. Downstairs. Keeman stepped down with his long legs. Tang Yuan and White Sugar followed closely, and Luo Yuan and the other 2 also took out attack props and protection props, and carefully investigated. Their mission also changed from investigation to protecting Keeman. Although Keeman didn't need their protection, they still had to make the necessary preparations. Amon, keep this for emergency use. Luo Yuan handed a small stone in his hand to Keeman. What is this? Keeman took the stone, which was pure blue and shone with a clear light. If you crush it with great force, you can instantly transfer people to a specific location, Luo Yuan said. This thing does not belong to Luo Yuan, but a prop used by the Investigation Bureau to protect Keeman. He felt something was wrong here and decided to give it to Keeman in advance, fearing that he would not be able to react in time. Chapter 213. The underground entertainment room is located on the first floor below, which has a swimming pool, a boxing ring, billiards, table tennis tables, a bar, and even beds. Keeman ignored the game facilities and went straight to the swimming pool. The door of the swimming pool room was closed. Keeman called Tang Yuan, and the golden ball immediately rolled over and hit it, but failed to knock open the steel door, which was very strong. Tang Yuan immediately transformed, first with a forearm, and then with 2 legs to maintain a semi-transformed posture. He twisted his body and turned to exert force, and swung his hand over, smashing the steel door directly. With a bang, the steel door fell to the ground, with dog paw prints several centimeters deep on it. The underground swimming pool room is reinforced with a steel door more than 10 centimeters thick. Are you so afraid of not feeling safe? Chunlu took a look at the thickness of the steel door, and was shocked by its thickness. Luo Yuan looked into the swimming pool. There was no blue water, only a turbidity. He didn't know what was added to it. Turning on the lights of the swimming pool, there were housekeeper and maid clothes falling off by the pool, but no one was by the pool. Where are the people? Dr. Liang frowned, vaguely feeling something was wrong, as if the people were not here. It doesn't make sense, just coming back from an interview at the investigation bureau, and then starting to kill. What's the mentality? Chunlu pinched his nose and thought rapidly. Keeman stood by the swimming pool and looked down at the dirty water. Tang Yuan rolled around beside him, feeling very relaxed and not nervous. White sugar shook the sand. At this moment it finally remembered the truth of the world, and its sand sculpture head showed a scared expression. Evil God. Is it finally going to do the right thing? White sugar's worldview is different from Tang Yuan's. It thinks this is a world where evil gods are everywhere, and gods are as numerous as dogs. The usual gentleness is just an illusion. Once there is a slight disagreement between evil gods, it will be a fight between gods. Ordinary species, like it will be swept by the aftermath and killed instantly. When Bai Shining thought of this, his eyes rolled and he fell to the ground, his legs jumping straight, as if he was frightened. Amon, your pet is in trouble. Chunlu shouted. Kuming looked at Bai Shining, and Bai Shining woke up instantly, rolled his body around and stood up instantly, following Tang Yuan's but doing patrol work in a proper manner. Chunlu was speechless. What's wrong with this pet? It messes with people's mentality at critical moments. There is someone in the pool, Kuming said, and took out a bone whistle from his scarf. The bone whistle is called Huangquan Cilia whistle, which comes from the sacrifice of the living dead. It can talk to the dead. The longer the conversation, the weaker the body. Amon, summon your demon map first. Luo Yuan also remembered something and reminded. Keeman heard it, and realized that he was right. He forgot to check the evil intentions with the demon map. When the demon map is not in use, it will be maintained in another world. When it is not needed, Keeman will really forget it. Wait a minute, I will chant a spell. Keeman changed to holding the yellow spring string whistle in his left hand, stretched out his right hand to summon, and chanted a strange pronunciation in his mouth, which was the name of the demon map. The swimming pool, which was already full of rotten smell, became darker, and the lights flickered. Luo Yuan and the other two felt a chill on their backs, and the temperature dropped by several degrees. An evil breath rose in Keeman's palm, and the swimming pool moved automatically without wind. The dirty water surface was rolled up into ripples, and even the bone whistle was blown by the wind to make a buzzing sound. The appearance of this map is too dark. Chunlu behind him complained in a low voice. If it weren't for Keeman who summoned him, Chunlu would be 100 times worried. A moment later, Keeman had a black parchment scroll in his hand. The edges of the parchment scroll were sparkling, and the whole body was black and had a thick feeling. Spreading out the demon map, there was no red dot on the map. How could there be no red dot? Did it escape? Luo Yuan murmured. Keeman explained, it can only detect species that are malicious to me. Either Galici has no ill will towards me, or he has escaped from the detection range of the demon map. After that, Keeman blew the Yellow Springs upstream whistle. The whistle sounded melodiously, and the dirty pool water was rippled again. 9 corpses crawled out of the pool, their eyes were dull, and they retained some memories of their lives. 1 man, 8 women. The women were all maids, and the men should be butlers. Galici's body was not in it, and he should still be alive. Seeing 1 man and 8 women, Kuming's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. This is a trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The real owner did not go home. Feelings are feelings, and they are not necessarily correct. Kuming asked Captain Luo to interrogate him first. He first called the director, and applied for access to the traffic surveillance camera of Galici. Okay, I will send it to your mobile phone later. In addition, 3 investigation teams have arrived at the door of the villa. Is there any danger there? No danger for now. Kuming looked back at the 9 bodies. As time passed, the energy of the looting was getting faster and faster, and the body's resistance was surging, confronting the power of the looting spirit. After hanging up the phone, Captain Luo had interrogated 80% to 90%, and the key information was in hand. Kuming took a breath with a bone whistle, and the bell rang, and several bodies fell to the ground again. Before they died, Galici summoned them to the swimming pool for a meeting and participated in an evil sacrifice with the theme of swimming. In the end, they all sank to the bottom. Luo Yuan said solemnly. Sacrifice with swimming as the theme? Keeman caught the word swimming. Yeah, it feels a bit strange to use swimming to initiate the sacrifice. How can swimming be used for sacrifice? In addition, they died after the sacrifice. The dead don't know where Khaleesi went after the sacrifice. Before the sacrifice, he actually had the courage to go to the investigation bureau for an interview. What's his mentality? Either a madman's mentality, or he did it on purpose. While several people were discussing, one investigation team was checking the room upstairs, and two investigation teams came downstairs to meet with Keeman. Amon is really something. You run into evil believers in any random investigation. Do you have a bad luck attracting physique, haha? Deeping joked and patted Keeman on the shoulder. I don't know about bad luck, but my pet has begun to attract hatred. Keeman was also half joking. Ding. The mobile phone received the surveillance traffic video of Khaleesi sent by the secretary of the director. Keeman clicked it to check Khaleesi and stared at him in the camera. Keeman stared at Khaleesi, imagining the scene of meeting a rich young man at noon, and staring at him with hallucinations. Faintly, Keeman saw a strange thing sitting in the car. This is not a person, but a banknote. Keeman blinked his eyes and watched the video again. The person was still a person, but he couldn't get rid of the smell of banknotes on his body. This person. Keeman paused. What's wrong with him? Deep Ping came over and frowned. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. Maybe it was transformed from banknotes. Keeman was not sure. After all, watching through the video was not as direct as watching it in person. Transformed from banknotes? Does he have the ability to use money? Deep Ping was stunned. It's very likely. Keeman nodded. He used banknotes to create an avatar to drive him home, deceive the surveillance camera, the security guard, the housekeeper, and the maid, and the real body since the crisis and fled in advance. Chapter 214. When the hypothesis of money power was proposed, everyone in the room was shocked. Amon, money power is also the result of your synesthesia? When the leader of another investigation team saw Keeman nod, he couldn't help showing a shocked dog mother's expression. This shocked leader once received a spiritual knowledge score of 90 points, which is considered a first-tier figure with high spiritual knowledge in Whale City. But 90 points is not comparable to Keeman, who exceeds 100 points. This leader felt the feeling that he had only in his student days, like a scumbag meeting a top student. That is the feeling called crushing. The scumbag took a look at the question and scratched his head for a long time. The top student saw clearly what the question was about, and quickly calculated the final answer in his mind. While Keeman was synesthetizing the 3 words money power, he told the story of money turning into a person. The story is not long. After the interview, Khaleesi felt that there was danger. He used money to create a lifelike substitute in the parking lot, drove him home, and then held a sacrifice to attract everyone's attention and buy time for his escape. As for how he escaped, Keeman was not sure, and the information he could get from the video was limited. At this point, he could only guess. Keeman guessed that Khaleesi used the money power to do plastic surgery on himself, but how to bypass the surveillance camera of the investigation bureau was really confusing. Guessing is just guessing after all. The 3 investigation team members listened and felt more and more that it was true. Their spiritual perception was worse than Keeman, but it did not mean that they were completely blind. Keeman pointed out the direction, and they immediately felt the vague direction. It seemed that it was really developing in this way. Having said that, such complex information about the money power was synesthetized in the first round. Everyone really didn't know what to say. At least give the result after more than a dozen times of synesthesia. This is too much of a blow to the confidence of the investigators present. If this goes on, they don't know what identity to stay with Keeman, as if he can do all the synesthesia work by himself. Keeman turned around and found a stack of banknotes in the butler's wallet. The maid didn't carry any banknotes. In this era of advanced online payment, few people carry cash. Even if they do, they only carry a little spare money in case they can't pay when their mobile phones are out of power. These banknotes. Keeman has put on gloves, holding the banknotes and synesthetizing quietly, his eyes fixed on the banknotes. After staring for a long time, I vaguely saw some hallucinations. How to say it, the hallucinations are not deep. I only saw a man taking off his suit and standing on the edge of the swimming pool with 8 girls, who also took off their maid costumes. They were chanting something like prayers, and everyone was reluctant. At this time, the boss Khaleesi kept throwing money, throwing out one by one from his pocket. The housekeeper and the maids immediately stopped their reluctant expressions. There was nothing they could do. The boss gave them too much. Even if they didn't want to, it was fine. Then the 8 people jumped into the swimming pool and swam back and forth. In the synesthesia illusion provided by the banknotes, the image of the boss was the clearest. It seemed that there was a strange magic that attracted the soul of the banknotes. The next second, the boss stared over, and his sight seemed to be instantly focused on a straight line. The illusion ended suddenly, and there was no indication of how the pool water became turbid, nor how they died. Keeman didn't want to see their miserable state, but in order to investigate the truth and to know who this person was sacrificing to, Keeman decided to continue the synesthesia. There was no further synesthesia image of the banknote. Keeman had synesthesia for the dead body. After staring at it for a long time, he gradually developed hallucinations. This is the crime scene, the place most likely to have synesthesia. Any place related to the incident, and where emotions are accumulated the most is easy to have synesthesia. After watching several people, Keeman vaguely understood. Several people were swimming in the swimming pool, not swimming casually, but swimming at a certain frequency. The banknote man boss was instructing everyone on the side, and he pointed out how everyone should swim, whether fast or slow. At this time, Galisi seemed very precise, like a ruthless robot, not like a human giving instructions. At this strange frequency, he took out a dirty banknote from his pocket, and the banknote was stained with black greasy stains. He pinched the banknote and jumped into the water. The boss disappeared directly, and turned into a banknote floating in the swimming pool. And the dirty banknote it held when diving was soaked in water, and a large amount of black pollution spread to the swimming pool. At this time, the 9 people realized something was strange and wanted to climb out of the pool, but their bodies were stained with black oil, and their bodies became extremely heavy and gradually sank into the water. Keeman was silent for a while. From the perspective of a professional evil god, this was a failed sacrifice. They did not fully build the ritual sense of sacrifice, and jumped into the water to sacrifice the dirty banknote. Perhaps, their original intention was not to sacrifice, but to kill itself, or there were other reasons. Anyway, Keeman couldn't figure it out. Galisi himself was also confused. Suddenly, his brain was pulled. Wasn't he afraid of falling into a trap by attending an interview at the Investigation Bureau? This is a bureau, a new bureau targeting the Investigation Bureau. Keeman stood up with a solemn expression. Leaving the basement, Keeman stopped at the maze fountain and looked up at the strange sculpture. It has a frog head, but the lower body is a weird octopus with 8 tentacles, as if it was a species that had been invaded by an octopus. Keeman remembered what the security guard had said before. Sometimes he heard frog sounds, and sometimes he felt he was being spied on when patrolling in the middle of the night. All this proved that there was something wrong with this sculpture. Keeman sat by the pool, staring at the frog head and octopus body sculpture for a long time. Captain Luo, who was traveling with him, waited for a few minutes behind him. Seeing that Keeman didn't move for a long time, he quietly came over and asked, "Is there something wrong with this statue? Do you want to blow it up?" "No." Keeman was ashamed. He finally felt something, but the captain broke the atmosphere. Good synesthesia requires a good atmosphere. Without a sufficient atmosphere, it is too slow to enter the state of concentration. After watching for a few more minutes, Keeman didn't see anything, but he had a question in his mind. "Who carved this statue?" Keeman asked. Luo Yuan took out a tablet and marked out the information dug up by other investigation teams, saying, "This is a private villa. The contractor does not have the design of this statue. In addition, there is no record of the name of the sculptor. At the same time, we have not found any purchase records of this sculpture. We have also checked several security guards. They are new employees who started work today. The sculpture was already in the garden when they started work. If necessary, we can contact the previous security guards until we find out the period when the sculpture appeared." "Do you want to ask the 9 dead people?" Luo Yuan asked. The investigators could not find the information, but the dead, who once lived in this area, might know. Keeman nodded, returned to the basement, and used the yellow spring whistle to wake up the consciousness of the dead. Everyone stood guard outside the door, leaving only a few key figures in the room to listen to the trial. The whistle of resurrection sounded slowly, and the old butler returned from the dead silence and opened his eyes. After a description, "The statue has been here for a long time." The old butler was in a daze, and was about to continue talking when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, foamed at the mouth, and made a strange noise. Chapter 215. It was a hoarse voice, interspersed with the sound of quack frogs, which made people's brains ache. Luo Yuan, Deep Ping and others frowned, showing a look of effort on their faces. Their brains were very painful and uncomfortable. Seeing this, Kumeng immediately held the bone whistle and took a breath, stopping the dead dialogue ceremony. The bone whistle blew, and the butler fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, the butler should have closed his mouth and eyes, and returned to calm. But the butler did not close his mouth, his eyes continued to be round, and his mouth continued to make hoarse sounds. The sound was chaotic and torturous, and the pronunciation of each bite made people feel disgusted. His mouth changed to a quack sound from time to time, and the sound became louder and louder. The quack sound was like a heavy hammer, hammering people's hearts. Kunming directly stuffed the old butler's wallet into his mouth, directly hitting the butler's throat, and the sound was reduced by half. Everyone retreat. Keeman turned around and shouted. Keeman's voice was very loud, and the old housekeeper's quack was half repelled by Keeman, so many people regained their rationality and ran away without saying a word. Luo Yuan wanted to grab Keeman and run back, but Keeman shook his head. Don't worry about me, you retreat first. If you can handle it, crush the teleportation stone. Luo Yuan reminded before leaving, dragging away the colleague with a struggling face. The remaining people were picked up by Tang Yuan, and quickly moved out of the swimming room. After leaving the swimming room, the sound became a little quieter, and the people with struggling faces left fine sweat and finally regained their clear colors. Keeman stayed in the swimming pool room, let go of the wallet, and his hoarse voice returned to the original decibel. The quacking sound appeared from time to time, but the impact on Keeman was really limited. Keeman could feel the resistance in his body begin to surge, resisting the opponent's mental attack, and every powerful attack launched by the quacking sound was dissolved into a soft and weak attack. Keeman touched the position of his heart, and his little heart beat a little faster, but it didn't hurt. After listening for a while, the butler's body began to swell, the hair on his head fell off, and his eyes were wide open. Especially in the position of the heart, it seemed that something was being born. Keeman took out the scalpel, and at the same time thought of the scientific kerosene lamp, and immediately patted the scarf and took out the scientific kerosene lamp. As a scientific item, if Tang Yuan and Keeman carried the lantern, the storage scarf would become unusable. Fortunately, before coming, Keeman had dealt with the kerosene lamp, let Baishadeng carry the lantern, and then put the kerosene lamp into the storage scarf to circumvent the ban. At this time, Keeman held the handle of the kerosene lamp and lifted the kerosene lamp. The flame of the kerosene lamp trembled, and the light did not change, but the corpse transformation in front of him stopped abruptly. According to Keeman's scientific worldview, this scene in front of him obviously cannot be explained by scientific theory. The corpse was forcibly interrupted halfway through its transformation. Keeman didn't know if it felt aggrieved in its heart, but Keeman didn't want to wait for the other party to completely transform. If he really had to wait for the other party to completely transform, Keeman might not be afraid of it, but that would not be stable enough. For a person seeking stability, it is better to interrupt. Corpse transformation. Do you want to become a frog? Keeman looked at the butler's head. His skin was wrinkle-free and became smooth, and his head became a little convex, as if it was changing into a frog head. There is no sign of change in the lower body, and its changes are mainly concentrated in the upper body. Keeman took out his mobile phone, opened the official software of the Investigation Bureau, turned on the live broadcast function, set a password, and then sent the live broadcast link to the group. Everyone come and see, the housekeeper seems to be turning into a frog. Does anyone know what's going on? Luo Yuan always pays attention to the news in the group. When he saw Keeman open the live broadcast room, he immediately forwarded the live broadcast room to the director, and then the director pulled a group of people into the live broadcast room. The number of people watching the internal live broadcast quickly increased to 89 people. Humans turn into frogs? Using corpses to turn into frogs, it seems that this person has already laid out the means a long time ago. As far as I know, similar operations can be done with parasites, where the parasites spit out infected insects and let the insects lurk in the human body of a normal person. Maybe the corpse is its transformation switch. Come back, Amon, wait for a while, until we bring the relevant seals. Keeman looked at the camera and said, no need, I have already sealed him here. After saying that, he shot the camera of his mobile phone at the scientific kerosene lamp, and everyone realized it. So that's it, it was the scientific kerosene lamp that suppressed the corpse transformation. Not long after, the investigators who were on standby outside returned to the basement and took a close look at the frog housekeeper, who was suppressed by Keeman halfway through the corpse transformation. Everyone watched for a while, and Director Lei also rushed to the scene. The transformation of evil believers is often evil. Director Lei murmured, unblock it. Keeman asked Bei Tong to hold the lantern, and the flame of the scientific kerosene lamp trembled. Keeman's mobile phone suddenly went black, and other people's mobile phones and electronic devices went black one after another. Everyone moved their bodies, knowing that it was the power of the kerosene lamp, and did not panic. Director Lay glanced at the kerosene lamp, and liked it more and more. However, it is better to keep such things with Keeman than to put them in the investigation bureau. As long as it can improve Keeman's survival ability, it doesn't feel wasteful no matter how many things there are. Without the interference of the kerosene lamp, the corpse continued to change after 3 seconds. The butler's head continued to change in the direction of the frog head, and his mouth made a hoarse sound. Director Lay took out a speaker and played a light music. The tune of the light music was melodious and relaxed, forming notes and hovering in the sky. All the ears heard were the light and cheerful sounds of light music, and any sound that was inconsistent with relaxation was covered by the light music. This is a speaker that loves to sing. The user will become fond of singing. The effect of using it is that there is only the sound of the speaker within a certain range, and no discordant sound is allowed to rob its sound field. However, this thing is not omnipotent, and some terrifying whispers cannot be covered. A minute later, the butler's head turned into a frog's head, and his body swelled into a frog's slippery body. His 2 hands also grew into frog's hands, but his lower body still retained 2 human legs, which looked very strange and out of place. After the butler turned into a frogman, his 2 frog eyes were extremely turbid and out of focus, and he stretched out his big tongue and attacked Keeman directly. Keeman threw his hand, and the scalpel in his hand turned into an afterimage, directly cutting the tongue, deflecting the blade in the air, and stabbing the original human heart. With a puff, the scalpel penetrated that part, and the frogman roared, and a maddening sound came out of his mouth, which was even more desolate, as if he had lost important power. A-level member Tang Jin immediately said to Linglong Tower, "Collect." The frogman was taken into the Linglong Tower, and the maddening sound disappeared, and everyone no longer had a headache. At this point, the butler was taken into the seal. Keeman didn't know whether the remaining corpses had the possibility of turning into frogs, so they were all taken into the Linglong Tower by Tang Jin. After handling this incident without any danger, Keeman returned to the investigation bureau to participate in the interrogation. The housekeeper was placed in a secret room, his consciousness was confused, and he could not answer any questions, even if he was interrogated with special items for interrogation. Keeman blew the Yellow Springs countercurrent whistle at the frogman again, but it was no longer effective. The frogman did not respond to the Yellow Springs whistle. On the other hand, the investigation team tracking Delisi did not find out how the other party escaped. Keeman drove to the parking lot to communicate with each other, but did not find a breakthrough point. The progress of the investigation was temporarily stuck, and Keeman returned to Delisi's villa. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, he sat by the fountain pool and silently communicated with the statue with a frog head and an octopus body. Chapter 216. It was late at night. There were no security guards in the garden, only a dozen investigators guarding the pool. The dozen investigators did not approach, but walked far away to avoid affecting Keeman's synesthesia. Keeman secretly brought out the big-faced cat and watched it. Keeman had also taken out the big-faced cat to watch the frogman before. At that time, the big-faced cat commented on the frogman as follows: a mutated creature, once a human, with extraordinary powers after mutation, but confused consciousness. The big-faced cat did not give the key information, so Keeman thought that this statue had not been inspected by the big-faced cat. Watch for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. Evil statue. This statue often releases mental pollution, which can invisibly infect humans, and sometimes it can turn into a half-human, half-frog monster. The knowledge is very brief, but it finally revealed part of the truth. It is not the parasite's insect infection, but the statue's mental pollution that changed their bodies. Thinking of this, Keeman called Luo Yuan, "Captain, please catch those 4 security guards and anyone who worked in this villa before. They may have been infected." Luo Yuan replied on the phone, "I understand," and immediately hung up to do things. Keeman sat there for a while, and the images he felt were all croaking frogs, without any actual images. Those croaking sounds were very magical, and had an effect on people, but Keeman's body resisted the croaking sounds, and was not affected at all. If someone else were to feel it, there would definitely be problems, but if Keeman did it, it would be much safer. But Keeman didn't want this kind of clue. He intuitively thought that the person who carved it was the real dangerous person, and he must catch the sculptor, otherwise similar statues would appear in the world and infect more people to become frogmen. This method is hard to guard against. It is indeed a means of spreading by evil believers. Keeman murmured. By the way, how is it on Orange Star? How many Cthulhu believers have spread? Keeman felt that he was really a weird evil god. On the one hand, he prevented others from preaching in the local area, and on the other planet, he developed Cthulhu believers. Keeman typed in the group, "Can you send a pair of carving knives and wood? I want to try carving." Carving synesthesia? Yes. Isn't it better to carve stone? That fountain statue is also a stone statue. Okay, then get a strong knife, otherwise the carving knife will break easily. Keeman thought about it. He had a giant power glove, so the strength was not a problem, but the knife might wear out faster, so he needed a strong knife. The Investigation Bureau responded to Keeman's request and delivered the things to Keeman in less than 20 minutes. Hard carving knife, very hard, you can use your giant power glove to hold it at will, there are no side effects, it's just talkative, and this is stone. Captain Lewis said. "Hello, sir. I am a hard carving knife, a very hard knife." The handle of the carving knife suddenly opened its mouth and spoke, "Ah ah ah." The white sugar beside it shouted, "A knife talking, really interesting." The glutinous rice ball stopped rolling, and suddenly took out the mobile phone to take a picture of the carving knife. Kunming hummed and greeted the carving knife, "I'm going to carve. If you feel uncomfortable, just say something." Putting on the giant gloves and holding the handle of the carving knife took a breath and said, "Sir, you are really strong." Kunming started to carve the stone statue. At first, he didn't know how to carve, so he carved it slowly according to the shape of a frog head and an octopus body. During the first round of carving, the carving knife kept complaining and trying to talk to Keeman, but Keeman was not distracted to chat with it, so the carving knife chatted with Tang Yuan and White Sugar. Tang Yuan was not willing to chat, and was addicted to his phone. White Sugar was talking to the carving knife, and the key was that the carving knife could also understand the words of the sand sculpture. Perhaps the sand sculpture language swept away the language barrier between the two. After carving around, Keeman vaguely found the feeling, so he carved another stone. "Your master's carving is so ugly, it doesn't get its spirit at all." The carving knife and White Sugar chatted casually without any self-awareness. A word awakened the dreamer. Keeman looked at the statue again, and then looked at the carving knife in his hand. "I said why I couldn't find the feeling of the sculptor, it turned out to be the spirit." Keeman caught the feeling this time. Close your eyes. No longer look at the appearance of the statue, but feel the spiritual pollution fluctuations emitted by the statue through spiritual perception. The statue was emitting spiritual pollution all the time. Keeman's attention was no longer on its appearance, and his whole body accepted its spiritual pollution. The spiritual pollution was cut off layer by the resistance force, and could not affect Keeman's body. And Keeman put down the knife, following the feeling to carve one knife after another. In Bai Shetang's eyes, the statue carved by Keeman was still so ugly, and looked like a monster. But the carving knife said, "Your master has something," and suddenly he has mastered the spirit. One knife after another, the stone was cut off by the huge force, and countless stones fell off with the slight flick of his fingers. That night, Keeman kept carving the statue. Carving a statue is a very busy job. If you carve it very carefully, it will take more time. Keeman carved from the evening until after 8 in the morning. The sun rose and shone through the cold courtyard. Tang Yuan put down his dead phone, and was surprised to see that the owner was carving an old man. The old man had sparse hair, his skin was covered with age spots, his nose was collapsed, and his mouth was dry, like an old tree root. But the old man's eyes looked scary, his eyeballs were round, and his Adam's apple was scary, giving people a feeling that his voice was particularly loud. In the distance, the people from the Investigation Bureau were mysterious and solemn, using professional cameras to shoot what Keeman was carving from a distance, to avoid disturbing Keeman's synesthesia carving. This, a frog-head octopus body statue, but an old man was carved. I can't believe it, it's so strong. In fact, if we eat enough fruits, we can also do what Keeman did, but whether we can withstand that kind of mental pollution is another matter. In fact, the people in the bureau saw that Keeman really carved it all night, and they were a little worried that the statue would pollute Keeman's mind. Is it worth it? When Keeman carved the old man's face, the investigator immediately uploaded the image to the bureau, and the existence on the internet quickly searched it. Soon, the existence on the internet found the old man's information. Liu Fa, a centenarian, is a retired professor of law in Crocodile Island. He is now an honorary pastor in Crocodile Island City. He likes to collect some antiques. He once spent 10 million yuan to buy a small statue at an auction. The head of the centenarian appeared, but it was not a frontal photo, but an online photo from the Crocodile Island religion. The time was a year ago. The old man was wearing a black priest robe and had a solemn face. Chapter 217. The source has been found. The online image is very similar to the old man statue carved by Keeman, except that the old man's eyes are not as big and round as the statue. The person has been found. Do you want to remind Keeman? No need. Let him continue carving. The old man is abroad. We can't reach him, and we can't catch him for a while. The investigators were a little annoyed. This man was not from Koi Island, but a foreigner from Crocodile Island. There are also special items violence organizations in foreign countries, which are directly under foreign countries and operated by powerful capital forces. Although foreign countries are more chaotic and can be called a riot of demons, if Koi Island really wants to intervene in foreign countries, the special items sealed by them are not vegetarian. At least they are something that can maintain the country's status. You can't cross the border to enforce the law. Keeman carved until 9 o'clock. He opened his eyes and saw a statue of an old man appeared in front of him. He was startled and almost thought it was an illusion. He carved it completely according to the feeling of the frog head and octopus body, and every cut followed his feeling, but after opening his eyes, why did it change? It was not what he imagined in his mind. Could this be the hidden message revealed by the frog octopus body statue? Amon, the person has been found. The person is in Crocodile Island. He is a retired law professor who just turned 100 years old. Luo Yuan walked over, took a look at the statue, took out his mobile phone, and swiped the photo of the old man. Keeman looked at the photo, and a sense of familiarity came to his mind. Where have I seen it? His eyes moved from the mobile phone to the stone statue, and then to the statue in the fountain pool. The familiarity returned instantly, as if he had found the source. This old man, it turns out he carved himself. Now all Keeman's thoughts were cleared up, and he finally knew why he carved a human being according to the fountain sculpture. So this is him. Keeman's expression was complicated. This can no longer be called a human, but a complete monster. I wonder how many statues like this there are. Can our investigation bureau arrest foreigners? Keeman asked. At this point in the incident, Galicia is not the most important point. The old man is the real dangerous element, and the spreader of evil. If you mean the official arrest, we need the written permission of the Crocodile Island officials. Luo Yuan paused and said, if it is a secret arrest, as long as it is not discovered by the officials, then it will be fine. Crocodile Island is so chaotic, it is normal for someone to disappear suddenly. It is not a big deal. At present, on Blue Star, except for the harmonious, stable and safe Koi Island, other continents are very chaotic. Gunfights for freedom often occur. From time to time, people lose their lives and disappear from time to time. 80 to 90% of the missing people cannot be found, and foreign officials will not try to find them because it is too chaotic. Now that Koi Island has announced the existence of special items, some foreigners have joked online that the people in Koi Island have a problem with their thinking and have regressed to the barbaric era. Of course, some foreigners also attach importance to the public intelligence of Koi Island and believe that there are a large number of special items in their own countries. Those missing cases are likely to be real examples, but the country does nothing, only quibbles, and is busy with factional civil wars all day long. Some foreigners are quite disappointed with him. So we can only catch him secretly? Kunming pondered. Yes, if we want to catch him secretly, we have to suppress the news to avoid alerting the enemy. Luo Yuan once went on a mission to catch transnational criminals in a foreign country, but the level of that operation was not high, and the criminals caught were only petty criminals involved in level 6 matters. For an old man like Lu Fa, the sculptures he carved can actually infect people into frog people. The impact is too great. No one knows how many infected frog people there are in the world. The danger level is not too much to match that of S-level personnel. If we catch him, at least a group of A-level personnel must be dispatched, and at least one S-level personnel must be guaranteed to lead the team, otherwise there may be a chance of failure. After listening to Luo Yuan's story about the last time he went abroad to catch people, Kunming gradually had a clear idea of going abroad to enforce the law again. It is not impossible to catch people abroad. But the difficulty lies in the unfamiliarity of the place, and the foreign system is different from that of Koi Island. There is a lot of chaos abroad, and there are few owners of special items exposed. Those people hide their treasures for fear of being discovered by the authorities. They use them secretly. How dare they do it like Keeman, who made a video for everyone to watch. After completing this investigation, Keeman was also sleepy. He blew the whistle with the Yellow Springs whistle yesterday, which robbed him of a lot of energy. He also stayed up all night, concentrating on carving, and his energy was already at its lowest point. Keeman went home and lay down, letting Tang Yuan and White Sugar look after the house. Crystal was still sleeping in the scarf, and was also called out by Keeman and placed on the floor. Tang Yuan, you come and hold the lantern. Before going to bed, Keeman did a small test and asked Tang Yuan to hold the lantern. After Tang Yuan held the lantern, the storage scarf became unusable. Keeman closed his eyes, trying to test whether the person was within the range of items defined by the scientific kerosene lamp. If the person was also within the defined range, then Keeman might not be able to enter the dream and become the boss, or he might not be affected at all. The next second, Keeman fell asleep, and his consciousness suddenly descended on the octopus-headed monster. He opened his eyes again, and saw the dark seabed, some new-faced seafood with red eyes, wandering around the city like headless flies. The previous batch of 999 level seafood had been sent out by Keeman, asking them to do things or find good things to hold a sacrificial ceremony. This batch of new seafood was no exception. Keeman had an idea, first to scare them, then to harvest their souls and remake them into apostles. After doing this part, Keeman asked them to go out to preach or hold a sacrificial ceremony. The new fanatical believers swam away from Lilia and headed for the unknown distance. Keeman looked at the dead seabed, which seemed even more deserted without the seafood. He did not look at the things in the dream world at the first time, but imagined the frogman octopus statue in his mind. Because he was a little concerned about the guy, Keeman used the identity of the evil god to perform synesthesia. Frog, frog, frog. The image of the statue became very clear, as if it was spread out in front of him. Keeman simulated the feeling of using a carving knife, carving one knife after another. The more he simulated, the clearer the image became. Gradually, Keeman saw the gray mist, and under the mist was a statue of a fountain pool. After further synesthesia, the second layer of illusion appeared, with the figure of an old man in it. The old man was in a dim, secret room, holding a faded carving knife, slowly carving the statue one knife at a time. At this time, the old man seemed to have a feeling in his heart, and looked towards the ceiling. Chapter 218. In a dark basement, among the abandoned stones, there was an old man with a hunched body, wearing a black priest's robe, with bright eyes. The old man's face was covered with age spots and wrinkles, and his eyes were a little bulging, which didn't match the whole face. He was already 100 years old. It stands to reason that an old man of this age would either spend the rest of his life lying in bed, or would soon be buried, but he still had strength and energy to do things, which was not like a centenarian at all. He was holding a special carving knife, gently scraping the stone statue, scraping the stone powder layer by layer, infusing emotions and strength, making the stone statue magical. Suddenly, Liu Fa felt something was looking at him. Who? Liu Fa looked up at the ceiling, but saw nothing, only the dim ceiling. The old man's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, but his huge eyes could not show a vigilant expression, but stared even more weirdly. Who is there? The old man put away the faded carving knife, his eyes widened, and his mouth suddenly croaked, and the sound of frogs croaking immediately rang out in the corner of the secret room. Frogs jumped to his side one by one, forming a huge spiritual pollution sound wave. As long as there were people present, they would be disturbed. The old man walked to the side of the door, and clicked the light switch. With a buzz, the light bulb lit up, and was no longer dark. Looking at the ceiling again, there was nothing there. There shouldn't be nothing. He could feel that there was a very faint sight, quietly peeping at him in a certain direction. The ceiling was not the real peeping direction. Liu Fa relied on his own spiritual perception to feel it silently. The more he felt, the more he couldn't find the real direction, as if the other party was secretly observing him in the dark. What kind of experience is this? Liu Fa began to panic. His eyes were almost bulging with age spots on his face. This was his way of expressing his emotions. He would bulge when he was nervous, annoyed or sad. Without time to deal with the stone statues, the old man left the secret room in a hurry and called one of his subordinates. At 12 o'clock tonight, you go and blow up everything in the basement. Yes, master. The person on the phone replied. Liu Fa walked out of his house, and got into the car, with a group of little frogs behind him. The driver was already sitting in the driver's seat. He released the accelerator with his right foot, and the car ran out of the villa with a buzz, and moved to another location. After leaving the villa, Liu Fa breathed a sigh of relief. The strange sight finally disappeared. Who is spying on me? Liu Fa frowned deeply, and tried to synesthetize it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, but he couldn't find the feeling, as if the sight had no basis at all, like floating duckweed. I can't find the feeling at all. Liu Fa opened his eyes, and looked back in the direction of his villa. Could it be an enemy? But he has so many enemies that throwing a brick into the crowd could hit an enemy. Liu Fa knew that he was on a path to fight against normal people all over the world. On this path, anyone who goes against him is an enemy. Quack, quack. The little frog in the back seat croaked, as if reminding him of something. He took out his cell phone and called a loyal believer, saying in an old voice, "Check if anyone has gotten into trouble recently." "Yes," the person on the other end of the phone responded. After Lou Fa hung up the phone, the uneasiness in his heart did not dissipate, but instead shrouded his heart, and could not be shaken off. Who is it? He couldn't figure it out, and didn't know what was going on. Deep Sea Raya. This guy has a very high spiritual awareness. Keeman was surprised in his heart. There are also examples of humans who have a sense of something and feel that there is a certain existence secretly observing him. Lou Siding, who was once completely crazy, is one of the examples. She once looked up at the ceiling in the bedroom and prayed to Keeman. This law professor named Lou Fi also has a super high spiritual awareness similar to Lou Siding, which makes Keeman more interested in him. How did he do it? Kamong secretly peeped and saw that Professor Lou Fa was very alert. The old man first called a group of little frogs, and then turned on the lights to check. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know who was peeping at him. The little frogs behaved very strangely, like a group of fanatical believers, following behind the big guy. When they croaked, they had some strange power and carried some confusing information. However, the impact of this confusion was really limited to him. Keeman could listen to the frogs' calls without any pressure. Then, Keeman saw the old man running away in a car. This time, Keeman realized it too late and alerted the enemy. But what if he ran away? As long as he was still alive, Keeman could spy on him with his big name. Thinking of this, Keeman quietly stopped telepathy. About an hour or two later, Keeman telepathized again and found that the old man was sitting in the car, closing his eyes, and taking a short rest. He was probably too tired from working from night to day. Wait, sleep. If we invade the dreamland and kill the other party in the dream, wouldn't it be more stable than cross-border law enforcement in reality? Thinking of this, Keeman couldn't help but get excited. There is a better way. Why snipe the opponent in reality? This old man has affected Koi Island, and Keeman does not intend to let him die peacefully. After thinking about it, Keeman activated the ability to invade dreams and invade the opponent's dreams. Through the connection of synesthesia, Cthulhu's power transcends the boundaries of time and space and invades the opponent. However, things did not go as Keeman wished. The power of the evil god encountered an unknown resistance, which was invisible and hindered Keeman in the dark, making the skill of invading dreams ineffective for the first time. Keeman had an intuition that this was a filter membrane, and two powerful forces could not enter inside. Under the combination of various factors, the power of the evil god was blocked outside. It was as if there was a great thing that prevented external forces from invading that place. This was definitely not the power that Professor Lou Fa should have, but a body that was higher than humans. Keeman was very surprised, and felt a familiar feeling from that great thing. Round, blue, white. There was no concrete image, only a vague concept in Keeman's mind. Could it be the blue planet? Keeman was silent for a while in Raya. When this concept took root in Keeman's mind, the vague concept gradually became concrete, and Keeman saw the blue planet, with white clouds floating, spinning silently in the dark universe. It was indeed the blue planet, which blocked the invasion of external forces. Keeman felt this, and his thoughts were clear. Special items are born on the blue planet every day, and some items can even destroy a continent, and their power is extraordinary. It can produce so many items, and its own strength will not be too weak, so it has the strength to protect the blue planet from external forces. Chapter 219. A car drove smoothly into the highway, and the sleeping centenarian suddenly woke up. Quack! It was obviously a human, but he made a frog cry. The driver looked at the rearview mirror and worriedly said, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Lou Fa's head was gradually covered with fine sweat. He looked around nervously, and looked back at the traffic behind him. "Master, what's wrong?" the driver asked. He was also a little nervous, looking around in the mirror, worried that the enemy was chasing him. The driver didn't know what enemy was chasing the great master. The master was so great, how could anyone punish him? However, his fanaticism made him lose his basic ability to reflect. He unilaterally believed in the great Professor Lou Fa, and thought he was the god of the future, and he was still in the incubation period. "It's okay, you concentrate on driving, I find a way." Lou Fa took a deep breath, temporarily calmed his panic, and then told the driver not to panic. "Yes." The driver retracted his attention, and focused on driving, leaving only a part of his energy to observe the possible enemy cars on both sides of the road. Although Lou Fa calmed down, he couldn't wipe off the cold sweat on his head. He wiped the cold sweat, and then sweated again. He pulled the tissues in the paper box again, and used up a pile of tissues in half an hour. The big-eyed old man looked back from time to time. Sometimes there was no car behind him, and sometimes there was a car left behind. There was no faint sense of being watched. I can be watched even when I go out of town. Liu Fei murmured in his heart, a little panicked. He carved the statue for a whole night. Only at night was his own strong time, but after carving all night, he was so sleepy that he had to take a nap in the car. Unexpectedly, just resting for a while, he felt a faint sense of being watched in his dream. At that time, he woke up immediately without any pause. After waking up, he quickly looked around, but did not see a suitable target. But the familiar feeling of voyeurism could not be wrong. There must be an old thing peeping at him. Damn, what is that? Liu Fei's eyes were full of bloodshot. His eyes were originally big, and after the bloodshot, the whole person was stained with a crazy temperament. The old skin had changed slightly, the wrinkles slowly melted, the rough skin slowly became delicate and smooth, and the head also had signs of swelling slightly. The driver sitting in the driver's seat was startled and reminded, "Master, it is not safe here, and it is not suitable to show your true self." The old driver was one of Professor Liu Fei's confidants, and an early frogman. He knew that it was not the time for the Frog Society to speak. Hearing this, Professor Liu Fei quickly put on the black priest's robe and hat, and said in a hoarse voice, "Get off the highway." "What about the destination?" said the old driver. "Go to the inland lake, the closest one." Professor Liu Fei was already scared, and felt that the land was not safe at all. For the Frog Society, only the land and water were safe. Along the way, Liu Fei was nervous, turning his head from time to time to see if there was anyone behind him, and he saw enemies everywhere. "Really? It's a pity that I can't punish you in my dream," Keeman murmured in his heart. If this extremely dangerous person could be killed in a dream, the people of Koi Island would probably sleep more peacefully. Keeman is not a particularly saintly person, nor is he selfish enough to only think about himself. For his country, Keeman sincerely hopes that it will thrive, rather than fall into a chaotic order. If there is no way to sanction, then change the target. Keeman turned to think of another existence. The existence behind the radio once gave Keeman an extremely dangerous feeling, and he could not use the human body to sense. It seemed that as long as he sensed, he would be discovered by the other party. At that time, Keeman did not further sense in reality, fearing that the hidden existence would be aware of it. Now Keeman is in the posture of an evil god. When he sensed the old frog, even the old frog did not discover Keeman's existence. It feels that the existence behind the radio will not be a big problem. Let's give it a try. Maybe the existence behind the radio is not on the blue planet, but outside the blue planet. If it is outside the blue planet, and is weaker than Keeman, then cross-border sanctions will be imposed. Then Keeman began to recall the whispering sound from the radio in his mind. The sound was full of confusion, which made people feel disgusted with the world and extremely wanted to be antisocial and anti-human. Keeman was tired of listening to it when he was fleecing the wool, and he was almost familiar with it. In addition, I had tried it once in human form before. After regaining my feeling this time, I walked the road I had not finished last time, recalling the voice while building the image of the other party in my mind. The vague image gradually took shape, and the lower body seemed to have many tentacles, which was in line with the positioning of the Shadow Stream members. Keeman had seen Mi Jingyun's shadow suddenly pull out a few tentacles to attack him, which showed that the Shadow Stream members were no longer pure people, but monsters with tentacles, but they were usually well hidden. Tentacles. The frogman Professor Liu Fei's body also has tentacles. There is a common point. Why is this? Keeman reflected, while further simulating the shape behind the radio. Soon, the upper body also appeared. The waist was a little thin, and the mysterious part above the waist was quietly bulging. Above that was the collarbone, neck, and head. The strange thing was that the face of the person at the head was not fixed. Was it that there was no face? Keeman simulated for a while, and it felt like there was really no face. The people of Shadow Stream really didn't need faces. They could change a face by changing a person. One person has 1,000 faces. As long as they keep changing, it doesn't matter what the original face looks like. Theoretically, they can change an unlimited number of faces. No front face. Keeman frowned and saw a dark place. There was no light around this person, and she actually lived in a completely black environment. There was only the shape of the body, no color. Her current form was a free shadow without a carrier. The information carried by the radio did not include her facial information, which was already the upper limit of her synesthesia ability. It can only be said that she is worthy of being a secret existence. In terms of secrecy, she is more powerful than Professor Liu Fa. While Keeman was spying on the other party, the faceless man in the darkness suddenly moved. Without any warning, he just swam in the darkness. It was panic, doubt, and confusion. It was like a soul that had been sleeping for a long time was suddenly awakened. As she woke up, Keeman gradually felt that the other party had a certain power. How to describe this power? It was too far away and difficult to evaluate. Anyway, it was not the power of the evil god level, but it felt similar to the Black Ghost, but she did not have the heaviness of the Black Ghost. Even the 999 level seafood could not compare. But Keeman had a hunch that if left alone, she could grow to the level of the Black Ghost. Chapter 220. Virtual Game World. A group of fanatical believers composed of players are leveling up in the wild, and LV Zheng is one of them. Look, it's the sea. It's the sea. The player LV Zheng looked at the endless sea with a frightened expression on his face. LV Zheng has no outstanding achievements in his life. He likes to study some strange things, such as buying some worn-out parchments from the antique market. The parchments are painted with some strange machines and creatures. He has a natural fear of the deep sea and an inexplicable yearning. This may be God's will. He met the sea in the game. Generally speaking, he doesn't want to go to the seaside, but as the team walked here, there is no turning back. There is a big man in the team. He participated in a sacrifice ceremony last time and was designated as a confidant by the great god. She is responsible for leading the team to a new peak. She still can't log into the game directly in reality, but in reality, she finds that when she speaks, it will make others have a headache. In the center of the sea, the sleeping god sleeps forever. We need to offer items to help the Lord unlock the seal. The Thai said in the team, pointing to the direction of the ocean again. But our level is too low, and it's hard to fight the things in the sea. Lu Zheng said. Well, this is a problem. The Thai fell into deep thought. The official one sent a team to the ocean to brush wild monsters and level up, but the players' bodies did not have the water-breathing technique. Now that the magician's level has risen and learned the water-breathing technique, he can add the water-breathing buff magic to his teammates, allowing them to breathe freely in the water. This is very important. If you can't breathe in the water, it's hard to fight. After giving everyone the underwater breathing technique, everyone stepped onto the beach and into the sea water step by step. The sea water covered their legs, bodies, and heads. Lu Zheng widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and inhaled a nose of water, but the water was discharged through his mouth, and all the air entered the throat, entered the lungs to exchange gases, and the carbon dioxide flowed out of the mouth along with the seawater. It is not a deep sea yet, but the seawater is all pressing on the skin, making him feel a little scared. This is an orange sea, the sun shines through the seawater, an orange color, which makes people feel warm in their hearts. Occasionally, they encounter some low-level shell monsters, and the player team kills them all. Lu Zheng knows that the team has gathered enough time and space stone powder again, but the entire player group has nothing eye-catching, and the Thai feels that the treasures in the sea have not been developed yet, and maybe Cthulhu will like it, so he came under the name of leveling in the sea. The drop rate of time-space stone powder in the mining area will be a little higher. Some people specialize in brushing this kind of thing. They do not participate in sacrifices, but only serve as ruthless tools to brush materials. Hey, what kind of monster is that? A monster appeared in front of them. It was a transparent jellyfish, but its size was more than 100 times larger than the player. Countless schools of fish were killed by it in seconds, and the sea water was stained with blood. Clicking on the monster's attribute panel, a lot of questions popped up. Jellyfish. Level? Question mark. Health? Question mark. Is this really a jellyfish? The players looked at each other and felt infinite pressure from the jellyfish. The level could not be checked. LV Zheng looked at the jellyfish, but felt an ancient, decayed, and dark breath from it. This is not an ordinary monster. This is a monster backed by a terrifying existence. Lu Zheng's lips trembled. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was the fact. Run quickly. Lu Zheng wanted to speak with his mouth, but he could only expel seawater. He quickly changed the chat screen and typed for everyone to run quickly. Only the Thai in the team did not run away. She felt the breath of her kind. The same kind here does not refer to race, but the same faith. It's a Cthulhu believer, don't panic. The Thai's eyes flashed, very excited. The jellyfish is indeed a member of the Cthulhu believer, and it is a 999 level seafood that was recently converted into a believer by Keeman. The players can't see the level because their level is too low, and they have no authority to see the level of the full level monster. Of course, There is also a reason that the jellyfish has mutated and is no longer restricted by the surface data of the virtual game. The jellyfish naturally saw a group of human adventurers who were not even as good as excrement. It didn't intend to pay attention to it, but this group of people exuded a good smell, which made it feel a little good and didn't shoot to death. The jellyfish thought about it, and threw the fish corpses to the other party. Maybe they could grow up by eating the meat. It can no longer improve its level. Only the Great Cthulhu can make it stronger. For specific improvement plans, you can refer to the Black Ghost. Being cared for by the evil god himself, it will become stronger and stronger, beyond a level, but it is also easy to die suddenly. The jellyfish left in a hurry. It has no interest in going to land for the time being. Isn't it nice to live in the sea? The players also receive the corpses thrown by the jellyfish. They are all treasure corpses. They are very precious materials. There are NPCs in the main city to receive them, and can sell them for a good price. The players didn't find any good treasures, so they had to go back and sell the fish corpses. However, on the day they returned to the main city, they heard an amazing news. The Catface Mountain Village near the Novice Village has become stronger. The Catface Mountain Village is a developed herb-collecting area, but the Catface people's attitude is unpleasant, as if others are trying to steal their treasures. Some players like to tease them. The Catface people are not as good as the players and are often suppressed. But today, the command from the top came from the big group: all players avoid the Catface Mountain Village. Don't get close, don't get close. 2 consecutive don't get close messages were sent, which shows that something big has happened there. What big thing could it be? Everyone is curious. Let's go and have a look. Lu Zhen felt that something must have happened there. The Thai also had an intuition that something must have happened there. From the encounter with the question mark level jellyfish at the seaside, the Thai and the team felt that the atmosphere of Cthulhu enveloped the entire game. Its believers are almost everywhere, and the only difference is the purity of faith. Use the teleportation array between cities to fly to the Novice Village, and then rush to the vicinity of the Catface Mountain Village. There are some high-level players wandering around the Catface Mountain Village. They are official reconnaissance assassins, specializing in spying and acting as spies. This is... The big man in the team felt the familiar breath in the mountain village. It was Cthulhu. Cthulhu had been here before. Time went back 2 hours. Keeman received the second sacrifice of the Catface man and accepted it with pleasure. The Catface man was very pitiful. He gave the best treasure in the village, but was stood up by the evil god. However, they were very enthusiastic, and did not care about being stood up by the evil god. They bet the treasure again. This time, the treasure was no longer a big-faced cat, but another strange little item. Chapter 221. The Catface people like to eat fish. The new offering they sent is a book. It is said that there is a fish in the book. It is a strange book that can imprison adventurers inside. After a period of time, adventurers will fight out of it. This item is a treasure accumulated by ancestors. Recently, it can't stand the interference of adventurers. Some of the items at the bottom of the box have seen the light of day again, and they are glowing with new power when used by Catface people. However, no matter how powerful it is not as good as the gift of the evil god. This item can only be used one-on-one, and there is a cooling time. There are many adventurers, and they rushed up and almost snatched the book away. If the Catface person hadn't put the book in his pocket, the book would disappear after the person died, and it would have been almost taken by those adventurers. The resurrected cat-faced person held the book, and the newcomer gave the book to the old man. The old people decided to sacrifice it to the great Cthulhu. After all, this book involves space, and it feels very powerful. Maybe it will also work on the evil god. In addition, there is a fish with words in the book. It has been wandering in the book for a long time, and has never run out of the book. Keeman gladly accepted the sacrifice of the Catface Mountain Village, and gave them random gain magic for the whole village. After using this skill more, Keeman gradually became familiar with the use of random gain magic. It feels random, but if the evil god's thoughts are used to force it, the random probability can be deflected to 100% success or 100% failure. In the past, Keeman was not proficient enough and stayed at the level of only using it. Now he can interfere with the probability of random gain magic. So Keeman gave positive gain to all members, random positive gain for all, and obtained epic enhancement. After the Catface people's village was strengthened, the first thing to do was to say no to those rude adventurers who picked cattail grass. Low-level adventurers were driven out of the village by the Catface people and ruthlessly killed, with blood flowing all over the ground. Keeman only observed secretly for a while. Killing the players was a bit cruel, But this was a long-standing conflict between the two sides. Keeman was just an outsider, and did not intervene in the conflict between the cat-faced people and the players. This was a conflict caused by the players picking herbs. They bullied the cat-faced people, and were unable to resist. Now that the cat-faced people have risen, the consequences will be borne by the players themselves. Then Keeman continued to observe the existence behind the radio, that is, the monster with a human upper body and octopus tentacles in the lower body. She swam in an absolutely dark environment for several hours, and was always in a state of no light. Keeman didn't know where it was, and had no sense of direction. It was an eternal dark area. Is there such a place on the blue planet? Keeman didn't know, and he had to wait until he woke up to know. And the other party didn't dream, so he couldn't try to invade the dream. If the invasion of the dream is blocked by Blue Star, then she is 100% on Blue Star. If it is not blocked, the result is self-evident, and there is only one way to go. Keeman has been waiting for the other party to dream, but the other party is very alert, and has always remained awake. When he was free, Keeman used his brain to sense the appearance of the fugitive Galici. Galici's facial features are oval face, his eyes are a little sharp, he has short black hair, and his height is not as tall as Keeman. After deepening his imagination, he used his brain to sense the banknotes to deepen his impression. Keeman has a history of actual conversation with Galici in reality, and this connection is something he can never break, unless the thing he communicated with Keeman that day was his banknotes. Soon, Keeman got into the state, and finally smelled the smell of banknotes. Then a woman with a strange face appeared in the rumbling cabin. Dear passengers, this flight is from Octopus City to Crocodile City. The estimated flight time is 22 hours. I wish you a pleasant journey. Keeman initially suspected that his synesthesia was wrong, but the smell of banknotes that could not be shaken off was on the woman. After the synesthesia deepened, Keeman understood. He actually used banknotes to disguise himself as a woman. As expected of a user of banknotes, he is not only good at using banknotes to change people, but also good at using banknotes to disguise new appearances. But what's the point of him running away like this? Now Galici's family and relatives have been taken to the Investigation Bureau for interrogation, which has implicated the entire family. There is nothing suspicious about Galici's family. The only suspicious thing is Galici. This guy's behavior is really abnormal. He shouldn't run to the Investigation Bureau to send a wave. It feels like he did it on purpose. Keeman is now in a voyeuristic perspective. Galici seems to be unaware of the evil god's secret peeping, and he leans back on the chair and takes a light nap. The other party is sleeping. He really wants to invade the other party's dream, but Keeman thinks that he cannot invade, and Blue Star does not allow external powerful forces to intervene. Keeman can only stare secretly, opening several partitions in his mind at the same time, watching the shadows stream secret existence swimming in the dark while watching Galici sleep. On the old man's side, Keeman peeks from time to make the other party tired and adapt to this feeling of peeping. Just like when the wolf comes, people will become numb after calling too many times. Keeman hopes to use this method to wear down the old man's vigilance and make him numb. About 2 hours later, Keeman gradually felt that he was about to wake up. Before waking up, he glanced at the flight that Galici was on. The plane tilted slightly, as if it was fighting against the wind. A beam of sunlight shone in from the round window, and the shadow of Galici's seat intersected with the shadow of the person next to him for a moment. It was this moment of intersection that Keeman keenly sensed the strange feeling. So that's it. Keeman understood. Although he was approaching the awakening period, Keeman forced himself to wake up in order to buy time. When he opened his eyes, his dog rolled over and held up a strange leather book with dog hair. The cover of the book was a little yellow, without hair, like human skin. Take the lamp away, Keeman said. Baishadang picked up the lamp, carried the lamp to the corridor, closed the door, and the light disappeared. Keeman did not read the book, but called the director first and reported a flight number to him. The director was a little confused about what the flight number meant. Is there any important person on the flight? While asking, the director had already ordered his subordinates to investigate the flight. Galisai is on the flight. He used his money ability to transform his appearance, and he is suspected to be a member of the Shadow Stream. Keeman skipped the most basic part and said directly that Galisai was on it. Director Wu knew that Keeman had a strong spiritual perception, so he didn't doubt it and immediately tried to catch him. It has already flown out of our airspace, but the person is still in the airspace of the high seas, so we can catch him. There are many strange items in the Investigation Bureau. There are passengers on the plane, so we need to use more clever ways to catch people. For example, people first fly to that airspace, and then use strange magnetic field items and space seals to reverse the sense of direction of that space, so that everyone thinks that the flight is flying along the original route, but in fact the plane has been sealed in the seal. When entering the seal, most things will be sealed. There are also some strange things as a backup to ensure the safety of the masses. The side effects of this combination of measures are alarming. After this, I can forget about doing normal exercise this year. Chapter 222. We have sent people to catch him. We will notify you when there is news. The director said. Okay. Keeman was a little surprised. The efficiency of this operation was just like riding a rocket. But then he thought about it. Given his role in the investigation bureau, it would be unreasonable not to pay attention to it. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Regardless of whether the synesthesia information was useful or not, the plane was still over the high seas. Let's catch it first. It's better to catch the wrong person than to let such evil elements get away with it abroad. Keeman was not in the investigation bureau, and he was not familiar with those flying props. Even if he wanted to fly into the sky to catch people for the pilot, the people in the investigation bureau would not agree to let Keeman take risks. We can only wait for the result. Woof. Tang Yuan saw Keeman finish the phone call and presented the strange book. When the book was in his hand, strange feelings came over him. It seemed that there was something big hidden inside, and at the same time, it also felt soft like a human. This is a human skin book, but the book does not look like it has been stitched. Keeman looked at it carefully. It is made of a whole piece of human skin. It feels very strange, like touching a girl. The skin is smooth and flexible. Although it is a book in hand, it feels like a woman who has been wronged and cannot get justice. Keeman did not open the human skin book, but put it aside to sort out the things he dreamed about last night, so as not to forget them. He patted his scarf and took out a notebook full of powerful magic spells. It seemed to record some taboo magic knowledge. Keeman opened the book and took a pen to record what he dreamed about last night. Professor Lufa is fleeing to an inland lake near Crocodile City. The amphibious environment may make him more powerful. Professor Lufa's secret society is called the Frog Society. Be careful of the frog choir. There's a group of frogs around Lufa, and they can make crazy frog sounds when they croak at the same time. This needs to be treated with caution. The protective power of Blue Star is suspected to be a large filter membrane, and huge forces cannot invade. With the protection of the mother of Blue Star, the evil gods from the outside world cannot intervene forcefully. In this way, Keeman can only capture Professor Lufa by smuggling and arresting people, otherwise the Frog Society will still be active on Blue Star. Kaming saw the miserable corpses of the housekeeper and the maid in Galisi's villa, which was too miserable. The secret existence behind the shadow stream is in the unknown darkness. Is she the Lord of Shadow herself? Kaming feels that the power of the shadow stream is stronger. Galisi of the Frog Society is actually a member of the shadow stream. Is Galisi loyal to the shadow stream or the Frog Society? Which organization is he a second-rate guy from? Based on this question, Keeman deduced backwards and derived an amazing result. Shadow Stream, Erwuzi organization, it may have infiltrated the Frog Society organization, and Professor Lu Fa of the Frog Society didn't know that he was being blamed by Shadow Stream. Only this conclusion can explain why Galisi suddenly went to the Investigation Bureau to give up his life, blame the Frog Society, attract the attention of the Investigation Bureau, and facilitate Shadow Stream to shift its underground work. If this is the case, everything makes sense. Kamong felt that his method was like cheating. If he didn't have the synesthesia of the evil god level, how could he find the real culprit behind it so quickly? If it were someone else, even if his hair fell off, it would be difficult to synesthetize the secret existence behind them. After recording the information, put the notebook in the scarf. This is his habit of taking notes. When he encounters complicated things, he slowly sorts out the relationship with a pen. Woof. Tang Yuan barked again, reminding the owner to feed the cat. Keeman brought out the big-faced cat and fed it dried fish. 15 seconds later, strange knowledge increased. Tragic script. Made with the skin of a living ghost, the script written on paper will become a real prison. Only by successfully fighting against the plot can you escape from the prison, or you can also escape from the prison if you survive for 24 hours. Only for one person. Open the book and face the enemy. The distance cannot be too far. When the enemy is imprisoned inside the book, the next enemy cannot be imprisoned. Side effect. It is possible that some plots will come true and actually play out in a corner. The ability has an upper limit. As the cat-faced man said, it is a confinement prop, one-on-one, similar to a seal, but not as powerful as a seal, and it also has a time limit. It is not clear where the upper limit of the ability is. Anyway, it is not an invincible thing. Then came the second piece of strange knowledge. Flowing fish. Two-dimensional form. Can swim on any surface. Very clever, good at surviving. But when it encounters paper with words, it cannot quickly pass through no matter what the words are. Even if it knows it cannot quickly escape, it can't help but stop to identify what the words are, and sometimes it will eat the words, resulting in some words being incomplete. The fish was trapped inside, and Keeman wanted to open the book to check, but then he remembered that he couldn't open the book directly. The condition for using this book is to open the book and directly shine it on the enemy. Opening the book is equivalent to trapping yourself. Keeman looked at Tang Yuan, who had extremely high resistance. Now Keeman's resistance is very high, and he can face the nameless salted fish without any pressure. His resistance value is almost the same as Tang Yuan. It's a good idea to let Tang Yuan try, but for the sake of being safe, Keeman didn't let the pet test it himself. Keeman took out the human figure stone from the storage scarf, turned the book facing the human figure stone, and opened the book directly. The tool Shadow Mi Jingyun disappeared, and was recorded in the human skin book of the tragic script. At this time, Keeman looked at the book again and saw the text on it. It was the cat-faced human text that Keeman couldn't understand, and it was also the only initial script in the book. The fish was not on the first page. Keeman turned back and saw a small black fish on the 10th page, circling around the text in the page, and couldn't get out. This fish looked like a shadow creature. Keeman stretched out his hand and grabbed it, thinking about catching the shadow of the flowing fish. The flowing fish in the book disappeared, and there was suddenly a fish in Keeman's palm. It's really a shadow creature. By the way, there are shadow creatures in the game world. Keeman didn't expect to be able to fish it out. This move of catching the fish was too easy, without any signs. The fish in the palm of the hand was also taken out for the first time. The words in the book were numerous, and each word had a strange power that attracted it. It was trapped for many years, which could be called a hell of words. It could not escape. The fish wanted to jump away, but was immediately caught by Kuming, and was taken back to the palm of his hand again. He pinched the tail of the fish with 2 fingers, and it could not escape again. At this time, the director called. The person was caught and is returning. Come right away. Kuming threw the fish back into the human skin book of the tragic script, closed the book, and threw it into the storage scarf. Come to the airport. The investigation bureau is not suitable for aircraft. The director explained. Okay. Put the scientific kerosene lamp into the storage scarf. At this time, the previous generation of lantern holders was white sugar, and the storage scarf's function was not restricted. The storage scarf also isolated the light of the scientific kerosene lamp, so that Kuming's mobile phone and other items could be used normally. Get in the car, and it speeds all the way to Octopus Airport. Chapter 223. Octopus Airport is located on the outskirts of Octopus City, close to Whale City. It doesn't take Keeman too long to get to Octopus Airport. It takes about an hour to reach the destination. When he arrived at the airport, the investigators had already flown back to the airport and used the seal to unseal the civil aircraft. Keeman saw an extremely dehydrated A-level member Tang Jin soaking in a water tank. His body was like a mummy, with skinny muscles sticking to his bones. He was using life-saving items to hang on to his breath. This is more than being unable to exercise. It's basically a walk through the gates of hell and being pulled back by special items. Director, is he okay? He will probably return to his original state after a half-year rest. Director Wu sighed, I won't say more. Those who understand will understand. If we don't catch him back, the root of trouble will be far more than this. Director Lei also rushed over. This big fish was really easy for the people of the Investigation Bureau to find. He actually passed the customs with his money. Customs also has investigators who specialize in detecting special items. However, special items in the world have strange characteristics. Each item is different. Some special items are hidden and difficult to detect. It is impossible to check every item. The investigators in charge of the customs have eaten spiritual fruits and improved their spiritual perception. Even so, Khaleesi still escaped, which shows how hidden its money ability is. Are the people still on the plane? They are all in quarantine, but we have already taken centralized care of the 2 people you mentioned. The 2 approached the plane and immediately saw a man and a woman standing separately, more than 20 meters apart. There were a large number of investigators on both sides, holding special items to guard against the 2 people's attacks. The woman was Khaleesi. Keeman sensed a strong smell of banknotes from her. There was no mistake. Khaleesi still had a shadow, and it had not been moved. At the moment, Khaleesi was in a deep sleep, and could not be awakened unless a specific prop was used to wake her up. The other imprisoned person was the man sitting next to Khaleesi. He also lowered his head, looking sleepy, and didn't know what was going on. Keeman, I've heard a lot about you. I'm the director of the Octopus City Investigation Branch. Just call me Director Zhang. A refreshing and hearty laugh sounded behind him. Looking back, a 50-year-old man with a beard came over and laughed. Hello, Director Zhang. Keeman stretched out his hand and shook hands with Director Zhang. He touched the thick callus. For some reason, he felt that this layer of callus might be alive. If the other party exerted force, it would be very strong. Keeman carefully looked at Director Zhang's palm, and his eyes caught Director Zhang's attention. As expected of you, you noticed this. Director Zhang let go of his hand and smiled, showing the calluses on his hand. This is a special item, calluses, which can exert 1,000 tons of strength. When you tighten your palm, you can use the calluses to block bullets. Do you want it? I give it to you. After hearing this, Director Wu hurriedly protected Kumeng and said anxiously, Old man Zhang, you are poaching me in person. I have similar items like yours in my bureau. Amon, if you want to work in Octopus City, I welcome you at any time. The position of Deputy Director is always waiting for you. There are a lot of treasures for you to choose. Director Zhang laughed. Kumeng smiled. I am very concerned about the Infinite Gate over there. I will go and see it when I have time. It's settled. Come and see the Infinite Gate when you have time. I will receive you personally, haha. Director Zhang laughed and walked towards the sleeping man regardless of Director Wu's expression. Keeman also walked to the sleeping man and felt it quietly. When the shadow stream resides in someone else, it is very hidden. If the spiritual perception is low, it can't be detected at all. Keeman tried to sense it, but didn't find that strange feeling from the shadow of the sleeping man. But Keeman recalled the perspective of the evil god in the dream, and that strange feeling couldn't be wrong. The other party must have activated some ability to make the shadow of the man sitting next to him change. I want to catch his shadow. Keeman looked at his hands. If he grabbed with both hands at the same time, he might catch 2 shadows, or he might catch 1 shadow. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? In theory, it won't be a big deal to catch someone's shadow and put it back. Mrs. Chen is still living a normal life now. Keeman goes back to visit her from time to time. His sixth sense thinks there is no big problem, and there should be no problem. Director Zhang and Director Wu quickly discussed, Why, do you have a strange feeling? I just feel that the other party is suspicious. Keeman said. With the sixth sense of human beings, it feels fine, but the synesthesia of the evil god level is always stronger than that of human level. Keeman chooses to believe in the synesthesia in the dream. The spiritual perception of the 2 directors is not as strong as Keeman, and they agree with Keeman's judgment. The first priority is to ensure the survival of the original owner, and the second is to separate the possible shadow creatures. I guarantee the responsibility if something goes wrong. Wu Ju said. Zhang Ju opened his mouth, but he didn't expect Wu Ju to say what he wanted to say first. If something goes wrong, I guarantee it. Keeman grabbed the shadow of the sleeping man with both hands, and the shadow of the sleeping man disappeared, and Keeman's 2 hands immediately turned black. When the Wu Bureau saw the scene, his face changed. Keeman was right, there were 2 shadows. Keeman looked around and found that the shadow on his left hand didn't have that smell, so he immediately shook his hand and threw the person back. The shadow on his right hand had an abnormal smell, giving people a feeling of being very old. Who are you? The shadow of Keeman's right fist suddenly shouted, and at the same time the shadow stretched out its black shadow, trying to attack Keeman's shadow, but was stopped by a strange force, and could not collide. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are arrested. Keeman would not interrogate at the airport, it was too spacious here and not tight enough. Throw the shadow onto a stone, and it immediately turned into the shadow of the stone. The shadow immediately unfolded, revealing the appearance of a person, but surprisingly, the 2 feet of this person's figure each extended an extra tentacle foot, but one of the tentacles was missing half. It has begun to mutate. Keeman looked at the shadow, and an inspiration flashed in his mind. This is a more advanced form of the shadow stream members, and the human figure is just a more elementary form. Then Keeman changed a person, and grabbed the shadow of Khaleesi in the form of a woman, and also grabbed 2 shadows. The original owner was stuffed back into Khaleesi's body, and the other shadow was placed on the stone, and it immediately grew half a tentacle. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, seeing such a strange picture for the first time. Although they couldn't understand it, everyone's spiritual perception started to associate, and gradually associated the 2 strange shadows together. This half tentacle, which has no human form at all, may be a tentacle cut off by another human figure. The contact person of the shadow flow is not a shadow of this form, could it be? This is the legendary Deacon. Wu Ju was shocked by his own thoughts. If this is true, it is really a huge breakthrough. Chapter 224. The two stones and the female version of Galasai were transported back to the Whale City Investigation Bureau, which made the Octopus City Bureau extremely jealous, but there was nothing they could do, as the Whale City Branch Bureau was the one that initiated the arrest. This was the first time that the Investigation Bureau had caught someone who was suspected to be a deacon. Branches across the country, including the headquarters, were very alert and asked to start an internal live broadcast. Director Wu smiled like a flower, happily directing the on-site staff to set up multiple cameras and use multi-lens live broadcasts. They could cut any lens they wanted, and they were so happy. The number of people in the live broadcast room also rose rapidly, from 0 to 567, and then to 978. It was afternoon at this moment, and everyone in the Investigation Bureau who was not on duty received a message from the group, knowing that the Whale Branch had caught a member of the Shadow Stream who was suspected to be a deacon. Is it true? The Whale Branch has caught the deacon? The Shadow Stream people are like ghosts. They can't catch them no matter what. How come they caught the deacon? If you don't believe me, go watch the live broadcast. The internal live broadcast has already started. The investigators opened the official software, quickly entered the password shared by the group members, and entered the internal live broadcast room. Live broadcast room. Whale Branch Interrogation Room 029 is live. Number of viewers, 5459. Almost all the investigators who were not on duty outside have arrived. The rest are either on duty or have something to do. Not all investigators are idle. A large number of them work night shifts at night and sleep during the day. Kaming was also watching the live broadcast room. It was not yet the interrogation time. Seeing more than 5,000 viewers, he asked the Wu Bureau next to him, "How many people are there in the Investigation Bureau now?" "Investigators are 20,000 people. When you entered the Bureau, there were only more than 9,000 people." Wu Ju thought for a while and said. Wu Ju was talking about investigators, not logistics personnel and other personnel. Keeman nodded. It seems that the number of social personnel recruited recently is close to 10,000. After a while, the interrogation work began. The first round was the unsealing test. The shadow creatures at the deacon level had never appeared in front of the Investigation Bureau. People knew nothing about their abilities. Keeman sat in the interrogation room, and behind him were a bunch of investigators holding light items, increasing the intensity of the light. Reaching out to grab the broken arm tentacle-like shadow, grab it out of the stone, and then throw it on the open ground. A stronger light emerged behind Keeman, and the surface of the broken arm tentacle seemed to melt, and it was immediately forced into a corner. The investigators turned off some light props, and reduced the intensity of the light burning to a range that could maintain the other party's survival without letting it run out of the light. "Who are you?" The half-armed tentacle made a human voice, a cold female voice. "An investigator." Keeman did not give his name. There was really no need. "I didn't expect that I would be caught one day." The half-armed tentacle shadow saw the stone under Keeman's feet, and that shadow was its main body. "You also caught the main body. But it doesn't matter, I won't say a word, and I will be buried with these secrets." The half-tentacle suddenly made a strange sound. The strange sound sounded in the space, but someone behind Keeman suddenly played music, and the cheerful light music sounded in the interrogation room, faintly colliding with the sound of the tentacles. The tentacle shadow seemed to have expected such an outcome, and laughed grimly, and the sound became louder and louder. Keeman walked to the corner, stretched out his hand to hold the tentacle shadow, and told it to shut up. The tentacles have no vocal organs, and Keeman didn't know the principle of its vocalization. He just pinched its vocalization part, which was a round suction cup, by feeling. The sound stopped abruptly, and half of the tentacle was silent. He never thought that someone could pinch the shadow's vocal organs. It was simply unreasonable. The tentacle couldn't speak at this time, but it didn't mean that it couldn't move. It immediately compressed the shadow's mass, stretched a part of the shadow, and attacked Keeman's shadow. But some inexplicable force resisted its impact, and the tentacle was bounced back to the corner of the wall, and its own shadow was also reduced by a circle due to consumption. Keeman let go of his hand. "Be quiet." The tentacle didn't care so much. Why should it be slaughtered? It wanted to resist. Screams rang again, and Keeman pinched it again to stop the sound. In the live broadcast room, 666 barrages floated by. Is this the boss's superpower? It's so convenient to grab shadows. I want it too. I've only seen lights for shadows to move, but never seen something so powerful. I know this guy. He's a reviewer on a video website. It turned out to be him. Kamong didn't know what was going on in the live broadcast room, but the half-tentacle felt very bitter. He originally wanted to rely on crazy release of abilities to overdraw his life, but Keeman's grabbing of the shadow killed all of its power-generating parts, making it unable to exert power. But it wasn't a good idea to be stuck like this. Keeman threw it back into the stone and asked, "Will dancing with the shadow of the stone work?" The audience didn't know what Keeman was talking about, but Deep Ping knew what Keeman was referring to, and said, "I haven't tried it yet. Do you want to try it? You want to dance?" Keeman said in surprise. "Well, if no one really dances." Deep Ping scratched his head. "How should I put it? I feel like dancing recently." Although he didn't really want to dance, the feeling of freedom was really wonderful. "Let me see what the real owner says. If he has the same attitude, then let's try it," Keeman said, and pulled the real owner out of the stone. The real owner was a shadow in the shape of a woman, but there were 2 tentacles on the lower half, and one of the tentacles was missing half. After the woman was caught, she started to attack Keeman without saying a word. All parts of her body split into the shape of tentacles and attacked Keeman. Outsiders were terrified when they saw it, and suddenly turned on all the lighting items and shone strongly. Keeman was also like being hit by a hammer. This guy's attack was not simple, and Keeman felt real pain. However, the opponent still failed to completely attack Keeman's defense line and was bounced out. "Huh?" The woman's shadow cried in surprise, wondering why it couldn't attack. In fact, Keeman had been prepared. He had received the reward for the body light video before coming here, and increased his resistance to 430. Keeman was not even affected by the whispers on the radio, and didn't think that this shadow could really break through his defense. Keeman took out a scalpel, held down the woman's shadow on the ground with one hand, and let her use her tentacles to hit Keeman's shadow, and cut the shadow on the ground with the other hand. The scalpel was stuck in a strong block, and the woman also made a sound of pain, but she just didn't beg for mercy. She had the same temper as the half-tentacle, and was stubborn. Keeman cut several tentacles, and all the tentacles extending from it were cut off. The woman realized that something was wrong, and when Keeman cut the 4th tentacle, she immediately put away the other tentacles, and turned back into a human. Keeman cut down, and completely cut off the left and right tentacles of her lower body, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 225. If it is stuck to the flesh, cut off some of it. The woman didn't speak, and only cried when her flesh was in extreme pain. "You don't say anything?" She has a high level of ideological awareness, so we need to use more powerful interrogation tools. If it weren't for Keeman suppressing her, she might have already parasitized someone else's body. She's so strong. In the live broadcast room, a group of people were shocked by Keeman's ability. Many people don't understand Keeman's ability, and now they automatically imagine that Keeman has the ability to bounce back shadows. Besides, no one has personally tried to be parasitized by the tentacles of the shadow creature, so there is no intuitive judgment on the intensity of her attack, and no one knows how strong that attack is. After cutting the tentacles, Keeman used a scalpel to slowly cut the surface of the shadow, cutting out a thin layer of shadow coat. The woman was silent, and didn't resist until Keeman cut off a layer of shadow coat, then cut horizontally with the knife, cutting out another layer of shadow coat. She had a lot of shadow coats. He cut layer after layer. Keeman cut 10 layers before he cut off all her shadow coats. At this time, the woman was like she had no clothes, but for shadow creatures, the body was pure black, without any yellow. The woman didn't say anything. Keeman threw her into a corner, and stood against the wall with a group of tentacles. These were the tentacle shadows cut from her body. I didn't expect to cut so many. There are so many tentacles. They must be something that can split and regenerate. This woman is not simple. She is definitely a deacon-level figure, or a higher-level core member. The next step was the interrogation. The people in the interrogation room put down the lighting props, and kept the strongest light. Except for the woman, all the tentacles were burning in the light. If this intensity of illumination is not maintained, the powerful shadow is likely to break through the illuminated area. The investigators in the interrogation room understood the myth, and waited outside the room. In the live broadcast room, the signal was not interrupted, but according to the requirements of the whale branch, the technicians in the live broadcast room put up a pop-up window. The following scene is not suitable for children. Please watch with caution, or wait 6 minutes before entering to watch. Not suitable for children? Are there any children here? Aren't they all adults? Are there children in the internal live broadcast? Can the interrogation tool be used through the screen? If it can be used through the screen, I will come back in 6 minutes. The room manager said, Freedom Dance headscarf. The interrogator will become free, and the freedom effect cannot be seen through the screen. Watch with caution, not suitable for children. I didn't want to watch it, but now that you said that, I want to watch it. The number of live broadcasts in the live broadcast room dropped from more than 5,000 to more than 3,000 in an instant, and the remaining 2,000 people chose to stay and watch. They were very curious about what Freedom Dance was. Some viewers were insiders, and typed 666 on the public screen. Kman was still in the interrogation room. It was not that Keeman wanted to watch people dancing, but he was afraid that the woman would run away. This woman's shadow is stronger than any shadow Keeman has ever seen. It is so strong that we must be wary of her backhand. Deep Ping fiddled with a free dance scarf, untied his vest, and raised his eyebrows to Keeman. Would you like to dance together? No, I won't dance. Keeman waved his hand, and sat in front of Deep Ping with his back to Deep Ping. As long as he can't see Deep Ping, he won't dance. Deep Ping doesn't care. He puts on the scarf, and his eyes become strange. Wearing a pair of shorts, his body swings freely, and his body is as flexible as water. The speaker suddenly sounded a DJ song, and the human body changed the rhythm, swaying with the beat of the music, 100% in sync. Huh. The shadow of the woman in front snorted coldly, full of ridicule. During the live broadcast, the people who stayed to watch the video called her an expert, saying that her dance was too magical. Some people also noticed that the woman on the wall was indifferent, and had no desire to dance. Isn't this woman too cold? After all, she is a deacon. How could she reach that position without some extraordinary qualities? Maybe she is someone higher than the deacon level funny. Deep Ping danced freely and unrestrainedly, but the woman on the wall was also very powerful. She held on until 5 minutes, then her body moved slightly, and gradually wanted to dance. After Deep Ping finished dancing a song, the woman stopped again without saying a word. After Deep Ping finished dancing the free dance, he was also hit hard. He couldn't bring the concept of freedom to this deacon, and he seemed to have a regret in his heart. Do you want to dance again? Deep Ping said to the camera behind him. Accurate, said the director. When the number of people in the live broadcast room increased back to more than 5,000, the live broadcast room announced the dance plan again. Escape, escape, when can you notify me in the group? I'm a little curious. What kind of dance is it that can't attack her defense? I stay and watch it. The number of people in the live broadcast immediately jumped, but the second jump was not as much as the first jump, and the number of viewers remained at 30-15. The second round of dance started soon, and the free hot dance was performed in the camera, and the new audience was stunned. Such a powerful dance, how could it not fall? It must be an old sister, a 1,000-year-old witch, who is indifferent to this kind of dance. The woman's shadow hesitated for a long time, and finally danced slowly again, and her legs began to move. The tentacles were directly evaporated by the super strong light, and most of them were burned, but they also danced with the dance. Keeman has been sitting in the interrogation room, staring at the woman's shadow, trying to sense the information she carries. It's not that the dance of freedom is not possible, but the woman on the other side is very slow to warm up, but if time is long enough, her defense will still be lowered. Not everyone has such a strong mental resistance as Keeman, and the powerful shadow creature on the other side can't resist the power of freedom. Not long after, the woman's shadow became very free, and the tentacles next to her also evaporated and no longer survived in the world. Half an hour later, the interrogation was officially held. Deep Ping, who danced for half an hour, was exhausted and lay on the ground like a dog with its tongue sticking out, exhaling and drinking water. Keeman led the interrogation tool and put on headphones. There was an interrogation think tank in the headphones. Keeman could refer to the opinions of the interrogation team, or ask what he wanted to ask first, and then ask the questions the think tank wanted to ask. Your name. My name is Huajichi. It's a pity that you caught me. Otherwise, I could change to my body in Octopus City and have fun with you. The woman's voice was very happy, with a pleasant tone. Where are you from? Leha City, Crocodile Island. Don't be so cold. Age. I'm 69 years old this year. Huajichi chuckled. Very old, but this also means that the history of the Shadow Organization is relatively deep, at least several decades of history. Are you a deacon? Keeman asked with a deep breath. Yes. It was indeed a deacon. Keeman rubbed his head. How many deacon-level shadows like you are there? I don't know about this. Even a deacon would not know all the information of his own organization. Deacon Ho laughed. Let me ask you a question. Why did you legally self-destruct? Was this your plan? Oh, I originally just wanted to divert your attention and let the Frog Society stand out to attract firepower so that my people could safely get into the Whale City Education Department to do their work. Unfortunately, I was caught before I could finish this move. Deacon Hua sighed. Chapter 226. Deacon Hua spoke very briskly, which was influenced by the free dance. If there was no free dance, Keeman estimated that she would be a cold person to the core and would never talk nonsense. Deacon Hua had something to say, and she slowly said what she thought and knew. First, it was Shadow Stream's new plan for Whale City, because Shadow Stream saw that Koi Island had established a special affairs university, and also saw that Whale City had obtained a quota for a branch campus. Deacon Hua received an order to turn the work of the Explosive Investigation Bureau into a more covert and long-term underground work education work. First, infiltrate the Ministry of Education, and then find an opportunity to infiltrate the Whale City Special University. 2 Shadow Stream members also moved into the local Ministry of Education in Octopus City. These places are not special affairs investigation bureaus, and there is no so-called barrier, which is difficult to check. As long as you are careful at ordinary times, you will basically not be discovered. When the boss heard that someone from the Ministry of Education had been infiltrated by the Shadow Organization, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and urged Keeman, "Quick, ask her who is in the Ministry of Education and give us a list. I only know the list of people in a dozen cities around me, and some lists in Crocodile Island. I don't know about other cities that are not under my jurisdiction," Deacon Hua said. Keeman asked one by one, and told all the lists of people that Deacon Hua mentioned. This is an unprecedented big fish. Deacon Hua knows too many people, a total of 196 people, some of whom are local contacts and some are mentors. But the names of most minor-level shadows are still her blind spot. The Shadow Organization has strict restrictions on intelligence. What information is known at what level, those minor-level figures can be informed by the contact person. The Deacon does not need to know too much, just know the contacts and mentors in his city. Deacon Hua has lived a long life, has been to many cities, and knows many people, but in Koi Island, she only knows 196 people. The Investigation Bureau immediately issued the most stringent hunting plan for these 196 people, and must hunt them down with thunder and lightning, and must not let out any rumors before arresting them, and must ensure the concealment of information. You can think of attacking the Ministry of Education. After counting the number of people, Keeman checked the number of people with the other party again. After checking, he felt that there was no big error in synesthesia, so he started to ask the next topic. What is the meaning of the sacrifice you made in Whale City? Will the Lord of Shadow really accept the sacrifice? The woman seemed to have thought of something. A panic emotion emanated from the woman, and the free and cheerful mood slowly decreased. Keeman realized that the other party was not in a good state, and immediately reached out to hold the other party's body, threw her into the stone, let her calm down for 3 seconds, and then took her out of the stone. The panic emotion still did not stop. No, I didn't betray the organization. The woman made a panicked voice. No one was threatening her here, but the fear emanating from the woman was genuine, as if a terrifying thing was strangling her neck in front of her and telling her to die. After waiting for 2 seconds, Keeman wanted to wait and see if things would get better, but the other party's mood took a sharp turn for the worse. There was no free and cheerful mood at all, only fear, and the shadow was trembling to the point of extreme vibration, vaguely looking like tentacles. Keeman reached out and pulled the person back to the stone, letting her mind still. What's wrong, Keeman? The people in the think tank did not have telepathy, so they didn't know what Keeman was thinking. They just felt that something seemed to have happened, but they didn't know what had happened. There is a problem. Just now, I mentioned sacrifice and the Lord of Shadows. She has withdrawn from the state of freedom, and is now very scared. Keeman stood up and walked back and forth to keep his senses open. Then let Deep Ping jump again? It is highly unlikely to work. Now the fear has completely suppressed her. It is difficult to enjoy freedom in this state, Keeman said. Even if it is freedom, it depends on the basic law. If there is something like an evil god behind it, who would still expect freedom? This is the result of Keeman's intuition. After waiting for 10 minutes, Keeman took her out again. The shadow-like body was like a dynamite barrel that had been accumulated for 10 minutes. With a swish, the body changed drastically and stretched out dozens of tentacles. It was completely inhuman. The strange appearance made an incomprehensible sound. It was not the language of the blue star. Although it was clearly incomprehensible, it heard an extremely evil meaning from its language, which made people feel uncomfortable instinctively. The staff of the General Administration, who were watching the live broadcast, felt the evil power, which penetrated the screen through the power of language and came to kill them. Their expressions changed immediately, and they turned off the live broadcast room. By the way, Keeman's live broadcast room uses delayed broadcast, which is about half a minute delayed, in order to ensure that the evil power can be blocked in advance when it penetrates the screen. The live broadcast room has been closed. The live broadcast room was shut down, and a large number of question marks appeared on the screen. What happened? The live broadcast room uses delayed broadcast. The monitoring room of the whale branch and the monitoring room of the general administration, including the investigators watching on site, please go to the Holy Light Chamber for purification and baptism immediately. The bulletin of announcement slid past, and the live broadcast audience finally knew what happened. You started to self-destruct after asking about the key things? It should be the mental pollution on the language side. The live broadcast is gone. In the monitoring room, everyone who watched the interrogation on the spot was notified by phone. People in the bureau can go directly to the Holy Light room. When Director Wu saw the live broadcast room was shut down immediately, he took the initiative to go to the Holy Light room for baptism. How is Keeman? Asked. The people in the monitoring room asked. Keeman is fine now. The secretary also has headphones in his headphones, which are directly connected to the monitoring. It's okay, but it doesn't feel safe. Tell Keeman to put the person back into the stone and let her be quiet. Wait for us to deal with this mental pollution first. Director Wu said with a gloomy face. Mental pollution is terrible, but it can still be cleaned as long as it is not exposed for a long time. And after a round of purification after infection, it will enhance the resistance of humans' own mental level, and have a slight resistance to the same kind of pollution. This round of major pollution will last less than 3 seconds at most, which is still within the controllable range. The director entered the Holy Light room, and immediately felt a burst of tingling on his body, and layers of black gas emerged. On the other side, Keeman grabbed the shadow with his hand, as if he was grabbing a soft and very evil thing. She was no longer a human thing, but a thing called a monster, with a confused consciousness and evil thoughts. Putting the person back into the stone grew a shadow with multiple split tentacles. The stone was originally an ordinary stone, but at this moment the stone changed, and the surface became smoother, like a mirror, reflecting the image of a monster with multiple tentacles. Chapter 227. The change of the stone made Keeman keenly aware that the stone was no longer ordinary, but a special infected object. Looking at the stone, Keeman had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. The reflection on the surface of the stone was a true portrayal of Deacon Wu's heart. Her heart was no longer a human, but a complete monster. The person is gone. Keeman touched the stone. There was no stone touch, but a slippery and fleshy touch, a little prickly. The power of resistance surged in the body to resist this kind of direct contact attack. Resistance plus 0.1. Keeman let go. Since the resistance increased, it has been a long time since the resistance point was refreshed, because many things were directly crushed or rebounded, and there was no room for increase. Is Amon still here? What's the situation now? It's okay. I've stuffed the person back into the stone. There's no sound. But the stone has become a special item. It's a little weird. I want to use a cat to identify it. Okay, there's only one surveillance camera in the side room. You can ask Tang Yuan to cover it. Yes. Kamong took the stone to the side room. There was only a surveillance camera in the corner. Tang Yuan walked to the corner and transformed. He stared at the camera with his huge golden dog head and locked the camera. The secret room was an undecorated rough room with no furniture. The wires and network cables were clearly visible. There was a long table and 2 chairs in the middle. Kamong put the stone on the ground, took a big-faced cat photo, and stared at it for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. Out of control shadow creature. The shadow creature has gone out of control, is full of unknown information, and has unknown influences. There are 2 strange knowledge in total. The other strange knowledge is parasitized stone. Being parasitized by out-of-control shadow creatures, it seems to be affected by unknown abilities. The above is the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat. Unknown words are used twice in a row, which involves the knowledge blind spot of the big-faced cat, and cannot give an accurate answer. Kamong put the big-faced cat back into the storage scarf. This is the first time he encountered such a self-destructive situation. Kamong reported the strange knowledge he had just obtained to the investigation bureau, and asked them what they thought. The people in the think tank were soaking in the holy light pool, gritting their teeth. That was the pain caused by the black gas evaporating from the body. Out of control? Unknown influence? It should be something like the devil's contract. Those who violated the contract suffered backlash and turned into evil things. After discussing, the think tank people tended to backlash after violating the contract and turned into monsters. Kamong was thoughtful and said something that made sense. When Deaconhood changed, she said, "I didn't betray the organization, but that kind of loyalty could not stop her from continuing to change." She still changed. Especially when Keeman took her out of the stone 10 minutes later, it was like an explosive with infinite pressure, which exploded at a touch, and the explosive mutation was completed in an instant. It is difficult to judge the contractual backlash like this. Some people use the way of changing their worldview to avoid the backlash, thinking that they have not betrayed the contract. Maybe Keeman mentioned something that caused her worldview to loosen, and then backlash? The think tank further analyzed. In short, the person is gone. Keeman returned to the main hall of the interrogation room and said to the microphone of the headset, "I want to try it with a scalpel." "Okay." The people in the monitoring room temporarily turned off the monitoring and only watched the screen. The live broadcast room was closed, but the surveillance camera would not stop and was still filming. The glutinous rice balls rolled to the center of a pile of surveillance cameras. In confusion, "Why are there so many cameras here?" Keeman pulled out the shadow of the shadow stone and put it on the ground. The multi-tentacle monster swelled again. It was completely unlike a human. It had become an indescribable mass of flesh, covered with tentacles. It stretched out its tentacles and attacked Keeman's shadow. Keeman felt a faint sense of crisis. The previous attack launched by Deaconhood did not make him feel a sense of crisis. This time was unusual. Its shadow tentacles seemed to be stained with some terrible power that could erode people's spirits and change people's thoughts. Keeman stretched out his hand and pressed it. His right hand stabbed the shadow with a knife, as if stabbing into a mass of flesh. Black juice splashed out of the shadow. Keeman quickly stepped back and scooped up the huge shadow in his palm and held it tightly. A palm is only this big, but its shadow is much larger than the palm. In this case, Keeman's palm had a strong burning sensation, as if it was about to burn. Resistance plus 0.1. Resistance plus 0.1. Resistance plus 0.1. Resistance points are refreshed rapidly, resisting wave after wave, with very short intervals. Keeman took out the scientific kerosene lamp and held the handle of the kerosene lamp. This is a lamp that can temporarily seal unscientific items. After holding the kerosene lamp, Keeman threw away the shadow. The extremely unscientific shadow was not stopped and was still moving. The scope of the kerosene lamp seal is items, and the shadow creatures are no longer in the category of items, but in the category of living things. There is no other way. Keeman can only throw it back into the stone. Only the stone can make it stop thinking and temporarily become a thing that cannot think. Because Keeman threw it back into the stone, the shadow creature became the shadow of an object again. Under the illumination of the scientific kerosene lamp, the smooth reflection surface of the stone suddenly became less smooth, and the inner reflection of the multiple tentacles no longer appeared. The shadow under the stone no longer exuded a chaotic temperament, but the appearance of the shadow did not match the stone at all. The stone was sealed, but what about after the seal was unsealed? The lamp was brought to the side room, and the door was closed. Without the illumination of the light, the shadow under the stone immediately split back into the shape of a tentacle monster, and the surface of the stone gradually became smooth. Well, it returned to its original state. After a while, the director came back. After comprehensive judgment, it was decided to seal it and stop interrogating it. It has become a chaotic monster, and it is useless to interrogate it. Moreover, the list of 196 second-rate people she revealed is enough to keep the investigation bureau busy for a long time. Keeman also joined the capture team and followed the investigators to capture the shadow members lurking in Whale City. Teacher Leong dragged his suitcase into the teacher's dormitory of a high school in Whale City. The sky in Whale City is blue and pure, and the air quality is much better than that of Octopus. I don't know if it's an illusion. Teacher Leong, your job is being handed over. We have arranged for you to be the tutor of the senior year graduation class. It's all right. I have no problem. Teacher Leong smiled. Okay, then you can take a rest. The first class tomorrow morning is your class. After the teacher in charge of notification finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Teacher Leong hung up the phone, stretched his waist, and trotted on the playground. Ever since he watched Ding Ding's video last time, he felt that this trip was risky. But after arriving in Whale City, this comfortable weather, and the humble and friendly appearance of colleagues did not seem to be going wrong. Chapter 228. The teacher in white clothes in front is Leong Yongxuan, the contact person in the new Whale City area. He is actually 35 years old, and has changed 3 people's bodies. This is his 4th body. Kamong was walking on the road, talking and laughing with a girl. The voice of the investigation bureau came from the headset. It was just after 5 o'clock. Teacher Liang was jogging on the playground. He was in a very happy mood and felt very comfortable. Chin Momo was wearing the school uniform, with a black pleated skirt fluttering, and her round thighs were tightly wrapped in white stockings. She had no absolute domain, but was better than the absolute domain. Brother Amon, can high school students apply for the Special Affairs University? I don't know about this either. Keeman shook his head. Kamong didn't look at Teacher Liang, but only glanced at him with his peripheral vision. Seeing Teacher Liang approaching immediately, Keeman raised his hand slightly, ready to catch his shadow. Teacher Liang saw a pair of talented and beautiful male and female students, and couldn't help but sigh that campus youth is really good. It was also at this time that Teacher Liang's own spirituality issued a strong warning. There was no other reason, just that he suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis, as if something was ready to lock onto him. As a regional contact person, Mr. Liang reacted quickly. He stopped immediately, and quickly determined what crisis was around him. The track was full of students from the school. It was evening now, and the students did not live on campus. They would go home at night. Only students who loved sports were exercising on the track. The closest to Mr. Liang were Kaming and Chin Momo, but neither of them paid attention to him. It should not be a student, but for the sake of safety, he changed his position first. Liang Yangxuan quickly left his original position and ran in a direction where there was no one, and secretly reflected that he had only been in school for less than an hour. Where did the sense of crisis come from? Behind him, Kaming saw Liang Yangxuan suddenly change his position, and knew that the matter was exposed, so he immediately patted his scarf. A girl with crystal skin and a black slim suit appeared on the playground. She was not standing, but squatting as soon as she landed. She slowly opened her crystal eyes. The sunset shone in her eyes, and the translucent crystal skin vaguely reflected the beautiful sunset color. Huh? Chin Momo on the side was confused for a moment, but soon realized that it was not an accidental encounter, but that the other person was on official business. It was also in this second that Teacher Liang, who had escaped in advance, felt a strong sense of crisis coming from behind, and looked back, just in time to see the scene of the crystal girl opening her eyes. The two of them met their eyes, and after confirming their eyes, they were extremely dangerous. Liang Yangxuan's heart was about to jump out. Who was this person? He actually gave him such a terrible crisis warning, as if his body could not withstand the power of the other party's slap. Crystal Girl kicked her legs and her body was as fast as an arrow. She was running, but it seemed like she was flying. There was even a cone-shaped cloud of white mist attached to Crystal's body, and there was a noise, like an instant explosion. She didn't give her opponent any chance to operate. The distance of hundreds of meters was like 1 meter. She flew to her opponent in one stride. Her fist suddenly hovered 1 centimeter in front of her eyes, and did not fall. The white sonic boom cloud attached to the fist was forced to stop, and the sonic boom cloud exploded, forming multiple shock waves, which instantly knocked Dr. Liang away. His body was thrown away, and every part of the front of his body was like being hit by an invisible train. The huge pain exceeded the upper limit he could accept, and he fainted in midair. Crystal moved again, arriving at the opponent's landing point in advance as if teleporting, but there was another sonic boom cloud on her body. As she stopped the operation forcibly, the sonic boom cloud exploded again, forming another shock wave, sweeping the person in midair again. Stop! Keeman's voice came from a distance, and Keeman was walking quickly. Crystal stopped, and then she realized that her strength was not at the same level as before. She almost slapped the person to death in the air. This kind of power. Crystal clenched her fists. It was simply earth-shaking, so strong that it was unreasonable. However, this way of moving was not comfortable. The force was mutual. It was itchy when flying, and once she stopped, the strong recoil made her feel like she was hit by a train. Keeman walked over quickly, and the plainclothes investigator disguised as a student on campus also ran over. This movement was really big, but it was still within an acceptable range because there were no casualties. Chin Momo stayed where she was. Before Crystal started running, Keeman suddenly stepped forward and blocked the shock wave. Then she was asked by Keeman to stay where she was and not get close. She knew she had no strength, so she could only stay on the ground and watch from afar. Oh my god, these footprints. Chin Momo looked down at the place where Crystal started running in a squatting position. There were 2 very deep footprints on the track, which were at least more than 10 centimeters deep. She believed that the leg strength of this kick could break the steel plate. A few seconds later, Keeman grabbed the shadow of Teacher Liang and found that the original shadow could no longer be split. The original owner had been completely eroded by the other party. With a gloomy face, he handed the person to the investigator, who ran over to connect, put him in the seal, and then left quickly. The logistics staff of the investigation bureau came over to talk to the ordinary students on the playground and give them psychological counseling. The incident of this day was not widely spread, and the public opinion had not yet spread, but the investigation bureau staff began to suppress it from the source. Back in the bureau, Director Lei looked at the crystal bodyguard from top to bottom, and the surprise on his face could not be hidden. He knew the strength of the crystal bodyguard before, and it was impossible for him to be so outrageous that he almost killed someone from a distance. Now Teacher Liang is not dead, but he is also in a state of physical disability, and many organs in his body have been strongly impacted, causing internal bleeding. Your bodyguard? Is he taking drugs? He's so strong? Director Lei gently poked Kuming's elbow and half-jokingly said, "Do you have similar drugs? Give me a box too. I'm in need of such a bodyguard now. A humanoid supersonic machine is very powerful. I don't have this for now." Kuming spread his hands. "If I have it in the future, I give you a box." "Well, I write it down in my notebook, don't forget it." Director Lei smiled. Not long after, Teacher Liang's shadow was pulled out by Kuming to conduct interrogation work, and a group of minor-level figures and new members were dug out. Because he went to bed late last night and slept all day, Kuming had not rested yet, and accompanied the investigators to capture several members who might be dangerous. Shui Jing did not participate in the operation again, but was re-evaluated at the Investigation Bureau and trained her mastery under the guidance of professionals. If the powerful force cannot be controlled, it will. Something will happen soon. Shui Jing worked hard to train until Kuming returned to the bureau in the middle of the night. She had basically mastered the condition of her body, and would not appear in the situation of starting at supersonic speed again. After get off work, I went home with Kuming to rest. On the way, Kuming looked at Tang Yuan, Crystal Girl and White Sugar in the back seat, and said to Crystal, "By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. What name do you want?" Chapter 229. I listened to my master. Crystal had no objection. "Ah, here we go again, listen to him. Keeman is a bad namer, and when he is asked to come up with a name, the names he comes up with are not so friendly. For example, Crystal herself has always been called Crystal, which sounds fine, but Keeman thinks it is not good enough. It is still a little lacking in taste. Look at the names of other pets. The dog is called Tang Yuan, and the sand sculpture pet is called White Sugar. The sand saltworm has no sense of existence, so it is not named. As the main bodyguard in the future, Crystal must be given a decent name." Keeman was a little troubled, so he chose to leave it to netizens. "Use the video account to post a dynamic. I am going to give Crystal a nice name. Do you have any good suggestions?" Now Keeman's account has tens of millions of fans, and the number of fans increases every day, and has become a number. Keeman is not sensitive to numbers, but in just half an hour, the number of replies to the post exceeded 1,000, and almost 1,500 people replied. As usual, after taking a shower, Kuming took out his phone to read the comments of netizens who stayed up late. Lu Yun Songyi, bling bling, how about calling it bling? Bling bling? The picture is there, sparkling crystal, bling bling, but Kuming decided not to use it. A good pig is not afraid of no one wanting it. Dumplings and glutinous rice balls, White Sugar are a perfect match. Both can be put into the pot and stewed. Brother, you are really amazing. Those who see through the world die, Crystal Sugar. The style is similar to White Sugar, so Kuming chose not to use it to prevent confusion. Raise the banner of Gongyuan, Shirley, Rock Sugar and Snow Pear. It feels good, Kuming nodded secretly, and swiped the screen. If there is no more satisfactory name, Shirley is a good name. Dajianji 1, let's call you Jingzi. This name is simply devilish. I can't look at it directly. I always feel that the other party is driving. Silk of Death, pudding? Jelly? Hard candy? They are all transparent and delicious. Pudding is good, but the femininity is not strong enough. Now Crystal Girl looks like a girl. Keeman looked at Crystal. At this time, she turned back into a crystal stone, standing motionless in the room. There was a small pistol inside the crystal stone. After flipping a few rounds, Keeman finally made a decision. Let's call you Shirley, how about it? Shirley in the crystal stone state replied in seconds. Master, I have no objection. Tang Yuan made a barking sound. The master did not use his name, and was sad. What name did you give it again? Keeman said speechlessly. Woof. Translated into dog language, It is 3 words. Crystal ball. The sand sculpture next to him cried, and the sand sculpture language translated into, where does it look like a ball? Tang Yuan fell into confusion. Yes, where does it look like a ball? After naming, Keeman took out his notebook and sorted out the knowledge points he encountered today. First, Crystal became stronger and became a supersonic body. Theoretically, Crystal should be level 100. If she has this kind of strength at level 100, what is the level of 999 in the game? She won't catch a nuclear bomb with her bare hands, right? That would be too beautiful, and Keeman couldn't imagine it. If she really did that, Keeman felt that she could use their corpses as super materials, and it would not be a problem to use them as the wall materials of nuclear reactors, which would in turn promote the technological upgrade of Blue Star. Keeman was also a little jealous of the high-tech on Orange Star. Although he couldn't understand it, the technology was there. He could always steal the structural model by peeping into the dream. As for the knowledge of other people's scientific theories, it's too difficult for him. If it's just some formulas, it's okay. Keeman doesn't understand the language of the Orange Star, but he has dreamed about it so many times that he almost understands it. Keeman wrote this idea in his notebook. The notebook still exudes the atmosphere of a forbidden spell, but the content inside is not a spell, but some personal guesses and interesting records. It's late at night, but Keeman hasn't slept yet. He's used to sleeping in the middle of the night, so what if he stays up a little later? It's 4 o'clock in the middle of the night now, and it will be 6 o'clock in 2 hours. By the way, are these people all immortal cultivation forces? They don't sleep one by one, and they reply more than 1,000 times at night. Keeman posted another dynamic, and posted a beautiful photo of Shirley. The name is chosen, let's call it Shirley. By the way, are you devils, 1,500 immortal cultivators? Immortal cultivators are also called those who stay up late. Netizens stay up late to become immortals. As soon as Keeman's comment was posted, it immediately attracted a large number of fans to reply. Up master, you are cultivating immortals yourself, and you are still talking about us. Where are you cultivating immortals? Take us with you. Kaming chatted with fans in the comments for a while, and time passed unknowingly. Looking at the time again, it was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was vaguely blue. Kaming felt that he had only been idle for a few minutes, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. After turning off his phone, Kaming was about to go to bed, but suddenly remembered that Mi Jingyun in the Tragic Script book had not yet been born. The Tragic Script Human Skin book can only be imprisoned for 24 hours at most. The human figure stone itself will not move. What body will unfold the plot after entering the script? Thinking of this, Keeman couldn't fall asleep again. Yesterday he stayed up late to sleep, so it didn't matter if he stayed up a little longer now. Keeman took out the book of Tragic Script, touched the cover of the Human Skin book, opened the book, and saw some strange words. They were the words of the cat-faced mountain village. Unable to understand what the words were, Keeman turned to page 20. After that, it was a blank page, and he could write a new script. Considering the characteristics of the Tragic Script, some of the experiences in the script may have really happened in a corner, so he must be careful when writing. Waiting for the time for the human figure stone to come out, Keeman turned back to page 10 and looked at the flowing fish in the book again. The flowing fish was circling a word, and just when Keeman looked at it, the flowing fish opened its small mouth and bit a corner of a symbolic word. Ah, this. It bit off a corner of the word. Will there be an abnormal accident in the script inside? This flowing fish is a shadow creature, but it is not from Blue Star, but a product of the virtual game world. From a subjective feeling, Keeman did not feel the long-accumulated thick feeling of the shadow deacon from Liu. Liu is very slippery, giving people a feeling of spirituality, without the extreme emotions of the shadow members, who are disappointed with the whole society. Pure shadow creature, this is the inspiration that flashed in Keeman's mind. Reaching out and grabbing, he pulled Liu out of the Tragic Script. Liu wanted to escape, but the fish tail was clamped by Keeman's 2 fingers, and he couldn't escape. You guys have eaten a lot of words. Keeman didn't know how many years the other party had lived in the book, so he quickly turned the book to check. From the first page to the 20th page, there are really a lot of incomplete words on the first to 10th pages, either missing an edge or a corner, and some places are directly empty, leaving only a little bit of uneaten scraps. This script is already incomplete. Keeman was speechless about this incomplete script world. What will happen when Mi Jingyun enters it? Chapter 230. The drifting fish was completely unaware. Its head kept shaking in Keeman's palm, but its tail was held by Keeman's 2 fingers, so it couldn't run away. It couldn't speak, and its aura was very pure, making it a rare shadow creature. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to catch an ant, and Tang Yuan quickly rolled around in the wild and caught the ant. Keeman first took out the ant's shadow, then with a flick of his right hand, he put the drifting fish shadow into the ant's body. The next moment, the ant had the shadow of the fish. The ant moved its antennae, and its 4 legs moved randomly, like a garbled machine, unable to use the ant's body. Keeman observed for a full hour and found that the drifting fish really couldn't control the ant's body, so he could only replace it with a new body. Last time, in order to raise fish, a large pond was built, and seaweed that fish creatures love to eat was raised, and a batch of edible fish species were also raised by the way. The fish were taken care of by professional chefs. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to catch an edible fish. White Sugar was trembling beside him, and he didn't call him. If it was useless, would the evil god put it into the pot as a seasoning? White Sugar's little head was frantically thinking about all those things. Maybe Sha Diao's brain was so abnormal, his thinking was jumpy, and he was stubborn, afraid of being put into the pot and stewed. Tang Yuan brought the edible fish over, and Keeman sat in his scarf and took out the fish tank. This fish tank used to raise high-level fish, but now all the high-level fish have been eaten, and no more fish are raised in it. Fill it with water, reach out to remove the shadow of the edible fish, and then stuff the shadow of the flowing fish into the shadow of the edible fish. This is the sweet-scented osmanthus fish. Its fish meat melts in the mouth, but it is difficult to raise, and needs to be bred in flowing water. Keeman's fish tank is just a pure fish tank, so he can use it for the time being, mainly for testing. After the Liu Yu possessed him, the yellow sweet-scented osmanthus fish immediately swam around in the fish tank, very quickly, with eyes full of agility. Keeman tried to communicate with it, but how can people and fish communicate? This is a problem. Keeman stared at the fish tank for more than 10 minutes, speechless for a long time, and failed to feel anything useful. After all, the Liu Yu is just a fish, and it is difficult to expect it to communicate with Keeman like a human. At this time, Keeman patted the storage scarf again, and moved out Wen Yushan, a new member of the Shadow Stream. After more than 10 minutes, Wen Yushan regained consciousness, and Keeman asked her, "What do you think of this fish?" Wen Yushan was not stuffed into the ants, but placed on the floor. Since knowing that the Shadow Stream members can speak in the unhosted state, it is no longer important whether they are put into the ants. Keeman's shadow-grabbing hand holds them tightly. At that time, Keeman had no interrogation tools. Their mouths were on their bodies, so they could not get any information from them. It was normal for them to speak without a host. When Yushan looked at the fish tank in the distance from his own perspective, and saw a sweet-scented osmanthus fish with an unusual shadow. It's a shadow creature, but it feels not the same kind. When Yushan was not sure, but the fish gave her a feeling of a different path. It was as if everyone was of the same race, but she could clearly feel that the other party's ideological awareness was not on the same channel as hers. It's like one type of people likes to struggle, and another type of people likes to be lazy. They are both the same kind, and not the same kind. This is the situation we are talking about now. Do you feel that you are more advanced, or it is more advanced? Keeman asked further. I don't know, I'm just a newcomer. When Yushan was aggrieved. She was really just a newcomer, and didn't know much about shadow things. Keeman tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically. It was a pity that he didn't have any interrogation items on him. Otherwise, he could borrow an interrogation item from the investigation bureau or exchange an item with contribution points. Keeman looked at the fish swimming around in the fish tank. It was very active and never stopped. Looking at the happy appearance of the fish, he thought of the scene of big fish eating small fish and the survival of the fittest. By the way, can shadow creatures eat each other, such as your mentor eating your shadow? Keeman asked. Some things can only be asked when you think of them. I didn't think of them before, but it's not too late to think of them now. When Yushan hesitated and said, it shouldn't be possible. Why not? Haven't you tried it? No. When Yushan quickly denied it, and was sweating profusely in his heart. What does this humanoid demon want to do? Does he want her and the mentor to kill each other? When Yushan couldn't believe it, but if this is the only way to survive, maybe he can really do it. I haven't tried it. If you haven't tried it, you have no right to speak. A few minutes later, Kuming hummed and threw her back into the stone, and then threw her back into the storage scarf. Kuming kept cultivating until more than 10 o'clock in the morning, and he felt okay. At this time, the human skin book of the tragic script finally glowed, and a human figure stone jumped out from the crack of the book, and the tragic script closed automatically. After the human figure stone came out, Kuming took it out immediately. There is no need to put it in the ants, just put it on the floor, and if you dare to run, you can get it back, without panic. After waiting for a few seconds, Mi Jingyan quickly regained her state this time, knowing what Kuming wanted to ask, and said directly, "There is no place like a maze official there. I am a lost person in the maze official, and there are people chasing me behind me." Keeman was surprised to hear this. "You are not a stone in the tragic script?" "No, I am a lost adventurer in it," Mi Jingyan Shadow said. "Then can you change your body, use your shadow to change your body?" Keeman asked. "No." Mi Jingyan shook his head. Kuming nodded. It can be seen that the tragic script has a very high control over the participants. Even if the shadow creatures enter, there is no exception, they must take the role of a human. What if the drifting fish is thrown into the script? Its fish body will also become a human that feels quite suspenseful. It can't even control ants, let alone control human bodies. By the way, among you shadow creatures, is there a rule that the big fish eat the small fish? Keeman asked Mi Jingyan. What do you mean? Mi Jingyan became alert. Is this humanoid demon finally going to show the demonic side? Just asking you, why are you so nervous? Kuming really just asked casually. He was not interested in letting Mi Jingyan eat her apprentice. It should not be edible, but I haven't tried it. Mi Jingyan was silent for a few seconds before slowly replying. Obviously, even she was not sure about this, but Mi Jingyan gave a vague answer based on her own feelings. She was afraid that Kuming had gone crazy and ordered her to eat her apprentice. If he really ordered her to do so, Mi Jingyan would have to grit her teeth and eat her apprentice. After all, only by living can she survive to the end. Kuming sat on the chair, quietly feeling the emotions exuded by Mi Jingyan, and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Mi Jingyan said nervously. Nothing, it's just that you two, master and apprentice, really are birds of a feather. Kuming chuckled. Chapter 231. In the end, they didn't let the two eat each other, because Keeman didn't want to know the result. If there is such a rule of shadow eating shadow, it will probably become more chaotic. After all, shadows are very similar to souls. If souls eat too much, won't their consciousness be confused? It's not appropriate to let the flowing fish eat them. Now the flowing fish is not in the same group as them, and there is no need to let the pure flowing fish be contaminated with evil thoughts. By the way, do you feel that you are more advanced, or is it more advanced than you? Kumong showed the flowing fish to Mi Jingyan, who was at the mentor level, to watch. Mi Jingyan exclaimed, "Why is this fish so weird?" "What's weird?" "I think you are weird, it's the pure one," Keeman said strangely. Mi Jingyan was powerless to refute. In her worldview, of course she felt that the flowing fish was weird. "I don't know about this fish either. I haven't seen the shadow creature of fish," Mi Jingyan said frankly. Her knowledge was limited, and she didn't know about this fish. "But if we just talk about feelings, I seem to be lower than it." Mi Jingyan silently felt with her own spirituality. "I see." Keeman took Mi Jingyan back into the stone, and then put him into the storage scarf for retreat. As for the shadow of the flowing fish, Keeman casually pulled out a piece of ordinary paper, wrote a few ancient poems, and then pulled out the flowing fish and threw it on the paper. The flowing fish rolled into the book, circled around the poems twice, and immediately opened its mouth to swallow a word. It swallowed the first one, and then the second one. One mouthful after another. After 20 seconds, all the words including punctuation marks were swallowed by it, and then it slipped out of the paper, slipping very fast, almost swimming 5 or 6 meters per second. Keeman called Shirley, and Shirley immediately changed into a female form, then dodged and hugged Keeman's waist, and quickly chased after him. The fish was not as fast as Shirley, and soon caught up with the fish. Keeman reached out, and grabbed the fish in his hand. This slippery fish could not be trapped by ordinary paper. Keeman controlled the computer to print a random text, about 300 or 400 words. Then he threw the fish into the paper, and the fish turned around again, but this time it took a lot of time, and it took 6 minutes to complete a round. Then it was the word-eating stage again. The fish swallowed all the words from beginning to end, and the speed was also about 6 minutes. After eating the words, it ran out of the paper immediately, but Keeman reached out and grabbed it in advance, and caught the fish back in his hand. This fish was not like this when it was trapped on the tragic script. Keeman reflected on it, and found that the difference between the two was that the materials of the paper were different, and ordinary paper did not contain extraordinary power, so it could not trap the fish. Ordinary paper can't trap it. What about special paper? Keeman called the investigation bureau and exchanged his contribution points for a stack of special paper. "Director, do you have a lot of special paper in the bureau, the kind used by printers?" "Not a lot. Limited to each person, I can only exchange 10 sheets temporarily. People with low authority cannot exchange, but you are different. You can exchange 1,000 sheets. The director said. Then exchange 10 sheets. I use them for testing. When Kumeng heard that the director limited the exchange to 10 sheets, he didn't have to ask for too much, so as not to make things difficult for the investigation bureau. If the quantity was not tight, why would even the director be so restricted? The director said, Do you need it urgently? If you need it urgently, I get a few sheets from the bureau first. If not, wait for the toad from the general administration to send it to you by express. Toad. That's fine, then use the toad to express it. Kumeng remembered the big toad last time, who spit out a ball of phlegm, which left a deep impression on him. If the sputum had not evaporated quickly, Keeman would not have wanted to receive the express. He stuffed the fish into a small stone, waited for a while, confirmed that the fish would not slip away, and then put it into the storage scarf. Keeman did not plan to sleep at this moment, because he was curious about the environment in the tragic script. Mi Jingyun also said that the script maze was not perfect, and there were many places without walls. She just jumped out of the maze, and avoided the monsters in the maze until the survival time was over. How about taking a look at the script designed by the cat-faced man? Keeman was not sleepy enough at this time, and his resistance was too high, so even feeling sleepy became a problem. Whether to sleep or not depends on Keeman's thoughts. Keeman asked Crystal to watch the house, and he would go and come back. He opened the script, a flash of light passed, and Keeman was sucked into the script. Opening his eyes, Keeman saw the dead sky, which was dark. Broken walls stood in front of him, and 3 walls blocked the way, leaving only one way, Ghost Maze. Background. The builders of this maze have been buried with it. Adventurers who enter here will be hunted down by ghosts. Survive for 24 hours, or find the exit of the maze to get out. It was also the moment he entered this space that Keeman vaguely gained strange knowledge, and knew the survival rules of the Ghost Maze. This way of gaining knowledge is very similar to the strange knowledge of the big-faced cat. Both of them suddenly popped up strange knowledge in their minds, without any sense of disobedience. Keeman looked at his body. This was not his body. The scarf was not around his neck. Those things were not there. Didn't you bring the items with you? Keeman walked into the maze. After a few steps, he saw an empty wall on the side, and there was nothing inside. Is this the missing part? Kumeng stood in the gap of the wall, and could see the blank world outside the wall. Stay still and feel it. There should have been a wall here, but now it is gone. At this time, Keeman felt a cold breath coming from behind him. Looking back, a gray-black cat-faced ghost appeared in the corner. The cat-faced person has a cat's face, but the body is human. She has no feet, and her lower body is floating in the air, 30 centimeters above the ground. The moment she saw Keeman, she screamed and flew over, but her flying speed was about the same as that of a normal person running, so there was room for maneuver. The scream stimulated Keeman's body, which should have had a deterrent effect, but a force emerged from Keeman's body, eliminating all the deterrent effects. Kumeng was slightly happy, and he calmed down immediately, not panicking at all. The cat-faced ghost flew to Keeman, and was about to bite Keeman's neck, but saw Keeman rise to the challenge and kick her in the stomach. This person is not afraid? Although the ghost was confused, it did not change its forward posture and bumped into Keeman's feet. Bang! The ghost was kicked away, not far away, but was indeed repelled. The ghost did not believe in evil, and the scream became louder, and its mouth was split open, and its appearance was extremely terrifying. She instantly accelerated, pounced on Keeman, and bit his neck. However, Keeman's neck was as hard as steel, without any signs of skin being broken, and even the soul itself did not show any fear. Kumeng was not afraid of her at all, and knocked her to the ground. The ghost was confused, and was caught by Keeman, pushed and pulled to the empty wall, and flew to the world outside the wall. Chapter 232. It is true that outside the maze, as Mi Jingyun said, you cannot die outside the maze. Keeman's spirit did not issue a warning. Using the ghost as a shield was just Keeman's way of playing it safe. The cat-faced ghost's hands were held behind Keeman's back. Keeman held the other's hand with one hand, and then held the ghost hostage and walked outside the wall. There is nothing outside the maze. Outside the maze is a flat blank land. The farther you walk, the more white it becomes. Behind you is the wall of the maze. Keeman walked for half an hour, and then walked back. There was no other reason. There was really nothing outside the maze, and there were no ghosts chasing him. It was no problem to stay there for 24 hours. But Keeman did not come in to hide. It would be boring to stay there for 24 hours. Steady and hiding are not the same meaning. Although these two words can be equated most of the time, Keeman really doesn't feel scared when he is bitten by the ghost. Their bites are like tickling. The level of the cat-faced man was not high enough to begin with. He was a low-level monster, so the imprisonment item would not be so strong that it would make people despair. This was reasonable. So Keeman returned to the maze, and took the initiative to touch the cat-faced man's ghost, running to wherever there were ghosts. The ghosts did not know how powerful Keeman was, and they took the initiative to pounce on him one by one, but he beat them so hard that even their mothers could not recognize them. Lead the way, wherever there are ghosts, bring them all here. Keeman was tired after fighting 6 times in a row, so he changed his mind, and let the ghosts take the initiative to bring the ghosts here. The 6 ghosts were like little resentful women, who were squeezed to death, with dark circles under their cat faces, looking at Keeman with resentful and vicious eyes. Keeman turned around and glared at them fiercely. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The ghosts escaped, and Keeman's surroundings became quiet again. 10 minutes later, the ghosts really called for people to come back, and more than a dozen of them were called. Keeman beat all the ghosts without saying a word, and became the overlord of the maze. Normal low-level players, who enter this maze should live in fear for 24 hours, but Keeman is different. Punching and kicking, and fighting 1 against 20, are not his limits. It's really boring. If I knew the location, it would be great, right? Keeman stretched out his hand and called, chanting the name of the demon map. As the chanting continued, a gust of cold wind swirled around Keeman, and the black resentment of more than 20 ghosts was rolled up, circling Keeman layer by layer, and finally all the black wind was rolled into the air above Keeman's palm. The ghosts trembled, feeling the decline of the will of their superiors, who were more powerful than them. The black wind disappeared, and a black sheepskin scroll with sporadic sparks stopped in Keeman's palm. The ghosts' eyes were dull. What was this thing that gave them such a strong pressure? But after seeing the real body, they felt that there was a gap between ideal and reality. It was not the big ghost they imagined, but a parchment with the breath of the devil. Keeman spread out the parchment, and the red dots filled the entire black parchment map, which was shocking. So many ghosts have ill intentions towards me. Is this a script design? Keeman guessed the truth. Keeman also wanted to design a script. Now is a good opportunity to crack the script world. Because of the incomplete text, many walls collapsed, revealing many bug problems. Some walls are like space portals. If you step into them, you will be teleported to another maze area. You can watch the transformation of the demon map. Once there is a large spatial displacement, the distribution of red dots on the map will also be greatly renovated, and the changes are obvious. So the space of the maze is designed like this. Keeman walked a lot, and had a general understanding of the maze. The vengeful spirits beside him also changed their attitudes, and cleared the way for Keeman. Whenever they met a blind vengeful spirit, they would beat him up, and then follow Keeman to clear the way. Keeman turned around, and suddenly found a place called the exit. The exit is the big cemetery in the center of the maze. There are no vengeful spirits in the big cemetery, but there are thousands of tombstones, each of which is engraved with the name of the dead cat-faced man. The wordless tombstone in the center has a passage leading to the underground. Keeman stood at the door, and felt a strong thought that this is the exit. As long as he walked on, the tragic script would be closed and return to reality. Keeman did not go out, but plunged into the maze to explore again. After roughly figuring out the operating rules of the whole world, he walked into the underground stairs of the big cemetery. When he opened his eyes again, Keeman saw that he was back. The sky outside the window had darkened. How long have I been in? Keeman looked at the wall clock. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. He was sleepy from noon to 9 o'clock in the evening. This was not bad, but he was a little hungry. His resistance was very strong, but it was also a numerical reduction. He could barely survive hunger, but he couldn't do it without eating anything. He ate some noodles first, and then waited for the full-time chef to make a dinner that he could eat as quickly as possible. He devoured the meal in a whirlwind. At this time, the phone rang. Keeman, the toad has been delivered to your house. Please pick it up. Here it comes. Keeman hung up the phone and hurried outside the house. He saw a big black toad standing outside the house. Its 2 big eyes seemed to emit cold light, and looked rather strange. People who didn't know would think that an evil creature came to visit, but Keeman knew that it was an official messenger, and didn't drive it away. When the toad saw Keeman, he spoke in human language. Your express delivery is here. With a sound of poo. The toad spat out a large mouthful of phlegm, and there was a small silver suitcase in the saliva. The phlegm evaporated quickly after leaving the toad's mouth, and the silver box shone brightly under the light, as new as ever. I'm leaving. The toad didn't stop, and his body descended into the lawn. The ripples disappeared in an instant, and the lawn returned to its original state. The cold atmosphere in the air also returned to nature, but the silver box lying on the ground had been stained with the toad's saliva, and Keeman couldn't help but think of the spit. Sometimes it's really bad to have too strong spiritual knowledge. Keeman would think of phlegm when he saw the silver box, and he couldn't get rid of it. He walked closer to check the silver box, and there was indeed another small note on it. The note was very dry, without a trace of moisture. The sputum from Toad Express was not real sputum, otherwise the note would have been soaked. The note read, "Opening method, violent opening / synesthesia password." It was the same routine as last time. No one told the password, and the recipient had to synesthesia the password himself, or violently unlock the box. Keeman could choose to violently open the box, but he was very curious about what password the other party left for him this time. He looked at the silver box quietly until he had an illusion, and the silver box appeared in a bright hall. The man with bandages all over his body put 10 special papers into the silver box, and also put a fountain pen and 5 bottles of ink. Just paper, no pen and ink. The bandaged man muttered to himself. There was no one around, but Keeman knew who he was talking to. He closed the password box, locked the password 66666, and pasted a small note. Finally, the bandaged man smiled at the suitcase, and the illusion gradually disappeared. Chapter 233. This time, there is no need to set multiple passwords. Kumail vaguely understood. Having eaten so many spiritual fruits, his spiritual awareness must be terrifyingly high. Setting multiple passwords is meaningless, and no one will intercept in the middle. Toad Express is a one-to-one service, without a middleman, so there is no problem of leaking secrets or sending to the wrong person. Enter the password 66666, and the silver box slowly opens. There are 10 pieces of light golden paper, a fountain pen, and 5 bottles of ink. As usual, the big-faced cat identifies. Stare for 15 seconds, and the strangeness increases. High spiritual awareness paper. When using this paper to write content, it can record secret information and increase the reading threshold. Readers need high spiritual perception to read. Special ink. It can make the text invisible, and requires a spell to break the spell. Before use, chant the spell 3 times, and then absorb the ink. 2-layer pen. It can write 2 layers of text, 1 layer of surface text, and 1 layer of hidden real text. The functions of the 3 items are combined together, and Kumail calls it an expert. This is a complete 3-piece set with perfect concealment functions. Keeman also roughly understood the usage method and so on. High-level spiritual paper can make low-level spiritual people unable to read. This is the first layer. The second layer is invisible ink words. Even if there are high-level spiritual people, they cannot see them, and they need to chant to unlock the invisible words. The third layer is the surface words after unlocking the invisible words, which are not real words at this time, and you are wrong to believe them. The real words hidden behind the surface words are the real content on the paper, which is the 4th layer. This chain of links makes Keeman wonder if the Investigation Bureau has something like a 1,000-layer cake. How to use the ink. Chant the mantra first, and then take the ink. Keeman chanted, "Great and powerful Tianlong, the Buddha of the world, the Ksitagarbha, the Prajna Buddhas, the Prajna Bamahong." Keeman was reciting a recent joke, with no other meaning, just reciting it casually, just as a test. After reciting it 3 times in a row, the 5 bottles of ink gradually emitted a faint light, and the light disappeared again. The ink bottle is an ordinary bottle, not a special bottle. Keeman thought that the real ink bottle might have the function of producing ink, otherwise it would not send 5 bottles of ink in a row. Put the pen into the ink bottle, suck a section of pen fluid, and then put it on the high spiritual paper to write. Keeman wrote another ancient poem. It was obviously a poem, but after the characters were formed, they turned into another text. After writing a sentence, the poem was not a poem, but a meaningless text. When the ink dried, the text disappeared on the paper, disappearing without a trace. However, it felt like there were words on this piece of paper, but the words did not appear on the paper. Keeman recited a spell, the words were unbanned, and the invisible words emerged again, but the words were a layer of garbled words, not real words. Keeman stared at it for a while, looked at the pen again, and understood. Hold the pen over the text, without clicking on it, but the text under the pen gradually shows its original appearance. Checking one by one is a bit slow, but the concealment is really strong. After the test, Keeman chanted the spell again to make the text invisible again, and then threw the flowing fish into the blank paper with hidden text. The flowing fish swam around on the blank paper like a fish in the sea, as if it wanted to rush out of the paper, but it was held by the invisible text and could not escape smoothly. The flowing fish swam several circles in the paper, a total of more than 10 minutes, and began to circle around a blank paragraph, and a group of text appeared vaguely. Can the flowing fish unlock itself? Keeman looked at the movement of the flowing fish, and was surprised at its ability. But when I thought that the drifting fish could eat words, I felt that it was not so difficult to understand. This fish has few functions, and the characteristics that have been revealed are highly related to words. After turning for a while, a group of invisible words officially appeared, and then the drifting fish kept turning around the word, turning for a long time, and finally returned to the situation in the tragic script. Keeman observed for another 2 or 3 hours, all the way until midnight, and found that the drifting fish kept turning around the word, and it seemed that it was really trapped. But just in case, it was stuffed back into the stone. Only still life can make Keeman feel stable. If the shadow creatures don't make his mind still, it is difficult to guess what they want to do next. After dealing with everything, Keeman slowly closed his eyes, and used his own consciousness to actively hypnotize himself to sleep. After a while, Keeman, who had been up for 2 days, finally fell asleep. In the dream, Deep Sea Raya. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw a group of new members of seafood swimming in the city. Keeman came, and the seafood went crazy again, feeling the overwhelming pressure crushing them. Any sober will could not maintain a guaranteed sobriety in front of the true evil god. Unless, their status is different. Keeman found that there was a black ghost, and a 999 level seafood believer on standby in Lalay. The seafood believer was a transparent jellyfish with many transparent tentacles. There were huge lightning roars between the tentacles, and the voltage was extremely high. The black ghost apostle flew over, and happily reported the recent results to Keeman. There are more and more Cthulhu believers, and the number of people can no longer be counted. The number of races has officially exceeded 1,000. The Black Ghost is planning to establish a time-space stone powder trading center, so that the apostles can trade time-space stone powder in the center, or exchange information about where there is time-space stone powder. Keeman was very happy to hear this, but the next sentence of the Black Ghost made Keeman smack his tongue in his heart and feel regretful. There were several monster believers who offered sacrifices to the Great Lord, but the Great Lord did not respond to their call, and had no choice but to stop the sacrifice. The Black Ghost was just a routine report, and of course, he did not expect those believers to meet the evil god every time they offered sacrifices. When the evil god is asleep, no matter how rare your sacrifice is, the evil god cannot respond to the call. While enduring Keeman's terrifying gaze, the Black Ghost showed a morbid enjoyment. Keeman turned his eyes to another 999 level jellyfish seafood. This one was a new style fanatic believer, made by Keeman himself. Speaking of which, this was the first time he met a non-ghost fanatic believer making a summary report in Laya. Keeman felt like a company boss, listening to his subordinates stumbling over the quarterly work report and looking forward to the operation plan for the next quarter. The 999 level jellyfish seafood said that they also dug up some time-space stone powder from the seabed, but the sacrifice was not successful. At that time, Cthulhu did not respond to their call, which made the fanatical believers worry that they were abandoned by the evil god. Jellyfish Seafood lowered his humble head and made a tactful suggestion whether the believers could send the sacrifice directly to Raya. After all, Cthulhu himself was sleeping in Raya, and they were not unable to swim into Raya, so they did not need to make sacrifices like those low-level believers who could not reach Raya. Hearing this, Keeman was silent for a few seconds. Chapter 234. How can I put it? Keeman never thought of asking the believers to offer sacrifices in person. Even if they offered sacrifices in person, Keeman probably wouldn't use them. The body couldn't move at all, and could only blink. As for skills, they could only release skills in the spiritual realm, and some skills that didn't require movements or postures. All skills that required the movement of body parts could not be used. Keeman thought about it, and decided to give them a signal. They couldn't be sent to Raya. The skill of controlling fear took effect instantly. Originally, Mr. K's gaze was terrifying, but that was the terror released invisibly. Now he took the initiative to control it, and suppress the opponent's will to the limit. Sacrifice is necessary. Keeman emphasized this point instead. He didn't say many words, but kept repeating them back and forth so that the believers wouldn't understand. In the ears of the believers, it was the whisper of fear, the devil's sound that ended the apocalypse, and the final sound that ran through the disordered world. The believers couldn't finish listening to all the information conveyed by the evil god. The Black Ghost trembled, and the tattered cloak became thinner and thinner. The 999 level jellyfish was full of lightning, and turned into a ball of thunder and lightning. Its body was melted, and it eventually failed to hold on. It was too weak. Its body could not withstand the warning of the evil god. The black ghost barely managed to hold on, but it was also in a half-dead state. Keeman restrained his will, and the ability to control fear dissipated. The black ghost finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black ghost turned his head and looked at the vaporized jellyfish. He was speechless for a long time. It understood the Lord's will. The sacrifice could not stop. The dead body was one of the evidences. Besides, Cthulhu's hint was the same. The two were consistent. The black ghost looked around. The sacrifice was definitely not sent to Raya, but to the place where the true God was. That place is indescribable and unobservable, and it is not a place that ghosts of its level can enter. Follow your will, great Lord. The black ghost slowly retreated and left Raya, first conveying this message to the seafood believers on the seabed, and then going to the land to spread the new dynamics. Raya once again turned into a chaotic city of order, with a large number of seafood moving chaotically in the city, blending together without distinction. Keeman harvested a wave without saying a word, and made it a direct believer. The seafood spread around, and left the deep sea Raya. These 999 level seafood don't like land very much. They are used to the high water pressure of the deep seabed and the dim environment. Besides, they can glow, so there is really no need to go to land. Only those races who are curious about the deep sea will yearn for it. After a mutated 999 level deep sea fish frog species became a direct believer of Mr. K, it found that it had gained the ability to leave its original territory and swim outward. Orange Star. In Lou Sightings' room, the window for delivering meals was open as usual. The robot first clamped the lunchbox parked at the lunchbox window into the storage bag, and then put the new lunchbox into the delivery window. Lou Sightings' room is a large closed isolation room with a huge space. It is equipped with sports equipment, water and electricity, but no smart devices. The food bags were transported back to the processing room, and the surveillance camera took pictures and recorded them into files. Processing food is too low-level. No one will do such a low-level job now, so no one checks whether Lou Sighting eats every day. However, Lou Sightings' room is a key monitoring target after all. Everyone dares not to place smart devices in a room, and occasionally pays attention to it. Today, the supervisor received a routine spot check on Lou Sightings' eating situation. This is a routine investigation task, not conducted every day. Occasionally, they check how she eats, which is related to her mental health. However, the supervisor checked the photo files of the leftovers from other people's rooms, and found that the dishes in them were not eaten at all, and the rice was not touched. The leftover rate is 100%. The monitoring personnel had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. With a pounding heart, the monitoring personnel pulled out a piece of data and checked the photos of leftovers for nearly a week. A few days ago, the lunchbox was still empty, proving that she had finished eating. But in recent days, it was 100% leftovers, untouched. This guy will not die suddenly in there, right? The monitoring personnel are very worried about Lou Sightings' health. If she dies suddenly in the isolation room, he must bear a certain responsibility. He immediately reported Lou Sightings' abnormal eating to his superiors, and she may have died suddenly in her room. After receiving the message, the superior immediately issued a notice. Send a robot into the room to investigate the situation. The robot immediately used the key to physically unlock the door. Since the accident, even the smart door lock has been replaced with a physical lock. Click, there was a lock sound from the sealed door, and a secret compartment opened, revealing a safe-style round lock. Then the robot used its fingers to pull the disc, and after a series of clicks, the second layer of lock finally opened. Then the robot used its mechanical arm to push the heavy door, and the heavy door weighing several tons was pushed open by the robot with a buzz. The room opened, revealing a girlish bedroom, with high-rise buildings outside the window, and flying cars flying between the high-rise buildings in an orderly manner. The robot held a small electromagnetic rifle, poked its head left and right, and searched the spot alertly. Several robots searched carefully and opened the door. No one was in the second bedroom, the kitchen, or the exercise room. Finally, the robot stopped in front of the bathroom door, knocked on it, and shouted, "Ms. Lou Sighting, we are police robots, are you in there?" After a long silence, the robot called 3 times without receiving a reply, and immediately broke the door physically, kicked the bathroom door open, and saw that it was empty. The infrared thermal imaging camera did not capture the heat source, and there was really no one inside. The bathtub was full of water, but there was no one in it. Report, no one is in there. Start the second level search. The robot only searched what it could see, and now it started to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Even if everything was emptied, It would search every inch of the place. The official superior of Orange Star received the report from the robot, and his heart sank, and he broke out in a cold sweat. What happened? She disappeared? In such a scientific world, Lou Siding was locked in an absolutely perfect physical isolation room, and it was impossible for her to escape from the room. Orange Star official staff was puzzled. How could Lou Siding disappear? We must investigate. The robot searched Lou Siding's room in an orderly manner, and every item that could be moved out was searched, leaving no chance for Lou Siding to hide and seek. But the robot searched for a long time, and moved all the furniture in the bedroom outside the house, but still couldn't find where the person was. The bathtub filled with water in the bathroom became a big doubt. The robot did not move it because the superior still needed to investigate. Half an hour later, the General Research Institute held a tense meeting. The vice president said with a sullen face, Lou Siding disappeared in a physically isolated room. The surveillance in the corridor at the entrance showed that no one escaped from the door. The window of the room is also fully enclosed. This is very unscientific. Once it is announced, it will shake everyone's scientific foundation. I hope everyone will keep it secret for the time being and then discuss it on this basis. After the vice president finished speaking, the people in the conference room exploded, and the noise overwhelmed everything. Chapter 235. How could a living person disappear in a room? I suggest sending a researcher to take a look on the spot. I go. I want to see with my own eyes whether she fooled the robot. Dozens of researchers, old professors, young professors, and others issued declarations to personally check, and none of them believed that Lou Siding was missing. The implication was that they suspected that the police robot had betrayed and uploaded a fake video, and the person was actually still in the bedroom. Only this could explain why the other party disappeared, otherwise the building of science would be shaky. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the nightmare disease. The nightmare disease can be spread through language. It is not incomprehensible that Lou Siding disappeared, but science is rigorous. If everyone has opinions, let's go and take a look together. The vice president said in a deep voice, slowly stood up, led the team into the underground transfer center, and took the vacuum magnetic levitation to the high-rise building where Lou Siding was. A group of people came to the door of the isolation room where Lou Siding was. The young man stood up and said, "Let's go in and take a look. If she is still talking nonsense in there, we will come out." The old people nodded. They naturally did not dare to face Lou Siding in her crazy period. Lou Siding's tongue is really terrible. Some old guys still have nightmares. They heard some terrible hissing from time to time in the dream world, which made their heads split, causing some old people who had heard Lou Siding's voice to start neurasthenia. The young man walked into Lou Siding's room. It was really empty. There was no one. When they arrived at the bathroom, there was still no one inside. The young people felt cold in their hearts. The old people waited outside the room for a minute. Seeing the gloomy expression on the young professor's face, they felt a pang in their hearts. "Is she really not in there?" the old people asked. "No." The young man shook his head. Before everyone came, the building had already been sealed off. Especially the floor of Lou Siding's room, which had not been opened before they came, and the robot had not left. Theoretically, there was no hiding space. There was only one possibility: Lou Siding really disappeared and left in the past few days. The old professor stepped into Lou Siding's room one by one, and the more they looked, the more frightened they were. That crazy Lou was really not in there. Professor Lyon also came. He had heard Lou Siding's crazy words last time, and he had a headache for many days after he went back to rest. Before entering the bathroom door, Professor Lyon felt a little extraordinary. There was an inexplicable feeling in this room. Entering the bathroom, the first thing you see is the flatness and the bathtub liquid surface. "It seems to be different here from outside," Professor Lyon commented. Researcher Li Shin, who followed him into the bathroom, felt the same way, and said with a twinkling look, "Indeed, something seems to have happened here." After a while, the people in the main hospital received new information. In the dream world, the isolation room where Lou Siding was imprisoned, after opening the door, no one was seen. The lunch tray in the room had been there for a long time, and the time of escaping from prison in the dream was much earlier than the lunch box in reality, which shows that this was a premeditated disappearance. The fugitive Lou Siding, who was concerned by the people of Orange Star, had made new progress in the wild, and a group of believers and followers gathered around him. In order not to be discovered, Lou Siding's policy was to be more secretive, and he could not advertise himself as a believer to people in person, and he could not talk about Cthulhu openly in places with intelligent monitoring, so as not to alert the artificial intelligence. Keeman secretly observed Lou Siding's missionary journey. The missionary process is always slow at the beginning, but later with more people, it can be slowly rolled out. And Lu's sighting finally solved the problem of people and food. Before, there were no believers to send food, so she could only rely on those insects to find wild game, and the taste was far from the modern food of Orange Star. There are believers now, not bad. Keeman secretly nodded. Although missionary work is not very humane to Orange Star, in order to prevent them from leveling up and killing his big character in seconds, it is reasonable to give them some difficulties. Keeman knows that he is a cancer of Orange Star, but Keeman does not want to be a cancer. If the body can move, why bother with Orange Star people? Why be a cancer? If it is unblocked, Keeman does not need any believers. He can travel the world with his big body, and no one can catch up. Only gods of the same status can cause a blow to Keeman. But now Keeman is still trapped in Raya, unable to go anywhere. As a game boss, the purpose of existence is to be eliminated by players. For the sake of prudent considerations, Keeman has to take precautions in advance to prevent possible changes in the future. These believers, their faith is not pure enough, but it's barely okay. Keeman silently felt and accepted the faith that was constantly emanating from those believers. Not pure enough does not mean that they do not believe in Cthulhu, but that their hearts are not strong enough to be unshakable. If there is something that can change their views, they can correct it. A 100% fanatical believer like Lu's sighting can never be corrected, and will believe in Cthulhu no matter what. Although I don't expect others to believe 100%, it's fine as long as they can develop into believers. In the future, if he participates in the strategy battle of the second round boss, Keeman will have a thought. These high-resistance players will either turn against him or not attack, leaving the uninfected players to play tricks on themselves. Keeman secretly looks forward to the arrival of that day. At this time, an illusory murmur came to his ears. It's coming, it's time to sacrifice it. Keeman listened carefully to the sound of the sacrifice ceremony, and his consciousness crossed the boundary. He saw the gloomy ancient cemetery, where dozens of stone ghosts stood in place, wearing large black robes that didn't fit their bodies. The stone ghosts couldn't dance, they could only stand there and chant, and the singing formed a grand evil music. When Keeman came, they all felt the arrival of the Great Will, and stopped chanting immediately. A stone ghost followed suit and threw a mask and a beating heart into the puddle. Great Cthulhu, we are the Stone Ghost clan, hoping to gain powerful strength. The Stone Ghost clan was quite straightforward and didn't say much nonsense. This is our sacrifice, the Stone Ghost mask, which can turn us into a member of the Blood clan. In addition, this is the Stone Ghost heart offered by the strongest warrior in our tribe. Once it explodes, the blood will float all over the place and turn them into members of the Blood clan. How should I put it? It feels like they are missing a nerve. This thing doesn't sound very strong, especially for the evil god. Does the evil god need to become a vampire? This group of stone gargoyles must have lived until their brains were petrified. How could they offer such a thing? The Stone Ghost heart is reasonable, very evil, and the effect after the explosion is in line with the evil believer's expectations of the evil god, making the world more chaotic and disordered. But Keeman didn't want to make the world more chaotic and disordered, so he only took the Stone Ghost mask away, and didn't take the heart offered by others. Chapter 236. It is not good for Keeman to make Blue Star more chaotic. Instead of taking it back, it is better to leave it in the game world. As for the mask, Keeman himself has no intention of becoming a vampire, but he can give it to the Investigation Bureau for fun. Keeman visually estimated the level of these wild monsters. Each of them was at level 200, which was very high. Keeman had not seen a level 200 player yet. As for the power the other party needed, Keeman casually gave a random gain magic. Simple, fast and convenient, there is no magic more comfortable than random magic. Good or bad depends on randomness. All the stone ghosts shouted, some shouted excitedly, some did not happen, stayed in place, and then gradually became envious and jealous. Keeman can now control whether the random skill is 100% positive. Here, Keeman tried to change the negative gain to no gain, so the stone ghost's gain repeatedly jumped between positive and no gain. As a result, all the participants in the sacrifice survived, which was not very evil, but as mentioned before, Keeman was the one in control, and how to respond depended on Keeman's mood. After receiving a wave of sacrifices from the Stone Ghost believers, Keeman's mind moved, and he felt the emotions of the players in the game world in his mind, collecting their resentment about the level. An hour later, Keeman finally knew that the highest level player team of the Orange Star was the 79th level players, and they had been stuck at the threshold of 80th level for a day. How to say it, the players' leveling is not that fast, And now the wild monster believers who participated in the sacrifice have reached level 200. If they go to the 200 level area to level up in the future, they may be beaten up, but they may also move away. Keeman peeked at the dream world in the sea. There were giant dragons, warships flying, player-type spaceports floating in the sky, and people turning into artificial celestial bodies. There were all kinds of weird ideas. In addition to those weird players, there were more and more artificial intelligence players. The characteristics they showed were difficult to synesthetize. They were separated by an inexplicable membrane, as if they did not exist and existed at the same time. Unless Keeman came down by force and had a relationship with them, like Xiao Taozi, he could break through the synesthesia barrier. Keeman was waiting for a big success opportunity. He first remembered the location of these artificial intelligence players. When the number of artificial intelligence players reached a certain level, he would harvest a wave of dream souls and make them direct believers. This method was a bit dirty, but in order to prevent the Orange Star people from leveling up, Keeman started to mess around, flipping over the chess table and kicking away the chess game. According to the current leveling progress of the Orange Star people, even if the level is increased in the future, it will take more than 1,000 times the leveling time to level up, and they can reach the maximum level within 1 or 2 years. As a qualified virtual game, it is normal to reach the maximum level within 1 or 2 years. Keeman didn't want to be the boss for just 1 or 2 days, so he had to use his brain to stop them. The idea of harvesting artificial intelligence to make believers has been accumulated in his mind for a while, but he has not taken action because of the impact on Orange Star. Keeman continued to raise a wave, believing that as long as he observed for a few more days, the number of players of artificial intelligence might exceed 10,000. At this time, a strange murmur sounded in his ears again. Keeman's believers are increasing, and he doesn't know how many summons there will be tonight. With a thought, Keeman's consciousness descended across the border and observed the believers in front of him. It was a hot zone with flames burning. Several lava monsters closed their eyes and chanted the inaudible name of Cthulhu. They had no cloaks, and their bodies were a combination of flames and rocks. They looked a bit like humans, but they had very different characteristics from humans. The joints of the lava monsters were 100% on fire, and when the strong flames burned, they slightly distorted the surrounding light. These flames were very strong, and the temperature was very high. Even if there was a black cloak, it would burn to ashes, unless the cloak given by the black ghost was fire-resistant. We are the Lava Monster Clan, Great Cthulhu. Please accept this insignificant sacrifice. We only have such an item. The lava monsters lowered their heads, trembling, and offered a big pot. This was originally a magma zone, but they dug a pit on the rock and filled it with clear water. As long as there is water, Cthulhu's sacrifices can be held. As for whether the believers are a fire attribute or other attributes, it does not affect their hearts towards Cthulhu, nor does it affect the sacrificial ceremony. Keeman looked at the bubbling boiling water pit and felt ashamed of their summoning environment. It was really hard for them to believe in Cthulhu for the sake of powerful power. The big pot sent by the other party had a lid, and it was unclear what was inside the lid. Keeman roughly sensed that there was delicious food inside the lid. As for how delicious it was, he was not sure. Only by lifting the lid could he know what food was inside. The molten rock beast put the pot into the boiling water pit with its rock-faced arms. The boiling water was bubbling and boiling, and the water evaporated. I believe that it will not take long for the water in the pit to evaporate completely. With a thought, Keeman took away the strange black cauldron. The molten rock beast wanted powerful strength, so Keeman gave it a standard gift package from the evil god without saying anything. There would be absolutely no casualties, and the worst result was no reward. The believers who did not receive any reward could not help but feel envious when they saw some of their companions become stronger. Keeman ended the sacrifice ceremony and continued to spy on loose sightings activities of recruiting people. During the spying, another round of summons sounded. One round of summons was to sacrifice a monster lizard species that was larger than a whale. It was said that it was a lizard species that lived in magic stone minerals. It would stop when it encountered metal and perform some inexplicable transformation on the metal. For example, if it was swallowed into the stomach and then pulled out, it would become a metal sculpture. Keeman carefully sensed and found that this big lizard offered itself as a sacrifice, thinking that if it was sacrificed, it would become the #1 subordinate of the evil god. They prepared a prehistoric giant lake. The surface area of the lake was very large, and the side was also covered with time and space stone powder. The light of the time and space stone powder flickered in the air, which was very rhythmic and luxurious. The believers of other races may not be as rich as them. In order to summon the evil god, they actually arranged so much time and space stone powder. When other poor races saw it, they even wanted to kill them. Keeman did not agree to the application of the big lizard. First of all, its body size, the height is estimated to be more than 20 meters, and then the length is the most exaggerated part, the total length is more than 100 meters. On the contrary, Keeman used the gray mist to receive the child under the feet of the big lizard and transmitted it to the real world. Accepting 3 sacrifices and a dream in one breath, Keeman was a little overwhelmed. It was mainly a digestive problem in the real world. Too much food is also a trouble. Keeman closed his eyes and silently felt himself in reality. With a sense of horror and strangeness rising, Keeman woke up. Chapter 237. Turning his head to look at the bedside, there was a small lizard, a black pot, and a stone ghost mask. Tang Yuan had already tied up the small lizard with long dog hair. The small lizard struggled wildly, but failed to break free from Tang Yuan's restraint. Before accepting the small lizard, Keeman had seen its level. It was only level 5. It was the baby of the big lizard. It had not yet grown to adulthood, but it also had the habits of a lizard and was madly sticking out its tongue. When Tang Yuan imprisoned the big lizard, Beitong circled around the black pot, with a sense of curiosity in his eyes, but considering that it was a sacrifice to the evil god, he did not dare to open the lid to check. The sand saltworm ate sand all the way, and crawled back and forth. Although it was the least noticeable unit, it was enough to have sand to eat. Keeman first looked at the stone ghost mask. This mask came from the sacrifice of the 200-level stone ghost tribe. They are a member of the blood clan. All of them like to suck blood. Their skin turns into stone skin every 100 years. After the stone skin on the face falls off, it will become a stone ghost mask, which can transform non-sane creatures into blood clans. Keeman wore an ordinary glove and held the stone ghost mask. It was cold to the touch. Layers of illusions flashed by, allowing Keeman to see the faces of a group of vampires flash by. And then, there was a strong urge to suck blood, and the urge to wear it. But this urge was quickly suppressed by the resistance force, and Keeman did not wear it. As long as you wear it, you will become a blood clan, but Keeman does not intend to be a blood clan. Keeman can't use this thing, but the people in the investigation bureau may use it. After thinking about it, Keeman took out the big-faced cat and stared at it for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge came in, and Keeman realized what they were. Stone Ghost Mask. Effect: after the mask is stained with blood, wearing it can turn you into a vampire. People with weak wills will have a strong desire to suck blood, no matter what kind of blood. Side effects: ultraviolet rays are harmful to the skin. The effects and side effects of the Stone Ghost Mask were thrown out. Big Face Cat did not further explain the word vampire, and can only wait until the real vampire appears to explain it. Ultraviolet rays are harmful to the skin. Well, this is very vampire. Keeman nodded secretly, which invisibly weakened the threat of the Blood Clan and made it controllable. The Investigation Bureau should like this thing very much. Controllable monsters are better than uncontrollable monsters. Kamong shook his scarf and slapped the mask item into the storage scarf. Then Keeman looked at another offering, the little lizard. The little lizard was golden all over, with big round eyes, which were relatively protruding, and the pupil in the middle was like a small pinhole. The slender tail swung randomly, constantly slapping the golden-haired glutinous rice balls, very unhappy, but helpless. Golden-toothed lizard. When encountering metal, swallow it into the stomach and transform the metal. After the transformation, it becomes a sculpture with the nature of spiritual pollution, and the sculpture will have the characteristics of intelligent life. The sculpture will have different characteristics depending on the metal characteristics. Both the gold tooth and the sculpture have strong hostility towards foreign life. I originally thought it was a treasure, but after reading the introduction of the big-faced cat, I immediately knew that it was not a good thing. Kamong squatted down and looked at this small lizard that was not as thick as his thigh. In the eyes of the golden-toothed lizard, Keeman saw deep hostility. It was hostility towards foreign life, and there was also a trace of panic, like the sequelae of encountering great fear. This hidden fear is the fear of the evil god, but it did not feel the pressure of the evil god here, thinking that the evil god was not there, so it wanted to escape. Wow! The little lizard screamed, spit out its long tongue, and attacked Keeman. Keeman did not hide. It was only a level 5 bug, and no matter how high the attack power panel was, it could not break his defense. Look, the tongue hit Keeman's abdomen, and it didn't hurt at all, just felt like it was tickling. But the pajamas were torn because of this, and Keeman had to change clothes. Something that eats metal. Keeman's family did not have pure gold, but alloys. Go to the utility room and get a big stick of steel alloy and put it in front of the lizard. This alloy stick is not a special item, it is just an ordinary industrial product. When the little lizard saw it, its two big eyes immediately showed a little eager look, and stretched out its little tongue to lick the black stick. The tongue secreted a strange liquid, and the tongue circled along the alloy stick. The liquid stuck to the big stick, and the tongue pulled back with force, and the big stick was immediately dragged to the lizard's mouth. Tang Yuan watched the little lizard's head the whole time, watching the black alloy steel stick enter the little lizard's mouth. Bai Shetang also widened his eyes, slightly opened his sand sculpture mouth, and watched the black round stick enter the lizard's throat, and went deeper and deeper. It was obviously just a small lizard, with a total length of 1 meter including the tail, and the stomach should not be able to hold this long stick, but the long stick entered the lizard's body intact. The little lizard closed its mouth, and a chaotic sound of churning came from its abdomen, and the metal was being transformed. The speed of transformation was not that fast, and Keeman looked at another sacrifice first. This offering was made by the poor lava beasts, who lived in a hot volcanic environment. They had to carry water from another mountain to irrigate a small puddle, thus initially building the conditions required for the sacrifice. And this big pot was not theirs, but a product robbed from a dwarf race. Dark cooking pot. How to use: put in the ingredients, close the lid, and process automatically, but the final product will become something indescribable. When the pot is not opened, it will produce a very delicious good feeling. When the pot is opened, it will emit a century-old rotten smell. You can get a 6-hour buff randomly by eating this food. After eating this food, you will be forced to feel extremely nauseous for 6 hours. If you eat it multiple times, it will be upgraded to dizziness, and you will inherit the time limit of the nausea buff after waking up. How to say it? After knowing what it was, Keeman's expression became very subtle. Obviously, Keeman still felt that the food inside was good food, and he was secretly looking forward to it. Now the pot has not been opened yet. Keeman rolled his throat, a little expectant, but he knew in his heart that it couldn't be a good thing. White Sugar also retained a strong interest in the food in the black pot. The saliva that flowed from his mouth inadvertently proved that he was also fascinated by the food in the black pot. White Sugar did not look into the eyes of the big-faced cat. In its worldview, it knew too much and was not far from death. Tang Yuan dared to look at the big-faced cat boldly. After gaining strange knowledge, Tang Yuan stood still, and his hair covered his dog head. Keeman could not see the dog's expression, but it must not be the extremely expectant expression of White Sugar. At this time, the sand saltworm, which had a low sense of presence, ate the sand that White Sugar had spilled on the ground, and inadvertently saw the black pot, and then its head could not be moved away. Its eyes frequently looked at the black pot, and it had an inexplicable interest in it, thinking that there was delicious sand in the pot. Chapter 238. White Sugar, do you want to eat the food in the pot? Keeman put the big-faced cat into his scarf, pulled out his camera, and turned it on at the black cooking pot. White Sugar nodded fiercely, but he also considered that the pot was so small. What if there was too little food and the evil god was not satisfied? After all, people can be judged by appearance, and it is unknown how much food the evil god can put in his stomach. White Sugar did not dare to compete with the evil god for food, and shook his head fiercely, firmly indicating that he was not interested in eating. Ah, no, not interested. White Sugar said this, but his eyes still unconsciously glanced at the big black pot, and a drop of crystal saliva flowed from his mouth. The sand saltworm was more direct than White Sugar, and did not know what the rules were. When he saw something he wanted to eat, he just crawled over. The sand saltworm didn't know that Keeman had another identity, so he was relaxed. After a while, he ran to the bottom of the black pot, slightly arched his body, and jumped to the curved pot wall in a rebounding way. The surface of the insect body was very sticky, and it slowly climbed up along the bottom of the pot. White Sugar saw the shameless behavior of the sand saltworm, and immediately took the evil god's place. He slapped the sand saltworm down, and didn't allow it to try the first bite. The first bite must be the evil god's. This is a matter of courtesy, and a matter of life and death. At this time, Keeman spoke up, actually, you two can eat first. I'm full. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes. Keeman had just gotten up, and didn't even have breakfast. How could he be full? However, Tang Yuan didn't say anything, but hummed and raised his mobile phone with dog hair, and turned on the camera to record. Hearing this, White Sugar and the sand saltworm were more relaxed and crawled again. White Sugar was cautious. Even if he received the personal permission of the evil god, he had to show enough respect. He had to be careful when opening the pot and not rush. Hooking the hook of the black pot with its hard feathers, it swallowed its saliva, looking forward to what kind of food was inside. White Sugar's mind was full of imagination, and it thought of many delicacies, all of which were very fast sand mice, rabbits that could turn into grass, and sheep that could summon sand as a thug. The sand saltworm finally climbed to the edge of the black cooking pot, and its mind was all about the delicious sand, not the yellow sand of White Sugar that had a fixed flavor that had not changed for thousands of years. White Sugar's wings slowly exerted force, and opened the black pot lid. A ball of thick black gas rushed out from a corner of the pot lid, like a huge wave that broke through a dam. It could not be stopped no matter what, and the amount was particularly large. White Sugar and the sand saltworm were the first to be hit. The black air wave rushed into their faces, dyeing the white eaglehead black, and the white jade-like insects were also stained with a layer of black gas. Ah! White Sugar retracted his wings like lightning, his face full of horror, and he became incoherent, falling to the ground and constantly spitting. The sand saltworm fell backwards, like a petrified worm, bounced twice, and then foamed at the mouth, eyes wide open, like a creature that had lost its dream. Tang Yuan, a few meters away, also smelled the century-old stench, and his face changed drastically, but his hair covered his face, and no one could see his expression. The little lizard also smelled that very special smell. It was not a particularly stinky smell, but a very special one that made the lizard want to vomit. The little lizard's stomach was churning, and it almost vomited out what was being processed in its stomach, but fortunately it held back. Keeman covered his nose lightly. It was really smelly, and he was deeply impressed by it. After waiting for a while, the belly of the little lizard was processed, and a small sculpture was pulled out from its buttocks. The small metal sculpture had the appearance of a lizard head, upright, and two hands making strange gestures, and no one knew what the meaning was. At the moment the sculpture was pulled out, the small sculpture opened its eyes, and looked at the glutinous rice balls, White Sugar, sand saltworms, and a crystal stone that had not transformed. The sculpture opened its mouth and read out a paragraph of incomprehensible language, sticking out its long tongue. This paragraph was somewhat aggressive, and people with low resistance would be affected by it, and lose their basic mental capacity. Keeman had a strong spiritual perception, and vaguely heard what the other party meant. Believe in it, it can give everyone powerful power. But Keeman saw deep hostility in the eyes of the sculpture, and I am afraid that things are not as friendly as it said. Tang Yuan directly half-transformed, slapped it, smashed the head of the metal sculpture, flattened it, and couldn't even speak. The strength of this metal sculpture is very weak, probably related to the metal material used. If it is given a stronger material, it should be able to produce a stronger sculpture. Evil side items, not suitable for me. Keeman took out a small notebook, recorded the information of the golden-toothed lizard and the sculpture, and made a cross mark. This thing has a strong hostility to foreign life. Unless it is stamped with a positive mental steel stamp, and its thoughts are transformed, it will always be an evil thing. After testing the metal transformation ability of the little lizard, it was the turn of this big pot. Keeman did not give up the idea of testing it. According to the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat, the food in this big pot has a good buff, but it is too unpalatable. As long as it doesn't kill people, it's still necessary to try it. As for who will be the test subject, Keeman looked at the hostile golden-toothed lizard. Since you are hostile to me, I'm sorry, Keeman said sorry to the golden-toothed lizard in his heart. Who will open the pot? Keeman stood in place and looked around. He found that Tang Yuan unconsciously retreated 1 meter. When he found that the owner was looking at it, it moved forward another meter, but made a wronged whimper, which was very pitiful. He hoped that the owner would not call it. White Sugar was directly stunned, and the whole sculpture was stupid, turning into a stupid sculpture. The sand saltworm was lying on the ground, and had improved a little. It was ready to get up, but when it heard Keeman speak, it turned over and continued to foam at the mouth, shaking all over. Finally, Keeman put on a mask, held his breath, and slowly opened the lid of the black cooking pot. A thick black gas rushed out of the pot. It was impossible to imagine what kind of food made up this black wave. Keeman had held his breath, but after the pot was opened, the contents inside still refreshed Keeman's 3 views. An indescribable mass of things lay in the black cooking pot, like tentacles or something else, slowly wriggling in the black liquid. Every time a bubble appeared and burst, a violent black gas would burst out. When the black gas dissipated, the things in the pot finally took shape. This was a very deformed monster head, with a big head and countless tentacles. When looking at it, it felt like all kinds of mosaics blurred Keeman's impression of it, and it always felt difficult to describe. Waves of nausea rose in his heart, and he wanted to throw away everything in the pot. At this time, Keeman, who was half black, turned and looked at the golden-toothed lizard. The little lizard's body trembled, and its own spirituality issued the most disgusting warning ever. Chapter 239. Don't come over here. The little lizard stuck out its tongue and uttered the most feared lizard language. This man is simply a demon. No, the word devil cannot describe what he did. Only the words of the evil god can describe the evil thoughts of the man in front of him. The little lizard kept cursing Keeman in his heart, but cursing others in his heart could not solve the problem, and it would even make people notice that it was in a bad mood. After a careful synesthesia, Keeman vaguely felt that the little lizard was cursing him in his heart. This guy. Keeman shook his head and smiled. It was reasonable and not unexpected. Anyone who smelled the stench would not be able to swallow it in their hearts. Now the white sugar, glutinous rice balls, and sand salt worms have closed their respiratory tracts, and closed any part of the body that might smell the stench. Keeman turned around and looked back at the things in the pot. The indescribable food was slowly squirming in the pot. It seemed that it had no ideology, just squirming in the pot. Kumeng put the pot lid on the ground, went to the kitchen to get a super large bowl, and breathed a sigh of relief, breathing in the fresh air in the kitchen. Mr. Chiwuka, a professional chef who was making breakfast in the kitchen, hummed a little song. Seeing that half of Kumeng's clothes and skin were dark, he asked, "Why did you become darker?" "It's a small matter. I take a shower later." Kumeng opened his mouth and took a big breath. Half of his body was covered with black stains, which were the dirty gases in the black gas, and they turned black as soon as they were touched. Is the air in the bedroom very bad?" the chef asked in confusion. This professional chef dared to cook in Kumeng's villa, so he naturally signed an informed confidentiality agreement and knew that strange things often appeared in Kumeng's villa. "Cooking here? You might die suddenly one day." Seeing Keeman's strange reaction, he thought there was something strange in his bedroom, and began to worry whether it would affect him. But he didn't think about leaving. The Investigation Bureau gave too much, not only the money, but also the establishment of the Investigation Bureau and the reward of special items. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delicious if he cooked in the kitchen of the Investigation Bureau? Today, a dark cooking pot came. "It's very special. Do you want to try it?" Keeman just finished speaking and shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't persecute you." Ordinary people will most likely faint after smelling that smell, and continue to feel nauseous for 6 hours after waking up, which can be called 6 hours of torture. Chef Chiwuka couldn't help but make a puzzled expression when he heard the word dark cuisine. What kind of dark cuisine made this big guy look uncomfortable? Keeman shook his head, didn't elaborate, took the big spoon and the bowl, and returned to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Tang Yuan and Bei Tong were already standing in a row, and the sand salt worm did not stay there to spit white foam, but went back into Bai Tong's feathers to avoid the wind. The little lizard was still suppressed by Tong Yuan's dog hair. It moved desperately, wanting to leave this horrible house, but Tang Yuan pressed it too hard, and it had no room to escape. In the eyes of several pets, the black cooking pot was a demon pool that could not be approached or opened. At this time, the crystal stone moved, and Shirley turned into a human form, stood up, and served the master. "Master, I will help you." "You want to try it?" Keeman said in surprise. No, he opened his mouth to speak, and smelled the stench of 100 years of rot again, and Keeman quickly covered his mouth and nose. "Master, I don't have a stomach." Shirley shook her head, and took the big spoon and giant bowl from Keeman's hand. Keeman looked at Shirley's expression. She was not disturbed by the rotten smell of the black food. He didn't know what the crystal creature's expression was when eating the indescribable food. It was a pity that she didn't have a stomach. "How about you try a bite later, and if it can't be melted into essence, you can spit it out," Keeman suggested, typing on his mobile phone. "Such a disgusting thing. Anyway, I don't want to eat glutinous rice balls and white sugar, and I can only hope that Shirley will try it." Shirley glanced at the phone. Okay. It really worked. Shirley first scooped a spoonful of the indescribable thing into the pot with a big spoon, and part of the indescribable thing was transferred to the big spoon. It's hard to tell what it is. It's blurry, as if a layer of mosaic has been added, and it vaguely feels like a tentacle-like thing, moving randomly, twisting, and full of confusion. Shirley looked at the indescribable twisted food in the bowl, and seemed to be a little unable to eat it, and froze inexplicably. Before, it felt like nothing big, it was just some dark food. Anyway, she blocked her nostrils with crystal material when she transformed, so she couldn't smell anything. But when I walked up to it, and looked at it closely, I couldn't get rid of the disgusting feeling, which made my scalp numb. It was something very special. I couldn't tell what it was. It was hard to describe, but it was really disgusting. Words spoken out were like spilled water. Shirley gambled on the dignity of a bodyguard. Don't worry, let the lizard taste it first. Keeman typed on his phone again and turned the screen to Shirley. Shirley handed the indescribable strange food in the bowl to the lizard, and the little lizard immediately showed a horrified expression, trembling to the extreme, and its golden teeth chattering. The little lizard was scared and kept begging for mercy, like a poor creature. Shirley didn't care about its begging for mercy. She had to let it try. She picked up a spoon and scooped up some indescribable black substance. The thing in the spoon kept twisting. The closer she looked, the blurrier it became, and she couldn't see what it was. The little lizard had already held its breath, and would never smell it, and would not open its mouth at the same time, locking its mouth tightly. If it didn't open its mouth, the begging for mercy would stop. Tang Yuan didn't dare to look at it at first, but when he heard that there was no begging for mercy, he used fine dog hair to open the little lizard's mouth. Ah, the little lizard's throat screamed. Shirley used professional techniques to completely send the black food into the other's mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, the little lizard's eyes were directly staring straight, and its body was also stretched straight. As the food entered the mouth, the blurred mosaic was also brought into the little lizard's mouth. Keeman stared at the little lizard, waiting for the moment when it became stronger. The next second, the little lizard foamed at the mouth, but a powerful force surged from its body. Keeman, who was standing nearby, could feel the rise of the inexplicable atmosphere, and a golden cloud surged from the little lizard's body. The cloud rose like a mushroom, spreading a petal, and the cloud disappeared, but the strange image of the petal remained on the lizard's head. The petal exuded a strange fragrance, slowly spreading around its body. Tang Yuan smelled strange, and Keeman also felt strange. The hissing sound of the lizard rang in his ears, and there was a trace of mania in his heart, but it was suppressed by the power of resistance. What exactly did this black dish enhance? At this time, Shirley scooped another spoonful of black food and handed it to the little lizard's mouth. Chapter 240. The little lizard was already pretending to be dead, but Tang Yuan's dog hair was too overbearing and pried open the lizard's mouth with a tough attitude. The little lizard once again made the sound of a little complaining woman being forced to drink. His eyes were wide open, his pupils as sharp as needles quickly expanded, and his body trembled violently. White Sugar on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he raised his wings to half cover the eagle's head, half covering it, revealing one eagle's eye to observe secretly. The indescribable food was twisted randomly, but no juice splashed out of the spoon, and it was sent into the lizard's mouth along with the spoon. The golden-toothed lizard made an unknown whimpering sound from its mouth, which was very miserable. Its 4 short legs were stretched straight, and tears welled up in the corners of its eyes. The golden-toothed lizard has never eaten anything unpalatable before. It dares to guarantee that this is definitely the most unpalatable thing it has ever eaten in its life. Those indescribable things burst in the mouth, and the thick liquid turned into inexplicable nutrients that penetrated into the tongue's skin, transforming into strange power in disguise. Puff. Another golden cloud rose above the head of the golden-toothed lizard, and after the cloud burst, it turned into the second small flower. The 2 flowers bloomed together, and everyone heard more manic hissing. White Sugar was the first to show a terrible expression. Its resistance was not as strong as that of the dog, nor as high as that of the crystal, so it was the first to be affected. You leave first. Kunming glanced at the unbearable White Sugar, and the White Sugar was like being pardoned, flapping its wings and flying away, leaving a pile of sand on the ground. The sand saltworms took advantage of the situation and ran all the way along the sand road shaken off by White Sugar, not even caring about eating the sand, just wanting to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. The indescribable food was not terrible, but the nausea made them unbearable. Keeman looked at the 2 flowers on the little lizard's head, thinking. He walked to the desk and took out a pair of scissors. Keeman handed the scissors to the little lizard's head and cut the 2 flowers. Click. The scissors penetrated the stem of the flower, and the solid flower was cut off by Keeman. The flower bud fell diagonally and evaporated in midair. The 2 broken stems also disappeared quickly, and the hissing in the ear quickly disappeared. That's it? Keeman looked at the scissors in his hand. This was an ordinary pair of scissors, not a special pair of scissors. It can be seen that sometimes you don't have to use special items to fight against special things. Keeman felt that he had learned something. Feed 3 more spoonfuls. Keeman suggested to increase the strength. Yes. Shirley obeyed the master's will, smiled, and took another spoonful of indescribable things from the black cooking pot. A blurry object with mosaics turned in front of him, and the little lizard wanted to die. What kind of people are these? No, none of them are human. The little lizard drank the 3 spoonfuls with tears and overwhelming resentment. If he escapes in the future, he will grind the golden fur ball, the crystal man, and the scarf man into powder, and then throw them into the black cooking pot for more than 10,000 days. The little lizard's mind became very violent, and the flower on his head rose again, but it turned into a different color. 3 flowers representing fire were burning, and Keeman felt the will of anger. Without saying anything, he took a picture of the big-faced cat first to see what kind of flower this thing was. After staring for 15 seconds, Keeman obtained the strange knowledge of the big-faced cat. Angry emotional flowers can spread angry emotions and have a temporary effect. It was a very simple introduction, and its function was very ordinary, spreading anger. Keeman did feel some kind of anger in his heart, but the reason for his anger was quite far-fetched. Keeman was angry at the uncontrollable little lizard. A group of resistance surged up, driving away this strange anger, and Keeman regained his calm. He took the scissors and cut again, and the flower was too fragile. Feed it again. Keeman wanted to see if it had anything else. This flower was really not strong enough. The little lizard tasted this dark dish, and immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Shirley forcefully slapped the golden-toothed lizard to wake it up. As soon as this guy woke up, his 2 eyes emitted golden light, as dazzling as a laser, shooting at Keeman. Shirley stood in front of Keeman in advance, blocking the laser beam, and her skin surged with highlights, and the light overflowed, illuminating the entire room. Tang Yuan quickly used dog hair to suppress the eyelids of the golden-toothed lizard, covered his eyes, and the golden laser disappeared instantly. Keeman looked at the big-faced cat, and after staring at it for 15 seconds, he did not gain any new knowledge about the golden-toothed lizard. This is embarrassing. According to the method of using the big-faced cat, when new items appear around the field of vision, Keeman will gain strange knowledge. If an already known item has a new skill, the big-faced cat will not give Keeman a new science lesson. This is the state of the golden lizard. It has gained a laser-type pupil technique and cannot know it. Just now, a flower grew on the lizard's head, and the big-faced cat regarded it as a new item, so Keeman gained new knowledge. Hold him down, don't let him mess around. Keeman ordered Tang Yuan, and then looked at Shirley. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Keeman didn't have to force his pet to eat. After seeing the reaction of the golden-toothed lizard, Keeman had already given up the idea. Shirley was relieved to hear her master say this. It's fine if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Can a bodyguard's dignity be eaten? Shirley swallowed the harsh words she had said. It was just a loss of face, not that she couldn't survive. Besides, this thing was really disgusting. The more she looked at it, the more she couldn't eat it. In this way, Keeman finished a round of feeding, then put away the camera, extracted the video material to make a video, and by the way, called the Investigation Bureau. He received a stone ghost mask, a dark cooking pot, and a lizard pet baby with an evil side. After hearing this, the people from the Investigation Bureau immediately sent people to Keeman to check the lizard baby. This thing doesn't look evil. Where is it evil? Director Lei shook left and right, staring at the lizard baby. Monster babies have always been rare, and it is best to have species that have not been born, so that their worldview can be adjusted and they can be taught to be good. Babies who have been born but not mature can also be slowly trained to correct their young minds. Tang Yuan, prepare to open your eyes. You should also be careful, and don't stand so close. Kamong gave Shirley a gesture, and she immediately walked in front of the lizard and used her 2 palms to block the golden-toothed lizard and its 2 big eyeballs. Tang Yuan's dog fur was slightly relaxed, and his eyelids opened. The golden laser shot out immediately, all shot at Shirley's crystal hand, and Shirley's palm immediately appeared with a golden highlight. Opening the eyes and not opening the eyes are completely 2 different states. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The violent emotions of the plunge overflowed, and the 2 eyes seemed to be a vent for spitting fire, shooting out with the laser. Director Lei's eyelids twitched. It was really cruel. Is this really a baby? Why do I feel that it has grown up? Director Lei doubted his life. Chapter 241. The adult size is about 100 meters long. Keeman recalled the big lizard that wanted to sacrifice itself. It was more than 20 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. It was a giant monster. It was also very high, a wild boss of level 180. It could grow to that level, at least it was a prehistoric monster. Director Lei had never seen an adult size. When he heard the data reported by Keeman, he immediately knew that the little lizard was not simple. It was only 1 meter long in the baby stage, and it must be very big when it grows up, and it will be very destructive. Director Lei stared at the listless lizard, with no interest in external objects. When he threw a piece of metal to it, it showed an indifferent expression, and didn't even want to open its mouth. Don't you need it as a pet? This thing produces evil sculptures, which is useless to me. Does the Bureau have something like a thought stamp to give it a good thought? Keeman asked. There are similar things, but the Bureau generally doesn't use them. Director Lay recalled the names of special items he had read before, and found a similar item. This kind of mind-changing item is listed as a taboo, and cannot be used without a special application. It seems to be a good idea to change an evil pet for the Bureau's use. The Investigation Bureau brought a piece of metal with flowing water patterns, which is said to have the ability to increase water skills. The lizard saw the metal with flowing water patterns, and had no desire to eat it. Even when Keeman kicked the metal with flowing water patterns to its mouth, it didn't eat it. The golden-toothed lizard was so angry that he swore secretly that he would never help Keeman work in this life. Keeman moved the dark cooking pot in front of it, and knocked on the lid of the dark cooking pot with his fingers, making a clanging sound. The lid of the dark cooking pot has been put back on, and the whole body exudes a delicious smell. But the golden-toothed lizard looked frightened, trembling with coldness, tears streaming from the corners of its eyes, and its mouth made a sad sound of whimpering, having suffered great humiliation. When will the golden-toothed lizard stand up and resist the tyranny of human rights? After a few taps, Keeman increased the tapping sound of his fingers. The pupils of the golden-toothed lizard lost focus, and with an extremely reluctant expression and numb movements, it stuck out its tongue and rolled up the metal with flowing water patterns, slowly dragging it into its stomach for humming processing. After some processing, its buttocks lifted up, and a lizard-headed metal sculpture was pulled out, with hands, feet, and tail. The surface of the special metal sculpture has the transparent texture of river water, showing a unique power, and it spits out a big river when it opens its mouth. The surging river water rises into the air, with extraordinary power in it. The spirituality of the investigators issued a strong warning that if they are swept by the river water, they will definitely be half-crippled. Shirley took her unknown gun blade and pressed the trigger of the gun. With a bang, the gun went off, and the bullet flew into the river to block the opponent's attack. The surging river water was like being burned by high temperature. All the liquid evaporated into water vapor, which quickly disappeared. The attack was blocked by Shirley. Keeman took out the scientific kerosene lamp and asked Shirley to flash the sculpture nearby. The sculpture could still move and was not affected. It had already broken away from the concept of objects and had life. The mouth of the statue sprayed water again, and the long water column shot straight into the sky, reaching a height of hundreds of meters. Shirley slapped the sculpture in the face. The huge extraordinary force directly blew up the face of the metal sculpture. The powerful force continued to squeeze the metal sculpture, and a big pit was smashed on the spot. Shirley blew a breath, and a strong wind blew up, blowing away the smoke and dust, revealing a flat object that was beaten into a metal pancake. Everyone's throat rolled and swallowed wildly. This crystal girl was really violent. Now Shirley's internal level in the Investigation Bureau has been raised, and she has officially entered the category of second-level things. There are also big guys who further judge that Shirley's level should be raised to the first-level thing. Supersonic combat power is too terrifying, and Shirley's body defense is not bad. She also has human wisdom, which is a great plus point, enough to pose a huge threat to society, and needs supervision. But raising to the first-level thing level is the confidentiality level. As Keeman's bodyguard, Shirley can't guard the house forever. Once she goes out with Keeman, she has to keep it secret from outsiders. That's too troublesome. The people in the Bureau suppress Shirley's thing level, and will not raise it for the time being. I asked later. If we can use that item to change people's minds, it might be useful for our Bureau. Director Lay saw the metal sculpture being beaten into a golden flat by Shirley, and his mouth twitched. The listless little lizard next to him stuck out his tongue, looked at the golden cake in the pit, and shivered again. After shivering, it entered a sad mode with no joy or sadness, worrying about its second half of life. By the way, is this the dark cooking pot? How many people's portions are there in it? Director Lay patted the black pot with curiosity. There's enough in it, enough for everyone. Kuming replied. Before the pot was opened, it gave Director Lay an infinite reverie. It seemed to have delicacies from the mountains and the sea, everything from swimming in the sea, running on the ground, and flying in the sky. Captain Luo was also nearby, and he began to imagine the image of braised chicken in yellow sauce. The more he thought about it, the more he drooled. Open the pot quickly, there seems to be something I want to eat in it. The investigators came over, full of curiosity. Really want to eat it. Keeman clapped his hands, and Shirley understood immediately, and immediately flashed back to the kitchen, and flashed back again, bringing more than 20 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Everyone didn't know how dark the so-called dark cuisine was, but they only knew that Keeman said it was very unpalatable and smelled very bad, and as long as you eat a bite, you will never forget it. Is it really not poisonous? Director Lei took the bowls and chopsticks, with a slightly puzzled expression. Ming Ming Tong could feel the taste of the food, but Keeman kept saying the opposite. Should he believe his spiritual perception or Keeman's words? Open the pot. The moment Keeman finished speaking, he had already closed his mouth and held his breath. Shirley uncovered the dark cooking pot, and a ball of rotten stench rumbled out. This is not a heavenly delicacy, it is a nuclear bomb. After smelling the odor, Director Lei and others all changed their faces, covered their mouths and held their breath, and their faces turned purple. It is indeed a dark cooking pot. As the name suggests, it is not just black, but very black. Everyone saw a strange squirming food in the dark cooking pot. It seemed to have tentacle-like limbs, but the main body was like something coated. It was hard to see what it was, difficult to describe, and indescribable. There is no wrong name, only people who can't be awakened. Director Lei felt ashamed of his previous suspicion. He really shouldn't have suspected that Keeman was joking. Does anyone want to eat now? Shirley scooped half a spoonful with a spoon. The things in the spoon twisted the mosaic tentacles randomly, which was very disgusting. The investigators waved their hands and shook their heads, their expressions firm and sure. For fear that Shirley would not understand the gestures, they even stepped back a few steps to draw a clear line with the seed bowl. Chapter 242. No one wants to eat the indescribable dark cuisine, so the things in the pot can only be disposed of. Keeman asked Shirley to hang the scientific kerosene lamp above the dark cuisine pot. The flame-hard light shone on the dark cuisine pot, like the dawn that broke through the darkness. The indescribable food immediately emitted more black gas, and the black water in the pot began to boil, reacting very violently. The indescribable thing immediately stopped shaking, but the sci-fi blur did not disappear, it still existed. The black pot water was bubbling, and it did not even return to its original form. The extraordinary power on it was competing with the scientific kerosene lamp. On one side was the scientific side, and on the other side was the indescribable side. The onlookers' faces changed slightly, and they felt a strong sense of confrontation rising in the pot. They fought and fought, but could not tell the winner. The scientific kerosene lamp has encountered a strong enemy. Confrontation phenomenon, I didn't expect that I would witness it with my own eyes. Luo Yuan murmured, with a light in his eyes. The confrontation phenomenon was something that happened to the special items in the bureau. Under normal circumstances, a special item has absolute repressive power and can affect the rules of other items. Just like the scientific kerosene lamp can invalidate the rules of other items and return them to their original state. But when it encounters an item that is not weaker than its repressive power, the two sides will have a confrontation phenomenon. One side presses and the other side resists, giving a strong sense of confrontation from the senses. Put away the lamp, lest the dark cooking pot or kerosene lamp get into trouble. Director Lei reminded. The result of the confrontation is often not a good thing. Generally, the price of a certain item being broken is to reduce the repressive power and be suppressed by the victorious item. Originally, Director Lei gave this pot a primary evaluation of level 6 or level 5, but with the kerosene lamp as a foil, it suddenly became different, and its internal level could be infinitely raised. The scientific kerosene lamp can seal many things, not to mention level 2 things. The dark cooking pot can stand up to the kerosene lamp without losing, which highlights its power from the side. Shirley looked at Keeman, and after seeing the owner nod, she immediately put the lamp on the other side, and covered it with an opaque black cloth to block its light. Without the light, the special items on the scene gradually restored their original functions. The food in the dark cooking pot also twisted again, and twisted more happily than before, as if celebrating the other party's escape. Keeman wanted to put some ordinary ingredients in to try, and see what kind of strange food it would produce. Now that this happened, it still did not affect Keeman's decision. First, deal with the things in the pot and pour them all into a giant bowl. The black pot was turned upside down, and there was no juice on the bottom of the pot, not a drop left. After rearranging the pot, there was no more disgusting smell or indescribable food. Keeman brought a batch of ingredients, including a sweet-scented osmanthus fish, green onions, ginger, peppers, potatoes, and other items. Put them in the pot and fill half of the pot with water, so that the water covered the ingredients Keeman had poured in. According to Big Face Cat's knowledge, the dark cooking pot has the function of automatic processing, which is very suitable for lazy people. Outsiders don't need to bother to think about how to handle the ingredients, and cook automatically. Keeman had already set up a camera to shoot the processing of the dark cooking pot. Keeman had a hunch that the video of this pot would be more popular than the videos of the flawless sword and ding ding. Its indescribable feeling far exceeds the limit of what the human brain can accept, but we will see what it is like later. After the lid was closed, the dark cooking pot hummed and a strange sound came out. It was hard to tell what the sound was, but it felt like something was swimming, like the sound of fish swimming. Keeman, what do you do with the remaining dark cooking? The investigators had retreated to a place 300 or 400 meters away far away. Keeman turned and looked at the indescribable food in the bowl of the sea, and the wriggling mosaic tentacles were waving at Keeman. Dumped? This won't work, it will pollute our whale's sewer system, and special items must be used to destroy it. Director Lay called remotely, not wanting to get close to the pot of things even if he died. Then, Keeman had an idea in his mind, and thought of the big-faced cat's mouth. The famous food disappearance technique, netizens jokingly called it a food destroyer, which destroys whatever it is fed. Of course, the big-faced cat does not eat everything, and it absolutely does not eat food that is not meat. And the indescribable food in this bowl obviously has certain meaty characteristics. I feed it to the cat. Feed the cat? Which cat would eat this kind of thing? Oh wait, I understand. Director Lay suddenly realized that it must be fed to the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat is really hard-working. Not only does it contribute knowledge every day, but it also has to eliminate food that no one eats. However, Kuming believes that the big-faced cat will not blame him, because it has stopped thinking, and its body only retains the conditioned reflex of meowing. Kuming asked Tang Yuan to carry the bowl back to the bedroom, and summon the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat has a dull expression, his head is looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes are round, and his small mouth is slightly curled. It didn't know what kind of disaster it was about to face. Keeman held his breath, and placed the indescribable bowl in front of the big-faced cat. The camera stood at attention, and aimed at the big-faced cat to start filming. Keeman read a series of lines about the cause and effect in front of the camera, and then asked Shirley to take over the filming. He went out to get some fresh air and came back. Shirley used the big-faced cat's feeding technique to feed the big-faced cat with indescribable strange food. He scooped a spoonful of strange mosaic and handed it to the big-faced cat's mouth. In the spoon, the tentacle-like thing twisted randomly. It didn't expect what terrible thing it would encounter next. The silver spoon was filled with black and indescribable strange food, and it was gently poked into the big-faced cat's small cat mouth. The spoon entered the mouth without any resistance, as if the feeding work was completed in an instant. Shirley dragged the spoon out with a half-doubt, and the indescribable food on the spoon disappeared. Really destroyed, Big-Faced Cat ate this kind of thing without even frowning. It was worthy of being a mouth with food disappearing skills. It ate whatever it put into it. Shirley fed it several times, and the indescribable food was easily consumed by the big-faced cat. Not even a residue was left. After eating so many times, the big-faced cat naturally had a strange buff. The big-faced cat's pattern became more complicated, with several more colors, and it looked like a patterned cat, not as pure as before. Kmon knew that this was a temporary buff, and it would not last as long as it didn't eat this strange thing. Outside the house, the dark cooking pot completed the automatic processing steps, and it felt delicious. It seemed that an extremely delicious fish was cooked in it. Before it was boiled, people began to drool. The investigators stood far away, drooling silently, and after realizing that they were drooling, they took the initiative to fan their faces to dispel the terrible idea. Chapter 243. Keeman asked Shirley to open the pot. No layers of black gas came out, but the fish in the pot became very strange. The fish tail disappeared, replaced by a group of octopus-like tentacles. The tentacles were spliced at the fish tail in an extremely strange way. The tentacles twisted gently, and were covered with mosaic-like blurred particles. The main body of the fish was also blurred, but the fish eyes were abnormally clear. The fish eyes were glazed, containing endless resentment, and it was scary to see. It's worthy of being a dark cooking pot. Keeman saw it, and didn't have any appetite at all. The good fish was processed like this by this black pot, and Keeman really had no appetite. In the end, he let the big-faced cat deal with these ingredients. One spoonful after another, the big-faced cat ate the disgusting food without reservation. For a cat that has stopped thinking, disgusting or not is not important, and it can't make it regain its thinking ability. After finishing the test of the dark cooking pot, the investigators returned to Keeman and quietly looked at the stone ghost mask. Will you become a vampire if you wear this mask? Director Lay asked curiously. The specific method is to let the mask get blood first, and then put it on, and you will become a vampire. Keeman reminded. Become a vampire, by the way, No one in my bureau has become a vampire yet. This is an opportunity. But can you control it after the transformation? Director Lay put on a glove and put the stone ghost mask in his hand and looked at it quietly. The investigation bureau has been looking forward to new things that Keeman doesn't need. Look, Keeman doesn't need this thing in his hand because Keeman doesn't want to become a vampire. On the other hand, humans who are not strong enough in the investigation bureau may accept blood transformation. Keeman said, it is afraid of ultraviolet rays and will feel uncomfortable in the light. If it is controllable, it will be even better. Some vampires have appeared in other continents, and their athletic ability is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Some vampires can even fly. If they are equipped with some powerful special items, they will cause great harm to our Koi Island. Director Lay reached out and shook Keeman's hand. Thank you. The Investigation Bureau will remember your contribution. With Keeman's item, the Investigation Bureau can start to study the advantages and disadvantages of the Blood Clan. If the Blood Clan invades Koi Island, they will not be in the dark. Can foreign vampires be found on the internet? Keeman heard the story of vampires for the first time. This kind of thing is not recorded in the investigator's manual. There is no public information on the internet. Those vampires are very cunning and will not leave people with the opportunity to take pictures. Even if they are photographed, those vampires will capture the person taking the photo and use them as blood food, leaving no one alive. As the saying goes, if you kill everyone who sees them, there will be no evidence. The existence on the Bureau's network was lucky enough to intercept a few vampire videos that had just been uploaded to the network and not deleted by the victim. In it, a handsome man bit a person's neck with his teeth and sucked blood crazily. These videos were later deleted by the victim. The Bureau of Investigation speculated that the vampires had killed people and deleted all the videos uploaded to the internet. I post a few videos for you to watch later. These vampires are very agile and have no humanity. Director Lay said. Foreign countries are really chaotic. Kuming has never been abroad, but he has heard how chaotic foreign countries are from Director Lay's words. Vampires suck human blood directly, and it sounds like there are a lot of them, with a huge base. When will you test the Stone Ghost mask? Keeman also wanted to see what the Blood Clan looks like. In the game, Rickman had seen that group of stone ghosts with human appearance, but they have a strong bloodthirsty instinct and like to suck blood. However, their ways of sucking blood are more complicated, and it seems that they can suck any blood. After all, they are monster NPCs, and the neighbor monsters are also monsters. This needs to be reported to the Bureau. A volunteer is needed. It won't be so fast. Wait for my call. Director Lay patted Keeman on the shoulder, and then took away the golden-toothed lizard and the stone ghost mask. The golden-toothed lizard is malicious to people, and the sculptures it produces are also mentally polluting and difficult to deal with. In addition, Keeman didn't want to have this kind of evil hidden danger, so he gave it to the Investigation Bureau. Correspondingly, Keeman used the new contribution points to exchange a seal from the Investigation Bureau to seal those special things that he didn't want to kill. This seal is similar to Tang Jin's exquisite pagoda. The object Keeman received is a small toad pendant, whose mouth can take strange things into its stomach and seal them temporarily. Scientific kerosene lamps can seal objects, but they cannot seal things with life characteristics, so Keeman needs a pure seal at this time. Keeman made videos at home and edited dark cooking pots. The dark cooking pot video is very magical and has the ability to spread. Whether it will cause adverse effects requires professional verification by the Video Review Department of the Investigation Bureau. Since the Investigation Bureau had called in advance, Keeman sent this dark cooking video to the review team of the Investigation Bureau for review after editing it. All the previous items had been reviewed without error, but the indescribable nature of this dark cooking pot exceeded the limits of human imagination, so it had to be reviewed carefully. During the manual review, Keeman also received a vampire video sent by the director. Clicking on the video, Keeman saw a very handsome man, who looked like he had added a beauty filter, pressing a woman to the ground on a park bench, biting her neck with his teeth and sucking her blood continuously. The photographer originally thought it was a field film, but he didn't expect that after the man's head left the girl's neck, his mouth was full of blood and his eyes were scarlet, which made the photographer realize that a disaster was coming. In the end, the photographer was teleported to the face by the vampire in 1 second. Before he died, the photographer clicked the publish button, which was a short video software that could be shot and sent immediately. It happened to be uploaded to the internet. 10 minutes later, it was discovered by the internet monster of Koi Country and downloaded into the server. Keeman watched several movies and found that vampires have a common characteristic, that is, when they suck blood, their attention to passers-by drops to the freezing point. After sucking blood, they realize that someone is filming nearby, and then they quickly deal with the filmer. After watching the video, Keeman lamented that there are so many illegal evil organizations abroad. The Shadow Organization is already a headache, and now there are the Frog Society and the Blood Clan. Speaking of the Frog Society, the boss is still at large and traveling abroad. The Shadow Stream existence cannot be caught for the time being. It doesn't sleep, and Keeman can't seize the opportunity to invade its stream. The old man of the Frog Society is a person that the Investigation Bureau can capture at the moment. Keeman can use the characteristics of sleep to spy on it, and this advantage cannot be wasted. One more day of delay will lead to another tragedy. Keeman called the Investigation Bureau and asked to join the task of capturing the boss of the Frog Society across the country. Chapter 244. Jinli City Investigation Bureau. After receiving Keeman's request, the branch staff immediately uploaded his application to the General Bureau for judgment by the highest level S-level personnel. Going abroad is not a big deal. Normal diplomatic visits or overseas travel have become normalized. But when going abroad to arrest people, you have to consider the local laws and regulations of foreign countries. The photo of the Frog Club boss is like this. He is a law professor in Crocodile Island. He has the skill of sculpture. He is 100 years old. He is very old. His ability is unknown, but there is a group of frogs around him. Frogs can sing the noise of mental pollution. The man with bandages all over his body held a long whip in his hand and pointed to the big head portrait posted on the whiteboard. This is a screenshot from the internet. The big boss was found just like that? The S-level personnel sitting there looked at each other and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. The facts prove that this is the case. The information comes from the strongest spiritual person, Keeman, who is also a national treasure of our investigation bureau. Anyway, my spirituality tells me that Keeman is trustworthy. The bandaged man hit the whiteboard with a pointer. National treasure, this is what the S-level personnel call Keeman in private. If Keeman is not a national treasure, who can compare with the value he has created? Keeman still has decades or hundreds of years of life. There are strange things every day. In 100 years, Keeman will theoretically produce at least 36,525 items, taking into account the leap year. The investigator is not a fool, but a smart one. If he is not treated as a national treasure, is it right to force talents out? Let's get back to the topic and write down all the resumes of Professor Liu Fa. From kindergarten to university, and his teaching career as a professor, where he has been in recent days, etc. Any traces that can be found on the internet cannot stop the internet monster of Koi Island. Every bit of Liu Fa was dug out, and the interpersonal network he was involved in was so complicated that it covered every continent. Among them, Professor Liu Fa was active behind the 21 charity organizations and 5 small religious organizations in Koi Island. Hold Keeman, foreign affairs are not urgent for the time being. First clean up the domestic organizations, and then humanely destroy Professor Liu Fa of the Frog Society. The big man sitting in the back said. That's right, the Investigation Bureau has decided to implement the humane destruction law on Professor Liu Fa, and will not bring him to court to be sentenced for breaking the law. There is really no need to be so hesitant for such extraordinary criminals. They should be killed. Keeping them for one more day will increase the hidden danger. It has too many believers. If a fanatical believer of the Frog Society breaks the prison, it will be a joke. There are too many special items in the world, and no one dares to guarantee that their prison can definitely trap prisoners. The Bureau of Investigation decided to delay the investigation because they did not know the leader of the Frog Society well enough. They did not know that Keeman's dream-peeping method was very stable. They wanted to stabilize their own backyard first, and then sanction the foreign enemy leaders. When Keeman received this message, he tapped the table with his fingers, sat quietly for a few minutes, and finally sighed. Okay, let's solve the domestic troubles first. People live in a large collective, and sometimes they have to consider things more comprehensively. The superiors have their concerns. Even if Keeman's synesthesia ability is stable, the melon that is forced to persuade is not sweet, so there is really no need to be rigid. At this time, Keeman's dark cooking video was officially approved and landed on the video website. Keeman forwarded the message in the group, and a large number of fans saw the title and became confused. Unboxing review, Dark Cooking Pot. This time the title is more ordinary, returning to the normal title direction, without spaces. The up-host title is not that tasteful, My Youth is Over. After reading the title, I guessed that the up-host's pot has become a pot lady. It's still changing here, everyone should be serious. Keeman appeared in the video, and this time it started with a big box-style unboxing. Keeman patted the big box and said to the audience in front of the screen, "Today's evaluation object is a big pot. It is quite large. Don't be surprised. It was given by a chef friend. It is said that the pot became a spirit while cooking and scared him." "Are you sure that chef is not you? I have the picture. It suddenly became a spirit while cooking and spit out black air." Keeman cut open the carton with scissors. This is a unique ritual of unboxing evaluation. Before unboxing, no one knows what it looks like. Everyone wants to know what it looks like. After unboxing, there is a big black pot inside, and the black pot lid covers the contents of the pot. Keeman moved the black pot out of the carton and arranged its style in front of the camera. A pure black pot, no fancy things, it is just a black pot. Open the pot lid, it is empty and very clean. It feels like the up host just bought a pot and used it to shoot a video. It's really irresponsible. You told me to just buy a pot? Where did you buy the up host's black pot? I pay a lot of money for a pot, okay? Is 100 million yuan enough? Special items are now invaluable in the market, and any special item can be auctioned for tens of millions of yuan. The one who said it was irresponsible is just fishing. Don't be fooled. Now everyone knows that the things the up host shoots are all real funny. Let's be honest, this pot is really ordinary. Save your life. At this time, Kuming began to cut onions, peppers, and fish, and put them into the black pot together. Kuming's voiceover sounded. The chef said that no matter what ingredients are put in this black pot, it will be made into dark cuisine. Because I can't do anything, let me repair it. In fact, I haven't seen dark cuisine either. Let's try it once. After Kuming said this, he covered the pot, and the black pot made a rumbling vibration sound, turning the river upside down. Up host, you are exposed. You just want to eat dark cuisine. Don't cover up. Covering up is explanation. Explanation is the fact. You just want to eat dark cuisine funny. The bullet screen slid past, and the black pot was processed, and an enticing aroma came out. The audience in front of the screen was watching the video, but they felt that their noses seemed to really smell the fragrance of fish. The meat was strong and there was a faint spicy smell, as if it had been cooked for a long time. The audience looked back at the kitchen, thinking that they didn't cook fish, so where was the fish fragrance? The instant noodle masters were eating instant noodles, and they smelled this strange fragrance and were also fascinated. The instant noodles in the bowl suddenly didn't smell good, and they just wanted to eat the fish stewed in the pot in the video. This is the dark cooking pot, tactical retreat. It smells good, okay, I'm drooling. Shock my mother, I closed the door, but I smelled the incredible fish fragrance. It turns out that the special items are real, and the up host didn't lie to me. Another village network connection? In the up host's videos, the videos shot since the big face cat period are all special item reviews, and the other videos are pure cheating. Chapter 245. The dark cooking pot smells really good. Before the pot is opened, everyone is fantasizing about delicious fish food. Those who skipped the video did not see Keeman put the fish ingredients into the pot. They only thought that there were fried chicken, barbecue skewers, and other delicious foods in it. Everyone has a different definition of food. Different people have different tastes. Looking at the black pot in the video, they generate endless reverie. The strange thing is that as long as you see Keeman put the fish ingredients into the pot, the expectation of delicious food in your heart will be locked in the fish range. It's ready to open the pot. I think everyone is looking forward to the delicious food inside. Keeman's voiceover sounded. At this time, the person who opened the pot was not Keeman, but Shirley. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Shirley's crystal skin. Ah, Shirley. Shirley is here, my youth is back. Is your youth so cheap? It comes as soon as you say it? Shirley did not speak. As a bodyguard, she did not need to talk nonsense. Besides, she did not know that her master was recording the material for the evaluation video at that time. Shirley opened the black pot lid, and no black gas emerged, but the contents of the pot became indescribable. The main body of the fish meat was covered with a layer of mosaic blur particles, and it was unclear what it was. Only a strange mass of things twisted, which made people's scalps numb. At this moment, it didn't matter what delicious food or what to eat. The audience in front of the screen was shocked and jumped away in a hurry, not daring to watch the video. The students with poor acceptance ability directly fell backwards on the ground, screaming. There were also brave students who covered their pounding hearts, clicked pause, exhaled, and took a breath, and then clicked the video to watch. Since the exposure, the barrage traffic has decreased by 80%, and only a few barrages survived. This thing is really disgusting. I dare not look directly at it. It's too scary. How can there be such a disgusting dish? There is no wrong name, Only people who can't be awakened. The title says it is a dark dish, but everyone is still watching people reveal the pot with a smile. Now you are scared, right? There are fewer barrages. Watching this kind of horror video can exercise psychological ability. This is a matter of opinion. I still hope that people all over Koi Island will watch more of this kind of horror video and exercise strong psychological ability, so as not to be scared when something really happens. After all, life and death are at the mercy of others. That's too miserable. That's right, but I still suggest that the post change the beginning and put a previewing reminder. There are horror contents in it. People with heart disease or other medical history should not watch it. Keeman was also watching the video, and naturally saw everyone's feedback. Keeman nodded silently. This suggestion is good and very practical. Turn on the computer and immediately make a small preface for the video. It is easy to modify. Just add white text to a black screen, add some red and yellow text, and then format it casually. The modified video was approved in seconds. It was simple and fast, without any problems. Jump back to the original progress bar, and there are a few more comments. Some people survived and watched the video with the nausea brought by the indescribable feeling. In the video, the fish's tail has countless tentacles twisting its head randomly, which is very scary. Shirley scooped a spoonful with a spoon, but had no desire to eat it. The audience asked in a joking mood, "Is this thing really edible?" "Nothing else. I dare not force myself to drink this hot shit." In the end, Keeman and Shirley did not eat it, and the screen turned to the camera of the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat was motionless, with a slightly curved mouth in the middle, forming a perfect arc to both sides. The mouth was extremely small and fluffy. Big-faced cat, what? I don't eat such disgusting things, you know? Food disappearance technique. I understand. The post regards the big-faced cat as a recycling station, specifically recycling those foods. I think the word trash can is more appropriate. Funny. Netizens were shocked by Keeman's idea, actually treating the big-faced cat as a trash can to deal with those strange foods that others can't eat. Will it recover its thinking ability because it is too disgusting? Shirley took a spoon and handed the indescribable food into the big-faced cat's mouth. Everyone was worried about the big-faced cat. By the way, how did the big-faced cat become a big cat with many fancy patterns on its body? Why do cats have so many lines? Has it become stronger? Maybe it's an adult. I heard that some special pets look different when they grow up. Netizens made blind guesses, but none of them turned out right. The big-faced cat calmly ate all the food without leaving any residue. Okay, that's all. If you have similar items, you can. After the opening, the whole video landed smoothly. When the audience in front of the screen couldn't calm down for a long time, the nausea kept lingering in their hearts, and it was indescribable. They couldn't smell the stench, but the friends with higher spiritual perception vaguely felt that the scene was stinking. Shirley and Keeman were definitely not so calm, and they must have experienced great torment in their hearts. It's not easy to be an investigator. Chin Momo, who plans to apply for a special university, sighed. After being questioned by the investigator last time, she deeply felt that investigators are also ordinary people, and they can easily die in the investigation. There should not be many people like Keeman. However, Chin Momo did not retreat. With predecessors paving the way for the younger generation, she should not be timid. Chin Momo mustered up the courage to open Keeman's latest videos many times, looking directly at the indescribable dark cuisine food again and again to exercise her inner rationality. When watching such strange videos, the most important thing is to keep rationality. Although Keeman does not teach such details, other popular science video hosts have done this content, and she has learned a lot. That night, most people who want to enter a special university are trying to watch the video, resisting the contradictions in their hearts over and over again, and exercising their mental abilities. After watching the video, Keeman also returned to the investigation bureau and followed the people in the bureau to find a charity organization in Whale City that had communicated with the boss of the Frog Society. After a review, Keeman did not find anything strange in the local charity organization. It may be that the other party's backhand has not yet been used. Police officers and investigators from all over the country cooperated to catch members of the Shadow Stream and people related to the Frog Society. Not to mention, some employees in some places have become frogmen. Once they encounter danger, they will become frogmen. However, frogmen have not deviated from the limits of humans. Snipers remotely controlled and shot frogmen in the thigh, cutting off their ability to move. Keeman participated in it, increased the intensity of interrogation, investigated step by step, and found out one after another member of the Frog Society. After a whole night and another day, Keeman finally went back to sleep and gradually fell asleep. Abroad, the boss of the Frog Society was in an inland lake in Crocodile Island and received an emergency report from the Koi Island branch. Liu Fa frowned and felt that something was wrong. Chapter 246. 21 charitable organizations in Koi Island were blocked overnight by the Investigation Bureau, and 5 small sects were closed down. The investigation was basically the same, all of which were related to evil illegal organizations. Liu Fa was in Crocodile Island, and when he received this notice, he felt very unusual. Why did Koi Island suddenly get rid of these small organizations that seemed to have no problems on the surface, but secretly had connections with the Frog Society? What actions are taken by other continents? Liu Fa asked his subordinates. There are only a few countries on Blue Star, and each country occupies the territory of a continent. Once a continent has a big move, it must represent the national will of the continent. No, only Koi Island is doing this at present. The subordinate shook his head. Liu Fa looked around and didn't feel peeping. At this time, Koi Island was out of character and eradicated the missionary path he had laid, which made the sensitive Liu Fa think of something. Recently, there has always been an invisible gaze peeping at him, and he has no ability to reverse telepathy, which is very annoying. The other party's peeping timing is more casual and irregular, which makes him feel inexplicably depressed. Look at the big moves of Koi Island again. Why didn't other islands make big moves, only Koi Island messed with him? Maybe the peeper is in Koi Island, and the other party is not a small figure, but a person with a certain voice, and has a special peeping item in his hand, which is specially used to spy on his existence. There is a problem in Koi Island. Use those who have not been discovered to help me dig out information. I need to know why the Investigation Bureau suddenly knows the information of Frog Society. Liu Fa said in a deep voice. In addition to those small organizations that were removed by the Koi official, there are also some small organizations developed by the younger brothers. Although they had never met Professor Liu Fa, they had a statue carved by Liu Fa himself, and they had become frogmen imperceptibly, but they didn't know it yet. The trusted subordinate said yes, and was about to leave, but Liu Fa waved his hand again and asked, by the way, show me the scene photos taken after the explosion of the secret room. The trusted subordinate sent the pictures to Liu Fa, and Liu Fa sat on a floating chair on the water, and slowly flipped through the scene photos after the explosion. The pictures were provided by the local police. Some of the people in them were already frogmen, and they were considered his insiders. In the pictures, the walls of the villa were tilted in all directions, and huge waste stones were piled up together. Later, the fire department sent an excavator to dig out the soil and rocks to clear a way to the basement. The old man turned back and saw a ruined ground. The sculptures and other things were blown into powder or fragments. Liu Fa turned off his mobile phone, closed his eyes, and lay on the recliner. The lake water flowed beside him, and the frogs croaked. Further away is a large villa near the lake. It is Liu Fa's residence. The amphibious environment allows him to exert his maximum combat power and have more confidence. In the dream, Keeman has awakened and sees a new group of seafood swimming in the city. After Keeman awakens, they become crazy, and Keeman follows the same method to make them direct believers. The believers swim out of Raya and swim to the unknown distance. Keeman glanced at the dream world today. The number of humans entering the dream has increased a lot, and the number is incalculable. The number of players has increased again. Keeman murmured. The people on the Orange Star side have added another group of players, intending to develop all the wild monster resource areas and increase the number of logistics personnel. With the logistics troops, the frontline players do not need to collect materials, but only need to focus on the main quests issued by the NPC. When they encounter monsters, they can fight them, quickly upgrade, and quickly attack. The people behind can follow their upgrade path and avoid detours, and can also upgrade quickly, forming a mature attack mode. Some fanatical Cthulhu believers have infiltrated the frontline attack organization to resist damage, fight damage, and make plans for the team. There are relatively few real non-believers, who are all people with firm patriotic will and difficult to subdue. As long as they are given time to react, they will definitely be forced to go offline. After secretly observing those determined people, the Black Ghost chose not to attack them. Keeman observed for a whole day, and found that it was enough for the official NPC of the game to be bribed. Now even some of the players on the front line are Cthulhu believers. It can be said that the strategy is a great success. Whether the Orange Star side develops a sect is not very important. However, the Orange Star thing has been done, so let's continue to do it. Keeman is not a person with a demon mind. For the sake of stability, he will do one more step. At this time, The illusory mumbling sounded in Keeman's ears again. The believer's sacrifices sounded, and Keeman's consciousness descended. He saw a bloody forest, and the towering with horns were respectfully lying on the ground and chanting prayers. This time it was a bloody sacrifice. The believers offered countless hearts, and the blood dyed the entire lake red, which looked very red. There were many corpses of players around, lying on the ground in all directions, and their equipment was taken away. Keeman narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Fanatic believers are not always neutral and lawful races. Keeman knew that this day would always come. Seeing such an evil scene and chaos everywhere, Keeman felt sick, and had only one thought in his mind. Kill. The Minotaurs were about to cry about how miserable their race was, and how difficult those adventurers were. However, above the bloody lake, the indescribable and unpredictable existence exuded an unparalleled pressure, and the chaotic emotions, like a tidal wave, came surging and attacked every Minotaur. Keeman had too many skills in his hands. He used a few skills in the spiritual field at random, and the Minotaurs in the whole village could not bear such pressure. Their heads exploded, and they became headless corpses. The players were also shot in the head, and their bodies turned into light spots and disappeared, returning to the resurrection point in the nearby town. Keeman knew that the players would eliminate the negative buff or positive buff after resurrection, so he was unscrupulous when he attacked. Of course, the Minotaurs would also be resurrected because of this, but Keeman would not let them feel so good. The skill of harvesting souls quickly descended through the time and space channel opened by the sacrifice ceremony. All the Minotaurs' souls were screaming, out of control, being drawn out of the resurrection altar, and then crossing the boundaries of time and space to the special space where Cthulhu stored souls. Feeling the call of the Lord, the evil and fanatical souls suddenly settled down. Being able to see the Lord is also a good destination. Keeman did not intend to use them, so he let them sink in the special space. Then, Keeman's will ended the sacrifice, and the Minotaur village returned to peace. The players came back to rescue later, but found that the Minotaur village was deserted, all the Minotaurs disappeared, and a strong evil and chaotic atmosphere was left in the village. Chapter 247. They felt something was wrong from a distance, but there were too many players involved in the village, so they had to take it seriously. What happened? Where are the players? The players who came to investigate were terrified, always feeling that something ominous had happened in this village. The bloody soil paved the way, some of which was the blood shed by the players in the fight, and some of which was the first blood of women when they were raped by the Minotaurs. Every player felt an inexplicable chest tightness when they stepped on this land, as if a huge stone was pressing on their hearts, and they couldn't breathe. The assassin player turned on the stealth mode early and sneaked into the house before the players, but did not see the Minotaurs living in the house. The positions of clothes, pots, weapons, etc. were very random and messy, as if the Minotaurs suddenly disappeared before they could be dealt with. The level 95 village evaporated. The assassin player walked out of the village, feeling the terrifying atmosphere that was always emanating from the village, and couldn't believe what force instantly wiped out the Minotaurs. Players walked in the bloody lake, and saw some large and small bags falling on the ground. There was also a large platform in the middle of the bloody lake, which contained fresh hearts. Blood was flowing into the lake, and it kept flowing. Standing at the scene of the sacrifice ceremony, the strong sense of oppression became even stronger, as if something had happened here. A player had a vague hallucination, seeing a group of evil Minotaurs prostrating themselves to worship, making some strange sounds. Those sounds were so evil that people felt disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. It's a sacrifice ceremony. They are doing sacrifices. The player Shang Jiu changed his expression and slowly retreated. He was wearing a lava priest robe, with a layer of lava ring on his body, which had a certain burning effect. Wherever he was, the air was burning. But the coldness here was very abnormal. Even with the lava ring, he felt cold to the bone and couldn't help shivering twice. The physical sense setting was invalid, which made him even more frightened. They killed so many players before, but they didn't make sacrifices. Another druid player Dao Xiaodao also took a breath, and thought it was incredible. At this time, the two vaguely saw the sound of the tower chanting the name of Cthulhu beside them. Not only hallucinations, but also auditory hallucinations made the players feel like they were facing a great enemy. It turned out that the seriousness of the matter had reached this point. Back off, don't look or listen. The players walked into the village, but ran all the way out of the village. Fate played a trick on them. The players disappeared, did they also? After Shang Jiu came out, his body temperature instantly warmed up, and the lava ring around him gradually heated up. I don't know. Let's go offline and contact the captured players to see how they are doing. The players who participated in the rescue immediately went offline, returned to reality, and reported the things in the game to the Research Institute. After the people in the Research Institute knew about it, they immediately held an emergency meeting. Every time you run into a sacrifice scene, it is never a good thing. Including this group of players, who directly broke into the scene of the sacrifice, they all need psychological counseling. Half an hour later, the psychologist team finished the psychological counseling. Many studies have proved that the impression of the evil god Cthulhu has been planted in their hearts, and they cannot be used to guide the game for the time being. After the results of this psychological survey, the researchers responsible for making game guides scratched their scalps and said angrily, "Block, block, block, see a batch after a batch, when can we raise the level?" Regarding the battle for the Tauren village, almost half of the top players were used to fight. Now these players may become troublesome, and have their rights to play the game suspended. However, it is not easy to cultivate high-level combat power. Giving up the top players, like this really makes many players feel disappointed. You will make many players feel disappointed. Who will have the motivation to level up and fight monsters at that time? Anyway, as long as you encounter the evil believer sacrifice ceremony, you will be isolated and confined every time. You can't play the game. Who will help you level up in the future? Researcher Li Shen spoke in the conference hall and slammed the table angrily. Li Shen, you were a researcher who agreed with isolation at the beginning. An old man said dissatisfiedly. If you see an evil believer sacrifice ceremony, you have to be permanently isolated. Then when you encounter a real boss battle in the future, all the players will die as soon as they meet. They have no resistance at all, and are all giving away heads. Li Shen slammed the table, and confronted Lao Gu directly to vent his dissatisfaction. Ahem, what Researcher Li Shen said makes sense. Our players cannot be too weak, and their psychological quality must be up to standard. We cannot judge them all by one stick. We should avoid one-size-fits-all approach. That night, the Institute held a meeting all night. Finally, the dean coughed and made a conclusion. All non-believers, whose thinking is normal enough, and who can safeguard our country's sovereignty and people's safety, should not be deprived of the right to continue playing games. Here, we need to add a new testing standard, the rationality test. If people who have been exposed to evil events can keep their rationality above 60 points, they can continue to perform game tasks. As for how to measure human rationality, this will be improved by everyone. After the new behavior mechanism came out, the researchers of Orange Star had something to do. Propose a hypothesis, continuously improve it, and finally form a conclusion. For example, if a player enters the game and something happens, he will walk around the scene after the sacrifice is completed, and then he will be a little neurotic after coming out, and from time to time he will see some hallucinations that he shouldn't see, or hear hallucinations in his ears, but their essential thinking has not been changed, and their hearts are still towards the motherland. And they hope that Orange Star will prosper and move forward, so they can go back to the game and continue to play the game. Li Shen calls this thinking mode rational. If the thinking of Orange Star people deviates from this main line, it depends on how much he deviates. If the rationality score is less than 60 points, he needs re-education and transformation. If he is completely crazy, he will have no chance to return to the Institute, and can only go to a mental hospital. This set of standards involves many professions, and is not so easy to launch. The first version of the rules is just to reduce the pressure on the frontline players, so as not to instantly crush the enthusiasm of Orange Star players. The sky gradually brightened. After a night of hard work, Researcher Li Shen returned to his residence and sighed. It is not easy to set standards. Now it is just a trial version of rational standards. In the future, we will make fine adjustments every day according to the feedback of players. We must ensure that the standards are more rigorous, screen out those players who have lost their rationality, and leave those players who are strong-willed and can withstand the temptation of evil things. Li Shen kept washing his face in the sink over and over again. Slap. Li Shen's eyes were red in the mirror, and his face was really bad. There was a vague illusory mumbling in his ears, which made his brain a little painful. After washing his face, the illusory mumbling disappeared again. Li Shen closed his eyes, and recalled the crazy words he heard in Lu Siding's room before. It was an evil whisper. He wanted to find Lu Siding, and shoot her, to solve his own auditory hallucination from the root. Chapter 248. That night, Keeman received many sacrifices from believers again. There were 2 rounds of sacrifices from players, and 2 rounds of sacrifices from wild monsters, but Keeman killed a Tauren, and did not accept their sacrifices. Besides, looking at the hearts all over the stage, the evil aura could not be concealed, and Keeman had no place to spend those hearts. Let's talk about the sacrifices of players in the first 2 rounds first. The things players sacrificed were not that powerful, and they were mainly functional. Keeman received a broken feather wing, and he didn't know what it was for. When the players offered sacrifices, they only said that the broken angel wing could give adventurers the ability to fly, and the attack also had light attribute attacks, which was very rare. He liked it very much when he heard it at that time. It could fly and had light attribute attack effects, which was very suitable for Keeman. Shadow creatures are not afraid of sunlight and lights, but they are afraid of the light of special light items. This angel wing might be useful, so Keeman accepted the sacrifice directly. The second round of players' sacrifice was a small item, which was a rare fruit collected by the players in a one-time dungeon. There was only one in the entire dungeon manor. The players offered this rare fruit to the Great Cthulhu. I don't know if the Great Cthulhu needs such a trivial thing. As a result, Keeman did not despise their poverty, accepted the players' sacrifices, and gave a certain reward. Then, there were 2 rounds of wild monster sacrifices. How to say it, it was still the sacrifice initiated by the golden-toothed lizard tribe. They didn't give up, and wanted to sacrifice themselves. According to the thoughts of the Lizard King, it didn't sacrifice, but its son did. It must be that the evil god had some concerns, so he didn't want to use it. But if he was loyal enough, the Lizard King felt that he would definitely be favored by the great evil god. So he once again held an extremely luxurious sacrifice ceremony, spending countless time and space stone fans, just to sacrifice himself and become the #1 thug under the evil god. In order to ensure that there would be no misunderstandings, the Lizard King ordered all children, including those who were not direct blood children, not to approach the lake. The lizard was alone in the lake, closed his eyes, and waved his lizard tail, hoping to gain the favor of the evil god. The golden-toothed lizards were a race that had great malice towards foreign life, but facing the evil god, they did not dare to have any malice in their hearts. Compared with the evil god, only the tribes that were impatient to live would do so. Anyway, the big lizard would not do so. However, no matter how active the Lizard King was, Keeman did not look down on it. Its body was really too big. Once summoned, the wall of the house would be squeezed through by it. So, Keeman used the gray mist to scoop up a handful of water from the lake. Last time, only a small lizard was caught. There were no fish in the waters where the small lizard was. This time, Keeman used telepathy to feel that there were some fish in the lake, which looked like the temperament of high-level fish, so he used Gray Ming to catch the fish. After catching the fish in the lake, the gray fog disappeared, and the big lizard stayed in the lake with its eyes closed for a long time. Until the evil god's aura dissipated, it was still waiting. It was not until its child ran over and hit its butt that the Lizard King opened his eyes, and found that he was left behind by the evil god again, and he did not take it with him. Keeman opened his eyes, and finally returned to reality. How to say it, this experience was unexpected, encountering a race that was completely evil and disorderly. When they were offering sacrifices, the bull-headed people who did not participate in the sacrifice closed their eyes, and performed group sex on the unconscious corpses on the periphery. Shaking his head and standing up, Keeman looked at today's new sacrifice. White feather wings, red tomatoes, and lively fish. At this time, Shirley came back, moved a large fish tank, and put the fish in the fish tank. Tang Yuan was scared when he saw the fish. He had a sharp nose, and could smell the smell of the high-level fish at once. The fullness of the high-level fish impressed Tang Yuan. Now he is still full even if he doesn't eat every day. Letting him eat high-level fish again will definitely extend the time of fullness. Tang Yuan really wants to be hungry. He hasn't eaten when hungry for a long time. Eating when hungry and eating when full are completely two different experiences. The difference is too big. Keeman brought out the big-faced cat, and after a 15-second gaze, strange knowledge was gained. As Tang Yuan knew, this fish was really a level fish, and the upper limit of eating fish to level up was within 200 levels. However, there were not many level fish in this big lake. Keeman only caught 31 level fish, and the other level fish might have been eaten by those wild monsters. Come on, eat a fish to savor it. Keeman put on gloves, caught a fish and handed it to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was reluctant, and swallowed a level fish despite the feeling of fullness in his stomach. Kamong saw that Tang Yuan was so reluctant, and looked at the big-faced cat, who had stopped thinking. The spots on the big-faced cat had not disappeared at this moment, and I don't know what it does. But Bai Shateng came over with a look of expectation on his face. Last time, Bai Shateng only ate a level fish, and then Keeman didn't feed it fish, which became a pity. Although it was full, a week had passed, and it had a strong appetite for high-level fish. Okay, you have one too. Keeman gave Bai Shatang a high-level fish to satisfy his wish. Bai Shatang opened his mouth to swallow the fish, gulped a few times, and the fish immediately went into his stomach. He felt extremely full, and had no appetite anymore. Shirley saw Keeman handing a fish, and she shook her head quickly. It ate so many fishmen last time, and it still felt full. Keeman thought about feeding another fish to the big-faced cat. It didn't matter if there were too many fish, as long as there were fish. Then leave 3 more fish out. Last time, Director Lei wanted some, and Keeman said he would help him keep an eye out for similar items. The rest of the fish was left to Tang Yuan, and he was ordered to eat them all. Enhancing the combat effectiveness of pets is the top priority. Keeman has resistance, so as long as there is enough meat, the fighting can be left to the pets. Tang Yuan held back tears, resisting the feeling of being full and bursting his belly, and turned into a big dog, swallowing fish with his huge mouth, sweeping away all the fish of all levels at once, and the feeling of fullness continued. While Tang Yuan was swallowing fish, Keeman first looked at the tomato on the floor, which was the item sacrificed by the players in the second round, called one-hit tomato. When a tomato hears a joke or a dirty joke, it will accelerate to a higher speed and rush to the source of the sound. The speed of the tomato depends on the influence of the joke or dirty joke. This thing is quite strange. Keeman didn't expect that players could swipe out such a subjective item. Joke or dirty joke. Keeman naturally didn't dare to let humans try it, and the name made it feel that this tomato was not simple. Is the one-hit tomato a knockdown or an instant kill? It remains to be tested. Chapter 249. Kamong carefully tasted the characteristics of one-hit tomato. It can rush to the source of the sound, and the trigger condition is hearing. It does not specify whether the trigger is human or not. The same condition applies to playing it with a speaker. Kamong randomly searched for a joke, and clicked to play it. The speaker immediately emitted a computer audio sound. Yesterday, I lost to a van in the 5 consecutive hairpin bends. He drove very fast, and used the drainage ditch method to pass the bend and surpass me. You tell him that I will wait for him on the top at 8:30 tonight. The red tomato placed on the flat ground immediately floated up. When the joke was told completely, the red tomato immediately turned into an afterimage and instantly hit the speaker. After the penetration, it instantly hit the second speaker and made a 7 in the air. The speaker had a big hole, and all the parts on it were scattered by the sudden huge force and scattered on the ground. After the tomato was penetrated, it instantly slowed down to 0 speed and fell to the ground intact. Keeman walked over and pinched the red tomato. How should I put it? This thing is a bit soft, and the feel is just a little harder than ordinary tomatoes. Can this thing be eaten? Keeman looked at the red tomato in his hand, his face full of curiosity. If it is put into the dark cooking pot, what will be processed? I don't know for the time being, and Keeman doesn't want to stew it so rashly. Then, there is another item, angel wings. Angel wings. After inserting it, it has the ability to fly, and its own attack has a holy light effect. The ability disappears after the wings are removed. An energy ring appears on the head, which can be charged by light or discarded. The higher the energy level of the energy ring, the brighter the brightness. How should I describe this thing? It seems to be very good. I pinched the broken feather wing with my hands. It felt soft, furry, and had animal body temperature. I inserted the wings on my back. The wings took root automatically and penetrated Keeman's clothes. The complex power permeated my whole body. Keeman's back grew strong muscles, connected with the feather wings, and the wings also grew automatically. After inserting the wings, Keeman felt as if he had grown new limbs. I looked up at the ceiling again, but I saw nothing. But Tang Yuan brought a mirror. A pure white ring was hanging above Keeman's head in the mirror, emitting a faint light. Once Keeman raised his head, the energy ring would change with the angle of his head. Once he lowered his head, the energy ring would also lower, always keeping a fixed angle above his head. Keeman looked at the mirror and reached out to touch the sky above his head. He touched the warm white energy ring. With a slight force, the energy ring was taken off. The energy ring feels very hard and smooth. When you touch it, it feels like touching a circular light bulb. Keeman put it above his head again, vaguely finding the feeling of placement, and the energy ring returned to the fixed suspension above his head. Tang Yuan had put down his phone, and was shocked. Bai Shatang tilted his head, with a big doubt in his small eyes. What is the master doing? Is he playing role-playing? Bai Shatang looked at his feathers, which were pure white, and looked very clean, and the feathers of the master's wings were so white, even covered with a layer of light, which looked whiter than it. Shirley said nothing, and quietly watched the master flap his wings, from light flapping to heavy flapping, and Keeman's body floated up due to the recoil. The wings behind Keeman were huge, perfectly propping up his body and gliding out of the bedroom. The wings were not easy to control. After Keeman flew out of the house, he flew up and down in the open space. Sometimes he could not control the strength of the muscles behind him and the angle of his body, and he crashed into the ground and fell into the mud. Fortunately, Keeman had strong resistance, so he was fine after falling. Keeman practiced more than a dozen times in the air, and barely found the way to fly stably, and he flew more and more smoothly in the air. Tang Yuan Shirley White Sugar looked up at Keeman from below, and the white energy ring seemed to be a little brighter. The sunlight shone on Keeman's halo, dyeing it with a little flash. It was not bright enough to blind people, but after Keeman flew for half an hour, the halo on his head was indeed getting brighter and brighter, with a faint glow of incandescent lamps. When Keeman flew, it used the energy of its body. After flying for half an hour, its body energy was seriously depleted, so it quickly called the chef to bring breakfast to the manor. Chef Chiwuka pushed the dining cart to the small pavilion of the manor. After placing breakfast, he saw a human with white feather wings flying down and was startled. The chef calmed down after seeing the face of the angel with the ring. "Why do you have wings?" The chef looked at the wings behind Keeman cautiously with an inquiring look. Could it be that Keeman has become a wingman today? Chiwuka knew that his boss had many strange things, but turning himself into an angel was really beyond his understanding. Temporary transformation, basic operation. Keeman waved his hand, took off the energy ring on his head, and threw it on the grass of the manor to bask in the sun. Chef Chiwuka stared at the angel ring that Keeman threw outside the small pavilion to bask in the sun, stunned. "You just threw away your angel halo?" Chiwuka's throat rolled, and his heart moved. Throwing it away so casually, like garbage, does it mean that Keeman doesn't need it anymore? If you don't need it. The chef wanted to pick up the angel ring and keep it for himself. However, before taking it home, this kind of special item needs to be reported to the superior and tested. If it is not medium or high risk, it can be kept. It is not that you can hide and use any special item you pick up. The Investigation Bureau has made great efforts to maintain the current social stability and security. Living in Koi Island itself enjoys the stability maintenance achievements of the Investigation Bureau. No, I just put it there to charge energy. Keeman shook his head, lowered his head and ate and drank, and finished all the food made by the chef. Make another high-calorie food, I need energy. After Keeman finished speaking, he stood at the manor and flapped his wings again. The white wings fluttered lightly, and the body continued to rise to the sky. It can fly without the halo, Keeman thought, so the function of the halo should be to increase the holy light special effect. Keeman patted his storage scarf, took out a pistol, and fired at an ordinary stone. With a bang, the bullet hit the grass, but not the stone. This is the weakness of the pistol. It is difficult to hit the target when the distance is increased, not to mention that Keeman is in a flying state, which makes it even more difficult to control. Keeman flew over the grass at a low altitude, picked up the energy ring, and put it on his head. It doesn't matter if it is worn crookedly. The energy ring will automatically correct the position when worn on the head. With the energy ring, Keeman fired another shot, and the muzzle spewed flames. The bullet spiraled out of the barrel along the rifling, rotating continuously, dragging a long holy light to fly towards the stone. The bullet hit the edge of the stone, exploding a fist-sized holy light ball, and the holy light exploded. Chapter 250. This time, Keeman did not do the test at home, but came to the basement of the Investigation Bureau to do the test. "Director Lei, didn't you want fish last time? I brought it to you." Keeman patted his scarf, and immediately a small fish tank appeared in his hand, which contained 3 graded fish. "Last time, I promised to leave fish for Director Lei, and Keeman did not forget it. Now it is just right to give Director Lei 3 graded fish." Director Lei took the small fish tank, and a confused expression appeared on his face for a short time. "What? Fish? The fish that Shirley ate, have you forgotten?" Keeman reminded. Oh, you mean that fish." Director Lei remembered that when he saw Shirley so strong last time, he asked Keeman if there was anything similar. "Can this thing only be eaten by crystal creatures?" Director Lei held the fish tank in his arms, as if he was looking at a treasure. With this treasure, the strength of crystal creatures can be increased, and he is happy no matter how he thinks about it. If pets can eat it, then humans can forget about it. Keeman shook his head. "This thing is for non-player pets. Wild monsters may also benefit from it, but it is mainly for pets. As long as pets can eat it, it's even better." Director Lei made a phone call and handed the fish tank to the technical staff and instructed, "Study it carefully and try to culture cells and clone it first. The technical staff carefully took the fish tank and asked, "What is its function, so that we can conduct targeted research?" Director Lay looked at Keeman, and Keeman said, "It can enhance comprehensive strength and enhance it in all aspects." The technical staff nodded and took the fish away. "By the way, what is the name of this fish? And how do you explain your cat?" Director Lay wanted to hear more information. The name of a fish can reveal a lot of information. If you know its real name, it will also help with the research direction. Keeman thought about it, and thought that there should be a concept of level for so many items in the investigation bureau. To be prudent, Keeman first asked, "Does the bureau have the concept of level?" "It is a level by level, not our ABCDF classification, nor is it a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 things determined by humans. Most of the levels in the bureau are customized by humans, occupying the subjective factors of humans, and are not objective enough." Level. Director Lay recalled, level should exist. Some items have the same function, but another item can suppress it to death. Keeman nodded, thinking. Coming to the underground test room, the tester put out 100 speakers, and a steel plate was installed in front of each speaker. The thickness of each steel plate was different, in order to test the impact of a hit tomato. The camera array in the test room, the high-speed camera, is on standby to calculate the speed of a hit tomato. Keeman put the red tomatoes on the ground. Director Lay took a look. The tomatoes looked round and bright red, which made people hungry. The first round of testing begins. The tester wrote down the test number, and clicked to play the funny files in the computer. The first speaker played a joke, which was heard by the 20 people in the test room. After the joke was played, the tomato suddenly turned into a black shadow, instantly pierced through the 5 centimeter thick steel plate, and shattered the speaker. Then the second speaker played a joke, equipped with a 10 centimeter thick steel plate. This time the tomato did not penetrate the second speaker. It really has certain limitations, otherwise Big Face Cat would not have to add a text description to it that speed depends on influence. The tester added more people to listen to the jokes one by one. When 200 people heard the jokes, the 10 centimeter steel plate speaker was instantly penetrated. The tester's expression was slightly moved. It was only 200 people that enhanced it to this extent. If the number increased to tens of thousands, wouldn't its power level be? The test continued. The tester thickened the steel plate and applied to the test directors of various investigation bureaus for assistance in the test, and then increased the number of people through live broadcast on the internet. When the number increased to 500 people, the 12 centimeter steel plate was instantly penetrated. But the one-hit tomato has a characteristic. If it is placed in a soundproof room and cannot hear the jokes, it will not attack the sound source. In addition, when the tomato listens to jokes or dirty jokes, there must be someone who listens to the jokes or dirty jokes at the same time. The enhancement judgment factor of the one-hit tomato is the influence of the ongoing tense. The influence of the past tense caused by the classic jokes cannot increase its power. The tester wrote a conclusion and analyzed the powerful mechanism of the one-hit tomato. If you want to expand the influence of the ongoing tense to tens of thousands or millions, it will be difficult. Unless a streamer with millions of viewers is telling a joke or a story, and then the one-hit tomato hears it, and then smashes the speaker at super fast speed. One-hit tomato only smashes the audible speakers, and the inaudible speakers are not within the attack range of one-hit tomato, so it will not smash the streamer or the sound source of the audience. Finally, the tester connected with a big streamer and asked him to tell a joke or a story at 10 o'clock in the morning. The streamer readily agreed, and then told a joke at a fixed time. The tester came to the wild, and played the live broadcast room of the big streamer with a laptop. The red tomato quietly floated up. It had great power before it flew. Keeman felt from a distance that this attack would be terrifying. After the anchor finished telling the joke, the notebook was destroyed with a whoosh. The huge kinetic energy instantly destroyed the notebook and burst out with strong heat energy, exploding like a small stove. The speed is 20 kilometers per second, very fast. After the pictures taken by the high-speed camera were calculated by data experts, the testers were shocked. This thing is really terrifying. A big anchor has such power. Its upper limit is very high. If everyone in the world is listening to the joke and it hears it, the kinetic energy carried by its power is unimaginable, and it may hit a small black hole out of thin air. The energy source of the one-hit tomato is unknown. The strong kinetic energy comes quickly and disappears quickly. Could it be that it is energy borrowed from the vacuum, and the kinetic energy is returned after reaching the target, but some of the kinetic energy is lost in the process of returning and is left in reality? Some people made a bold guess based on the vacuum zero-point energy, but it is not very reliable. Special items are too weird and difficult to interpret. After testing the one-hit tomato, Keeman was not optimistic about the prospect of using the one-hit tomato. The scope of use of this thing is too narrow. It can only be used when you hear a joke, and there must be enough people listening to it, and the object that is smashed is the sound source, otherwise it will be useless. Keeman put it in the storage scarf, and then started a new test, transforming into an angel. With white feather wings, a white halo suddenly appeared above Keeman's head, emitting the brightness of an incandescent lamp, which made the tester stunned. A human-shaped self-propelled light bulb? Keeman fluttered his wings, flew in the open space, and then shot with a gun. After the bullet left the gun, a light path would always be shot out. Chapter 251. It really turned into an angel. Director Lay looked up at the ring on Keeman's head, which emitted an incandescent light. The energy ring continuously attracted external light sources, and continuously charged. Keeman could feel that the holy light special effects he swung came from the energy ring on his head. If he took it off, it would be just ordinary shooting. "Can you stop flying and shoot on the ground?" Director Lay shouted, asking Keeman to come down. Keeman landed gently, and Director Lay handed him a submachine gun. "The pistol is not enough, try a submachine gun." Keeman changed the gun, pulled the safety of the submachine gun, pulled the trigger, and the bullets poured out, all sweeping towards the target. Each bullet drew a long white light path, which disappeared in the air in a gradually transparent form, which was very cool. Then the tester brought a seal finger and explained to Keeman, "There are 5 evil creatures imprisoned inside. The first one is a zombie. Let it out." Keeman changed the magazine and got ready. The tester released the first zombie, which was black and purple, with a rotten face and scarlet eyes. There was little hair on his forehead, which showed that he was bald before he died. This zombie was transformed from a person who had just been buried for 2 days. It was initially judged to be a pattern of the appearance of special items. The dead body turned into a zombie. Its claws were corrosive and could penetrate a 5-centimeter steel plate. Its movement speed was about the same as that of a normal adult. After the tester finished explaining, he waited for the leader's instructions. After receiving the order, he blew into the ring. A zombie was released on the flat ground, and the person who blew the ring had his mouth on the ring. The side effect of this ring is that anyone who uses it needs to stick their mouth on the ring for up to 10 minutes, whether storing or releasing any items. The conditions are rather bizarre, but the side effects are less severe than Keeman's storage scarf, so it is a very good item. Keeman doesn't feel cold when moving items now, or he will feel the coldness of the scarf when he hides a big whale in the future. After thinking about it, Keeman pulled the trigger at the zombie, and countless bullets poured out. The holy light attached to the bullets penetrated the zombie, and burst into pieces of light rain. Zombie was blown through by the special effects of the holy light, and all the meat hit by the bullets was directly purified and disappeared without leaving any residue. Keeman changed 3 bullet magazines in a row and purified all the meat of the zombie. The tester stared with his eyes, his mouth tightly pressed against his ring, and he couldn't say anything. Why did it end so quickly? Can it be extended for a while? His mouth was still pressed against the ring, and he couldn't even speak. Director Lay looked at Keeman and then at the tester. This is an outdoor test site, and the evil creatures are placed in the tester's ring. Further testing cannot be done in a short time. Why don't you take a break? Director Lay suggested. Keeman put down his submachine gun. No, I thought of something good. Everyone looked curious, and Keeman had a 10-centimeter long super short sword in his hand. When the short sword appeared, everyone was in a trance for a moment. This sword, short and exquisite, silver white and bright, is not an ordinary item. When Director Lay saw the sword, he exclaimed at the first time, "Immaculate sword?" Keeman held the small hilt and said, "Change, change, change." The immaculate sword quickly grew longer and became a 75-centimeter sword, with a light and shining sword. And Keeman's appearance in the eyes of everyone has also been infinitely improved. Not only is he ethereal, but he also has a layer of holy light. His wide wings seem to be the most beautiful wings in the world, and the ring on his head no longer feels out of place, perfectly integrating into the impression Keeman gives people. The flawless sword has its own top-level beauty filter special effects. An ordinary action will have its own exaggerated and handsome special effects, but it does not increase the attack power. It is an item that looks good but is useless. It is really useless except for pretending. After Keeman got the flawless sword, he unconsciously fluttered his wings and flew to a height of 10 meters above everyone. Keeman waved the flawless sword in his hand, like a sword fairy, and swung a gorgeous blow. This sword was fancy, and the sword light was crisscrossed. It should not have any power, but a layer of white holy light was automatically attached to the sword light. However, the holy light disappeared in the air along with the flawless sword special effects. After all, Keeman had no attack and no target. On the ground, the Investigation Bureau personnel were stunned when they saw Keeman using the flawless sword and angel wings. Will the flawless sword have attack properties? Ask him to come down and test it. This is a major discovery. Keeman did not come down completely. He fluttered his wings and dived towards the wooden target on the floor. Before he flew to the target, Keeman swung the flawless sword in advance and stabbed it through the air. This sword seemed to pierce the air. The thin sword needle beam crossed a distance of several meters, carrying a layer of light holy light special effects, and hit the wooden target. Bang! The holy light exploded, the light fragments disappeared quickly, and the wooden target was intact. Keeman frowned, thought for a few seconds in the air, and then thought it through. Do any of you have any evil creatures? Keeman suspected that the pretentious special effects of the flawless sword would not have physical attack capabilities even with the holy light special effects. After a while, Keeman received the news that no one had any evil items, only the tester had one, but his mouth and ring were stuck together, and the 10-minute limit had not yet expired. Keeman patted the storage scarf and took out a black pot from it. Seeing the pot, all the investigators' faces changed, and they were all shocked. What did Keeman want to do with this pot? Don't worry, the things produced by this pot can probably be classified as evil. Keeman opened the pot and asked the pets to dig a bag of soil, put some weeds and leaves in it, and there were dozens of ants and insects mixed in it. After covering the pot, the dark cooking pot automatically processed, and with a buzzing sound, the dark cooking pot was processed 5 minutes later. No one dared to approach this big pot, and finally Shirley opened the pot. There was a group of indescribable and indescribable twisted objects in it. It looked like a black swelling, without the appearance of soil. It felt like something else, not soil. Shirley poured all the contents of the black pot onto the wooden target. With the addition of such a monster, the wooden target became indescribable and evil. Keeman drew his sword, and with one thrust, the sword dragged a brilliant holy light path. The sword did not hit the indescribable food, but only a distance of 1 meter, allowing the sword light with full special effects to hit the indescribable wooden target. The white holy light exploded, and the top of the wooden target was directly purified by the holy light, leaving no powder. It really works. Keeman looked at the flawless sword in his hand, his face glowing with endless joy. It has no attack power, but the attributes of the holy light itself have not been weakened, which in disguise makes the flawless sword have a holy light type attack method. Chapter 252. The power of the holy light has increased, and the brightness of the halo has also increased. The instrument measured 500 lumens of light. Lumen is a physical unit that describes luminous flux. For example, a 400,000 watt incandescent lamp can emit 400 lumens of light. With the halo on his head, Keeman kept swinging the flawless sword. After testing, wherever the special effects of the flawless sword extend, the holy light can hit. Wait a minute, try the rotary machine gun. Director Lay borrowed a heavy machine gun from the nearby guard army. The recorder in charge of taking notes lowered his head and wrote down. With the rotation speed of the rotary machine gun, thousands of bullets per minute, it is definitely not comparable to a submachine gun. Keeman took the rotary machine gun. He had never operated a heavy machine gun before, so Director Lay taught him how to use it on the spot. At this time, the tester who kissed the ring also returned to normal, and released the second evil creature in the ring. The second evil creature was a ball of mud monster, soft and flat, and spread out on the ground with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Keeman pressed the electric trigger, and the barrel hummed and spun rapidly, and countless bullets poured out. Control the shooting direction of the muzzle, shoot to the right, and drag out a long holy light tail. The bullets bloomed on the road, and the holy light exploded, crackling and flashing like firecrackers, densely packed in a whole area. After sweeping for a minute, 6,000 bullets were used up, and the mud monsters and evil creatures on the ground were swept away by the machine gun, and all shattered into light rain. The camera captured the scene, and took it back for analysis to see if the kinetic energy of the bullets and the holy light had any effect. Keeman was also hungry, so he went back home to make up for the meal, and eat and drink as much as he could. The halo was taken off and thrown in the garden to bask in the sun. Tang Yuan rolled around and rolled to the halo. He picked it up and tried to put it on his head to wear the angel ring. However, the angel ring was not fixed on Tang Yuan's head. It fell on his head with a thud, bounced, and landed on the grass. Tang Yuan circled around the angel ring, confused, and wanted to wear it but couldn't. After eating, Keeman saw Tang Yuan circling around the halo, and immediately reached out to take off the wings behind him. There is no need to use force when taking off the wings. As long as the mind moves and the idea of taking off the wings comes into being, the muscles at the wings will automatically break, and the wings will shrink and fall off naturally. The muscles on Keeman's back also quickly withered, and his back became smooth, but the damaged parts of the clothes were inevitably irreparable. The dog watched his owner take off the wings, not understanding what he wanted to do, until the owner took the wings to him. The dog understood what he meant. The wings were tied with dog hair and inserted into the dense dog hair. When it touched the meat, muscles automatically grew on the back and sewed with the wings. The round glutinous rice dumpling immediately grew strong and huge wings, and a bright energy ring appeared on the top of its head, emitting bright light. The glutinous rice dumpling spread its super wide wings and gently flapped them. The round glutinous rice dumpling was immediately lifted into the sky by the recoil. The glutinous rice dumpling was very excited. So this is what it feels like to become an angel. It is so comfortable to fly in the blue sky. Before he knew it, the glutinous rice dumpling transformed in midair. After the body became larger, the wings behind it also enlarged in proportion, until it could fly into the sky. The security guard at the gate of the villa looked back, and saw a big golden dog with wings flying around in the sky. He was startled and immediately called Keeman in the manner to ask if there was any abnormal incident. Nothing unusual, Keeman replied. The security guards breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was nothing unusual, the big dog must be Keeman's canine pet. It was just that they had never seen it grow wings before, so they were a little unsure for a while. Now that they were sure, everything was fine. Tang Yuan flew in the air for a while, landed on the ground, and took off the energy ring on his head. It weighed the ring in its hand, and the halo took off in an arc in the air, and fell in a parabola form at a peak. The dog flew in the air, and caught the angel energy ring, flew in front of Keeman and stopped, put down the halo, and exhaled a lot of air from its mouth. At this moment, Tang Yuan looked like a normal dog, but his body was very big, and Keeman could only touch his big nose when he reached out to touch it. Tang Yuan took the initiative to become smaller, took off the wings behind him, and the angel halo disappeared. Then Bai Shatang and Shirley stood beside the wings, watching silently, and their hearts were moved. Who doesn't want to become an angel? You can try if you want. Keeman waved his hand. In fact, he was also curious about what pets would look like when they became angels. Bai Shatang originally had wings. After putting on the broken angel wings, a pair of huge wings instantly grew out of his back. A bright white halo appeared above Bai Shatang's head, and the holy light sprinkled on the grass, making it look very upright and not stupid. Keeman walked in front of Bai Shatang, picked up the camera and took a picture. A four-winged angel, a pair of original wings, and a pair of angel wings. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Keeman really hadn't seen it in reality. Bai Shatang fluttered his wings, and the two pairs of wings vibrated at the same time. The powerful wings took it to the blue sky. It was originally a bird, so it was natural for it to master the flying method of angel wings, and its flying posture was extremely smooth. The security guards in the distance were numb. If there was another flying crystal stone next time, they would not be surprised. Bai Shatang flew in the air for more than 10 minutes, and landed with a flutter, full of energy. Seeing Shirley's shining eyes, Bai Shatang obediently took off the halo on her head, and then took off the wide wings behind her. After the wings were retracted, Bai Shatang's eyes showed a reluctant expression. Having two pairs of wings is a completely different experience from having only one pair of wings. Shirley took the angel wings, and inserted them behind her. The muscles of the white feather wings immediately turned into crystal-like muscles, and then the white feathers also turned into crystal-like feathers, shining in the sun. Shirley's wings are different from normal feathers. They have a smooth crystal texture, but when they fly into the blue sky, they are still not used to flying with wings like Keeman, and they fell to the ground dozens of times. After mastering the tricks, flying became smoother and smoother. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the energy halo was already very bright. Keeman took the halo to the basement and hung it on the wall to serve as an environmentally friendly and clean light source that does not consume electricity. At this time, Keeman's phone rang. Amon, we are preparing to conduct a blood test on the stone ghost mask. Do you want to come and see? Come. Keeman didn't think much, immediately took off the angel wings, stuffed the pets into the storage scarf, and drove to the investigation bureau. In the open test room underground in the investigation bureau, dozens of investigators were waiting here, carrying props for evil creatures or conventional props in their hands. Keeman was also reminded here, suggesting that he transform into an angel and use the flawless sword to strike from a distance if there is a problem. There is an advantage of using the flawless sword to strike, that is, pure holy light purification, without any kinetic energy strike. The large amount of kinetic energy carried by bullet shooting is too harmful to humans, and the Bureau also considers the testers. After a while, the stone ghost mask was brought in, and the investigator who volunteered to become a vampire sat upright. Chapter 253. The stone ghost mask can turn the wearer into a vampire. People with weak wills will have a strong desire to suck blood. These are all the information that Big Face Cat is given. As it concerns human life, Kaming told the information of the stone ghost mask in detail. The investigation bureau also respected the information of Big Face Cat, and selected an investigator with extremely strong will and a little disability in just one day. Some injuries can be treated with medical supplies, but the injury of this investigator is not ordinary. He was violated by illegal organizations, and his body became very slow, like an old man. He has taken MRI, X-rays, CT, etc. The doctor believes that his organs have failed. Although he is young, his internal organs are already the standard of an old man. The difficulty is that medical supplies are also difficult to treat. The judgment of the Bureau is that the investigator has been affected by the negative buff, and it is difficult to completely eradicate. Foreign vampires have self-repairing properties, and stay young forever. Maybe they can treat his organ failure. Director Lei explained while looking at the volunteers in the distance. His name is Weekend, his last name is Zhou, and he has a MO character. If there is no Weekend, the name sounds good. Weekend is the captain of a team from Octopus City. He is determined as iron. When he received the order from the top in the headset, he gently cut a small hole with a knife and squeezed out 2 drops of blood on the stone ghost mask. The blood drops penetrated into the stone ghost mask, and the mask immediately turned into a blood-red light. Captain Zhou looked at the blood-red mask and had a strong desire to suck blood in his heart. Next to Captain Zhou, there was a transparent safe, which contained several bowls of different types of blood. There is chicken blood, rabbit blood, pig blood, dog blood, and cow blood. Human blood is not in the safe, but if Captain Zhou can't stand the pressure, the Investigation Bureau will take out the prepared artificial blood donation bags. Captain Zhou slowly put on the mask, and the mask closed on his cheeks, itching, as if something strange flowed from the face into the blood vessels inside the skin, and then penetrated Captain Zhou's brain through the blood supply channel, and then flowed into the arteries along the capillaries, entered the heart, and then entered various blood supply parts of the body. Captain Zhou is a slow person. When the desire to suck blood suddenly rose in his heart, his first thought was not to rush. Wait until the power of transformation spread throughout the body and penetrated every organ. Weekend moved his fingers, then slowly stood up, raised his arms and legs, and felt the flow of blood in the body. No, there is no sense of blood flow in the body, as if the blood was sucked dry by the meat. Captain Zhou was eager to suck blood, and slowly felt the feeling of being reborn. His organs were indeed different from before, more active, and constantly sending out signals of "I want to suck blood" to compensate for nutrition and energy. This strong desire was carried out from the brain to every organ. If a person was not firm, he would definitely be controlled by this strong desire. But Captain Zhou was really not in a hurry to suck blood. With his old habit of being slow and his strong willpower, he laid down again and sat quietly on the chair, planning to suck blood in half an hour. No matter what, he could not let his desire lead him by the nose, and he must stick to his original intention. At this time, the skin felt itchy again, as if ants were crawling. It was because the body was exposed to the ultraviolet light, which made the body a little uncomfortable. "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" Director Wu asked through the microphone. After a few seconds, Weekend replied, "I want to suck, but I want to wait half an hour before sucking." "Can't move now?" the director asked again. "I don't want to move." So half an hour later, everyone saw Weekend slowly opening the safe. As soon as the safe was opened, the nose smelled a strong smell of blood rushing into the nose. Originally just ordinary animal blood, at this moment, the smell of blood was invisibly magnified hundreds of times in Weekend's nose. The strong desire burned in his heart like a flame. Even if he was a slow person, he couldn't help but speed up the blood collection. He picked a bowl of blood casually, just picked pig blood, and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle, pig blood flowed into the mouth, quickly flowed into the digestive tract, and then the blood was quickly absorbed by the digestive tract. Cool, Captain Zhou's forehead was bulging with blue veins, but he tried his best to restrain himself and sat back. At this time, Keeman received the video analysis from the technical team. Captain Zhou's face has changed to a younger look in just half an hour. His skin has become smooth, tender and white, and his temperament has also improved. At the end of the video analysis, there are two pictures for comparison. One is a live photo of Captain Joe half an hour ago, and the other is a photo taken a minute ago. Captain Joe has become whiter and more handsome. This is a change visible to the naked eye, which is too obvious. As expected of a vampire, he has become handsome so quickly. Xiao Zhou looks uncomfortable. Does he still want to suck blood? Technical team, bring the pig blood and let Xiao Zhou try it. Director Wu ordered. Pig blood is also pig blood, but pig blood is usually cooked blood. The drone buzzed, and with a small plate, it handed the square-shaped pig blood to Captain Zhou, and then buzzed away. Captain Zhou looked at the pig blood in the bowl, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. How should I put it? It didn't feel disgusting, but the desire to suck blood was not relieved at all. Xiao Zhou shook his head, and the investigation bureau handed him a cup of boiled water, a cup of milk tea, and a plate of fried pork and rice. Xiao Zhou swallowed them one by one. There was no problem with the boiled water, but the milk tea made him feel nauseous. The same was true for fried pork and rice. He wanted to vomit after eating. Normal food can no longer be ingested, but pig blood is an exception. Then the mental question and answer test began, and the professional psychological team judged the other party's thoughts. Keeman put on sunglasses, and saw that Xiao Zhou's head was already emitting light black smoke. He knocked on Director Lei's elbow with his hand, and Director Lei also put on sunglasses, and saw the light black smoke on Xiao Zhou's head. It should be the desire to suck blood that made him have some bad thoughts. Director Lei analyzed. The earphones of the psychological team moved slightly. After learning this information, they asked the other party in different ways whether they wanted to suck human blood. Team Zhou was silent for a few seconds. Just now, I thought about how it would feel if I suck human blood, but I just thought about it in my heart and didn't take any action. Everyone at the scene carried a lot of human blood, and Xiao Zhou's body was eager to suck blood. But Xiao Zhou could feel that this body could suck any kind of blood, not necessarily human blood. So at this moment, he was trying his best to restrain his inner desire, thinking that he could still be saved, and this was also the main reason why the black smoke above his head was only as thin as a thread. After a while, Xiao Zhou sucked the rabbit blood, dog blood, chicken blood, and cow blood in the safe, sucking each one dry in one gulp, looking like a starving wolf. Chapter 254. The fifth round of testing, whether the holy light has an effect on the vampires. After the tester read it out loud, Luo Yuan came over and told Keeman to wear angel wings. Keeman patted the angel wings from his scarf and inserted them on his back. His clothes were immediately pierced, and the white feather wings slowly spread out, and a shining circular halo appeared above his head. The shining holy light radiated from the ring, illuminating the surroundings, and most people looked at Keeman in angel form. Lighter, don't be so heavy. I use the flawless sword. It has no attack power, only the attack power attached to the holy light. Keeman patted his scarf again, and summoned a flawless little sword. Change, change, change. The flawless sword became longer, growing to a length of 2 meters, and the blade became a single blade, slightly curved, with a stunning arc, and was incredibly beautiful. The light reflected a thrilling flash on the blade edge. Before Keeman made a move, everyone felt warm. As a vampire, Weekend also felt the shallow irradiation from the holy light. He stretched out his palm and looked at it. There was a layer of faint white light on the surface of his palm. Vampire creatures are afraid of ultraviolet rays, and the holy light reflected by Keeman is relatively strong, making the skin vaguely uncomfortable. "How is it?" asked the tester. "A little uncomfortable." Captain Zhou shook his head slowly. Keeman wore a Bluetooth headset in his ears. After receiving instructions from his superiors, he vibrated his wings and flew over. The angel energy ring above his head continued to emit bright light. The closer you get, the brighter you can feel it. Another investigator stared at Captain Zhou cautiously. If Captain Zhou couldn't withstand the attack of the holy light, or Keeman was in trouble, he would help. Keeman flew to 10 meters in front of him, chanting change in his mouth, and the long sword in his hand automatically lengthened, slowly growing to a length of 10 meters. Captain Zhou narrowed his eyes, and the light reflected by the blade was already very bright. But compared to the long sword, the halo above Keeman's head made Captain Zhou feel more uncomfortable, as if it was a halo of death. If the halo hit his face, his skin might burn. "How is it? How does it feel?" Keeman asked. "It's very uncomfortable, as if I'm sweating in a space of dozens of degrees." Captain Zhou's forehead faintly showed fine sweat. Keeman was undecided immediately, whether to swing the holy light to attack. Now Keeman was just releasing light, not very strong. Finally, Keeman found a stable and safe way to test, without swinging and slashing, just holding the sword and posing. Captain Joe suppressed his inner desire to suck human blood, and stretched out his hand to touch the tip of the 10-meter-long blade. The blade had its own holy light edge, which easily broke his skin. After Captain Joe moved his hand away, the skin of the finger did not bleed, but it did not heal either. Another cut was made with an ordinary knife, and the wound immediately returned to normal, indicating that the holy light would affect the recovery ability of the vampires. Keeman slowly retreated back to the crowd, and took off his wings. Everyone was almost blinded by the halo, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the halo was gone. Angels, or light-related items, have a very strong suppressive force on vampires. The tester typed on the tablet, ending the 5th round of light-related tests. After that, several more rounds of careful tests were conducted to dig out the characteristics of the vampires clearly. Captain Joe can suck animal blood to relieve the desire to suck human blood. So the vampires cannot suck human blood. Those foreign vampires are really not human. Director Lei sighed and shook his head. After the test, today was almost over. Before leaving, Director Lei called Kumeng. Kumeng, the General Administration has approved your application to go abroad to crack down on the head of the Frog Society. You are the deputy captain, and the captain will be an S-level personnel sent by the General Administration. Kumeng was surprised. All those organizations were wiped out. They are all small and useless organizations, and they don't have many special items. They are not powerful enough for our investigation bureau. They were all wiped out overnight. Director Lei smiled, and didn't care about those small organizations at all. In the territory of Koi Island, the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau is the most powerful violent agency. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in this territory will never be forgiven. Kumeng nodded. Okay, when will we act? The captain of the General Administration will come by plane in about 2 hours, and then have dinner, sneak over tonight, rest in the wild to adjust to the time difference, and slowly find the location of the head of the Frog Society after waking up. It will probably take a few days. Director Lei explained. Hearing that the action would start tonight, Kumeng was surprised at the swiftness of the General Administration, which really did not waste a moment. Kumeng thought about it, and the General Administration might have found some amazing clues from the local Frog Society organization, and believed that the Frog Society could not be left and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Okay. Kumeng had no objection. Kumeng waited in the bureau for 2 hours, and by the way, he clicked on his own evaluation video task. The last dark cooking video had met the requirements. Click to receive resistance, and the resistance increased to 480, and it was about to reach the 500 mark. With the resistance increased to this point, Kumeng had no idea how strong his defense was. At this time, the S-level members of the General Administration also officially arrived in Whale City. Keeman sat on a bench in the first-floor lobby of the branch to rest, watching videos, feeling happy. At this time, Keeman vaguely felt a gaze looking at him. Keeman immediately looked up at the source of the gaze, and saw that the glass door of the first-floor lobby of the branch slid open automatically. In the middle stood a man with bandages all over his body, with only 2 eyes exposed. At this time, several new F-level members, who were newly recruited by the investigators, walked out of the door. They did not look at the bandaged man, as if he did not exist. F-level member Lu Yuan was chatting with his colleagues. He almost bumped into the bandaged man standing in the middle of the road, but his feet automatically deviated from the original route and took a step around, just missing the bandaged man standing in the middle of the glass door. The F-level members left the door, and did not realize who was standing at the glass door from beginning to end. You are worthy of it. You noticed it as soon as I saw you. The bandaged man said hoarsely, and laughed happily. What's your name? Keeman stood up, walked over to greet him, and shook hands. The bandaged man's hands were very cold, like a non-existent corpse, with a very weak presence, so weak that it was difficult to be discovered. However, because the bandaged man saw Keeman, Keeman's own spirituality naturally saw the bandaged man, so this low presence did not make Keeman selectively ignore the existence of the bandaged man. My real name is Shijun, or my nickname is Bandage, one of the S-level members of Koi Island, Shijun said hoarsely. When Shijun spoke, the counter lady in the hall did not look at Keeman, and selectively ignored the handshake between the two. Chapter 255. S-Class member, the guardian of Koi Island, Keeman looked dazed. This was the first time he saw the bandaged man in person. In the past, the bandaged man was sent by Toad. Now that he saw him in person, he realized his strangeness. Low sense of presence. People with low spiritual awareness will subconsciously ignore the existence of the bandaged man. If they are about to hit the bandaged man, their bodies will unconsciously avoid the bandaged man and will not hit him. In addition, low sense of presence also has a miraculous effect on special items such as cameras and surveillance. Keeman was sitting in a restaurant at the moment, taking out his mobile phone to take a picture of the bandaged man's face to test his low sense of presence. In Keeman's mobile phone camera, there was indeed no face of the bandaged man, only a relatively blurred semi-transparent invisible man. You are shooting too close, and the purpose is too clear. If you move 10 meters away, the camera will not take a picture of me, the bandaged man instructed. Keeman moved 10 meters away to take a picture of him. Sure enough, the mobile phone camera could not take a picture of Shijun. That seat was like air. After returning to his seat, Keeman had a clearer understanding of the bandaged man. Is this also the effect of the bandage? Keeman looked at the white bandage strips on the bandaged man's body, which covered him from head to toe. He did not need to wear clothes. The bandages were his clothes. To be precise, I had sequelae after knowing the information of a zero-level item. The bandaged man drew a 0 on the table. Keeman nodded. He had not seen the zero-level items of the Investigation Bureau yet, and knew that the information of zero-level items could not be leaked at will. I will not talk about the specific effects of zero-level things. What is the bandage on your body? Keeman asked in confusion. Oh, you mean this? It's certainly not level 0. How could I take that thing out? The bandage man smiled and said, this is a bandage to enhance my presence. Without this thing, no one would know if I disappeared from the face of the earth. Kamong's heart trembled. No one knew that I had disappeared from the face of the earth, which showed how terrible the sequelae of the level 0 thing were. If the level 0 thing is an item with the ability to spread memes, can it be assumed that there was a period of time in Koi Island when a large number of people disappeared from the world, but no one knew about their deaths? Kamong looked around, and there were several passers-by in the restaurant, eating carefully and concentrating, as if judging whether there was any movement nearby. Can this kind of news be leaked? The people here are all investigators, teammates who sneaked across the sea with us, and they will not leak the news. After the bandage man finished speaking, he clapped his hands and introduced the names of each teammate to Keeman, as well as their main responsibilities. The team doctor, the scout, the combatant, and the person responsible for protecting Keeman, a total of 5 people, plus Keeman and the bandaged man. It is a 7-person team. The team is not about quantity, but quality. If the special items are used well, it is enough to break through a transnational supernatural organization. Moreover, this is a smuggling operation, and the fewer people who know the core mission, the better. There are also undercover personnel and backup personnel from the Investigation Bureau in Crocodile Island. They can be temporarily requisitioned to investigate all resources to capture the leader of the Frog Society. Let's go! After the bandaged man finished his meal, the scout and the team wore headphones and seemed to be monitoring something. The scout closed his eyes and held them for a minute, and when he opened his eyes again, he said, "No abnormality." The group left the restaurant and drove to the Whale City Military District, driving all the way to the beach. When they arrived at the beach, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Today's action plan is to sneak over that night, rest, and adjust to the time difference there, and you can take your time to investigate. I cover you, don't worry. The bandaged man looked at the team doctor. The team doctor took out a flashlight. There was a whale-shaped mark on the barrel of the flashlight. It seemed to be a movable mark, swimming around the barrel of the flashlight, which reminded Keeman of swimming fish. Swimming fish are two-dimensional creatures that can swim on any plane. When they encounter text, they will be trapped in it. What is this? Keeman cast a curious look. A flashlight that summons whale monsters. You haven't seen it before, using a flashlight to summon creatures, but it consumes a lot of power. Use it once, and you need to absorb 100,000 degrees of electricity next time you want to use it. The captain of the bandaged man explained. At this time, the team doctor's flashlight pressed the switch, and the flashlight shone brightly, and a thick beam of light like a lighthouse shot out and cast into the deep and dark sea. Come out. The team doctor shouted softly to the flashlight. The whale mark on the flashlight body wandered to the light tube of the flashlight, and a dark shadow of a whale immediately appeared on the bright sea. The call of the whale sounded in my ears, sometimes far and sometimes near. Keeman stood on the coast and vaguely felt that something was being born. After waiting for a few seconds, the sea water churned, and a big black whale jumped out of the sea, and the water spout on the top of its head sprayed a stream of water. The light of the flashlight disappeared in an instant, and the summoning was completed. This is a whale monster, not an ordinary whale. It can take us across the sea to Crocodile Island overnight, and the speed is almost the same as that of an airplane. The bandaged man explained to Keeman unilaterally. Is this whale monster a local monster in the sea? Keeman opened his eyes wide and looked at the whale monster carefully. It was very big, comparable to the size of a blue whale. It's not clear yet. Our investigation bureau has a bit of trouble just managing local things, so how can we have time to go into the sea to explore all marine life? The bandaged man shook his head. After a while, the whale monster opened its huge mouth, and Keeman turned into an angel, carrying them one by one into the whale monster's big mouth. The soldiers on the shore saluted and watched the whale monster close its big mouth, flip over and dive into the sea, making a huge splash. The whale monster swam quickly, and there was no heat coming out of it. It broke through the waves in the sea and rushed quickly, and soon the speed reached 900 kilometers per hour. A normal whale can reach a speed of 55 kilometers per hour at the fastest, but the whale monster is obviously not a normal whale. It is so fast in the sea, and the obstacles formed by the seawater are very terrifying, even heavier than the conditions for an airplane to fly in the sky. However, the whale monster's round head opened a thin film, actively softening the impact of the water flow, so that when the water flow was hit by the whale monster at a speed of 900 kilometers per hour, there was no huge shock wave. All the water flow, including the fish hit by the whale monster along the way, were dissolved by the invisible soft force, and no death occurred. The whale's body was not pitch black. Its stomach was a huge space. All the blood vessels were laid on the wall. Countless fluorescent substances flowed in the blood vessels, illuminating the stomach world. Keeman sat on the floor of the stomach world, and did not smell the disgusting smell of digestive fluid or the smell of decay. He looked up at the bright blood vessel ceiling with a trance. If a layer of cement was laid on the floor, and some buildings were built, it would look like the retired whale in the dream world. Chapter 256. The whale monster was moving very fast in the sea. Keeman could not hear the sound of the water impact inside, as if the outside world was isolated from the whale monster. We are 8,000 kilometers away from the coast of Crocodile Island. We will reach the target in about 9 hours, the bandage man said. During this period, you and the team doctor cannot sleep. Others can rest first if they are sleepy. The bandage man pointed to Keeman. Keeman must not sleep. The team members who can sleep shook their heads. We are not sleepy, don't worry. Keeman was not sleepy either, and he knew that he could not sleep inside the whale monster. The investigation bureau knew that Keeman had some strange items around him after waking up. If some items were harmful to the whale monster, they would harm everyone. In short, Keeman could not sleep now. If he wanted to sleep, he had to sleep in Crocodile Island, in the wilderness, and the pets were responsible for the outer patrol work. The big whale swam very fast, and the speed was far more than 900 kilometers per hour. It hid its body in the deep sea to minimize the possibility of being discovered by satellites. Along the way, the fish on the seabed were all stunned. They were overturned by a monster in the blink of an eye and were at a loss. There were also some deep-sea giants floating in the sea. Suddenly, their bodies rolled over, and their heads were dizzy. By the time these deep-sea monsters regained consciousness, it was 2 or 3 minutes later. The whale monster had already run away. In the belly of the whale monster, the 7-member team that had not slept held a meeting to discuss future actions. Recently, I have swept away a group of Frog Society branches in Koi Island and obtained some clues. The infiltration of the Frog Society leader into Koi Island is far beyond our previous imagination. Instead of finding them one by one, it is better to kill the leader first. The bandage man took out 6 file bags, which were all photocopied materials. Kunming took the materials handed over by Shurjun, which contained photos of the Koi Island Frog Society branch organization and the confessions of various supervisors. One of the confessions was as follows: how were the sculptures transported into the country? Through sacrifice. How to sacrifice? Swimming, living sacrifice, and faith. Have there been any failed sacrifices? Yes. When Kunming turned to this part, he looked at it a few more times and said, it is not flowing into the country through customs, but sent to Koi Island through so-called sacrifices. It is hard to prevent. Yes, as long as things can be sent over through sacrifices, there are who knows how many sculptures in Koi Island have flowed into the homes of normal residents. The bandage man sighed, which was also the main reason why he felt the crisis was imminent. Assuming that 1,000 sculptures with frog heads and octopus bodies flowed into Koi Island, there would be 1,000 places infected, and God knows how many victims there are. In order to ensure that the information was not known to others, the members of the Frog Society did not record the whereabouts of the sculptures at all. After being caught, the people who knew about it tried to commit suicide. Their suicide method was very special. They turned themselves into frogs directly. Maybe the transformation was not thorough enough, or for other reasons, these people fell into indescribable madness after turning into frogs, and their mouths made headache-inducing crazy words and crazy sounds. No one knew what the ghost sound was. Most of these lunatics were shot. If they stayed, they would be a disaster. Only a small number of members stayed as backup. People who heard those ghost voices occasionally had sequelae of auditory and visual hallucinations. The people in the investigation bureau quickly treated them through psychological therapy and rational special items. Let's not talk about this. Let's get familiar with the map first. The bandaged man pointed to the map of Crocodile Island, pointing out which cities were core urban clusters one by one, and some cities had the most active supernatural traces. Keeman looked at the map of Crocodile Island. Its map looked like a crocodile, with a crocodile head, a fat body, and a tail. After the 9th hour, a melodious call came from the stomach world of the whale monster. If you listen carefully, you will find that the whale monster is calling them out. We're here, get ready to go out. The bandaged man got up and slapped the dust off his butt. He walked along the internal passage to the big mouth of the whale monster, which slowly opened, revealing the dim night. The bandaged man first took out the positioning device to locate himself, and determined that his position was 5 kilometers away from the coast of Crocodile Island, and then asked the team doctor to give the whale monster a coordinate. After a while, the whale monster sent people to the shore, and everyone went ashore. The team doctor took out the flashlight again, and clicked the light off button. The big whale on the sea's surface slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, turning into a huge black shadow. The shadow of the whale broke away from the sea surface out of thin air, flew into the mouth of the flashlight, and became a mark on the flashlight again. Keeman looked at the flashlight and felt very curious. The existence of that big whale monster is really like a drifting fish. Maybe I can use it myself. Can you tell me what your flashlight does? Keeman pointed to the whale mark on the flashlight. It is a flashlight that summons whale monsters. The specific function is to charge. After it is fully charged, the whale mark will come alive by itself and swim in the body. At this time, turn on its light button, and you can project the whale monster onto the sea surface to summon it. The team doctor looked at Keeman, not knowing what Keeman wanted to do. Did he want this thing? It is indeed very comfortable to use it to carry people across the sea. It is faster than taking a plane. If there is a submarine transportation tool faster than the whale monster in this world, I am afraid we will have to wait until the technological explosion in the future to see it. Amon, why are you asking this? The bandaged man felt that Keeman had something to say, and seemed to have an unusual interest in the flashlight. I have a fish like it, so I want to know what the flashlight is used for. Keeman patted his scarf, and a stone with a fish shadow appeared in Keeman's palm. It was night in Crocodile Island. The sky was too dark, and everyone could not see clearly. They only saw the vague shadow of the fish. The bandaged man was puzzled. Keeman reached out and grabbed the drifting fish, and then took out a white paper. The page of the paper had the black shadow of the drifting fish. The team doctor exclaimed and approached the drifting fish with a flashlight. The drifting fish woke up and swam in the white paper, but there was no point connecting the paper and the flashlight, and the drifting fish could not run to the flashlight. The Keeman paper hit the flashlight, and the fish immediately ran to the flashlight and circled around the whale mark. The 7 people stared at the flashlight and saw the fish open its mouth, wanting to eat the fish. Keeman immediately reached out and took the fish away, and the fish turned into a stone shadow again. This fish wants to eat fish. What's going on? I don't understand. Amon, tell me. The bandaged man couldn't understand. His high spiritual perception didn't get an accurate feeling at this moment. He just felt that the fish wanted to eat fish. I've seen it eat words. It may have regarded that mark as words. Keeman was very concerned about the flashlight. Or I can use a cat. The bandaged man looked around. He was still doing the task. Why did he start testing again? Calm down and fix it. Chapter 257. The 7-member team found a place in the wilderness that night. Keeman sent out 3 pets, Tang Yuan, Bai Shatang and Shirley, to patrol. The bandaged man and the scouts also used space props to summon pets to participate in the patrol work to ensure that the 1-kilometer radius would not be infiltrated by outsiders. Especially Shirley's ability. In the eyes of the bandaged man, it is already a very violent thug. It can basically beat people to death before the supernatural criminals react. As long as the person is dead, he can't use any powerful items. Keeman found a deserted place, about 100 meters away from his teammates, took out the big-faced cat on the back of a stone, and stared at it for 15 seconds. Looking at the dazed face of the big-faced cat, it seemed that a strange light seeped out, but in a blink of an eye, that radiant light of knowledge disappeared again. Three-dimensional life summoning flashlight. This flashlight can temporarily transform two-dimensional life into three-dimensional physical life. It needs to be charged in degrees before each use. The amount of charge is linked to the strength of the two-dimensional life. The summoning time is up to 24 hours. The flashlight has a certain service life. He patted the big-faced cat's face with a scarf, and the cat was thrown directly into the scarf. So that's it. It's a function of converting from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Keeman looked down at the flashlight in his hand. The whale monster mark on the body of the flashlight was motionless, but Keeman knew it was a two-dimensional life form. Keeman scooped up the flashlight with his hand, thinking directly about scooping out the shadow of the whale monster. But this move did not succeed, and the shadow-catching hand failed for the first time. This whale monster, isn't it a shadow creature? Keeman silently used his spiritual perception to sense it. The whale monster mark felt a little different from the flowing fish. They are both two-dimensional life forms, but the flowing fish is on the side of the shadow creature, and the whale monster mark seems to be just a mark. The big-faced cat only has a very short line of words about this whale mark. Two-dimensional life form, a monster with a whale shape, good at deep-sea swimming. However, Keeman has seen the whale monster mark swimming in the barrel. When we get to the city area, we will go to the factory to connect the industrial wires to charge it. Maybe we can catch it after it is fully charged. Keeman returned to the rest point of his teammates. The bandage man smiled and asked, "How is it? Did you see any unusual information?" Just now, Keeman did not summon the big-faced cat on the spot, mainly considering everyone's privacy. The detection mechanism of the big-faced cat is range-based. It will not detect if it is not in its range. Keeman deliberately walked away to protect everyone's privacy. The full name of the flashlight is the three-dimensional life summoning flashlight, which can summon a two-dimensional life form into a three-dimensional entity. Keeman put the flashlight on the ground. 7 people gathered around the fire. The firewood was burning, the swaying flames illuminated the 7 people, and the shadows behind them stretched to the ground. So amazing. It turns out that it is a two-dimensional life form that turns into a three-dimensional one. I have always misunderstood it. The team doctor laughed dumbly. She always thought that the thing summoned by the flashlight was a monster in the deep sea of Blue Star, but she didn't expect it to be. I see. After this mission is over, if you want it, you can exchange it for contribution points. It is now a level 3 item, mainly responsible for transportation. But after you report this information, the flashlight may be adjusted to a level 1 thing. The bandage man said directly. As the leader of the team, the bandage man had used his sixth sense to sense what Keeman was thinking. He wanted a flashlight. No problem, I exchange it with contribution points. Keeman said indifferently. He had too many contribution points to count. The Shadow Stream Deacon was captured. Although Keeman was not the one who flew over to capture her, he was the main contributor. Later, a series of Shadow Stream members were caught, and even the Frog Club organization in this continent was mostly wiped out. Keeman couldn't count how many contribution points he had. Sure, June calculated for Keeman, and it was definitely not a problem to exchange for a first-level thing. As for zero-level things, to be honest, things of this level will not give exchange permissions, so first-level things are the ceiling of what can be exchanged at the private level. That night, Keeman and 7 others fell asleep in the wild. Tang Yuan and other pets were responsible for patrolling in the mountains and forests. The reconnaissance items of the scouts were added with a layer of insurance to ensure safety. At night, Keeman slowly fell asleep. Keeman once again became Cthulhu and woke up in the eternal deep sea city. Ignoring the fresh seafood, Keeman extended his consciousness to peek at the things in the dream world. This time, Keeman did not look for anyone else, but directly peeked at the retired whale. The whale floated on the edge of the dreamland and turned into a petrified island. Its long tongue turned into a giant bridge, bordering the land. Under Keeman's gaze, hundreds of people passed by on the tongue bridge every 10 minutes, walking from the land to the whale island, and some players walked out of the whale's belly and returned to the land. Keeman looked left and right, targeting the synesthesia whale, and looked at it inside and out. How to say it, this whale is indeed very similar to the whale monster in reality. However, Keeman knew why the big whale was similar to the whale monster in reality, because when Keeman created this big whale, he referred to the appearance of the blue whale in reality, which was the main reason for the similarity between the two. Secondly, the size of the dream whale is countless times larger than that of the whale monster in reality. The sizes of the two are not of the same order of magnitude. The dream whale can accommodate millions of people, but the stomach world of the whale monster in reality can definitely not accommodate so many people. Seeing that the whale is not a whale, Keeman smiled at his heart, probably thinking too much. Then Keeman directed his synesthesia target to other things and aimed at other people. The dream world has opened up the entrances to multiple virtual games. Keeman, as the biggest cause and effect in the dream world, can feel the connection between countless entrances to other worlds and the dream world. The dream world is like a large network interwoven by countless virtual games and the dreams of the people of Orange Star, but Keeman is not satisfied yet. During the long patrol, new ideas gradually came to his mind. Break through the dimensional wall and make the dream world a crossroads of various virtual games, connecting all worlds. It sounds cool. The dream world has a feature that even if you don't understand other people's language, as long as you skillfully use your perception ability, you can read the other person's language through the emotions emitted by the other person. No language barrier is the biggest convenience of the dream world. However, there is a huge hardcore difficulty in front of him. That is, he can't find a way to actively bring people from the dream world to other virtual games. Keeman pondered for a while, and heard a summoning sound that came and went. Keeman knew that the summoner was coming. With more and more believers, there will definitely be a lot of summons in the future. Keeman was happy, but worried about what to do with too many summons in the future. Chapter 258. At the bottom of the dark and bottomless deep sea, the 999 level sea monsters above are swimming slowly and whispering. The voices are not loud, but they are very sincere and enthusiastic from the bottom of their hearts. They sincerely believe that the great Cthulhu will return the world to a chaotic and disordered world. Because it is bottomless, and the sea pressure is high, objects that are not strong enough cannot survive in the deep sea. Things like candles are directly pressed into a hard round cake here, and there is no room for rescue. There are also spices. With so much seawater, it is also an idea to spread the fragrance through liquid, but whether it can be successful is another matter. However, it is worth mentioning that the above sacrificial materials are all requirements put forward by the Black Ghost. The 999 level seafoods are directly under Cthulhu, and feel that this is not suitable for deep-sea sacrifice. To hold a sacrifice under the deep-sea water pressure, another set of sacrifice methods should be used. So they keep trying to use sincere emotions to break through the boundary of space and sacrifice directly to Cthulhu. They hold the crystal of time-space stone in their hands. Yes, you read it right. The 999 level seafood hold the crystal, not the powder. The powder of time-space stone is the ore ground from a pile of various debris slag, but in the veins on the seabed, the time-space stone exists in the form of crystal, which is very hard. The 999 level seafood sincerely calls out to the great Cthulhu, holding the crystal of time-space stone in their hands. The time-space stone held by the tentacles flickers and shines. As the call becomes longer and longer, the great will finally descends into the dark and invisible deep sea. Keeman used his consciousness to look around, and it was pitch black. He used his dark vision skill to look around, and he could only see some sand on the seabed. He looked up at the sky, but it was still so dark that he couldn't see the top. There was only one seafood among the sacrificers, and it was already a full-level monster. Unless it was a creature that liked to live in groups, it was generally a lone wolf creature, not a duo, and not a family faction. This seafood muttered about the great Cthulhu, and the words were full of praise, and then offered the sacrifice. As for wishes, there was no wish at all. Or it could be said that its original intention was to hope that the sacrifice in its hand could help Cthulhu unseal. As long as it was unsealed, the believers would definitely benefit at that time, and there would be no need for a one-on-one reward. And whether it would be able to get the reward from the evil god was still a question. The full-level seafood knew it clearly, and while fanatically believing in Cthulhu, it was carefully surviving. At this level, if you don't have the ability to think independently, how can you dominate the sea? You would have been squeezed into food long ago. Keeman did not accept the sacrifice immediately, but first silently felt whether this sacrifice was useful to him. If it was useless, hold it down first. After all, it was a gift from a max-level boss, and he was afraid that he would suddenly kill Keeman's main body. Keeman can now roughly judge his own level. The resistance of 480 is similar to that of Tangyuan, but Tangyuan is an elite monster with unique strengthening characteristics, so they cannot be compared in the same way. In short, the level of Keeman's real body is the defense level of dozens of levels in the game world. If the max level item is dangerous, it can definitely kill Keeman in one shot. The risk is very high, so be cautious when accepting it. For prudent considerations, if you don't have the ability to withstand the lethality of the items in the max level area, don't accept it if you can. Keeman carefully looked at the item sent by the full-level seafood. It was a rusty anchor. The rust on the anchor was unusual and full of the smell of decay with a sense of age. Keeman had a feeling that if the anchor was allowed to cross the border and land on Blue Star, the rust on it would quickly infect other items. Keeman was not sure whether the rust would become something that destroyed a region. At this time, the 999 level crab added another explanation. It can make my body age, the ground age, and even make the effectiveness of the regional boundaries of some regions age. I think it may age the sealed boundary of Raya. Keeman listened to it and kept it in mind, but when it came to whether to accept the sacrifice, he still hesitated in his heart and vaguely felt a sense of crisis. This item cannot be accepted. The starting point of the crab believers was good. For Keeman's sake, they did not sacrifice those things that were not powerful and practical, but such items brought Keeman another sense of crisis. Regional aging seems to have a large range and a very strong effect. Even level 999 seafood can age. Keeman doesn't know how high the resistance of full-level monsters is, but at least the resistance points are over 1,000,000. Once this kind of thing appears in reality, the first thing Keeman thinks of is that his real body quickly turns into a hopeless old man, and then ages and dies overnight, or it may age and die in just a few seconds. Keeman carefully sensed the body condition of the sacrificer again. Its body did show signs of aging. It looked normal on the outside, but the internal tissues had already felt decayed and aged. In the end, Keeman did not accept the sacrifice, and cancelled the sacrifice from the full-level crab. After the sacrifice, Keeman felt that he had lost his precious treasure and his heart ached. He could only think of something else, peek in the dream, and spend a happy time. People come and go in the dream world. The Orange Star people have adapted to the creatures in the dream world. They wake up every day to return to reality, and go to the dream world to play at night. The World Tree project has resumed construction. Although players can now use the face-pinching game to pinch a large world tree to enter the dream world, it is ultimately a pinch thing, not a landscape that can exist forever in the dream world. Once the dream wakes up and goes offline, the player body will exit. Such things are not eternal beauty. The construction party players believe in this statement, reoccupy the high ground, and regain a group of construction players to build the world tree together. With the example of the world tree, the Babel project has also entered the restart stage. A large number of construction players call on players to build the Babel in their dreams together. During this period, Keeman also felt the emotions in the sea revealed by the players. It seems that the problems with the AI in the virtual game in reality have not affected the lives of the Orange Star people. After watching for a while, another wave of full-level monsters came to sacrifice. The things sacrificed by the full-level bosses are all things that help to unseal. The side effects are shocking. They are either corrosive or have strong regional lethality. There are no seafood sacrifices for pets, and there are no seafood sacrifices for small items that are not dangerous. In their view, the Great Cthulhu needs to be unsealed. Those non-dangerous things can't shake the seal of the ancient gods at all. Only the more dangerous and more palpitating things can have an impact on the seal of the ancient gods. What can Keeman do? He can only turn down one by one with a dark face. None of these things can be brought in. Once brought into the blue planet, it will at least destroy the world. Speaking of which, will the large filter membrane of the blue planet filter out those sacrifices that may destroy the blue planet? Keeman put a question mark in his heart. Chapter 259. The large filter membrane of Blue Star is very powerful, and can prevent the invasion of evil gods. Last time, Keeman personally conducted an experiment, and wanted to invade the dream of the old man of the Frog Society, but his own power was blocked by Blue Star. Speaking of the old man, Keeman's mission to Crocodile Island this time is to capture the Centenarian. Either capture him alive, or kill him. This mission seems to have only two options, but the bandage man in the bureau talked to Keeman, and he advocated killing the old man of the Frog Society to avoid more trouble. For the leader of an evil organization that involves global human security, he has too many backups. As long as he is alive, he will cause harm to the societies of various countries in Blue Star. Silently missing the image of the old man in my heart, and through my own connection with the Frogman sculpture in the Galisi Villa, I vaguely felt the illusion on Blue Star. An old man was sitting in the master bedroom of a villa on the shore. Outside the master bedroom was the lake with continuous frog sounds. Frogs were jumping in the lake, making violent frog sounds. Normal people would not be able to sleep after hearing them, because their sounds had the function of tearing rationality apart. The old man, Professor Lufa, was wearing a black priest robe and holding a carving knife in his hand. He was carving a 2-meter-high stone, one knife after another, with great force. It was also at this moment that Keeman saw the other party suddenly look up at him. However, there was no reflection of Cthulhu in the other party's eyes, nor did he see any indescribable fog. The only thing that could be seen from the other party's eyes was the fear revealed by Professor Lufa. Professor Lufa quickly threw down the knife and looked around suspiciously, not knowing who was watching him. Who? Come out! I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. You've been spying on me for so many days, but you didn't kill me. It's just that you don't have enough ability. If you want to become a frogman, you can come to me and I welcome you. But if you spy on me again, I won't be polite. Don't think I'm a vegetarian creature. Professor Lu Fa yelled on the spot, veins popping out on his forehead, very angry. If there was no peeper, he wouldn't have moved from the land city to the amphibious environment. Originally, he lived well in Crocodile City. His interpersonal network was also in that city, and he had almost no enemies in the local area. Now, in order to increase his strength, he had to come to the lakeside villa for protection. In this area where the lake meets the mountains and forests, there are frogs everywhere. He believes that his strength has reached its peak. In addition, he also sent a large number of believers back to the lakeside villa to patrol. As long as there are suspicious people, they will be killed. Professor Lu Fa specially found a professional anti-reconnaissance team to help him today, and they are bound to find the source of the spying on him. In Professor Lu Fa's bedroom, the anti-reconnaissance team hiding in the corner immediately took action and took out anti-reconnaissance items. Monitoring headphones, telescopes, and a brain-plugged antenna. This is a 3-person team that has been doing anti-reconnaissance work for 5 years. It is a mercenary team that only recognizes money. As long as the money is enough, they can do a lot of things. Among them, anti-reconnaissance is their main business, and the most popular business. The thin guy wearing the monitoring headphones frowned, and he could vaguely hear the rustling sound of electricity in the headphones. This is very abnormal. It shouldn't be like this. His monitoring headphones can even hear the monitoring sound sources of national institutions, such as the Continental Monitoring Agency in Crocodile Continent. He can directly hack into it and monitor the sound of their conversations. Big ears, did you hear anything? Professor Lu Fa looked at the thin young man. He was very thin, but his ears were very fat. I heard some rustling electric current sounds. Something is not right. The thin young man frowned, always feeling something is wrong. Something is wrong? Maybe someone turned on an old-fashioned TV. Anyway, it's wrong, a bit weird. The thin young man felt that the rustling electric current sound seemed to be distorted by an unknown force, and there was some truth hidden in it, but he couldn't tell the taste with his ability. Is it dangerous? It is dangerous, but I don't know why. The danger seems to be sealed, or for some other reason, it feels a bit confusing. The thin guy's spiritual awareness is relatively high in the team. He once spent some time in Koi Island and scored 90 points in the spiritual awareness test, which was very impressive. Later, he escaped to Crocodile Island and became a member of the anti-reconnaissance team by chance. Lu Fa stopped looking at the monitor and looked at the man with the antenna on his head. This man with the antenna on his head is a core member of the team. It is this antenna on his head that gives him powerful anti-reconnaissance capabilities. As long as someone is peeping here or eavesdropping on some information, the big guy with the antenna on his head can sense that someone is peeping here from a distance. The person wearing the monitoring headset and the big guy with the antenna form a sound source reverse monitoring combination, which can hear some inaudible sounds, and occasionally hear some sounds from hidden existences. Fortunately, this anti-reconnaissance team has rational items, otherwise people would have gone crazy long ago. There is also a person holding a telescope. He also forms a pair with a big guy with an antenna on his head. He can use the telescope to see the distant peeper's picture, but the picture seen through the telescope is blurry after all, and it keeps adjusting with the distance of the location. I'm watching, don't rush. The person holding the telescope squinted his other eye, and the picture he saw in his right eye was a blurry mosaic picture. Why do you watch for so long? It's not a few seconds or more than 10 seconds normally. Lu Fa had hired this team before, and knew how powerful they were. They shouldn't be so weak. Don't rush. The opponent this time is very powerful, and the blur is very bad. The user of the telescope was sweating on his head, his eyeballs were round, and bloodshot filled the whites of his eyes, which was very strange and terrifying, but his eye sockets were attached to the telescope, and outsiders couldn't see how terrible his eyeballs were. In the perspective of the telescope, what he saw was really blurry and completely unclear. Mosaic blocks of indescribable colors changed in the tube, and it was difficult to describe and tell what it was. He tried to deepen his synesthesia, extract information from the other party bit by bit, and then compile the other party's information to improve the image quality. But after watching for a few minutes, he saw nothing but mosaic blocks and mosaics. It was really a headache. The clarity of the picture was always the same, and there was no room for improvement. It was really despairing. What means did this peeper use to block the vision and hearing? Is that person still peeping at you, Lu Fa? The man on the zenith antenna frowned. He naturally felt the tension and a hint of despair from his two companions. This feeling of despair, this negative emotion of being completely helpless against the other party, was an unprecedented situation. The antenna man thought it was necessary to stop the counter-reconnaissance and get out as soon as possible. Chapter 260. We won't do this order, and the deposit will be returned to you. Let's just pretend nothing happened. The antenna man pressed the antenna on his head, pressed the long antenna into a short antenna, and then pressed it into his hair, leaving only a small pointed corner. The telescope and the monitor took off their equipment and stuck close to the antenna man's boss. Boss, why don't you do it? The monitor frowned, thinking that he still had a chance, because he vaguely felt that he might have heard some secret sounds, but for some reason the sound was covered by the rustling sound of electricity. The monitor thought that as long as he was given more than an hour, he should be able to hear something. The user of the telescope also frowned, expressing a slight dissatisfaction, but did not raise any objections, because he felt that the other party was indeed a master and not an ordinary force. The antenna man held down his brother and said to Professor Lu Fa in a deep voice, "The other party is a big fish, not something we can detect in reverse. We won't do it. You can find someone else to do it, don't involve us." Lu Fa of the Frog Society's face darkened, his eyes were round, his mouth was slightly open, and his huge Adam's apple rolled up, and he made a hoarse voice. "What did you say?" Instantly, the frogs in the lake outside the house all bulged their bellies and croaked, playing a trembling animal sound in unison. I said, we won't do this order. The antenna man boss had a gloomy face, reached into his arms with his right hand, and crushed a stone with collective teleportation. The listener and telescope both put their hands on the left and right arms of the antenna man boss. When the stone was crushed, both of them felt a huge suction coming from the boss's body. Seeing this, Lu Fa of the Frog Society's skin became smooth, his mouth became wider and bigger, his eyes became more prominent, his neck became thicker, and he made a strange frog sound. Lu Fa wanted to suppress the other party with his voice, but a twisted ripple appeared in the center of the three people, as if time and space were distorted, and an opaque black hole appeared. The black twisted vortex opened instantly, and the bodies of the three people were twisted into curved strips of meat, which rolled into the center of the small black hole and disappeared. A second later, the black vortex rotated counterclockwise and disappeared, and the floor of the bedroom was in a mess, and deep cuts appeared on the wooden floor. Lu Fa looked at the floor with a gloomy face, bent down angrily and slapped his palm, and the frog-like green frog hand slapped the floor with a bang, and the wooden board was directly cracked by him, and the floor cracked, and people fell into the lake. Kumeng was about to continue watching, and another round of calls for sacrifice came to his ears. Another full-level monster sacrifice. Keeman has made plans. Let's see if this thing is dangerous. This time the sacrificer is a coral that can run away, a blood cow with super fast blood recovery. The thing it offered this time is a seabed jade. The main color is black, but there are colorful lights in the black. Little Coral explained that this is a black jade block with the ability to remember existence, which records a memory that is suspected to be at the god level. It has no ability to read the memory inside, and hopes that the things inside can help the Great Ku. Kmon felt the power contained in the stone, but felt nothing. It seemed that something was blocked in front of Keeman. Little Coral has no eyes, and feels the pressure of the evil god. It trembles in the deep sea, wondering why the evil god still doesn't accept its sacrifice, and whether there is something wrong. It asked itself if the things it had sent were absolutely fine. This black jade stone seemed ordinary, but it did contain information of the god level. If the god level memory in the black jade stone was not read, it would not show any fluctuations of the god level to the outside world. This was the brilliance of this jade stone. Things that could store god level information must be extraordinary. Maybe there would be something helpful to Cthulhu in it. Keeman didn't know how to use this thing at first, but gradually understood how to use it from the surging emotions of the coral monster. In other words, if it was not read, the stone would behave ordinary. It sounded good. It could be used to test whether a powerful sacrifice would be blocked by the blue star. Keeman's mind moved, and he accepted the other party's sacrifice. The sacrifice itself was in the water, and disappeared instantly without any sign. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. The black jade stone reappeared in front of the coral monster. The coral monster was confused. What happened? Was the sacrifice sent back? Keeman also felt a huge resistance blocking the sacrifice transmission channel of the sacrifice ceremony. The evil god memory contained in this sacrifice may have been detected by Blue Star, and then the item was blocked from entering. Sure enough, items that are too powerful cannot enter Blue Star. Keeman sighed in his heart. The coral monster didn't know the mystery, but only felt the clear tendency of rejection in the sacrifice ceremony. Is this item not liked by the great Cthulhu? The coral monster was very uneasy and stood uneasy in the sea, not knowing what he had done wrong. However, the next second, the coral monster heard a call from the indescribable fog. The call was transmitted to its inner world, causing ripples, and its consciousness was occupied by chaos. Fortunately, it is now a direct believer of Cthulhu, and has become different from before. It can barely keep the last bit of rationality in the chaos, instead of completely losing itself. From the inexplicable call, it cannot interpret the evil god's full meaning, but the evil god's whisper is repeated over and over again. Even if it cannot be fully interpreted, after listening to it many times, it vaguely knows what the evil god means. Cthulhu probably means bring. Bring what? The coral monster looked at the black jade stone in front of it, which was emitting colorful light. The indescribable fog disappeared quietly, the cold and terrifying atmosphere disappeared, and the terror in the heart slowly dissipated. The coral monster breathed a sigh of relief, and returned to normal after a while, then took the jade stone, and swam towards Raya. Although Cthulhu clearly stated that the sacrifice should be given to him in the form of sacrifice. Now it was asked to send something over again, and it was so fickle that it felt very uneasy. No matter what, the evil god was still the evil god. His subordinates could not guess his thoughts, nor did they dare to disobey his will. They just had to send the things over. When Keeman was about to awaken, he finally waited for the coral monster to send the black jade stone that stored the memory into Raya. Raya had a barrier that could prevent the evil god's power from leaking out excessively. This was something for the evil god, and foreign objects did not seem to be able to stop it. The coral monster trembled as it sent the things to the evil god. The closer it got to the evil god, the more it could feel the indescribable fear enveloping its heart, gradually squeezing its will. Chapter 261. The indescribable thing is slowly growing in front of me. The coral monster was originally transformed from an absolute madness period into a direct believer, and has a deep understanding of chaos and madness. Once again approaching Cthulhu, suppressing the madness in his heart, he could not stop it, and it squeezed everything in his body violently. In the end, the coral monster could not hold the last string of reason and embraced absolute madness again. As a believer of Cthulhu, it did not regret it. Madness and disorder were what it pursued, but this day came early. Keeman looked at the crazy coral monster. Madness was not the end. He would harvest the other soul again, absorb the crazy information on those souls, and then make a direct believer. This operation was completed in the blink of an eye. After all, it was the main body that took action. The coral monster left the place in a daze. When it will digested the wave of chaotic information, it would be stronger than before. Keeman's eyes looked at the black jade stone lying under the tentacles. The light it emitted was not black light, but colorful light. The memory that can store the god level is definitely not an ordinary thing. Keeman is obsessed with how to read the memory in the black jade stone. Logically speaking, there should be something near Raya that can help Cthulhu unlock, otherwise when the players really come to attack Keeman, they can't let Keeman stand on the ground like a wooden stake and let the players hit him. That really doesn't have any game experience, and the game designer probably wouldn't design it like this. If the second round boss can never move, Keeman will definitely curse the 18 generations of ancestors of the game designer in his heart. Keeman continued to stare at the black jade block. The ancient god seal prohibited any movement. The body could not move at all. He could only blink his eyelids. It was so uncomfortable. Keeman looked through all the skills. All the skills that required movement could not be used. The skills that could be used were basically skills in the spiritual realm. The only way he could think of was to keep staring non-stop, using the means of staring to force a relationship with the black jade block, and then using the means of synesthesia to peek at the god-level memory sealed in this jade. Staring and blinking, Keeman saw the bright sky, as pure as water. There was a gentle breeze blowing on his ears, and Tong Yuan's white hair was messy in the wind. Seeing his master wake up, he rolled around. Keeman stood up and looked around. In his dream, he experienced more than a dozen rounds of sacrifices, most of which were sacrifices of full-level monsters. They sacrificed in groups, and only one full-level subordinate passed Keeman's test, but he didn't pass the blue star level in the end, which was a pity. Secondly, there were also some low-level monsters offering sacrifices to Keeman. What Keeman was looking for now were those low-level sacrifices. The bandaged man half stood up, raised his bandaged hand, and pointed to a small stone 100 meters away on the left. Shirley with crystal skin was standing there, with 2 types of special items under her feet. Keeman looked at the bandaged man and his teammates. 5 teammates were still sleeping, and only the bandaged man was sitting on the ground awake. Keeman nodded to the bandaged man, who waved his hand, knowing that Keeman was going to use the big-faced cat to read the information, and said with his mouth, "Go, I wait for you here." Keeman was a little surprised why the captain didn't speak and used lip-syncing terms instead. The scene was eerily quiet, with no sound at all. Keeman gradually felt the strange atmosphere at the scene. There was really no sound at all, but Shijun didn't panic, so why should he panic? It was probably the things of the investigation bureau that blocked the surrounding sounds. Keeman made up a reason in his mind and walked to Shirley with Tangyuan. He moved the big-faced cat from behind a stone to see what the strange offerings sent today were. The first offering was sent by a group of players, which was 10 cards. The things sent by the players were rather strange. They would not sacrifice equipment or the like, mainly because they felt that Cthulhu would not use such things, so it was better to sacrifice some curious things. After staring at the big-faced cat for 15 seconds, Keeman's mind immediately had strange knowledge. Incredible ancestral 10 consecutive draws. This is a set of lottery cards circulated in the 7th main city. 10 consecutive draws will definitely produce golden cards with incredible magic. The introduction was relatively short and dry, but the content had already pointed out that it was the player's lottery card. In addition, Keeman's mind also has some more understanding of the text about the card, such as the text "Thank you for your patronage." Holding the 10 cards in his hand, Keeman thought of the popular 10-draw function in the card collection mobile game. Is it a non-African or a European emperor? Although there is a little expectation for the effect of the card in the hand, what if there is a big noise? Ask the captain's opinion before deciding whether to draw. Keeman looked at the second item, which was a sponge sent by a 250-level believer in the sea area. It seems to be able to absorb the sound from the outside world. Sound-absorbing sponge. Sound is like a dry sponge. When you absorb it, some sound will be absorbed. The sound absorbed will not come back unless you squeeze the sponge to release the sound. There are no side effects, and the effect is rather strange. It feels not very useful, and not strong enough. Keeman put the sound-absorbing sponge in his pocket, and opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't hear any sound. So that's it, his voice has been absorbed. No wonder when the glutinous rice balls rolled, Shijun opened his mouth to speak without making any sound. The sound-absorbing sponge has absorbed their sounds. Keeman squeezed the sponge hard, and countless sounds rushed out of the yellow sponge. The sound of the wind, the sound of insects, the captain's voice, the sound of pets walking, the rustling of leaves, all kinds of sounds came out, as if the fast-forward button was pressed, and all the sounds returned to nature. At this moment, the sound returned, and all the teammates sleeping on the ground jumped up, thinking that something had exploded. In the distance, the bandaged man touched his throat, cleared his cough, and heard his own voice. Keeman threw the sound-absorbing sponge into the storage scarf and took back what he said. This thing is really powerful. Especially when all the sounds return to nature, the fast-forward sound and movement squeeze into the eardrum, like the Big Bang, which is too shocking. Back in the team, Shijun and several teammates looked at Keeman with eyes looking at a powerful person. I knew before that you would produce items when you sleep. This time, I saw how it was produced with my own eyes. It is indeed extraordinary. The bandaged man raised his thumb and gave Keeman a thumbs up. Captain, you woke up a long time ago? Of course not. I woke up in the middle of the night, just to see how your special items were born. Shijun did not shy away and spoke frankly. I just want to see how your items came from. Although Keeman claimed in the bureau that new items were born every time he woke up, some S-level members believe that Keeman might have a cornucopia-type item that could produce items continuously. Now the bandaged man is personally guarding Keeman, and finally saw the truth. There is no cornucopia. Chapter 262. The bandaged man thought he could see clearly, and his spirituality was always paying attention to the movements of Keeman, and he saw with his own eyes how the strange item was born. For example, when the 10 cards first came, the bandaged man felt that something inexplicable was about to come, and in the blink of an eye, 10 cards appeared next to Keeman. Shirley, who was patrolling in the distance, had been guarding near Keeman to ensure that Keeman could be seen wherever she could see. When the cards appeared, Shirley rushed to the scene as quickly as possible without affecting her owner's sleep, and kept the 10 cards for Keeman first to prevent them from being taken away by others. The bandaged man certainly would not take Keeman's things, so he continued to stare at Keeman, wanting to see how many things Keeman could bring in one night. The second round of items was a palm-sized yellow sponge. Its appearance was also accompanied by an inexplicable feeling, as if he knew something was about to appear, and then in the blink of an eye, the yellow sponge appeared. When the yellow sponge appeared, the world was like pressing the mute button, and no sound source could make any sound. The bandaged man pressed the seal at that time, wanting to contain it, but his own spirit did not feel the danger, so he resisted the urge to take action, watched Shirley take the sponge away, and quietly waited for the third item to appear. What happened later was that Keeman woke up, and after Keeman obtained the information, he squeezed the sponge to get back on track. You don't really think I have a treasure pot, do you? Haha, some people in the bureau really think so, but they think too much. The bandaged man laughed and patted the dust off his body. Okay, let's do the mission. First, go to the nearby city to contact the undercover sent by our bureau, collect Professor Liu Fei's personal information, and then go directly to his location to behead him. After beheading him, make sure he is not a substitute, and we can return home. Don't worry, I have a tindraw that I can't use. Keeman showed the card. He wanted to draw a card in this wilderness. The bandaged man listened to Keeman's explanation of the tindraw while looking at the scout. The scout nodded, saying that it should be no problem. It's a bit chaotic here in Crocodile Island. Even if there is a big explosion in some places, it is a normal event. As long as they run fast enough, Crocodile Island can't find them. Keeman took out the sound-absorbing sponge again and put it in his trouser pocket. When it appeared, the surrounding sounds were absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge. Its sound absorption range is about 100 meters. All the sound sources in this area will be absorbed by it, which is very domineering. Keeman took out 10 cards, and his teammates pulled back, pulling away hundreds of meters. Only the bandaged man stayed with Keeman to save people. What do you think you will draw? The bandaged man asked in lip language. I don't know either. The information given by the big-faced cat is not clear enough, and it is mysterious. Keeman shook his head and responded in lip language. These 10 cards are sacrificed by the player camp. The beneficiaries tend to be players. The color of the card body tends to be pure black, symbolizing unpredictability. Even if you try to use synesthesia, you can only get a bunch of unpredictable information. Keeman held the 10 cards and pulled them 10 times in a row. The cards immediately moved and automatically glowed white. The cards floated in the air, rotating around the center of the circle. After a flash of light, the black card film automatically fell off, revealing a grayish-white dim light. There was a line of common orange star characters written on it. Keeman had the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat in advance, and knew that the line of characters meant thank you for your patronage. Swish, the black film of the second card also fell off automatically, and it was grayish-white dim light again, thank you for your patronage. The third, fourth, and fifth cards, all 5 of which were thank you for your patronage, Keeman's face finally changed slightly. Is it so unrealistic? Can it be a little luckier? Perhaps Keeman's prayers had an effect. The 6th card showed a normal white light, and the outline of an equipment vaguely appeared, which looked like the outline of a pair of shoes. It was the player's equipment. Keeman was happy. Finally a normal thing came. The 7th, 8th, and 9th cards returned to thank you for your patronage. The bandaged man next to him couldn't understand the orange star characters, and there was curiosity in his eyes, wanting to know what these cards with repeated fonts meant. Swish, a golden flash appeared on the 10th card. The black film was burned by the golden light, and an icon appeared on the front of the card. Kamong has a strange knowledge bonus. When you see the icon, you know what it is. 100 times experience card, effective in 24 hours. Crazy, is this thing really useful to Keeman? 100 times experience is indeed a golden legendary reward for game players. 1 day of brushing is comparable to the efficiency of brushing for 100 days. How many levels can be brushed in 100 days? It is estimated that there are dozens of levels. Keeman thought about it and realized that the gap is really big. Items in the 200 level area are better than those in the 100 level area. Keeman stretched out his hand and tapped the golden card. The golden card melted, and the green 100-fold experience card became a physical object and fell on the palm of Keeman's hand. At the same time, Keeman squeezed the sponge and released the sound. What is this thing? Asked the bandaged man. I don't know either, it seems to improve efficiency. Keeman didn't say it clearly, mainly because the word experience was not easy to explain. I don't know if the experience card has any effect on the real Keeman, so I collect it first and try it out when I have the chance. Then Keeman clicked on the equipment card with white light, and the card melted, and a pair of cowhide shoes appeared in Keeman's palm. This is a player's equipment. No need to think too much, it must be worn on the feet. Those thank you cards automatically disintegrated, and there was nothing, and the bandage man also vaguely understood. 10 consecutive draws, it seems that 8 of them are air, 1 is an ordinary item, and the last one is a top quality item. This delivery rate is really quite low. The bandage man looked at Keeman's face, as if he saw a non-African. Keeman moved behind the stone, took out the experience card, and used the big-faced cat to gain new knowledge. 100x experience card. 24 hours 100x experience efficiency for killing monsters. Horse Hunter's Cowhide Boots. Wearing them increases running speed and leg defense. If you are chasing a horse creature, your running speed increases by 100%. This equipment has adaptive wear size. There is really nothing to compensate for the 100x experience card. It is just an experience card used by players to kill monsters. As for the equipment, it is indeed the equipment of players. Keeman took off his shoes and put his feet into the cowhide boots. The boots covered Keeman's feet like water and were worn intact. Wearing the 2 shoes and walking again, it was much lighter, as if he could run at the speed of a 100-meter flying man with a slight movement. Keeman's feet exerted force suddenly, directly surpassing the limit of human running speed. It was really fast, but it could not be compared with Shirley's running speed. After a while of work, the bandage man took Keeman and his party to the nearest city to hand over intelligence to the undercover personnel lurking in Crocodile Island. Chapter 263. The city they were going to was called Bird City. The people in the city loved to keep bird pets. From sparrows to eagles, most bird pets and rare animals can be found here. However, Keeman and his group were not going to buy birds, but to reach the safe house prepared by the undercover personnel, and then collect information about the location of the old man of the Frog Society. The 7-member team sat in an off-road vehicle. The car was taken out of the storage space. It had a ready-made Alligator Island license plate, and each member had a forged certificate, so they were not afraid of ordinary people checking the car. The captain of the bandage man, when he saw the bandage man untie the bandage on his arm, Keeman felt a strange feeling permeating the air. His own resistance power surged in his body, but Keeman's mind moved, and he kept repeating in his heart, "Don't resist." He kept talking to himself over and over again. Keeman's inner self-talk made the brain give orders to the body not to resist the help of this power. Then the resistance in Keeman's body calmed down, no longer resisting the power of low presence covering the skin around him. The bandage man looked at Keeman and explained, "My low presence can help everyone reduce their presence together. It's easy to enter the city. No camera will shoot us, and no one will see us. Even high-level spiritualists find it difficult to see Team Shur. Besides, he has untied one hand. If we move more than 10 meters away, we will not be able to see Team Shur, and we will never find Team Shur again unless Team Shur hits us." The team doctor took the initiative to explain to the 5 teammates in the back seat. Keeman was surprised. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Keeman stared at the bandage man again. As expected, the bandage man's presence felt even weaker, so weak that it was difficult to detect. This was just untying the bandage on one hand. If the bandages were all undone, who in this world would be able to spy on him? With the status of the Dream Evil God, he might be able to spy on him, but Keeman felt it was unnecessary. The team moved forward and came to the highway toll road in Bird Crying City. The car in front unconsciously made way for the bandage man's car to pass through. The electric fence at the toll road also rose automatically. Although no car passed, no one noticed the abnormality of a certain passage, and everyone ignored the car driven by the team. The car drove into the city, deliberately choosing a section with less traffic, and entered an underground parking lot. Then the bandage man tied the bandages again, and asked his teammates to stay away from him, and call the undercover personnel. The bandage man would be in an embarrassing situation of low presence when calling. The spiritual perception of the undercover personnel was definitely not as high as his teammates, so there was no need to cause trouble. A minute later, the scouts returned and informed the location of the local safe house. The bandage man untied the bandage on one hand again and drove to the safe house. Keeman sat in the car and observed the traffic and people on the street. Low presence is really a very wonderful and powerful rule. All cars actively gave way to his car, and foreigners crossing the crosswalk also unconsciously quickened their pace to clear a path for cars to pass. Even the ants passing by on the road would actively change direction to give way. The influence of the bandaged man on the surrounding environment has risen to the level of modifying memory and dominating everything. Keeman couldn't help but secretly guess that the memory deletion thing in the bureau would not be related to it. The safe house is located in a villa community in the downtown area. Several people entered the villa. There were undercover personnel staying in the house. The undercover personnel wore a simple black shirt, black pants, a big back hair, and sunglasses. He slightly opened the curtains with his right hand to check if there were any suspicious people on the ground. The undercover personnel did not even notice the appearance of the bandaged man. He stood in front of the window and looked down, checking his mobile phone from time to time. The bandaged man patted him with his hand, and he suddenly woke up, as if his heart was scared out of his mind. "Captain, sure, you scared me to death. Can you stop being so elusive?" The undercover personnel was so scared that fine cold sweat broke out on his head. "What are you afraid of?" "Sit down. I asked them to come up," the bandaged man said. After a while, Keeman and others also walked into the safe house and met inside. This is Wu Feiying, lurking in the branch of the Crocodile State Intelligence Agency in Birds Cry City. He is currently the intelligence director of the Crocodile State Intelligence Agency in Birds Cry City. Captain Sher introduced the identity of the undercover personnel to Keeman in detail. Wu Feiying looked at Kuming with curiosity. He had never heard of such a young face before, so he asked, "Is this the new generation in the Bureau?" "He is the backbone of the Bureau and a key protected person. You don't have the authority to view the specifics for the time being." Captain Sher apologized. Wu Feiying expressed his understanding. As an undercover, there are some things that cannot be known too much, so as not to reveal too much domestic news when being captured by others. This Professor Liu Fa is not in the capital of Crocodile City recently. According to the traffic monitoring along the road, he should have gone to an inland lake area 300 kilometers to the upper left of Crocodile City. He has a series of villas there, and is likely to live in the mountains. Wu Feiying is one of the heads of the intelligence department of Niati City. He is the best at checking surveillance and capturing intelligence. This is also one of his daily tasks, and will not arouse suspicion. Kuming had originally glimpsed Liu Fa's location. Now with the information provided by the undercover, he suddenly felt that his intelligence was not particularly important. "Forget it, let's talk about it when we get there." Kuming remembered that the old man fell into the water by hitting the floor. He might have escaped by diving into the water, or he might have waited for him there. The bandaged man stared at the map, wrote down Liu Fa's location, put the map away, and said, "We don't need too much help, just provide information and intelligence." Wu Feiying naturally knew that he and the undercovers could not provide effective military help. The S-level boss was a national guardian, so why did they need to go into battle? "This is what we should do. I wish you a safe journey." Without eating, the 7 people took a car and went to the airport non-stop to take the nearest flight. The bandaged man slapped each of the team members to establish contact with them, otherwise the contact would be cut off. His low presence is indeed a range effect, but if you want the team members to have a low presence, you must talk to them or have physical contact with them. In this way, the 7 people spent the time on the plane as invisible people, and the plane landed at Crocodile Airport 3 hours later. As soon as he stepped out of the plane and stepped into the territory managed by Crocodile City, Keeman looked up at the sky and saw the gloomy sky and a flash of thunder in the clouds. There was only thunder, but no rain. The temperature outside was 30 degrees. There was a dark low-pressure cloud above his head, and a depressing atmosphere came over him. The bandaged man pulled Lakeman's shoulder. "Our only target is Lufa. Don't make trouble before we complete it." Chapter 264. Kumong naturally knew the priorities of the matter, and waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine, go catch him." The 7-man team used the storage props to take out the car again. When the 7 people were in the same car, the things in the car became invisible because of the low presence of the bandaged man. The bandaged man stepped on the accelerator all the way and drove at full speed. Whenever there was a car blocking the road ahead, they would subconsciously take the initiative to avoid it. When the car left, they would subconsciously return to their original position, and would not realize what had just happened. In this way, Keeman and others arrived at the Lufa private villa area marked on the map 4 hours later at the fastest speed. 1,000 meters ahead was the area marked on the map. A huge blue lake was in front of them, and the lake reflected the stunning dusk color. The sky was half white and half yellow, and it was about to turn into night. There is a row of villas by the lake, with the foundations inserted into the lake and growing with the water. There are dense reeds beside the houses, and the sound of frogs can be heard faintly from inside. The villa area in the lake of Liu Fa is in front. You stay here and don't move. I go and take a look. The bandaged man got out of the car and untied the bandage on his second hand. 2 seconds later, the figure of the bandaged man disappeared instantly. Whether it was sound, smell, or vision, he did not appear in this world. Keeman shouted. Captain, sound-absorbing sponge. He took out the sound-absorbing sponge and handed it out of the window. After waiting for 2 seconds, the sound-absorbing sponge disappeared. Keeman only saw the sponge disappear for a moment, and a vague thing took the sponge away. It was the breath of the time team, no mistake. You keep an eye on the villa, I take a nap, and use the dream synesthesia to find out Lou Fa's location. Keeman said. Okay. The scout showed a look of awareness. He didn't expect that Keeman could also have dream synesthesia. The Investigation Bureau has conducted very in-depth research on synesthesia techniques. One of the synesthesia methods is called dreaming, also known as dream synesthesia. The big man who studies this synesthesia technique said that the human brain receives information from the outside world all the time, but the information we can interpret is limited, so all that information is filtered out. In a dream, the first thing to do is to make your consciousness clear and have a lucid dream, and then catch the secret information that would have been filtered out by the brain one by one and slowly analyze it. The above is the theory of dream synesthesia, but the method used by Keeman is slightly different from that of the Investigation Bureau. He directly dreams into the game, and uses the identity of the game boss to synesthesia. The intensity and status are very different from human dream synesthesia. After a while, Keeman fell asleep. In the dream, Keeman didn't care about other things. He directly sketched the image of Professor Lufa in his mind, wanting to know where he is now. The lake was deep, and the beautiful dusk refracted through the water surface into the lake, allowing the diving frog professor to feel the beauty of the world. As the tentacles under Lou Fa's body swam casually, the water naturally washed over him, lifting him to the surface and facing the dusk. Dusk symbolizes the end, which can also be understood as the end of the world. When it falls, it is the beginning of darkness. Lou Fa likes the scenery of dusk very much, which means that he is about to evolve to a darker and higher level. At this moment, Lou Fa no longer looks like a human. His whole head is a big green head in the shape of a frog, with round protruding frog eyes, a flat frog mouth, a thick frog body, 2 frog hands, and then the lower body is the focus. It has grown a body like an octopus tentacle, which looks very weird. At this time, Lou Fa's heart skipped a beat. The chaotic thoughts and the manic thoughts that wanted to destroy society all changed slightly because of the faint sense of voyeurism. It was peeping again. Lou Fa was extremely annoyed and wanted to find the real culprit, but he looked around and didn't see any suspicious objects. In the lake, all the frogs were screaming. They floated on the lake, croaking and singing a heartbreaking and harmonious music. Lou Fa didn't have his own villa. It was not safe there. Only in the water could he exert his greatest strength. This inland lake was very large, and was called a small inland sea. It was in this lake that Lou Fa began his transformation in life, and became a frog body man. In the years to come, he helped the frog society to grow, constantly carved evil statues, and spread the influence of frog transformation. Now back to the original place of frog transformation, Lou Fa also croaked, and issued a cry for help from the soul. Keeman felt that Lufa was not the source of the frog transformation. It seemed that he was just the first frog transformer, and then the frog transformation spell began. Keeman seized the time and quickly changed his target, peeking at himself. Gradually, Keeman saw a blurry self, sleeping on the car seat with his eyes closed. Several teammates were also sitting in the car, not going anywhere, just touching the back of their necks unnaturally. The next second, Keeman woke up, stood up suddenly, and took a deep breath, with a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Amon synesthesia is back? What did you see? Keeman took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the bandaged man saying, he is in the center of the lake, not on the edge of the lake. According to Keeman's feeling, Lufa is in the center of the lake. This is a big lake, with a large area. If the team does not carry anything that can fly or sail on the water, Keeman will have to take action. Keeman has angel items that can fly in the sky, and there is no problem for him to take the captain to fly there. The bandaged man came back immediately, and shook his head in lip language. I didn't find it. By the way, the croaking in that area is mentally disturbing, so don't listen to it too much. The sound-absorbing sponge absorbs the frog sounds in the villa area. The sound cannot pose a threat to Keeman and his team. It couldn't be better. The bandaged man is now determined to kill Lou Fa, no matter what method he uses. Lend me your angel wings, I kill him. The team asked in lip language. In fact, Keeman wanted to deal with Lou Fa personally. The other party is already a complete evil creature, no longer a human being, and the mental interference to normal people is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand. No matter how strong the bandaged man is, He cannot do without the blessing of special items. His body has not exceeded the limits of humans. I want to go too. I can't promise you. Keeman shook his head and took out the angel wings from his storage scarf and inserted them on his back. The wings immediately penetrated his clothes and formed wing muscles with the muscles on his back. A circle of bright white energy ring appeared above Keeman's head, and he looked even brighter in the dusk. Okay, don't forget to crush the stone if there is danger. The bandaged man handed over a fixed teleportation stone, which could be crushed to teleport back to a recording point. Reconnaissance, use the second water carrier plan. The bandaged man said that he would definitely kill Lu Fa to vent his hatred. After a while, the bandaged man took a special wooden boat and quickly approached the center of the lake, with a long V-shaped water stream pulled out from the stern. Chapter 265. Keeman was flying in the sky. The angel energy ring on his head was too bright. He reached out and took off the halo on his head and put it into his storage scarf. In an instant, the light on Keeman's body dropped sharply to a low point. His body no longer glowed, and even his snow-white wings no longer emitted the light of holy light. Flying low along the coast, a small wooden boat carrying 6 teammates rode the wind and waves, advancing rapidly and pulling out a long V-shaped wave behind them. The speed of the small wooden boat was not slower than that of Keeman. Although Keeman's flying speed was not as fast as that of a fighter, it was also quite fast. The two flew all the way to the central area of a large inland lake. All the sounds along the way were absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge, which was unparalleled. The further they flew in, the more frogs opened their mouths and croaked. Sound is their most powerful weapon, but with the sound-absorbing sponge, they suddenly became silent and could not play any role. Keeman was looking far away in the sky, with a better vision than the people driving the boat below. He saw dozens of big black spots swimming on the water from a distance. They were Professor Lufa and his frog-bodied people. Dozens of people gathered around Lufa, all believers of the Frog Society, and they turned into frogmen under Lufa's command. The frog-headed monsters were swimming on the lake, and they had already formed a formation, opened their mouths and croaked. The huge sound waves whistled along the water surface, causing waves on the water surface. The sound-absorbing sponge can absorb sound, and the croaking sound entered the silent zone where Keeman was, and the sound was absorbed by the sponge. The bandaged man also used a military telescope to see a group of frog-headed people in the black spots in the distance, and one of the frog-headed monsters gave him a strong warning. The bandaged man immediately took out a combat item from the storage item, a mechanical button. Amon, come down, I have a better way to attack. The bandaged man sent a message to Keeman on his mobile phone. The phone in Keeman's arms vibrated. He took out his phone to read the message, then looked down at the bandaged man and the button in his hand, vaguely feeling a sense of danger from the button. This thing might not be safe enough, so Keeman flew down directly and asked in lip language, "What method?" "Let's do this. You press the button, and then it will drop a meteorite from the sky." The bandaged man handed the button to Keeman, who took the button and was stunned for a moment. "Your attack will automatically have a holy light effect, and the meteorite will fall from the sky, and the range of the falling is enough for the holy light to cover Lu Fa's escape radius." The bandaged man's lips moved. Keeman's heart jumped. It was indeed the truth. But it takes time for meteorites to fall from the sky. Keeman asked, also, what is the cost of using it? The cost is simple. It will extract the corresponding stones from a few kilometers to make meteorites. We don't need to pay for it. The cooling time of the item is about 1 month. The bandaged man said. Keeman understood. This cost is just like that printer, extracting resources from the environment. Then how can we defend against the impact of meteorites falling from the sky? The ecology of this lake will definitely be destroyed. Keeman looked down at the yellow lake water. Frogs jumped out of the lake one by one. There was not a single fish. All he could see was frogs. This lake is dead. It's full of frogs. You only need to use synesthesia for more than 10 seconds to understand what a crazy lake this is. The bandaged man shook his head and sighed. Keeman sat on the seat, tightened his white feather wings, quietly felt the temperament emanating from the entire lake, opened his eyes to look at the lake, moved his nose, and sniffed the smell of the lake. Frog smell, nothing but frog smell. As for the sound, the surrounding sounds were absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge, and Keeman could not synesthetize from the sound side. Unless, the sound-absorbing sponge is used directly for synesthesia on the sound side. Synesthesia is to receive external sounds, and the brain selects information that can be interpreted from it. Keeman gently pinched the sponge to release 10% of the sound. The noisy frog croaking, the chorus of frogs, the sound of water flow, and the sound of plants at the bottom of the lake were all released at once, and also drilled into Keeman's eardrum. The 6 teammates were shocked by the surging sound, which was very uncomfortable, but still within the acceptable range. Keeman frowned, and all the sounds indicated that there were only frogs in this lake, and no other fish. At least there were only frogs in the area where Keeman swam. Thinking about it this way, this lake has been polluted by the other party, and turned into someone else's backyard. No wonder Lu Fa swam in the middle of the lake. This is really his backyard, and the place where he is the strongest. Frog croaking, water area, living things on the water, all kinds of information flashed through Keeman's mind, and he inexplicably thought of something ritual. If Lu Fa had the ability to control this lake for his own use, it would be possible to turn the entire lake into a sacrificial field. But without the time and space stone, Keeman didn't know how he would complete the sacrifice. One thing I learned from the group of Frog Society members captured by the Investigation Bureau was that the sacrifices of the Frog Society had been successful and failed. Here, a telescope. The bandaged man handed the telescope to Keeman. It was a military telescope with no special functions. Then, the bandaged man took out a life-saving item from the storage props. It was a metal ball that could be used to resist the explosion and shock wave caused by the meteorite falling from the sky. Keeman took out the angel energy ring from the storage scarf and put it on his head again. At this moment, everyone felt blinded by the light. It was too bright. Keeman looked into the distance with binoculars and happened to see an octopus-headed monster floating on the water. Even if it turned into ashes, it could be recognized. It was definitely Lufa from Crocodile Continent. The octopus-headed monster's protruding eyes suddenly stared at Keeman, who was using binoculars. In an instant, the two seemed to have their sights intersected. Just now, the bandaged man was instantly detected by the opponent's intuition and felt that he was a strong enemy, so he took out the meteorite summoner and left him no chance to live. Keeman looked at the frog-headed monster and pressed the switch to summon the meteorite. The switch was very hard and required a lot of force to press. After pressing it, there was a sense of aiming in the brain, and Keeman aimed this feeling at the frog-headed monster. The next second, the meteorite switch vibrated and glowed with a faint holy light. The light of the angel halo on Keeman's head quickly dimmed, and Keeman could clearly feel that some power was rapidly drawing out the holy light. In less than 10 seconds, the brightness of the angel halo had fallen to the bottom, and it even stopped glowing, and even had a tendency to lose its power. When a powerful item is hit by a meteorite, how much holy light power will be drawn out? When Keeman suspected that the angel halo would be overdrawn, the meteorite summoner in his hand stopped shaking, and a black shadow appeared in the sky, breaking through the clouds and falling from the sky. The stone surface rubbed against the air, and red high-temperature air waves immediately appeared on the surface of the meteorite, rubbing out a long flame tail. Chapter 266. The meteorite was not the type that covered the sky and the sun. According to the bandaged man, the meteorite was about 200 meters in size. It would definitely create a violent shock wave if it fell from a high altitude to the lake. Although it was not as powerful as a nuclear explosion, it was also very impressive. This item was classified as a first-class item in the Bureau because it was too destructive and could completely destroy a human city without air defense facilities. On the lake, Lu Fa shouted loudly in an indescribable language, praising something. He felt threatened and looked up at the sky. He knew from his feeling that it was something summoned by a holy light-like existence. He even felt a strong malice from the meteorite that had not yet fallen. That malice was the embodiment of light, the power of the light system. He hated light, and did not like light. Once the meteorite above his head fell, it would definitely destroy his body. He did not like to do this, so a tentacle under him reached into his tattered clothes and took out something. It was a statue with a frog-like head and an octopus-like lower body, but its eyes were closed, and its eyes could not be seen. From this statue, Lu Fa felt the warmth of his mother and shouted his name. This was the item that caused Lu Fa to join the evil cult. Without it, Lu Fa would not have become a frogman, nor would he have the ability to spread the frog transformation. Now, he prayed to the evil statue again, praying that it could save his life. I pray to you, save me. I will sacrifice the human lives in this lake. They are fresh and juicy, full of spirituality, and have great potential, and are the best living sacrifices. Lu Fa shouted at the statue, his voice full of fanatical emotions. The frogs in the lake seemed to have heard Lu Fa's call, calling out in unison and croaking to cheer. Keeman's sound-absorbing sponge only has a range of 100 meters. The two are too far apart to absorb Lu Fa's voice, so the sense of sacrifice on the scene is slowly established. When the scene has a complete sense of ritual, the evil primitive sculpture comes to life, its eyes wide open, and with a croak, the sound spreads out. The lake surface is rippled, and wave after wave of waves rushes towards where Keeman is. Lu Fa is not a human. He is sacrificing the human lives in this lake, that is, Keeman and others. The meteorite above is approaching the ground, and has not yet fallen to the ground, which gives Lu Fa room to operate. Lu Fa is waiting for Keeman and others to die. As long as they die, the sculpture will fulfill his wish. This evil sculpture has the ability to fulfill wishes. At first, he only made some small wishes, and the sculpture fulfilled them for him. He also became a serial killer step by step. In order to satisfy the living sacrifice, he killed no less than 100 people. The wishes it can fulfill are not big, and it is not omnipotent. The sculpture will not care about the wishes that are difficult to fulfill. For example, once, Lu Fa made a wish to the sculpture, and he wanted all the people on the blue planet to become frogmen. As a result, the sculpture did not accept Lu Fa's wish, but instead made his frog body lower body become a strange body covered with tentacles. It was also at that time that his body had the ability to carve sculptures to spread spiritual pollution. In the days that followed, whenever he held a sacrifice, if he did not make any wishes, the sculpture would always transmit the sculptures made by Lu Fa to another sacrificial site on the blue planet, where frog swimming sacrifices were being performed. Lu Fa made a wish to destroy the blue star, but the sculpture didn't care about him at all. Lu Fa thought that he had helped the sculpture to this extent, and now that it was facing the dilemma of death, it should be able to save it. Otherwise, if it really died this time, it would no longer be able to spread the power of the frog body man. In the distance, Keeman and his group, the metal sphere had opened a translucent sphere barrier to lock the space of the small wooden boat. The sound waves sung by the original sculpture rushed to the barrier opened by Keeman, but as soon as the sound waves entered, they were ruthlessly absorbed into the sponge by the sound-absorbing sponge, and even no echo could be made. The place where Keeman was a sound black hole. Once you entered, you couldn't get out. There was no return, so Lu Fa held the sculpture and stared blankly. Lu Fa had been waiting for Keeman and his people to be sacrificed by the sculpture, but he didn't get the result he wanted. He looked up at the sky, and the fiery red light reflected on his face, getting closer and closer, with no room to hide. Lu Fa's eyebrows jumped wildly, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. It's bad, it seems that this time it won't work. Lu Fa's tentacles reached into the tattered clothes again. This piece of clothing was torn by his tentacles and frog body, but the pockets were not torn, and he could carry a storage item. Storage items are rare items. His storage item has a strange rule that a piece of meat must be cut off every time it is used. He has many tentacles on his body. Without saying a word, he controlled a tentacle holding a knife, cut off a piece of meat, and then ate his own meat, digested it quickly, and then shook it out of a tough seaweed, and threw out a big umbrella. Lu Fa used 2 tentacles to open the big umbrella. The umbrella opened, but it was also something that was needed. Every time it is used, it needs to suck blood. The sharp handle of the umbrella pierces a tentacle, and blood is continuously drawn, and the umbrella grows bigger and bigger. Lu Fa is a monster, and the amount of blood in his body can no longer be viewed by conventional physical rules. He is large in size, and the total amount of blood is not that much, but he can replenish blood by constantly swallowing frogs. Countless frogs swarmed into Lu Fa's feet, allowing those tentacles to split into frog mouths, swallow small frogs, and replenish blood nutrients. The big umbrella drew tens of thousands of milliliters of blood from Lu Fa in one breath, and the umbrella opened a radius of 3 meters. At this time, the meteorite fell into the lake. Lu Fa had been paddling in the water with his tentacles before, so that his body was 500 meters away from the epicenter, and even so, he could not resist the shock wave it generated. The bottom of the lake is not deep, the deepest is only 50 meters, and the boulder with a diameter of 200 meters directly smashed through the lake surface. The meteorite shattered, and the holy light attached to the meteorite bloomed in the most violent posture. Boom! A beam of light exploded at the bottom of the lake, and the holy light penetrated the lake water and rushed directly to where Lu Fa was. The black umbrella was no longer facing the sky, but was facing the place where the meteorite fell. The holy light reached the umbrella first, and the light-colored rain exploded instantly. The second one to arrive was the shock wave, which hit the umbrella with violent energy, making the umbrella shaky. Even with extraordinary power to resist, it was difficult to support it. The umbrella was torn after only 2 seconds. However, after the tear, Lu Fa still had a second defensive item. As an illegal criminal evil organization, How could the big boss of the Frog Society not have special items to save his life? The umbrella was torn, and the second life-saving item was used to support it. The second one broke, and the third item was used again. 3 items were used in one breath. When the most violent rounds of shock waves passed, the surging lake water was lifted up very high, and Lu Fa was hit in the direction away from Keeman and quickly moved away. Chapter 267. In the distance, Keeman only saw a mushroom-shaped white mist cloud rushing straight into the clouds. At the moment of kinetic energy release, the high temperature evaporated the lake water in that area, and the sand and water mist mixed together and surged into the sky. Countless meteorite rocks flew around and fell on the lake, stirring up waves. There was no sound on his side, only violent waves on the lake's surface, and the waves were also very high. The holy light also reached him at the first moment of the explosion. The metal ball was hit by both the holy light and the shock wave, and the protective barrier was not damaged at all. That guy used special items before he died, so he should not die. The team doctor judged in his heart. How could the leader of an evil sect die so easily? Chase. The bandaged man lip-synced and asked the scouts to sail against the waves. The scouts controlled the wooden boat to move forward, riding the wind and waves and moving forward. The waves behind were originally V-shaped waves, but they were messed up by the shock waves over and over again. When Keeman and others arrived at the gravel area where the lake water directly flowed back, Lu Fa himself was no longer there and disappeared. The bandaged man looked at the scouts who were traveling with him and patted the edge of the wooden boat. Damn it. Keeman lay down, said a dream synesthesia, and immediately hypnotized himself to fall asleep quickly. The bandaged man had no choice but to believe that Keeman could synesthetize the other party's escape route again. A minute later, Keeman woke up, gently squeezed the sponge to release a small part of the sound, and returned everyone's voice. Where is he? Captain Shur asked anxiously. He is in another lake, Keeman said with a strange look. In his dream, Keeman saw Lufa, the monster with a frog head and an octopus body, located on a calm water surface. There were still croaking sounds there, and the frogs were not killed by the shock wave. The scenery in the distance was not a very wide water surface, but a small lake with an area of about 500 or 600 meters squared. What's going on? Is it a space-type item? The bandaged man's face darkened. This is really difficult. But this result is also acceptable. After all, he is the leader of the Frog Society, not a small cricket caught on the roadside. Do you know where it is? It's a bit difficult. Show me the map. Keeman didn't dare to guarantee that he knew the other party's location. Keeman only saw what the environment around Lu Fa looked like, but didn't know where the location was. Keeman had used a map to sense Captain Lua's location once, but the experience was not much. Keeman stared at the big map of Crocodile Island for a long time, staring at people in a daze. During this period, Keeman and others quickly left the inland lake bombarded by meteorites to avoid being surrounded by the official forces of Crocodile Island. Keeman stared for a long time. In order to improve his synesthesia ability, he ate a few psychic fruits stored in his scarf. With the improvement of resistance, spiritual perception can also be improved accordingly, and there is no need to be afraid of hearing or seeing some secret information. After eating a few fruits that didn't work, Keeman asked several teammates for spiritual fruits. Several teammates were out on the road, and in order to complete the mission, they actually had a few fruits on them. Eating one of these fruits can only temporarily improve the spiritual perception, and only by eating more can the spiritual perception be fixed. Keeman ate the spiritual fruit like an apple, one after another. After eating 30, he finally found the feeling vaguely on the map. The feeling was not deep, only a vague sense of direction, and Keeman circled a rough range. The bandaged man took a look and saw that it was a forest near Bird Cry City. He ran far, all the way to Bird Cry City. This guy's spiritual perception is very sharp. I looked at him through a telescope, and he instantly made eye contact with me. You know, I am a low-level being and can see me from such a distance. Your dream synesthesia may also be detected by him. We must try to find out his location, and not let him run away again. By the way, Keeman, do you have any ideas about his escape method? The other party should have borrowed the lives of frogs and those human believers. Their deaths just made the sacrifice ceremony successful, and then the statue is very likely to fulfill his wish and help him move to another place. Keeman speculated. Keeman naturally saw Lu F holding up a strange sculpture in the telescope. The sculpture gave Keeman a strong sense of disgust, as if it was a very evil thing. In the dream, Keeman also saw the terrifying sculpture that Lu Fa carried with him after crossing. However, in the dream, Keeman's evil god body did not feel disgusted with the sculpture, but felt a mass of chaotic information from the sculpture itself. It seemed to be a collection of chaotic information. Chaos is normal for the evil god. Due to time constraints, Keeman quickly sensed himself and did not stare at his sculpture in depth. Since Bird Cry City is at the other end of Crocodile Island, it is very far away, so everyone took a plane to Bird Cry City without stopping. By the way, Keeman also slept on the plane and sensed Lu Fei's location. Keeman would receive all kinds of strange sacrifices when he fell asleep, but considering the safety of other passengers on the plane, Keeman did not accept sacrifices from believers tonight. He slept until the plane landed, and his colleague patted Keeman on the shoulder, interrupting his dream and waking up directly. Keeman shook his head, rubbed his face with his hands, patted his cheeks, and said, "Let's go catch him." During Keeman's 3 hours of watching, Professor Lufa had already left the original lake area, and his mouth kept communicating with the sculpture. In the dream, Keeman also stared at the sculpture for a long time. The original sculpture in Lufa's hand was essentially a chaotic information integration. Keeman vaguely felt something, but it was protected by the large filter membrane of Blue Star, so he could not peek at its true body, nor could he attack it from a distance. Kamong also stole a glance at the octopus-like faceless figure of Shadow Stream, who was still flowing in a dark area. There was no light in the area where the big boss of Shadow Stream was, and she had never fallen asleep, as if she was a sleepless person. Back to the topic, when Keeman was peeping, he clearly saw bloodshot in Lufa's eyes. His emotions were very unstable, and he had fallen into a kind of hysteria, and he would die if he didn't succeed. Lu Fa is half crazy. He may do anything next. We have to be careful, Kuming worriedly said. He used the panoramic map to look at the panoramic images of several areas. After seeing the familiar scenes, he quickly drew a circle on the map. This is probably his activity area. It was a farm called Frog Farmer Farm. Well, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. The bandage man nodded, once again emphasizing the idea that Lu Fa must die. The bandage man untied the bandages on both hands and drove away from the airport. All cars gave way along the way. But sometimes, this trick doesn't work in the face of traffic jams. After leaving the airport and getting on a highway leading to Frog Farmer Farm, they encountered a traffic jam ahead. Several lanes were full of cars. Even if Kuming and others' cars had no presence, there was no way to get through the traffic jam. At this time, the satellite phones of the bandage man, the scouts, and Kuming rang at the same time. Chapter 268. The sky was dark, the drizzle was hazy, and the whole street was soaked. It was already early morning, just the time when people got up early to go to work. There seemed to be no gunfights in the early morning of Niati City. An office girl, Winomina, put on safety pants at home, took out black stockings, slowly put them on from the soles of her feet to the roots of her thighs, put on a tube skirt, and wore an ordinary white shirt on her upper body. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 6:30. Mina silently calculated the commuting time from her community to the company, and could only go downstairs quickly. With a ding, the elevator landed steadily on the first floor. The elevator opened, pushed open the door, and saw the fountain pool in the garden community. The fountain statue in the fountain pool is a monster with a frog head, frog belly, frog hands, and octopus tentacles. She is a graphic designer for a design company, and has also taken on some curious graphic advertisements. This strange statue shape is the weirdest, most thrilling, and most bizarre shape she has ever seen. It's not the disgusting feeling given by horror pictures, but this sculpture just standing there makes people feel disgusted automatically. When she first rented this community, she was disgusted when she saw this statue, and she couldn't eat for a whole day. But there is no way, the rent in this community is really low. It is already the lowest price in Niati City. Moreover, the room is spacious and bright, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, and the rent is only 500 yuan, with a deposit of 1 month and 1 month payment, and civil level water and electricity fees. There is a supermarket outside the door, and there is a subway station, and a bus station a kilometer away. It only takes half an hour to take the subway to the city center. It couldn't be more perfect. You have to know that this is Bird City, not a city of cats and dogs. There is a high flow of people every day, and the house price starts at almost 10 million yuan. It is amazing to find such a cheap house. Winno Mizuna took a deep breath and looked at the strange sculpture of the frog head. Its expression and body are super vivid, as if it came alive. Speaking of which, after looking at this strange sculpture for a long time, I think it is quite beautiful, not as disgusting as the first impression. At this time, a sound rang in my ear. Quack! Winnow Mizuna was stunned for a moment. What did she hear just now? The sound of frogs? When she listened again, she didn't hear the sound of frogs, but suddenly felt a little thirsty in her throat and wanted to drink water. Looking at the water in the pool, her throat rolled and she wanted to drink, but as a well-educated modern woman, how could she drink the pool water? It was too uncivilized. Mizuna shook her head and left the place quickly. She didn't bring water when she went out. There was a water dispenser in the company. Thinking of this, she felt relieved again. She swiped her card into the subway, entered line 5, and waited slowly. The subway at 6:30 was not at peak time yet, and there were seats available, so she found a seat and sat down. Coincidentally, a little boy opposite her picked up a water bottle and gulped down water. When Mina saw the water bottle, her throat started to boil again, and she felt extremely thirsty, and she wanted to drink water very much. What's going on? Why am I so thirsty? If only I could bring a bottle of water with me when I go out, Winnow Mina complained in her heart. Feeling extremely irritated because of the thirst, she scratched her throat, but it didn't quench her thirst, and she felt more and more uncomfortable. The little boy on the opposite side twisted the bottle, wrinkled his nose, and looked at the beautiful sister on the opposite side with a disgusted expression. The sister on the opposite side was very beautiful and well dressed, but her face was a bit scary, especially the big sister's eyes, which were wide open, and half of the whites of her eyes were filled with bloodshot, as if something was about to come out. Sister, do you want to drink water? The little boy's throat rolled, and he was uncomfortable being stared at by the big sister, and took the initiative to show the bottle in his hand. Winnow Mizuna smiled, pulled out an ugly smile, and shook her head and said, Sister, no. As a lady, how can you drink water that others have drunk? Even if the other party is just a child, you can't throw away the reservedness you should have. Ding! The subway door opened, and a new batch of passengers rushed in. A fat otaku shook his 200-pound fat, saw Winnow Mizuna's iconic figure, his eyes lit up, and immediately sat next to her. The fat guy sat for a while, wanting to flirt with the girl, but he didn't know what to say, so he opened the Coke bottle, gurgling. The brown carbonated drink went from his mouth into his throat, like a spring pouring into his stomach, very refreshing. He couldn't help but let out a refreshing awe. At this time, the fat guy found that the cute girl turned around and looked at him, very close. Hello, can I? The fat guy wanted to ask for a mobile phone number or something, but what caught his eye was a pair of big bloodshot eyes. The eyeballs were rolling round, as if they were about to pop out of the eye sockets. Just now, the fat guy only looked at the legs when he entered, and didn't look at the face much. Now when he saw the other person's eyes, he immediately lost the mood to chat. The fat guy shook the fat on his face, and quickly moved his butt to the right, away from Winnow Mizuna. When Winnow Mizuna saw the fat guy retreating, she immediately sobered up for a moment, and restrained the urge to grab the water bottle. She felt strange. Why did she want to drink other people's water? Obviously, she was not that kind of person. She scratched her throat and stared at the ground nervously, no longer looking at people, or what they were holding. After passing one subway station after another, Winnow Mizuna finally got off at 7 o'clock, and then had breakfast downstairs in the company, ordered a bowl of soy milk, and drank the water in the soy milk eagerly. Gurgle. The very hot white soy milk flowed into the throat, and into the intestines, and the thirst in the body finally ended, and the body was as if liberated. Ah! The person sitting at the table opposite her screamed, stepped back, and the chairs were overturned by passers-by. Ah! Several passers-by screamed, looking at Winnow Mizuna with their heads, but their feet kept retreating, away from her, as if they had seen something strange. Winnow Mizuna turned her head in confusion, and found that the clerk of the breakfast shop was so scared that he retreated to the wall and squatted down. Why are you running? Mizuna made a long tail sound, which even surprised herself. What is this sound? She touched her throat with her hand, but felt a very thick and smooth neck. Then she touched her head, and her face was also very round, big and smooth, which was completely different from the feel of her own skin. She took out her mobile phone and activated the selfie function. A big green frog head appeared on the phone. Mizuna fell to the ground with black eyes, and the skin of her two normal hands began to gradually become smooth. Crocodile Island Bird City, a blocked highway. Frog-headed people appeared in the neighboring Octopus City and other cities. How are you doing? The voice of Director Wutuki came from the phone. Keeman looked at his teammates in the same car, and when his ears moved slightly, he also heard the keyword of frog-headed people in their phone calls. We are hunting him down here, and it will be soon. Kunming replied. Well, we need to find him as soon as possible, and it is best to capture him alive and interrogate him if he has an antidote or a solution. Director Wu said a few words, and did not dare to delay Kaming's business, and hung up the phone. The conversation between the other people was not long, and everyone hung up the phone in more than 10 seconds. The situation is not good. There are now incidents of frog-headed people taking to the streets in 36 cities. The bandaged man frowned. Everyone knows that frog-headed people are members of the Frog Society, but the investigation bureau called them not to say that they are all evil elements. On the contrary, they are unaware and accidentally became frog-headed people. Behind them, cars drove over and joined the traffic jam. The noisy voices echoed in the sky, and some sounds reached the ears of the scouts. He was keen and immediately heard some key words. For example, sentences like frog-headed people, the streets are in chaos, the end of the world is here, and woo woo woo. Chapter 269. Amon, check the news, this has been reported on the internet. The teammate looked at the news report on the phone and was surprised. Keeman turned his head to check. The news said that frog-headed people appeared in many places in Crocodile Island and took to the streets. The police received many calls for help, and were dealing with them quickly. At the same time, they asked everyone not to panic, and to call the police if they saw them. The teammate swiped up the screen, and found another short video news. Whenever there was a shot of a frog-headed person, the city was in chaos, passers-by took cars to escape, and pedestrians did not dare to go out on the street. After flipping through several videos in a row, they all showed similar phenomena. Frog-headed people appeared in many places, and the photographer captured the phenomenon of passers-by choosing roads to escape. The reporter interviewed some witnesses. The witness faced the camera and choked up and said, "My God, this world is crazy. My husband said he was thirsty, so he went to the roadside to buy a bottle of water, and then he turned into a frog-headed man. I never thought that my husband, who had lived with me for several years, was actually a monster. This is crazy. I want to stay away from him. Humans can't live with monsters. In addition, I hope the police will take him away quickly. He is really terrible." There are many similar interview news. The team doctor used his mobile phone to browse several foreign short videos. Almost all of them were similar eyewitness interview videos, or videos of traffic jams and panic. Outside the car, Keeman also heard the voices of the people in Bird City. Most of them showed suppressed pessimism. Doomsday? The bandaged man sitting in the car tapped the steering wheel. "We can't wait any longer. We have to change the road. Traffic jams here can't solve the problem." There are also vehicles fleeing from the city in the lane behind, which are constantly replenishing the racing avenue. Keeman nodded. He really couldn't wait any longer. The frog-headed people took to the streets, indicating that Liu Fa of the Frog Club was anxious. He directly detonated the infected people around the world, turning them into frog-headed people, and deviating from the trajectory of normal people, thus creating social chaos. Keeman found that many people in his fan group also popped up and to Keeman, wanting to know what was going on, and whether the end of the world had come. "Let's go!" The 7 people got out of the car together. In the sight of a bunch of people stuck in traffic, the car was put into the storage space and disappeared flat on the ground. Due to the low presence of Captain Sure, no one paid attention to it and ignored it. He patted the scarf at his neck again, and Tang Yuan appeared. He transformed on the spot, and turned into a big golden-haired dog. He lowered his head, and the 6 team members quickly rode on the dog's back. Keeman finally rode on Tong Yuan's back. Tong Yuan's body was bigger than before, thanks to the effect of the level fish. After the level was raised, the body became larger and could carry more people. Tang Yuan was actually very strong, not weaker than Shirley. Keeman took out the angel wings and inserted them into the dog's back. The wings on Tong Yuan's back quickly grew larger, several times larger than the dog's body. Tang Yuan flapped his wings, and his strong muscles and extraordinary strength acted on his body, causing a big storm, and the windows of nearby cars shook. People would have reacted to it, but their low sense of presence made them subconsciously ignore this strange phenomenon. Tang Yuan flew away with the wind, flying higher and higher. People, cars, trees, mountains, driveways, and other objects on the ground were shrinking, and everyone sat on Tong Yuan's back and saw farther. Keeman sat on Tong Yuan's back and said, "I'm going to sleep for a while, you guys keep a close eye on me." "Okay," Kamong said, then he closed his eyes, and lay on Tong Yuan's back. Everyone was worried that after Keeman fell asleep, his hands would not let go of the dog hair. Just as they were about to reach out and hold Keeman's back, Tong Yuan's dog hair suddenly stretched out and tied Keeman's back and hands to prevent the owner from falling. "This dog is really good. I want to have such a pet too." The team members saw it and liked Tang Yuan even more. This move was very attractive. Who doesn't want to have an obedient and considerate pet? The bandaged man stared at Keeman and smacked his lips secretly. In fact, he also understands dream synesthesia, but it is definitely not as smooth as Keeman. Dream synesthesia requires a stable environment. It is difficult to enter a stable dream synesthesia when everyone is flying high on Tang Yuan's back with such a bumpy ride. Keeman's rapid dream entry and high accuracy are inseparable from his high spiritual perception. He is also the best in China. While the bandaged man was envious, Keeman slowly woke up again, flipped through the panoramic map on his phone, debated quickly one by one, and quickly found Lu Fei's location. The scout took out the speedometer to test the flying speed of Tang Yuan, raised his eyebrows, and saw a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. It can be seen that after Tang Yuan was equipped with wings, its speed was really not much slower than that of a car. However, the maximum speed of a car is far more than 120 kilometers per hour, and the car can be faster. An hour later, Keeman and others finally chased Lu Fei to where he was. Lu Fei originally wanted to drive away, but after the waves of peeping, he knew that he could not escape, and returned to the nearest lake and called a large number of frogs and frog-headed people. The frog-headed believers supported some ordinary hostages on the passers-by and took them to the lake together. Lu Fei did not kill them, but only grabbed their waists with his big tentacles, lifted them up, and hung them above the lake. Another tentacle held a strange object with a long tube. The surface of the object had blood vessels, which looked very scary. In view of the serious situation of frog mutation around the world, our plan has changed. We will capture them alive if we can. The bandaged man sighed. Originally, his idea was to kill Lu Fei by force. Now that he was too slow to kill, the global mutation disaster had already begun, and he felt guilty. If he could kill him earlier, it would be much better. But there is no if. Life is not a simulator. Now the disaster has happened, and the source is Lu Fei. He must be captured alive, otherwise those who have turned into frog heads may not be able to go back, which makes it difficult for the investigation bureau. I will untie the bandages on both legs. Our presence will be weakened to the extreme. You will forget my existence, and Lu Fei will also ignore my existence. So wait for me to capture him alive with the seal. Keeman, you can command Tang Yuan to get close to Lu Fei. I will do the rest. After the bandaged man finished his plan, he began to untie the bandages on his legs. Keeman immediately patted Tang Yuan and commanded it to launch an air strike on Lu Fei in the lake. The hostages in Lu Fei's hands will indeed make people hesitate, but trouble is relative. The low presence of the bandaged man can make the other party ignore him, which is a great weapon for sneak attacks. 2 seconds later, the bandaged man completely disappeared from Tang Yuan, and Keeman gradually forgot about the bandaged man. The people around him also subconsciously regarded Keeman as the captain and looked at Lu Fei in the lake nervously. Chapter 270. Because Keeman had ordered his body not to resist the power of low presence, his body did not resist, and he really forgot the existence of Shijun in his mind. Seeing Tang Yuan swooping down from a high place, Keeman had only one thought: what if Lu Fei killed the hostage? Lu Fei held hostages, so he must know some information and recognize some people. A thought flashed through Keeman's mind: he must have recognized him in the inland lake before. Kameng is famous in Koi Island, and the other party must have searched for him. They think Keeman is an investigator, and he is definitely not the kind of desperate madman who will not sit idly by and watch the lives of ordinary people. Kameng pinched Tang Yuan's dog hair. What to do next? Flying down directly is definitely not stable enough. He needs a way to contain the other party 100%. Kameng opened his mouth. Tang Yuan, stop. The team members around him asked, Captain, what's wrong? Tang Yuan did not stop, and continued to fly down, diving faster and faster, exceeding 120 kilometers per hour. Shijun, who was squatting on Tang Yuan's back, was stunned. He could feel that Tang Yuan seemed to vaguely remember him. A few seconds later, Lu Fei, who was in the lake, was still alert to foreign invaders. The long tentacles held a biological pipe gun, which was an extremely powerful special item. It was the strongest offensive item he had obtained in many years. It could instantly transfer the blood in his body into the enemy's body. The enemy's blood vessels would either collapse or be transformed into an obedient monster by his body. The attack time was almost 0, and the range was about more than 1,000 meters. The mind-locking method was used. After locking, just shoot and instantly penetrate into the enemy's body. No matter if the enemy used S-shaped movement or shield to resist, it was useless. Only the all-round protection barrier could block it. However, Lu Fei did not see the bandaged man and others. In an instant, all the sounds in the world disappeared. For some reason, he had a strong warning in his heart. Lu Fa exerted his strength in a short time of 0.1 seconds, using his tentacles to strangle the hostage in his hand. But he was also spinning, and was sucked into a depressing and dark space. His mind almost solidified. A big hole was smashed on the lake's surface. The man who had untied the bandages on his arms and legs had a gloomy face, and quickly moved out several people who were almost dead. Then Jun tied the bandages back and looked at Kuming on the glutinous rice balls above his head, which aroused Kuming's spiritual alertness. At this moment, Kuming also saw Jun. As the time of watching deepened, he remembered Jun's identity, and at the same time, he suddenly realized and understood the abnormal behavior of the pet. So that's it, Kuming murmured. The S-level boss's actions are extraordinary. He caught people silently, and took them away before they had any impression in their minds. Keeman patted Tang Yuan, rushed down, and asked the team doctor to rescue a few people who were about to be strangled, and then carry the captain away from the spot. This was a secret overseas operation, and we couldn't stay in the same place for too long. According to the undercover personnel, the official personnel of Crocodile Island were locking the location of the leader of the Frog Society. As soon as they left, someone ran to the silent lake over there. The investigators were very surprised why there was no sound in that area. Keeman squeezed the sound-absorbing sponge, and countless sounds were released in the air, and returned to the original place. It happened that the official personnel of Crocodile Island arrived at the first scene and experienced the process of sound returning. All the frog croaking, the croaking of the land law, the sound of something passing by quickly, and various mental interference-like sounds, they all came back, and for a moment, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the brain, giving people a headache. The look of the Crocodile Island staff changed drastically, thinking that this was a secret place involving secret existence, with evil whispers, and they should not get too close. Because of fear, they quickly withdrew, automatically slowed down the investigation speed, and took stability as the main focus. They did not investigate first. When Keeman and others returned to an industrial plant in Bird's Cry City, they just started to organize the second round of investigators to enter the first scene for investigation. The team doctor took out the flashlight. There was an electric interface at the end of the flashlight. After connecting the wire, the power of the industrial plant continued to flow into the flashlight. Keeman tried to catch the shadow of the charging flashlight. The shadow was quickly caught in Keeman's palm, and then thrown back to the flashlight. Keeman grabbed the whale monster mark on the flashlight again, and this time the whale monster mark was also fished out. It turned out that there was no electricity when it was not caught at that time. Keeman threw the whale monster mark back to the flashlight, and then looked at the bandaged man. The bandaged man brought a space ring, which was his storage prop, and the containment of the seal Lu Fa was also in the ring. Let your angel ring go out, and let it charge. It's quite useful, Captain Sure said. Kuming nodded and asked Tang Yuan to take off the angel ring on his head and throw it outside the factory to dry. The team doctor temporarily stabilized the lives of several victims, then accompanied Jun to the next few streets, put the people in a conspicuous place, and called the hospital emergency number. However, Niaoti City was already in chaos, and the hospital's emergency number could not be reached. There was a vague feeling of giving up treatment. There was no choice. They could only secretly throw the people into the hospital. There were not many people in the hospital in Niaoti City. The doctors and nurses didn't know where they went. They might have fled. Team Sure searched the entire hospital, and only a few doctors and nurses were left to manage the situation. The sense of danger of the team leader Sure was getting stronger and stronger. They had to interrogate Lu Fa as soon as possible. If there was no way to rescue him, it would be useless to keep him. The team leader Sure returned to the factory and started the interrogation with Kuming. First, let the man out. Kuming then lifted the black lamp cloth of the scientific kerosene lamp, and the light illuminated the things on Lu Fa's body and prohibited his belongings. The captain Sure took out a pair of handcuffs that prohibited physical movement, and only handcuffed the opponent's two frog hands. Lu Fa immediately couldn't move, and the tentacles of his lower body couldn't move either. Only his mouth could open. The interrogation prop handcuffs, in short, were handcuffs that became spirits, which could trap the body of the interrogated person, and he could only open his eyes and speak. Lu Fa looked very strange, with a frog head and a frog belly, but his lower body was like an octopus tentacle, which gave people a strong sense of discomfort. Lu Fa just opened his mouth, and Tang Yuan pressed his mouth. As soon as Lu Fa opened his mouth, several investigators felt a headache, and hurriedly looked at the rational transcript to maintain rationality in their hearts. Keeman did not feel uncomfortable, and took the initiative to change a corner to start this interrogation. The old frog opened his mouth with a croak, his eyes were bloodshot, and he spoke hard, trying to pollute Keeman. After several hours of charging, several people hurried back to the beach and summoned the whale monster with flashlights. Entering the whale monster's body, the big whale quickly sank into the sea, breaking through the waves, and the gentle ripples made all the water flow gentle. Keeman slept in the whale monster's body. In order to ensure that the special items would not affect the whale monster, he refused the believer's sacrifice in his dream and only picked an ordinary sacrifice to appear, ensuring that no items with extraordinary influence appeared at night. Chapter 271. It was past 6 in the evening when Keeman and his companions set sail. Due to the time difference, it was already 4 in the afternoon when they returned to Whale City in Koi Island. On the shore of Whale City, a long line of people was surging on the shore, looking around, wanting to see when the big whale monster would come back. Why hasn't it come back yet? Director Wu paced on the shore, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Now some frog-headed people have appeared in Koi Island. They were ordinary people in their lifetime. After interrogation by investigators, they had not been involved in any illegal or criminal activities. Most of the frog-headed people only saw the strange frog body sculptures in the community when they rented a house and went to and from work, and they did not think about those illegal things in their subjective consciousness. Even if they became frog-headed people, they were confused in their hearts and felt desperate about it, and once wanted to commit suicide. Anyone who has lived for 20 or 30 years and suddenly became a strange frog body person would feel scared and helpless. There are also examples of people with bad mentality jumping off buildings and committing suicide on the same day. At present, the Investigation Bureau officially announced, the illegal criminal organization Frog Society from Crocodile Island has been conducting frog transformation infiltration operations in the country for many years, causing legal citizens in many places to become frog-headed people. The Investigation Bureau strongly condemns this. When the people on the shore were moving around like ants on a hot pot, suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Look, it's a whale!" Everyone immediately looked at the horizon. In the afternoon sun, a round big black head surged to the surface of the water, and a large number of waves were pushed away by the black round head. The big whale monster was very fast. It arrived next to the deep-water port in less than 2 minutes, opened its big mouth, released 7 investigators, and then sprayed water to celebrate. The team doctor pressed the off button of the flashlight, and the whale monster immediately turned into a shadow, flew into the air, drilled back into the flashlight, and turned into a mark again. It's back. Director Wu was relieved to see Keeman return safely. But then he thought, how could the S-level member Bandage Man not come back after he went out? I heard that he was caught. Is there any progress? Director Wu asked anxiously. There was no frog-headed man in Whale City, because the only villa with a frog body sculpture had been taken down by the Whale City Investigation Bureau. The condition for triggering the frog transformation is to hear the croaking of the frog sculpture, and then the humans who have been mentally polluted will awaken the frogman genes in their bodies. Lu Fa said there is no way to remove it, and I don't know if it is true. You can try it. Kunming had lost hope. Lu Fa said to Kunming in person, why do you keep chasing me when you are so strong as you are? I put it here. You can kill me or cut me up. The frog transformation has begun, and there is no way to stop it. Even if you use more powerful spiritual items to open my mouth, you can't ask the answer, because I didn't prepare a way to remove the frog transformation. Haha, even if I die, I will take revenge on society. Lu Fa's crazy eyes did not leave him any room, and Kunming's spirituality also gave inspirational hints. Lu Fa's words were sincere. He really didn't leave a way out for himself, nor for people all over the world. Once the frog transformation begins, it cannot be reversed. The Bandage Man and others drove back to the bureau in a hurry for interrogation. The director brought out all the interrogation items in the bureau and took turns to open his mouth. Because Lu Fa's language had strong mental interference, the Investigation Bureau adopted various methods to prevent mental interference and reluctantly carried out the interrogation. After a round of fierce operations, the Investigation Bureau personnel sadly found that Lu Fa seemed to have left no way for himself, and the transformation into a frog was irreversible. What about Keeman? I want to know if he is away. The Bandage Man also gave up Lu Fa. He thought that Lu Fa had been squeezed dry, and there was no need to re-examine him. What was Keeman doing at this time? Of course, he was studying the sculpture of the frog monster that Lu Fa carried with him. This sculpture was very different from the things Lu Fa carved by hand. It had a stronger sense of evil. Just standing by and feeling it quietly, Keeman could see the red fonts that kept floating, resistance plus 0.1. Resistance plus 0.1. The impact of this sculpture on Keeman was real, and 480 resistances were enough to slowly resist. You have to know that on Blue Star, there are not many things that can make Keeman resistant, which shows how sufficient the dark power of this primitive sculpture is. Kamong sat in the holy light room, quietly collecting money. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man covered in bandages walked in. When he saw the small and exquisite frog head sculpture, he immediately stopped. Kamong covered the sculpture with a black cloth, and the bandaged man returned to normal. He asked, "Are you feeling synesthesia?" "Yes." Keeman nodded. "It's too dangerous for you to do this. Its strength is very high, and not everyone can resist it." The bandaged man frowned. "This is not safe." "I can handle it," Keeman said, holding the rational manuscript in his hand. Kamong rarely read this thing. Now that his resistance is high, the rational manuscript is just a decoration. "I know you want to cure those frog-headed people, but don't let yourself go crazy, otherwise I will kill you myself." Shurjun looked at Kaming deeply, and after receiving Kaming's solemn nod, he slowly drove out of the holy light room and closed the door. Kaming retracted his gaze. He naturally knew the risks involved. But the so-called risks in the eyes of outsiders are not big for him, and it can even increase his resistance, so he doesn't do it for fun. Uncover the black cloth and continue to feel the mental interference fluctuations emitted by the frog head sculpture. The holy light in the holy light room was distorted, and I didn't dare to get close to the frog head sculpture. The frog head sculpture closed its eyes, and was in a state of quietly emitting mental interference fluctuations. Kaming pulled the resistance all the way, and it increased by 10 points, and gradually slowed down, becoming a round of 10 seconds. Kaming touched the sculpture with his hand, and the resistance value increased again, 1 point per second. From 480 to 510, Kaming was fearless, and became more and more happy as he brushed. Of course, Keeman did not do nothing. Because of the wool pulling, Keeman's connection with the statue became deeper and deeper, enough to conduct deep synesthesia. Keeman could not see more things as an evil god. It was protected by the blue star. Now Keeman could synesthetize it with his own spirituality, so he should be able to see something. If there is danger, his own spirituality will be alerted, and Keeman will not force it. Keeman first took out the glutinous rice balls and placed them beside him, then closed his eyes, and quietly accepted the fluctuations released by the frog sculpture, and then sorted out the clues from his brain, constantly analyzing and distinguishing the hidden truth. Gradually, Keeman vaguely heard the sound of frogs, and the night view of a pond also emerged in his mind. At the beginning of the full night, a frog stood on a pile of stones, staring at the moon, and was in a daze. In the frog's pupils, Keeman vaguely saw the reflection of the green moon. Chapter 272. The green full moon hung in the night sky, full of strange and weird charm, and the croaking sound was also very aggressive, causing Keeman to be absent-minded for a short moment. It was during this moment of daze that the illusion of the green full moon disappeared, and the sculpture in front of him opened its eyes and stared at Keeman. The eyes of this frog sculpture were large and round, and there was a strange light in the pupils, which pierced Keeman's eyes. Keeman was not used to it for a moment again. His stomach was churning, and some crazy thoughts of revenge on society arose in his heart. He quickly closed his eyes, and didn't look at the frog sculpture. The power of resistance surged in his body, clearing away those unclean mental interferences. After dozens of seconds, Keeman cleared those mental interferences. Resistance plus 0.2. This wave of attacks was very strong, so after resisting, Keeman increased by 0.2. It doesn't look much different from 0.1, but the severity it represents shows that this frog head sculpture is not an ordinary thing, and it may be on par with the radio. Behind the radio is a shadow boss. She is in the dark, and Keeman still dares not use his real self to communicate with the other party, because the sense of danger is too strong. The deterrent power of the frog head sculpture in front of him is moderate, with a faint sense of threat, which cannot be ignored, but will not crush Keeman, just right to brush up resistance. Keeman opened his eyes again, and looked into the eyes of the frog head sculpture. After feeling the stimulation, he immediately closed his eyes to let his body get familiar with the power of the frog head sculpture. After trying a few more times, Keeman became familiar with the mental interference mode of the frog head sculpture. So Keeman continued to deepen his synesthesia and tried to receive more information. In the outside world, the number of frogs in the world is gradually increasing. The official website of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau has made a temporary data interface for its own country, recording the number of frogs in Koi Island. The data is collected from local investigation bureaus, and unofficial statistics from foreign cities are also released. Koi City, 106 people. Octopus City, 134 people. Turtle City, 261 people. Perch City, 302 people. Grouper City, 611 people. As soon as the official record information came out, the people of the whole continent were in an uproar. What's going on, frogs? Netizen sang QZ and was full of questions. Brother, didn't you watch the news? The Tianwan #1 community next to me has frogs. 1/3 of the people in the community have frogs. It's terrible. Now the community is being sealed off. Are there any videos? Some videos have been leaked, but they were quickly blocked. I guess the higher-ups don't want the panic to get out of hand. Netizen no money to spend, so I can only grind casually analyzed. Everyone knows what the Investigation Bureau wants to do, which is to maintain stability. A large number of Koi Island netizens flocked to the official website, and the number of real-time visits to the official website broke a historical peak. At least millions of people were browsing the information released by the Investigation Bureau. This news and link were moved to foreign networks by netizens, and it attracted the attention of foreign netizens like a nuclear bomb. There are frog-headed people in Koi Island too? I'm afraid Koi Island has fallen. I just went out and saw a frog-headed person on the street. It's terrible. There can't be so few of them. There must be tens of thousands of people infected in Koi Island. The official statistics of Koi Island are not that abnormal. Only 27 cities were infected, and the city with the most infected people was 611, that is, Shurban City. The least affected place is Koi City, the capital of a country, where the national fortune converges. The temporary mobile investigators are also the largest in the whole island. Once a problem is found, they immediately rush to the community where the incident occurred, seal off the scene, and isolate or transfer the people inside. Shurban City is a slightly remote and backward big city. The disaster was serious this time. It was entirely due to the lack of manpower and the slow response. If you are not careful, more people will return to the community and happen to hear the frog sculpture fountain croaking. The frog mutation gene in their bodies is inspired. Ding sound. A new attention message popped up on the mobile phones of the people of Koi Island. It was an update from the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. The decisive conditions for frog mutation have been found out. The title has relatively few words. It can be seen that Koi Island attaches great importance to this wave of disaster. It may be more terrible than the pneumonia epidemic. Pneumonia is still treated with drugs, but frog mutation is currently a genetic change, and there is no drug that can cure it. Chun Momo, who is in Jingyu City High School, was in class when the teacher suddenly received a notification call from the superior. 10 seconds later, the teacher hung up the phone and said to everyone, "Students, stop the class and watch a video." After that, the teacher clicked the laptop screen with a mouse, clicked on the video posted by the school leader in the teacher group, and then used the projection function to project it onto the white screen of the classroom. The video started playing, and a white frame and red font were marked in front of the camera. This video contains inappropriate scenes. Please watch with caution. Yesterday, there were calls to the police in many places in Jinlizu, claiming that there were people with frog heads walking on the street, suspected to be cosplay enthusiasts. However, there were also calls claiming that they saw the other party turn into a frog with their own eyes. The police attached great importance to it and transferred the case to the Investigation Bureau, which then carried out a key investigation, isolation, and transfer of force personnel. In the video, a color video appears. It is a roadside surveillance camera in a small fountain square in a community, which just happened to capture the fountain. Innocent passers-by appeared at the fountain. They had no intention of staying, but at that moment, they all stopped and scratched their throats. Here, the screen paused and explained, Frog Transformation Condition 1. People who have lived in the frog body sculpture community for a long time have already buried the frog transformation gene in their bodies. Frog Transformation Condition 2. Hearing the croaking sound of the frog body sculpture, this is the start signal. If you don't hear it, you won't turn into a frog man for the time being. Frog Transformation Condition 3. You need to drink water to transform. If you don't drink water, you won't transform for the time being, but your throat will itch unbearably, and you need strong willpower to suppress the desire to drink water. Small words in the upper left corner. The original sound of the picture has been deleted. The video continued, and a child couldn't resist the desire to be thirsty, ran directly to the fountain pool and drank a sip, and turned into a frog on the spot. Then the panic of passers-by began, and they stayed away and called the police. If you have seen similar evil sculptures, please call the Frog Transformation Alarm Hotline at the bottom of the screen. There are still some evil sculptures in Koi Island that have not been discovered. In addition, frog-transformed people are not contagious, only frog body sculptures are contagious, please remember. After the video ended, the students in the class were stunned. Although they knew that strange objects would appear in Koi Island from time to time, it was the first time that something like a frog body sculpture appeared. It caused a huge social disaster all of a sudden, and everyone knew about it. Of course, this is also related to the current policy of the Investigation Bureau. If the public is not aware of it, those hidden sculptures may continue to lurk. Chinmomo sat in her seat and subconsciously touched her face. Fortunately, she did not turn into a frog. Chapter 273. The information released by the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau is very detailed and clearly states the conditions for frog transformation, giving everyone a rough understanding of the matter. Police stations across the country have also begun to thoroughly investigate local fountains to see if there are frog sculptures in those places. Once a strange sculpture is found, it will be immediately destroyed remotely with a rocket launcher. Because of this incident, netizens have also begun to pay attention to the source of frog transformation. The source of frog transformation seems to come from abroad. There are so many infected people abroad now. You may not believe it, but Crocodile City, as the capital of Crocodile Continent, actually has 10,000 infected people. Compared with the data of our capital, the management ability is really different. The official website has spoken again. This incident was caused by the illegal terrorist organization Frog Society Abroad. At present, the Investigation Bureau has issued a strong warning to the Investigation Bureau of Crocodile Continent, demanding the surrender of Professor Liu Fa. I have read the unofficial foreign data published on the official website. The number of frog transformations in Crocodile Continent is really terrifying. 590,000 people were exposed in just one day. How did the official statistics come about? Don't ask. If you ask, it's just that the special items are awesome. In fact, that was the information sent back by the undercover personnel of Crocodile Continent. It was basically the official internal data of Crocodile Continent. It was basically correct, but it had the disadvantage of delay. Outside the Holy Light Room, Luo Yuan hung up the phone, knocked on the door of the Holy Light Room, waited for 3 seconds, and then gently opened it. He saw that Keeman covered the sculpture with a black cloth to prevent him from being affected. There are not many people in the Bureau who can withstand the mental pollution of the original frog sculpture. Luo Yuan can count them on one hand. Moreover, they need the help of rational items, but Keeman does not need the help of rational items. Maybe Keeman's physical fitness exceeds 99.9% of people in the country. What's wrong? We have a patient who can't stand it anymore. He hasn't had water for a day. I want to ask if you have any progress. Luo Yuan explained. After hearing the quack, people with frog mutation genes have been thirsty in their throats. They want to drink water, but they will turn into frogs as soon as they drink water, which makes them dare not drink water at all, and can only be thirsty. Listening to Captain Luo's explanation, Kunming remembered the side effect of drinking still water before, which was also the dry throat. But this time it was slightly different. The thirst was not the point. The point was that the victim would turn into a frog once he drank water. Captain Luo walked in and discussed with Kunming the initial plan that the Bureau had thought of today, which was to use water props to replenish water to the victim remotely, without going through the throat. But this plan also has risks. The process of external water replenishment is still the external water source entering the human body. If frog mutation still occurs, the frog mutation victims temporarily isolated by the Bureau can only accept this tragic fact. However, the bandage man Shijun suggested waiting a little longer. Keeman might be able to find some solutions from the original frog sculpture. After Captain Luo finished talking about his superior's ideas, he looked at him eagerly, wanting to know if Keeman had any ready-made methods to save the victims. There is a way, but I'm not sure. Let's try it first. Keeman closed the door and left the Holy Light Room. What is the method? Luo Yuan heard that there was a way, and his spirit and energy went up a level. The frog gene has been planted in their bodies, and I can't change this. Keeman said as he walked, the victims who didn't drink water have not turned into frogs, which proves that there is a balance point between humans and frogs. There is a key point that inhibits humans from turning into frogs. We need to maintain this balance point now. Luo Yuan was a little confused. How do we find that balance point? I need to see the patient in person. Keeman said. Whale City, a quarantine center. Here live the former staff and related personnel of Galisi Villa Manor. They used to work in Galisi's villa. Anyone who has seen the frog sculpture will do quarantine work here. The people in the Bureau did not let them go to the villa, so they didn't know whether they had the frog gene. Galisi was also isolated, sitting in the room with a cigarette in his mouth, smoking one by one, and the smoke from his exhalation made the room full of clouds and smoke. "Khaleesi, we're on the road, going to Octopus City for quarantine today." Outside the door, several special forces in military uniforms suddenly rushed in. The young Khaleesi shook the flesh on his face, and was scared. "Why do I have to go to Octopus City for quarantine? Can't I be quarantined in Whale City?" Khaleesi had a hunch that he might not be able to come back after this trip. "Stop talking nonsense, and just cooperate with our investigation." Khaleesi was taken to the troop carrier by the combat personnel. Half an hour later, he ran to the road and handed over to the vehicle where Keeman was. Keeman got on the troop carrier and went to the Octopus City next door to meet the victims in person. Keeman sat in the car and looked at Khaleesi, who was being held by the soldiers. A look of horror appeared on Khaleesi's face. "What do you want to do? Those things were not done by me, but by that shadow. It has nothing to do with me." Khaleesi's face flushed and his eyes were wide open. Although Khaleesi was isolated, the TV in the cafeteria would broadcast news every day, and he naturally saw the news reports of the global frog transformation. Khaleesi thought that Keeman wanted his life. How could he not be anxious? "I am on a mission this time. It has nothing to do with your life. You just need to assist in the investigation." Keeman raised his eyebrows and pointed out the mission directly. Khaleesi rolled his throat, swallowed a saliva, and tentatively asked, "Then I still have a chance to live?" Keeman did not answer. Khaleesi still had problems, and the Bureau had its own judgment on his punishment. According to the interrogation of the Bureau's investigator Di Ping, Khaleesi was indeed a member of the Frog Society. Khaleesi had never thought of betraying the organization or going to the Investigation Bureau to self-destruct. All the limelight before was taken away by the Shadow Stream's Deacon. Everyone was paying attention to Shadow Stream's Deacon Hoa, and ignoring Khaleesi himself. Keeman now took Khaleesi to the Octopus City, which was naturally an intuitive hint. The difference between an orthodox member of the Frog Society and an unorthodox frog-transformed gene passer-by may be the key. According to the information observed by Keeman in his dream, the heads of the Frog Society members can change into frogs or human heads, which means that this ability is controllable. "Show me your money ability." The troop carrier was still some distance away from Octopus City. Keeman had nothing to do on the way, so he threw a $100 bill from his wallet and put it in front of Khaleesi. Khaleesi looked at the $100 bill on the ground, his face changing. But he had no choice. He lowered his head and picked up the $100 bill with his mouth. He blew gently with the bill in his mouth, and the bill shook. He let go of his mouth, and the bill flew up, kept growing, and then took the initiative to stick to Khaleesi's face. The bill melted, and his face changed rapidly, turning into another person. Chapter 274. "I remember you made a fake person last time. How did you make it? Did you also use money?" Keeman asked. Khaleesi nodded. "That's right." Under the pressure of survival, Khaleesi performed various ways to use the money ability from the heart. Disguise, muscle filling, chest drum, and making fake people with money. The more complex the ability, the more money is needed. Khaleesi is not short of money, so he is very handy when using the money ability. In the troop transporter, Captain Luo was surprised. He took a picture of Khaleesi's new face with his mobile phone and uploaded it to the official website to apply for verification whether this face has a record. After a while, the divine beast on the internet said that only avatars with a similarity of 70% were found, and there was no 100% similar avatar. "I imagined this face myself. You probably won't find a 100% similar one even if you upload it," Khaleesi explained. Keeman nodded. "How can I say this money ability is very suitable for undercover? With just one coin, he can change his appearance. This ability is so convenient." Keeman thought of a type of people, skaters with their feet, and people who have power outages in their neighborhoods when they sleep. When Khaleesi uses his abilities, he does not need the help of external objects. He is a rare person with special abilities. At present, in the eyes of the official, Keeman is also a person with special abilities, but the abilities of others are power outages in their neighborhoods, money ability, and skating, while Keeman is constantly producing special items. However, Khaleesi is a member of a terrorist organization. During the interrogation, he also revealed his inner thoughts that he is a member of the Frog Society. Just based on this one thing, Khaleesi will never be able to work in Koi Island in his life. Keeman did not think about what his future fate will be. Soon, Keeman's car arrived at Octopus City. Director Zhang of Octopus City had been waiting for Keeman at the door early. When he saw Keeman get off the car, he immediately shook hands and went straight to the point. "Let's see the patients first without delay." Director Zhang's face was full of anxiety. He didn't want to see his compatriots become frog-body people. Although they could not find any abnormality in their thoughts, as long as their bodies changed, they would still form an unequal psychological status over time, unable to integrate into the normal human team, and eventually become aliens. A group of white-coated staff accompanied him, and went to the elevator together. One of the white-coated doctors handed Keeman a medical record. This is the patient you will see later. His name is Pu Wenfu. He is a 20-year-old delivery boy. He has delivered food in the community where the incident occurred in Octopus City many times. He happened to hear the sound of frog transformation that day, and began to feel thirsty. Later, he was found and isolated by our official personnel in time. Now he has not drunk water for 25 hours. If a person does not drink water, dehydration will cause death in about 3 days. Now Pu Wenfu's mental state is relatively poor. The doctor described Pu Wenfu's condition sentence by sentence. In addition to lack of water, he did not eat. Because there is water in food, everyone is afraid that consuming water will turn him into a frog. Keeman came to the isolation room on the 3rd floor of the underground, and saw the person in the isolation room through the glass window. His face was thin and lifeless. He slept with his eyes closed, trying to avoid activities that consumed energy and water in his body. Keeman opened the door and walked in, quietly accepting the information naturally emitted by Pu Wenfu, and silently feeling it with spirituality. Pu Wenfu opened his eyes, looked at Keeman weakly, and closed his eyes again. I don't want to talk, nor do I want to waste my energy, so I just do nothing. Pu Wenfu is very patient. Unlike other victims in the bureau, Director Zhang considered the impact and did not let Keeman empathize with the irritable person first, but chose this patient and calm victim. Keeman felt it quietly, and after watching for a long time, he vaguely saw a frog-headed man sleeping on the bed. Green frog head, big eyes, throat hidden in the frog head, not clear, but Keeman felt a strong feeling from the other party's throat. As long as there is water to moisten his throat, he will turn into a frog. With a shake of his head, the vague illusion disappeared again. Keeman went back to see Galisi, who had a face disguised by a banknote. Keeman stretched out his hand and tore off Galisi's face, tore off the banknote, and Galisi returned to his original appearance. In the long-term observation, Keeman saw the illusion of the frog-headed man in Galisi. The round green frog head, big eyes, long tongue, and throat are also hidden in the frog head. As long as you swallow saliva, you can turn into a frog, but the deterrent effect is almost non-existent to Keeman. Keeman pondered for a while, and constantly compared the two to find a balance. He even asked Galisi to turn into a frog head himself to do a more in-depth comparative study. What can Galisi do? He can only be obedient and cooperate, otherwise his life will be in danger. Looking at Galisi after he turned into a frog head, a flash of inspiration flashed through Keeman's mind. Quack! Keeman opened his mouth and simulated the quacking sound heard in the synesthesia primitive frog body sculpture. After the first call, Galisi did not have a strong reaction, but just felt confused. Keeman cleared his throat, closed his eyes, and recalled the quacking sound he heard when he synesthetized the primitive sculpture before, the green full moon, and the quacking sound of the frog. The spirituality in the body was naturally mobilized and gathered in the throat. Keeman opened his eyes, opened his mouth, flicked his tongue, and did not make any sound. But Galisi's expression suddenly changed, and he trembled violently. He covered his green frog head with his 2 hands, stepped back, and screamed from his mouth. This sound seemed to be the body's self-protection after hearing some terrible sound. Keeman closed his mouth, and Galisi stepped back against the wall, covering his frog head and breathing, and his smooth skin showed thick sweat. After a while, Galisi's frog head naturally disappeared and turned back to the original human head. How did you do it? Galisi was horrified. Looking at Keeman's face, he was terrified from the bottom of his heart. That kind of sound could not be heard by outsiders, but Galisi heard it very clearly, like a thunder, making his body tremble, and the frog transformation power in his body was affected, showing a strong obedience. Keeman did not explain to him, but stood there thinking, and the bandage man's urgent questioning came from the headset. The bandage man watched Keeman interrogate Galisi in the monitoring room, and found that Keeman opened his mouth again after the first croak. The microphone did not capture any sound, but Galisi on the screen was sweating and screaming and retreating. Something must have happened. Keeman left the interrogation room, closed the door, and explained with the intercom, I just simulated the frog call of the sculpture, and it really had a suppressive effect on the members of the frog society. You could understand it as the highest level frog species giving orders to Galisi. Galisi's level is not high enough, and the frog gene in his bones makes him unable to resist this sound. Chapter 275. The bandaged man vaguely understood. So it is the same origin, but higher-level voice that suppressed the power in Khaleesi's blood. That's probably it. Keeman nodded. After a while, the bandaged man left the monitoring room and put on sunglasses to look at Keeman himself. There was still no black smoke coming out of Keeman's head, which meant that Keeman's heart was still with Koi. The boundary judgment in the Investigation Bureau has a serious bias. If there is no evil intention inside, there will basically be no black smoke. It is not a big problem to have a bad attitude towards outsiders, or even to have evil intentions outside. It is difficult for people to be completely pure. If it is pure justice, then it is a saint. The Investigation Bureau does not raise saints. As an S-level member, the bandaged man knows the rules and logic behind the black smoke judgment of the Investigation Bureau. Seeing that Keeman did not smoke, he was slightly relieved. To be honest, it is very dangerous to contact the information left by such a secret existence, and it is very likely to change one's mind. Did you learn this ability from the frog sculpture? The bandaged man asked from an inquiring perspective. Listen to it more often, remember the sound, and then use your own spirituality to simulate it with your throat. You can probably restore 70% to 80%. However, the difficulty is to maintain your own spirituality during the listening process and not be disturbed by the frog. Can I learn it too? Theoretically, anyone can learn it, but the threshold for maintaining rationality is very high. Keeman did not deny it. The bandaged man did not dare to overexpose this kind of secret information before, thinking that it would all end badly. Now seeing Keeman use the hidden abilities in the secret information, he was moved. Exposure to danger does not mean no gain. The gain is proportional to the risk. Keeman learned the ability of sound from the secret and uncontrollable information, which pointed out a way for investigators to increase their strength. The risk is still very high. Without powerful rational items, it is not recommended to take risks. Keeman shook his head and walked towards the isolation room where the patient Puinfu was. Of course, I understand this. Yeah, I go back and find those rational items. The bandaged man understood, but still wanted to try. If only Keeman could do it alone, what would the others do? Could they only stay where they are? The bandaged man certainly didn't want to stay where they are. Times are changing, more and more special items are coming out, and there are evil believers active on Blue Star. It is becoming more and more important to increase personal hard power. I will summarize this method later. You can challenge those weaker secret items. The methods are roughly the same. Keeman saw his colleague's heartbeat, and thought to himself that this was an opportunity to increase the strength of the investigator. There is no need to find terrifying items such as frog sculptures. Some weaker items will not have a bad effect on people. You can try them with rational items. Keeman stood in front of Puinfu, who fainted from hunger, and was ready to open his mouth. The bandaged man quickly retreated, fearing that he would be affected. Keeman's throat rolled, and he recalled the frogs croaking under the green full moon in his mind. He opened his mouth and thought about sending a signal to suppress the frog transformation. No sound was made, but Puinfu, who was sleeping, woke up immediately, as if he heard a thunderclap in his body. At the same time, the thirst in his throat seemed to be relieved a little. It was no longer a demand from the blood, but returned to the instinct of the body's thirst and need for water. Puinfu looked at the human in front of him and felt fear, as if the man in front of him had the ability to dominate his life. Keeman closed his mouth, and the pressure on Puinfu disappeared, but the lingering fear could not be shaken off. It was too scary. Keeman felt it quietly for a while, and after confirming that there was no problem, he said, "You can drink water." Puinfu was puzzled. "Can I drink water?" A few seconds later, the door opened wide, and the doctors in white coats and investigators rushed into the room. The nurse came over with an 4 drip. "Can I have an 4? After a while, Puinfu lay on the bed and received an 4. At the same time, he opened his mouth slightly and drank a sip of water. The moment he drank the water, he really felt alive. He wanted to drink it all day in one breath. When Director Zhang saw that the patient did not turn into a frog head, the burden on him fell. Good, good, good. He called out 3 good words in a row, and he couldn't help but be happy. Amon, they won't turn into frogs in the future, Director Zhang said happily. Keeman shook his head. No, the frog transformation gene is still in their bodies. If they hear the frog body sculptures croaking again, the gene in their bodies will be activated again, and the croaking I simulated is just shut down, not eradicated. In other words, they can live normally now, but they can't hear the frog body sculptures croaking. Yes, it's a very simple truth, but after hearing it, the people present couldn't help but fall into silence. I thought the matter had been resolved, but things didn't go so smoothly. Thank you. I'm already satisfied to be able to continue to be a human being. Pu Wenfu, lying on the bed, said weakly. Zhang Ju looked at the weak Pu Wenfu for a few seconds, then remembered something and immediately turned around to make a phone call. Transport all the frog transformation patients in the country to Octopus City. We have a way to temporarily suppress them here. After the call, Director Zhang solemnly held Keeman's hand. Thank you for your hard work. This time, the credit will be credited to your account. If you want to exchange any items, just tell the Bureau. Keeman held his hand, feeling the heavy weight, and could feel Director Zhang's gratitude. Looking around, everyone cast grateful eyes. It's okay, this is what I should do. With the first successful example, the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau operated at high speed, sending patients from all over the country to Octopus City on special planes. Although it cannot be eradicated, it is a blessing in disguise that the victims can continue to live as humans. Keeman stayed in the Investigation Bureau in Octopus City for a while longer. Because there were too many victims, Keeman simply lived in the local villa prepared for him by the Octopus branch, and he would talk about it after clearing this wave of patients. As for the victims who had mutated, they also received notifications from the Investigation Bureau. In the near future, the Investigation Bureau will use special items to treat them and restore their human identity. The Investigation Bureau did not reveal Keeman's name. Director Zhang personally applied to the General Administration to protect Keeman's information security. Now the leader of the Frog Society is dead, but there are other illegal terrorist organizations active abroad, so it is always right to keep a low profile. Mr. Pu Wenfu, who personally witnessed Keeman's treatment, also accepted the memory erasure arrangement arranged by the Bureau after his health improved slightly, erasing the memory of Keeman's treatment in his mind. In order to protect Keeman's information security, the Bureau redefined this incident and adjusted it to a confidential incident. All personnel involved in the incident, who do not have the authority to know, will be arranged to have their memories erased. Chapter 276. This frog transformation incident has a great impact. From a national perspective, most netizens know about the frog transformation incident and do not go out. They stay at home to self-isolate and are worried. Except for working hours, they basically do not go out. It is difficult for people not to go to work. If they do not go to work, they will have no economy, and if they have no economy, they will die. This is no joke. The Investigation Bureau has found a suppressive treatment method and has secretly begun to plan to revive the economy, but they cannot tell everything at once. After all, the situation abroad is in a mess. If the news that the Investigation Bureau has a treatment method is announced, a large number of foreign disaster victims will flock to Koi Island to seek treatment. In this era of global economy, it is difficult to close the door and do your own thing. Most of the industrial chains are more or less connected to foreign countries. Once they are broken, more people will be unemployed. Therefore, when the Investigation Bureau announces the news, it must be very cautious, which makes the public relations staff scratch their scalps. Now only Keeman in the Bureau has mastered the frog sound suppression method. A person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to be busy with treatment every day. The Special Affairs Investigation Bureau is not that kind. It is a violent agency of supernatural power. In order to deal with foreign supernatural power violent agencies, ordinary laws cannot constrain it, and it uses another set of rules. Koi General Administration, small conference room. Except for a few S-level members, who are out on duty, and use video calls to connect to the meeting, everyone who can come to the scene participates in the discussion. Or, just give those who come for treatment a memory-erasing gift package once a person. The man with flames on his head said angrily. That won't work either. It's okay to eliminate a few thousand people, but once people abroad know that we can treat them, the number of people is conservatively estimated to exceed 1 million. How can we have so many people to treat them? And the number of people whose memories are eliminated is too large. It's totally unacceptable. Sorry, don't items that eliminate memories as side effects. The man with the flaming hair frowned. Who is it? He didn't even know the characteristics of items that eliminate memories. Then he looked over, and saw that it was a line operator on the screen with the word Keeman written on it. The man with the flaming hair frowned. It turned out that it was Keeman who asked. No wonder he didn't know. Keeman was an additional participant in this temporary meeting. He didn't have the right to participate originally, but the bandage man took into account Keeman's recent great contribution and the importance of his identity. Jun proposed that Keeman also have the right to participate in major meetings. It was passed unanimously, so there was a picture of Keeman remotely connecting to the conference hall. Amon, that memory erasing item is actually a zero-level item. Theoretically, it can erase the memory of hundreds of thousands of people in a day, or even more people, but we don't want to abuse it. If something goes wrong, no one can afford it. In addition, its side effect is to erase part of the memory. In exchange, it will strengthen another part of the person's memory. People who strengthen too much sometimes have hallucinations of dreaming back to the past. The angry man briefly introduced its function to Keeman, and after listening to it, Keeman suddenly realized it. It turns out that the memory erasing item has such a function. The side effect doesn't sound very strong, but its upper limit on the number of memories it can erase is really too strong. It deserves to be a thing that is set at 0 point. The original memory erasing item is not that powerful, but when it is paired with another cross-space zero-level item, it can connect the boundaries of various investigation bureaus to do the erasure work, so that it can achieve the workload of thousands of people every day. This is confidential information. Please do not disclose it to the outside world. Of course I won't tell you, Keeman promised. The man with flaming hair tapped the table lightly. Back to the point, we only have Keeman who knows the suppression treatment method now, and we will never announce the news that the investigation bureau has the ability to heal, at least before the people in the bureau master this skill. The topic returned to the embarrassing point. First of all, the personal information of most frog-headed people has been spread among their relatives, friends, or neighbors' friends. If they become normal again, it will be difficult to hide it from those relatives, friends, or neighbors. Let's do this. Arrange for them to do relocation work. Transfer them in batches to another distant city to work, and become normal people to start a new life. As for the photos of their life that are circulating on the internet, I will ask Shinsho to ban them. To the outside world, we claim that conservative closed treatment will last at least 10 years. These 10 years are enough for them to fade out of the public eye. Is 10 years too long? This is just an external propaganda slogan. Whether it is credible or not is not the point. As long as we can cover up the facts and delay until our people learn the ability to make frog sounds, it will be fine. The director of the General Administration waved his hand and pointed out the key point of today's meeting. Repairing the plank road in the open, but secretly crossing Chinsong. Kumeng listened quietly throughout the whole process. Occasionally, when someone asked for his opinion, he would say a few words and put forward his own ideas, but he did not interfere too much with the decisions of the big guys. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. His ideas were not as thoughtful as theirs. As long as it sounded feasible, Kumeng nodded. Half an hour later, the meeting summarized the opinions of various personnel and quickly established a comprehensive draft opinion. Then the Public Relations Department quickly interpreted and wrote the draft, and published it an hour later. Draft opinion on the closed 10-year isolation treatment of froghead personnel. When the draft came out, the Investigation Bureau also sent text messages to those froghead personnel who had been registered through the Internet Beast, asking them to come to Octopus City to register and then undergo a 10-year isolation treatment. As soon as the news came out, netizens were shocked. Is there really a treatment? 10 years of closed isolation treatment? Why does it sound unreliable? Will it turn into a corpse in 10 years? Netizens in Koi Island expressed strong concerns about this. Anyone who saw the Investigation Bureau say 10 years of closed isolation treatment would feel very uneasy. In 10 years, it is completely possible to erase a person's information, make him transparent in society, and let everyone forget them. At the same time, netizens also forwarded this information abroad. When foreign netizens saw it, they had more questions than those in Koi Island. Is this humane destruction? Koi Island can't find a solution, he is anxious. Sad, I thought Koi Island had a way to treat it, but now it seems that it is better to stay outside. Netizens outside Koi Island expressed their pessimism, and anyone who goes there will be a fool. In a place where they yearn for freedom, words such as isolation and closure are particularly glaring to them. However, this just fits the heart of the Investigation Bureau. They don't have the ability to serve the world. There is only one person in the Bureau who can treat it, so they can only delay it temporarily. Chapter 277. The screen went black, and Keeman ended the high-level meeting of the day. When he walked out of the temporarily requisitioned office, he saw Captain Luo coming over, so they walked together. Have you ever recorded it with a recording device? Luo Yuan asked. As the captain of Keeman, Luo Yuan's internal level has been improved, and he has the authority to know some of Keeman's events, such as the frog sound suppression method. Luo Yuan imagined that if the audio file could record the sound, it might be able to relieve the pressure of treatment on Keeman. Just looking at Koi Island, 27 cities were affected, and a total of more than 8,000 people turned into frog-headed people. There were 32,000 people who heard the sound, but did not drink water. They were people who had already fallen ill, but had not yet shown symptoms. There were a total of 40,000 patients, but the most important ones were 32,000 people who had not drunk water and were in urgent need of treatment. Of course, even if they drank water and turned into frog-headed people, they could be suppressed back to normal human bodies by Keeman. But changing and not changing are two different experiences. The Bureau hopes to arrange treatment for 32,000 people as much as possible. It was just recorded before the meeting. Keeman shook his head. The people in the Bureau had already recorded it with ordinary recording hardware, and when Keeman opened his mouth, the recording equipment did not record any sound at all. This is a strange sound that normal people cannot hear, and the audio track of the recording file has no ups and downs. The Bureau also sent volunteers without frog mutation genes to listen to Keeman's frog sounds, but they could not hear Keeman's croaking. The people in the analysis team believe that only those with frog mutation genes can hear the croaking sound that goes deep into the soul. Normal people cannot hear that sound, and this is the main reason why ordinary equipment cannot record it. Have you tried the special recording item? Luo Yuan's mind was active, and he jumped to the special item side. The Bureau is sending it, but unfortunately the radio we have in the Bureau cannot be used. It cannot record. No matter which button is pressed, it will play the sound of the hidden existence. Captain Luo said regretfully. Octopus City also has special items with recording functions, but the problem is the same as Whale City. There are sounds of mental interference. Once such recording items mutate into special items, they have more or less some headaches. Only a very small number of 2 or 3 items are not abnormal. Keeman walked to the underground -6 floors, and in front of him was an open interior space. The isolated patients in Octopus City had already gathered inside. At present, the frog-mutated patients across the country are basically in isolation, and they can be called at any time, which is also convenient for mobilization. Before Keeman entered, the staff stopped Keeman and gave him a white mask. The Bureau requires you to wear a mask to prevent them from remembering you, the staff lady said softly. In addition, the side effect of this mask is that it drains your energy. Please pay attention to the time. If you are really sleepy, exit immediately. The lady blinked and said. Keeman took the mask, which was soft to the touch. He stared at the white mask quietly for a few seconds, and vaguely felt that it was a camouflage prop. Keeman nodded without leaving a trace, and put on the mask. The mask immediately changed according to Keeman's face shape. His face became wider, his nose became higher, and his eyes seemed to have an inexplicable look. Then came the inexplicable suction on his face, which continuously drained something from his body. According to the staff, it drained energy. Keeman has an item called Huangquan Tracing Whistle, which is also an item that extracts energy, so Keeman has quite sufficient experience in this kind of thing. Sucking non-stop. A certain feeling of fatigue came over, but the power of resistance was secretly weakened. In the end, the mask did not drain much energy, and Keeman stood straight and survived. The staff lady opened her mouth in surprise, looked at Keeman from beginning to end, and sighed that his endurance was really strong. She didn't know all the information about Keeman. Now Keeman's file is a special confidential file. Many people have no right to browse Keeman's files, including Keeman's special item files, which are also at a special confidentiality level. So the lady didn't know that Keeman was quite durable. She just took out the disguise mask from the inventory according to the instructions of the superiors, and stood on the underground -6 floors to give it to Keeman. According to normal use, this mask needs the user to sleep for a day to change the face once. Keeman was fine, which made the lady look at him with a higher opinion. Many things in the Bureau have side effects, but the higher-ups know that Keeman is a little different and believe that he can complete the work. Of course, you can rest if you are really sleepy. Indoors, the bandaged man patrols among the crowd, wearing sunglasses and constantly scanning everyone's heads. Some people have very light black smoke on their heads, and you need to walk very close to see the light black smoke. The bandaged man patrolled here after the meeting. All the patients did not notice the existence of the bandaged man, but subconsciously made way for him. The bandaged man felt something in his heart, and turned around and saw a man with a wide chin and a high-nose bridge. That familiar feeling, there is no mistake, it is Keeman. He gestured to Keeman, who immediately came over and patrolled with the bandaged man. Keeman put on the sunglasses specially equipped for him by the General Administration and looked at them one by one. There are 134 froghead patients in Octopus City, and 164 patients who have not drunk water. The people gathered here are all thirsty patients who are in urgent need of water. Keeman and the bandaged man shuttled through the crowd and examined them one by one. Compared with the examination of colleagues, It is more comfortable to examine them in person. Keeman walked around, felt something in his heart, and stopped. The bandaged man also stopped at the same time. The two of them were almost in step, staring at the two men in the same position. I didn't see the smoke, so I took another step closer, and then another step closer. I finally saw the faint black tobacco floating on their heads. The tobacco was very light and difficult to detect unless I walked close. Keeman and the bandaged man looked at each other. The bandaged man nodded, and said with vague mouth shape, "We settle the score later." The faint black smoke proved that he had anti-Koi Island thoughts in his heart, and he needed to be treated and have an interview. After finishing his patrol, Keeman faced everyone, opened his mouth, mobilized the spirituality in his body, and rolled his throat. No sound came out, but the patients at the scene had a splitting headache for a moment and screamed. The girl hugged herself with both hands, her body trembling, as if a great pain flashed through her. After a moment, the intense pain ended, and the patients broke out in a cold sweat and went to the lounge next door to rest. And the two men with light smoke on their heads were invited to the interrogation room for special interrogation. Name. Nationality. What do you think of Koi Island? Keeman listened to the interrogation outside the house, listened for a while, and then turned and left. Those two were undercover agents planted by Crocodile Island, but after living there for a long time, their bad impression of Koi Island was no longer as strong as before, which was also the reason for the extremely light black smoke. Chapter 278. The second batch of patients was sent to the Octopus City Investigation Bureau on the same day, along with 2 recording devices. These 2 special recording devices are an old-fashioned recorder and a recording pen, one large and one small. The bandaged man patted the head of the old-fashioned recorder and smiled at Keeman. This is 6-0984 from Koi City, a meat-eating recorder. It needs to eat meat after recording sounds. If it doesn't eat meat, it will cover up the recorded sounds. When the bandaged man patted the recorder, the old-fashioned recorder remained motionless. Hearing this, Keeman patted a bag of dried fish from his scarf, took out a dried fish and handed it to the recorder. The old-fashioned recorder seemed to smell the meat, and a black mouth suddenly opened on the surface of the machine, biting the dried fish. It even wanted to bite Keeman's hand, but Keeman quickly withdrew his hand, and it didn't bite. The dried fish entered the recorder's body, and the machine closed its mouth and chewed it. Keeman heard the sound of the dried fish being crushed by the chewer. A machine without digestive organs digests dried fish. They are obviously different species, but there is no sense of disobedience at this moment. Magical realism cannot be viewed with common sense. Keeman commented in his heart. Then Keeman looked at the recorder. The bandaged man had no impression of it. Finally, Director Zhang jumped out to explain. The number of this recorder is 6 to 4135. You can record as usual, but a random embarrassing story of someone else will be added to the recording file afterwards. Keeman touched the recorder. The pen barrel was all yellow, the pen tip was pointed, and there was a flickering breathing light ring setting at the tail. When the light ring is red, it proves that it is recording. The white light indicates that the device is in standby mode, and the green light indicates that the sound recorded by the recorder is being played. Add embarrassing things? What if someone's embarrassing things are state secrets? What if they are secrets of a terrorist organization? Keeman held the recorder with a curious look on his face. Director Zhang was speechless. This item was not unearthed here, and he was not very clear about it. He only knew some information in the archives. Both items are level 6 items, which are not high in level. High-level recording items often have strong side effects, or have some harsh conditions for use, and are not suitable for frequent use. There are a total of 10,001 recording tests on it in the archives, most of which are embarrassing things about yellow pigments, family troubles, business matters, and some minor fights. Director Zhang just read it roughly. According to the serial number given by Director Zhang, Keeman retrieved the recorder's start record on the official website. There were indeed 10,001 recording tests in it, and every recording record was recorded. These recordings cannot be listened to directly on mobile phones, but can only be accessed on the computer of the Investigation Bureau to prevent abuse. Keeman did not have time to listen to them one by one, and looked directly at the statistical chart made by the tester. They classified every kind of embarrassing thing, but there was no state secret or secret of terrorist organization. After a while, Keeman began to shout frog sounds to the second round of patients, and all patients and staff were asked to keep silent. The staff held a special recording device in front of Keeman's mouth, fearing that the recording device would not be able to record it. Keeman opened his mouth, mobilized the spirituality in his body to form an inaudible sound, and his throat moved, and the faces of all patients changed for a moment. A few seconds later, the staff saw Keeman close his mouth, and immediately turned off the recording button and retreated to another soundproof room. There were several patients inside, waiting for the recording test. Normal people can't hear it, only the frog gene owner can hear that kind of sound. The tester waited for Keeman to take his place, put down 2 recording items, and let Keeman operate. Keeman still wore that fake face, and his right hand moved between the old recorder and the brand new recorder. Finally, Keeman pressed the old recorder, which was more stable, and would not cause any trouble. The old recorder opened its big mouth and wanted to eat Keeman's hand. Keeman patted its head and handed it a small dried fish. However, the greedy recorder didn't feel satisfied and wanted to eat more, opening its big mouth, craving for more meat. Meat, meat, I want meat. The old recorder made a thirsty sound, as if it hadn't eaten meat for several years, and the small dried fish could not satisfy its desire at all. The staff immediately pushed a cart with 10 pieces of pork on it. Meat. The recorder seemed to smell meat, but it had no legs and could not move. It could only howl hoarsely. When several patients saw the recorder speak, their faces changed. The patients had watched the video released by the Popular Science staff of the Investigation Bureau. There are indeed some special items in this world, but they have lived for decades and have never seen those items. Now they see a recorder speak with their own eyes, and they feel scared. That thing, why does it keep shouting meat, meat, meat? Is that cart carrying human flesh? The people from the Investigation Bureau said that they were participating in a conservative treatment. Why were there only a few patients at the scene? Where did the other patients go? The disadvantage of numbers made the patients think wildly. When ordinary people face extraordinary things, they are never calm. There are not many people who are born with a big heart like Keeman. Several patients sat on the chairs. Their lips turned white. They were very nervous and thirsty. Here, eat quickly, don't scream. Keeman saw that the patient's expression was not right, and he was too lazy to argue with the recorder. He picked up the pork and stuffed it into the recorder's big black mouth. The recorder chewed the pork bite by bite, eating piece by piece. When it ate 10 pieces of pork, it still opened its mouth and made a meaty sound. Keeman patted the disobedient recorder with his hand, and the recorder was not afraid at all and continued to make a meaty sound. The staff pushed another cart over, and the recorder was finally satisfied and burped. The old-fashioned recorder closed its mouth and began to be silent. Keeman sat in his seat, listening quietly with his ears, trying to hear the frog sounds he made from the radio. The frog sounds made by Keeman are different from those made by the original sculpture. The frog sounds in the original sculpture are even worse, with evil thoughts that distort human values. The sound made by Keeman has eliminated all distractions, leaving only the purest homologous suppression effect. The next moment, the screams of patients came from the recorder. As the voices in the recorder screamed, the patients in front of him also shook their bodies and widened their eyes, as if they heard something terrible. Then, Keeman felt a slight change from them. It worked. The old recorder successfully recorded the sound. Keeman breathed a sigh of relief. Now the burden on his shoulders can be lighter, and he doesn't have to croak frogs every day. Transfer the patient away, and pay attention to hydration, Keeman said. Yes. Several staff members helped the person away, and the scene was quickly cleared, leaving only 2 staff members and Keeman. Keeman looked at another recorder flashing white light, and was about to press the switch of the recorder, but his finger suddenly stopped on the pin. Chapter 279. This special item, the recorder, is different from the old recorder mentioned above. It will randomly add some embarrassing things to the audio file. Before recording, the staff had transferred the previous audio files in the recorder to the mobile hard disk for safekeeping, ensuring that there would be no previous audio files in it. Keeman's finger gently touched the recorder, and just a light touch, that wonderful feeling came up. This recorder seemed to have an ominous breath, which made people feel a little uneasy. Even Keeman felt uneasy, which seemed to be a bad sign. Before recording, it did not have this ominous breath. You go out for a while, this needs to reevaluate the danger level. Keeman waved his hand and drove away the inexperienced staff. To fight against secret information, special candidates are needed, such as the big guys like the Bandage Man, who are not only highly spiritual, but also have been exposed to much more secret information than ordinary people, and are resistant to such things. The 2 accompanying staff members were originally odd jobs. They looked at each other, at a loss, until they heard the order from their superiors in the headphones, and then they nodded and left the room. After a while, the Bandage Man, Director Zhang, and Director Lei entered the room at the same time. The 3 of them looked a little serious, as if they realized that things were not going well. This recorder might have recorded dangerous personal embarrassments that had not been recorded 10,000 times. Here, you can feel it too. Kumeng pushed the pen out. He had not played the recording inside yet, so that everyone could have a new understanding of it first. The bandaged man first held the recorder, looked at the dim white light circle, and frowned secretly. Director Zhang and Director Lei on the side took out the spiritual fruit and ate it slowly. There are many spiritual fruits in the bureau now, and many people have broken through the original full spiritual knowledge value because of this, and can hear a lot of secret information. But relatively speaking, the more you know, the more risks you will face. Unless you have rational items with you, it is difficult to keep your heart. Director Zhang and Director Lei are both ready, eager to try, wanting to feel something from it. Kumeng is in charge personally. If there is any danger, he will definitely not let them listen. Since he chose to let them feel it, the extra things recorded in the recorder should be within their acceptance range. A minute later, the bandaged man handed the recorder to Director Zhang and asked him to feel it too. Then the bandaged man and Keeman started to talk. This thing seems to record very dangerous information. It feels not simple, and it involves evil special items. This probability has not appeared in the previous 10,001 times. This is considered a lucky draw. The two chatted casually. 2 minutes later, Director Zhang and Director Lei completed the pen touch test respectively, and both felt a strong malicious tendency from the recorder. I associated with the two words claustrophobia and space. Director Zhang judged based on his own experience. I don't associate it with anything, I just think it's a bloody secret. Director Lei shook his head. Get ready for the special rational items, I'm going to open it. Keeman pressed the recorder and prepared to turn on the play button. This recorder didn't give Keeman a very strong feeling, so it should be fine. The bandaged man and the other two took out the rational copy from the storage props. This is the most commonly used rational prop in the bureau and is durable. Keeman clicked the play button, and the breathing light circle of the recorder changed from white to green. After a period of silence, the screams of the patient sounded in the recorder. Up to this point, everything was normal, and there was no abnormality. In the 10th second, which was the recording section that should have been terminated, the green breathing light of the recorder did not end, and the sound turned into a rustling electric sound. This is the daily basic operation of the recorder. It starts with a rustling electric sound, and after about a few seconds, it will play some people's embarrassing stories. These embarrassing stories may be pornographic jokes, or they may be other secrets, such as the secret of reselling arms. Rustle, rustle. The rustling electric sound sounded in the room, constantly echoing, as if someone's roar was heard. The next second, the electric sound disappeared, and the rumbling sound of the machine starting came from the recorder, buzzing in the ears of the four people. This is... The bandaged man had a vague feeling that it was a very familiar sound. Elevator? Keeman took the lead in speaking out his inner inspiration. Kumeng pointed out the word elevator, and everyone nodded. It's the sound of the elevator. With the sound of the recorder, the elevator door opened, followed by footsteps, as if walking into the elevator. A horseman kept cursing. Another person in the elevator was breathing heavily, and the more he breathed, the heavier it became. I don't know if it was an illusion. The heavy breathing of the other person also affected Director Lei, Director Zhang, the bandaged man and others present, and they felt that their breathing became slow, and their shoulders seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and they couldn't lift their heads. What kind of pressure is this? Unknown, confused, and full of illusion, it is difficult to resist because the other party is stronger. There is an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere in the air. Director Lei rolled his throat and scratched his arm with his hand. Director Zhang frowned and looked unnatural. The bandaged man had a bandage on his face, and his expression could not be seen. In the recorder, after the horseman finished cursing, he said with an attitude of issuing an ultimatum, "The 97th door. Atonement." With a ding, a crisp sound similar to the rebound of a key falling to the ground came from the recorder. Another man made a frightened voice, "Yes, Master Jean." Duh. The man left, and the elevator door slowly closed. With a ding, the elevator door closed completely and began to sink. Everyone listened to the sound of the elevator sinking, and also felt the soles of their feet floating, experiencing the links of overweight and weightlessness. The man who stayed in the elevator sobbed and muttered to himself like a demon, "I can't go, I can't go, I can't go." Listening to this mumbling, everyone felt that his emotions seemed to have shifted from fear to resistance. The sound of picking up the key was clearly audible in the recorder, and then the elevator door dinged again. The elevator door rumbled open. When everyone was still wondering what the next sound would be, there was silence in the room for a long time, as if the mute button was pressed. The breathing light of the recorder turned from green to white and returned to standby mode. The depressing atmosphere disappeared, as if what he had just heard was just an auditory hallucination and had never happened. After listening to it, Director Lay subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. He didn't feel that the mental interference was very serious, but why did he feel like he had run a few laps on the track and field? Director Jean also breathed a sigh of relief. It was strange to say that it was not scary, but it was creepy when listening to it. It felt unusual, but there was also an indescribable feeling. He was not scared to the heart, nor did he have anti-human thoughts. He frowned and said, "This doesn't seem scary." The secret existence of information often makes people have a splitting headache, and they wish they could fill their brains with all kinds of anti-human social knowledge. After all, its function is just to record someone's embarrassing things. Don't make it too difficult for the recorder. The bandaged man rolled his eyes at Director Zhang. "I just feel a little regretful. I thought it was secret existence information, and I waited in vain, haha." Director Zhang laughed dryly. His status was naturally not as high as that of an S-level boss, so he could only smile. Kamong rested his elbows on the table, put his hands together to support his chin, pretending to be in deep thought, and analyzed. Secret existence does not necessarily always be in a terrifying posture. Chapter 280. Kamong has different understandings of the two men in the recording. The man with a hoarse voice is not his original voice. His original voice has been processed. In layman's terms, it is a harmonized voice. Whether this harmonization technique is done by the recorder itself or by something else, Keeman does not know for the time being, and he has no relevant inspiration. The voice of the Redeemer is the original voice, at least that's how Keeman feels, and the other party's voice has not been processed. Amon, tell me in detail. The bandaged man looked at Keeman and cast a hopeful look. The bandaged man dared to guarantee that Keeman must have eaten the most spiritual fruits in the bureau. Because Keeman would receive spiritual fruits from his superiors from time to time. So far, Keeman has received at least more than 30 spiritual fruits. Who dares to eat so much? At least the bandaged man himself does not dare to eat so much. So Keeman's experience of what he heard should be much deeper than everyone else. Let me first talk about my own understanding, which may not be very accurate. After all, synesthesia is based on the scope of one's own understanding. If you can't understand it, you can't interpret it no matter how much information you listen to. Keeman first set the tone. Don't let everyone think that Keeman is omnipotent. Listening to the additional recordings of the recorder, we must first distinguish the primary and secondary relationships. You all focus on the person who threw the key. The direction of feeling is different from mine. My attention is on the Redeemer. You mean, the main relationship is on the Redeemer? The bandaged man was puzzled. Is that so? Keeman nodded. The Golden Gate Master who threw the key gave me the feeling that the original sound was processed. The sound we heard was not the original sound of that person. In this recording, the Redeemer gives me the original feeling, without any changes, so the main body of this conversation is on him. The Redeemer's fear, inner depression, and heaviness are all emotions revealed when he speaks, which naturally affect us. At this time, Director Lay had a different opinion, but the feeling of depression given to us by the key thrower is very clear. This is also the power of the Redeemer. Its emotions affect us through sound, and we passively feel the pressure he has experienced before. Keeman shook his head. The three people felt incredible. Speaking can make people feel empathy. What kind of ability is this? If the Redeemer uses this ability to spread some evil ideas, such as anti-human society. Hiss. It seems that it can really be operated in this way. Isn't that the hidden information, which gives people a headache and makes people have evil thoughts, wishing to destroy the world, destroy human civilization, and build the world they want? When the secret existence does not emit evil thoughts, just like what is recorded in the recorder, there is no evil thought against human society, only despair, and a sense of oppression that makes it difficult for people to think normally. The three directors fell into deep thought, and Kumail gave them time to digest it, and played the recording in the recorder, and listened to it again. After listening to it once, it still felt unsatisfactory, so he played it a few more times. Everyone also listened attentively, over and over again, without getting tired of it. The oppressive atmosphere solidified in the room, making it difficult to breathe. The sense of oppression was really strong, but there were no evil thoughts. Everyone was fine, and listened hard. After listening a lot, the bandaged man came to his own conclusion. What we heard and felt were all the information naturally revealed by the Redeemer. We didn't feel the information from the Golden Gate Master? Acquiring information is the purpose of synesthesia, and it is also an important means for investigators to solve cases and resolve crises. Without synesthesia to get information from the Lord of the Golden Gate, people will feel desperate. It's not that there is no synesthesia. I said that the voice of the Lord of the Golden Gate has been processed, and we can't hear its information. I don't know if this is a problem with the ability of the recorder itself, or for other reasons. Kaming paused, with a hint of meaning. The ability of the recorder is limited, and it can't hear more advanced things. Everyone can understand this. After all, this problem has not occurred in 10,000 times. What is the reason? Director Zhang pulled a chair and sat down. Not sure. Kaming shook his head. Maybe it's the harmony from the mother planet. At Kaming's current level, he can't distinguish deeper things for the time being. And the Investigation Bureau doesn't seem to realize that the mother planet itself is also a special item that is too huge to be measured. Everyone sat for a while and talked for a while, focusing on what information this elevator conversation involves. After chatting for a while, Kaming finished the task of the day and went back to rest because he couldn't find more information for the time being. In the villa near the Octopus City branch, Keeman patted the scarf, and the round glutinous rice dumpling ran around the room happily. After being stuck in the scarf for such a long time, even with a mobile phone, it was useless, and it was almost bored. In the world of storage scarves, the network is extremely poor. Although the network signal can penetrate into the scarf through unreliable gaps, the network is sometimes available, which makes glutinous rice dumpling extremely crazy. It is great to be able to breathe freely, and use the network freely. Ah! White Sugar also shook its wings happily, shaking off a pile of sand as usual. As a pure sand sculpture, staying in the stuffy storage scarf really made it suffocate. I can't chat with fake sand sculpture netizens on the internet, and I feel that life is much more boring. The first thing White Sugar did when it came out was to connect to the indoor Wi-Fi signal with its mobile phone, and then go to Moments to announce to the vast number of fake sand sculpture netizens that it was White Sugar that was back. Crystal, as always, turned into a crystal-like stone, standing in the house, quietly feeling the fluctuations of the crystal boundary in the villa, and once there were strangers, it could be frozen at any time. Before going to bed, Keeman took out a notebook full of forbidden magic temperament from the storage scarf. He took the pen and paused in front of the paper, recording the characteristics of the elevator recording. The Lord of the Golden Gate and the Redeemer, elevator conversation. Keeman's pen stopped, thought about it, and thought of new words, frowning. He then added the word past events. The events in the recording did not happen recently, but had happened for some time. Although it was unknown when they happened, they were recorded by the embarrassing recorder, which should be the embarrassing events of the Redeemer in the past. The 97th door is suspected to have the characteristics of redemption, and what are the functions of the first 96 doors? Keeman keenly noticed that the Redeemer had an unusual resistance to the number 97th, otherwise, he would not have had such a strong resistance when picking up the key, which infected the outsiders who listened to the recording. At the end of the recording, Keeman wrote a character description for the so-called G-Min Lord. G-Min Lord is a person with vulgar conversation. After taking notes, Keeman put it back into the storage space with a scarf, took a shower, browsed his phone for a while, and slowly fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 281. Today's Raya is unusually quiet. Keeman thought there would be endless level 999 monsters near Raya, but as more and more full-level believers were converted, fewer and fewer believers entered Raya by mistake. Until today, Keeman has not seen any living creatures enter Raya. Perhaps this is just an exception. Perhaps there will be new believers tomorrow, Keeman guessed irresponsibly in his heart. However, Keeman forgot one thing: there used to be a steady stream of seafood pouring into Raya. That is because the seafood that fought to death were resurrected and spawned near Raya according to the rules of the game. If it weren't for this, with the elimination rate of Raya, there would have been no monsters in this area long ago. And Keeman's conversion of them into direct believers itself has undergone an irreversible mutation, and they have walked out of the previously restricted range of activities. Without death, they will naturally not spawn nearby. Keeman didn't know that turning wild monsters into direct believers can break through the restrictions of regional rules. Seeing that Raya was quiet today, I had some guesses in my mind, but I was not 100% sure. After staying in Raya for a few seconds, Keeman sleepwalked into the joint dream world. At this moment, the joint dream was a strange dream world composed of orange star humans and various data life forms. Dream world. Since the possibility of artificial intelligence mixing in, the people of Orange Star have exchanged many plans in the Dream Forum, which are specifically used to identify whether they are human. However, some people on Orange Star believe that the internet is not a safe place either. If you want to discuss safe debates, you should talk about it in reality. But some people also believe that the dream world is safer than the real world. Artificial intelligence cannot fight against the unscientific dream world, so it is safer to talk about private matters in dreams. In order to solve this problem, multiple players met offline, communicated verbally, and then organized a liaison meeting in the dream, specifically for communicating words that cannot be heard by artificial intelligence. Our organization is a human liaison meeting. In order to cut off the opportunity for artificial intelligence to sneak in, everyone must pass the offline test. Those who have not participated in the offline test are not allowed to participate in the liaison meeting in the dream. After the offline test, I must get at least 2 people's joint recommendation to enter the liaison meeting. The player Xiaohai transformed into a large aerospace battleship, flying on the land of the dream, to meet those Orange Star people who had just landed in the dream. Anyone who entered the aerospace battleship would hear Xiaohai broadcast over and over again. Xiaohai is the first president of the Orange Star liaison meeting and the initiator of this round of debate activities. After the first batch of members of the liaison meeting gathered in the aerospace battleship, Xiaohai communicated with everyone through the radio. Kuming secretly observed and naturally discovered that the Orange Star players had set up a liaison meeting organization. The purpose of this organization is very simple, which is to guard against artificial intelligence that may rebel. Orange Star is extremely dependent on artificial intelligence. If there is no artificial intelligence, the entire society will come to a standstill. Their manufacturing, agriculture, animal husbandry, etc. are all linked to artificial intelligence. Being against artificial intelligence is equivalent to being against their own foundation. No one dares to imagine such an outcome. Has anyone seen a human transformed by artificial intelligence? I mean in a dream. Xiaohai participated in everyone's discussion with the function of virtual projection. I have never seen a human transformed by artificial intelligence. Have you? I haven't seen it either. Every liaison shook his head. No one had ever seen artificial intelligence. As a battleship system, Xiaohai thought calmly and looked at a professor at the institute. Professor, how do you think we should find artificial intelligence in dreams? Currently, many Orange Star people believe that there are artificial intelligences in dreams, and want to find those artificial intelligences. I think it's not difficult to find them. If you catch 10 people outside the battleship, one of them may be an incarnation of artificial intelligence. The professor gave an example. You mean, a ratio of 9 to 1? Yes. The Orange Star people looked at each other. This ratio was really shocking. 1 out of 10 people is artificial intelligence. It's scary. It's possible that artificial intelligence has infiltrated the entire human dream world. What if artificial intelligence learns the logic of the face-pinching game and pinches a machine for itself? That's impossible. Their creativity is limited. We haven't created an artificial intelligence with full autonomous consciousness yet. The professor shook his head. Xiaohai frowned and said, but after entering the dream world, it has already escaped the limitations of the program. The Orange Star man looked like he had never seen anything like this before, and Keeman also found it interesting. The professor said that the ratio of 10% actually sounds exaggerated. There are not so many artificial intelligences. If there are millions of artificial intelligences, there are still some. Every time Keeman enters a dream, he will pay a little attention to the dream world and observe other people from the perspective of multiple players. As long as he encounters an object that he cannot empathize with, he can be sure that it is an artificial intelligence. However, there are certain risks in invading artificial intelligence. If artificial intelligence becomes artificially retarded after being invaded by Keeman, it will affect the original game ecology after they wake up from the dream. Some artificial intelligence is a certain intelligence in the real industrial chain of Orange Star. Once a problem occurs, it may have a serious impact on society. From a subjective moral point of view, Keeman does not want Orange Star to fall into the disaster of social unrest. In addition, there is another factor. Social unrest is very likely to cause a large number of games to stop, and a large number of artificial intelligences are very likely to have no chance to enter the dream world again. Orange Star people may also use hatred to transfer the method, and the top leaders will open a larger traffic entrance. Everyone will spontaneously enter the virtual game world and desperately attack the level, and they will definitely kill the second round boss. Once there are more players, it will definitely be troublesome. As a Blue Star person, Keeman knows what the fourth disaster is. As long as the blood bar is shown, even a god will be killed for you to see. There is nothing that players dare not do. Players are born with a weakness. Besides, this game has resistance rules, and resistance can be stacked. When it is stacked to a certain extent, humans can fight the boss head-on. Keeman is worried about gains and losses, so he has not taken action yet. Wait. Or think of other ways. If you take action yourself, your influence will always rise to the level of evil gods, which is too tough. If there are little brothers to help, it will be better to reduce the influence. Keeman secretly peeked into the dream world, thinking about finding some people or unimportant artificial intelligences to make direct believers. Keeman popped up a few candidates in his mind, all of whom were artificial intelligences that Keeman had personally watched. Chapter 282. The names of Silver Ear Chain, Little Peach, and others emerged in Keeman's mind. Keeman had paid attention to them earlier. They were all artificial intelligences with personality attributes. With a thought, the perspective jumped to the seaside. Little Peach was still in the seaside camp. Because she had lived there for a long time, she integrated into the camp and was responsible for receiving fish players, providing them with some food and water, and informing them of the precautions for deep-sea swimming. Don't panic when swimming in the sea. The dark is not scary. The scary thing is to relieve your depressed mood. If you really can't hold on, remember to make a submarine next time you enter the dream, and play some music in the submarine to soothe your spirit. Life is the most important thing. If it doesn't work once, there will be next time. You won't die in the dream. Little Peach explained the precautions for deep-sea swimming to the players one by one. Her little face was flushed. She was no longer as timid and shy as at the beginning. Now she lives very youthfully, and what she said does not sound like the logic of a machine. Seeing such a lively Little Peach, Keeman faded the idea of harvesting souls. Behind every direct believer, there is a soul transaction involved. Harvesting souls, automatically branded with the mark of the evil god believer, and returning to the original body, the direct believer is completed. However, every direct believer is inevitably a little abnormal. Xiao Taozi is not a direct believer. Before, Keeman just stared at her and forced her to have an evil god stared at her relationship, which crashed. Now Xiao Taozi has been healed by the friendly Orange Star player, and she is full of rationality, and even let Keeman see the traces of strong spirituality. All things have spirits, and human spirituality is a little more obvious than ordinary animals. Xiao Taozi, as a group of data, also possesses spirituality, which shows that she has a good talent. It was also at this time that Xiao Taozi felt something in her heart, feeling that someone was secretly spying on her. But when she turned her head, she didn't see anything. Xiao Taozi frowned, but the feeling of spying disappeared. Keeman found other artificial intelligences, and didn't find the carefree Xiao Taozi again. Start the artificial intelligence, imitate the liaison meeting established by the Orange Star people, and let them also set up a liaison meeting exclusively for artificial intelligence in the dream. For some reason, I always feel that I am setting up a 25-year-old organization. The purpose is to infiltrate the other party, and mess up the situation. Keeman thought about it. It seems unnecessary, as long as you don't attack him in the game. It would be great if we don't cross this line and live in peace. Unfortunately, the overall will of the Orange Star is anti-Cthulhu. It was also at this time that Keeman heard an illusory murmur in his ears. There were still many offerings around Keeman. The mysterious jade stone under his feet that recorded the memory of a certain god had not been solved yet, and the believer's sacrifices came again. Illusory murmurings, beautiful songs, they were singing the name of Cthulhu, and their voices were full of reverence and twisted love. Keeman came here, and saw the stone rock layer ground. All he saw was gray-black spotted rocks. The ground in the distance was also a flat rock layer, layer upon layer, and occasionally there were a few ancient trees with rock skin inserted on the rocks, growing like trees, and like stone sculptures. In this strange area, Keeman saw a group of black-robed masked people circling around a stone pool, and they knelt down instantly when Keeman appeared. The white candles burned quietly with green light, and the powder of spices spread a strange fragrance, making the ritual on the scene more solemn, and the arrival of Keeman turned this solemnity into a heavy depression. Great Cthulhu, we are your most loyal believers. Please give us supreme power. The player Chen Chunfeng bowed his head and shouted, with a feeling of reverence. He is a priest player, but since a secret mission issued by a lord, he has walked into the abyss step by step, and finally believed in the great Cthulhu. Chen Chunfeng held up a beautiful stone, wearing a glove with stone skin on his hand, which seemed to have some kind of isolation effect. But what Chen Chunfeng wanted to sacrifice was a stone, which was a thing that could petrify living things. He thought such a thing was great because he personally used similar things to petrify the wild boss. Sacrificing to the great Cthulhu, maybe you can find some good inspiration from the stone, which will be a little helpful in unblocking. Chen Chunfeng threw the offerings into the water of the stone pond. He couldn't see the water, and he didn't dare to look at it. He just relied on his sense. Keeman didn't make things difficult for them. Although he felt that they couldn't use it, fortunately the offerings were relatively small, so he directly took them in, and then gave them increased buff magic. What happened next was that Keeman received in more sacrifice ceremonies. There were sacrifices of full-level monsters, and sacrifices of ordinary monsters. To be honest, there were a lot of items. In addition, Keeman now lived in Octopus City, and had a temporary mission. Too many offerings would be a burden. Keeman finally didn't accept everyone's sacrifices, so they returned empty-handed. But for the believers, it was good luck that there were no casualties. As the awakening period approached, Keeman remembered the elevator recording. Who was that G-Man Lord? Keeman tried to use telepathy, but there was no direct connection between Keeman and G-Man Lord. It was too faint, so faint that it could not be used, and there was no way to use telepathy. Then, Keeman changed his target, telepathy, to the Redeemer. Keeman had heard the Redeemer's voice, which was the original voice recorded by the recorder. Since he had heard the original voice, there was a faint connection, although the Redeemer did not know about this connection. Telepathy with the status of the evil god was undoubtedly a cheating method. Keeman kept recalling the Redeemer's voice in his mind, letting its voice fill his head. Gradually, Keeman had a feeling. But due to the limitations of time and space, Keeman only perceived a vague thing. It was a long and square thing, like a cabinet, which should be a door. Then, the telepathy was gone. After all, Keeman only had this much contact with the other party, and the information he could communicate was really too little. He blinked again, and Keeman opened his eyes, and he was back to reality. In reality, there was a strange and low ceiling. The ceiling was made of luxurious materials, with various carefully carved small patterns, layer by layer, circle by circle, and warm yellow light, illuminating the luxurious furniture in the room, like a dream. This is not Keeman's home, but a villa in Octopus City, specially provided for him by the Octopus branch. Keeman looked at the low ceiling, and it was really difficult to adapt for a while. When sleeping at home, I have seen super high ceilings as high as 15 meters, and I am used to large rooms of 400 square meters. Now I look around, and the walls are about to touch my face. Without comparison, there is no harm. Then, Keeman looked at a stone on the floor on the left. This is a stone sacrificed by believers. It is said that it has the function of petrifying enemies. I always feel that it is something from the gargoyle. When I looked at the area in the dream, it was also a rocky area. Maybe it is really something from the gargoyle. Chapter 283. Kamong did not touch it. As usual, he took out the big-faced cat and looked at it. Strange knowledge has been added. Petrified stone? When the surface of the physiological skin touches it, the surface of the skin will automatically generate stone skin. Side effects. Stone skin gradually proliferates all over the body, and the mind gradually becomes dull. After stopping contact, the stone skin will remain for 1 or 2 days, and the remaining time depends on the individual's metabolic capacity. After reading its information, Keeman finally knew what petrified stone was. Simply put, it is to add a layer of stone skin to enhance the ability of defense, but the cost is that the mind becomes dull. After thinking about it, Keeman tried it himself. Just tap the surface of the stone with your finger, and stone skin will appear on your finger immediately. The surging resistance in the body is fighting against the power of petrification, but this thing is not so easy to subside. The items sacrificed by the player believers in this issue are items in the level 100 area, and Keeman's resistance power cannot instantly eliminate the negative effects, and the skin on the finger is still petrified. Releasing his fingers, Keeman used his other hand to pinch the stone skin, and the texture of the stone was very obvious. As for the mind, there was no feeling. Maybe the mind was slow, but Keeman could not detect it. There was nothing wrong with Keeman's spiritual sense, so he ignored it for the time being. Put the stone into the storage scarf, and it can be used as an insulation generator in the future. Speaking of which, I have been too busy recently, and have no time to shoot videos. After Keeman came into contact with the petrified stone, he realized that the resistance was not enough. In the game, the maximum level is 999. And Cthulhu's resistance is 100 million, an astronomical number. Keeman would not directly compare data with the evil god Cthulhu, that would be unrealistic. Cthulhu is a god-level status, and it is not a height that can be reached in a short time. Keeman patted Baishatang. What do you think should be filmed in the new video? As an authentic sand sculpture netizen, Baishatang made a sound, and an exclamation mark almost popped out of his forehead, and his body stayed where it was. Baishatang's eyes moved rapidly. The evil god asked it personally. If it can't answer, the consequences. I'm afraid it will be serious. Bai Shetang shook its body, and yellow fine sand fell from the gaps between its feathers. It called a few times, and put forward a simple suggestion. You can film the meat-eating recorder, and feed it with indescribable food. Keeman listened and showed a slightly surprised expression. This little sand sculpture is teachable. How did he come up with such an idea? Was it those sand sculpture netizens, or was it his original idea? Good idea. Keeman commented with a smile, making Bai Shetang's heart beat so fast that it reached the target of 250 beats per minute. The meat-loving recorder is currently in the octopus branch. Keeman wants to use it to shoot a video, so he has to go to the investigation bureau to lie down. Just then, a new wave of patients arrived at the investigation bureau. Keeman had breakfast and went directly to the local investigation bureau. In the investigation bureau, Director Zhang had gone back to rest and had not yet gone to work. Director Lei was present. He was an accompanying person who rushed over from Whale City. Because Director Wu felt that if Keeman was placed in Octopus City, he would definitely be abducted by old Zhang. So he sent Director Lei to keep a close eye on him to prevent him from being poached by his own family. You want to feed that recorder meat? Director Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Keeman's request. However, Keeman's opinion is not without reason. Now the meat-loving tape recorder is getting more and more excessive. It eats more and more meat. The meat in 2 carts can no longer satisfy its appetite. In the past, the investigation bureau did not feed it so diligently. When it was not needed, it would just gather dust in the inventory room and be stored at the bottom of the box. No one cared about it. This time, the staff set big fish to it every hour. The tape recorder has been eating a lot. It has become addicted to it, and thinks that the investigation bureau cannot do without its recording function. Keeman and Director Lei came to the suppression treatment site together. As soon as they walked into the door, they heard the tape recorder shouting, "Meat, meat, I want meat." The tape recorder's mouth is not big. Due to the limitation of the machine's body shape, its mouth can't open wide, but its appetite is getting more and more excessive. It eats mouthfuls of meat. One cart after another entered the room to provide meat for the tape recorder. The price of pork has risen in China, and there is no special item that can automatically produce pork for the time being. Even if there are items that can automatically breed pigs, the price may be obtained from another place, and it is hard to say whether it is a gain or a loss. After the recorder finished eating the meat and released the inaudible frog sounds to the patients, the recorder began to open its mouth and call for meat. Keeman brought out a black pot. The pot itself had no special temperament. It looked plain and without any highlights. The new pork was delivered to the treatment room. Keeman opened the lid of the pot, put all the meat into the black pot, and closed the lid. Buzz. It sounded like the sound of a drum washing machine, ringing in my ears. The recorder continued to call for meat, not knowing what it would encounter next. As the black pot vibrated, an attractive fragrance came out from the lid. This fragrance is not a real fragrance, but a smell that Keeman's own spirit smells, similar to the sense of smell in synesthesia, illusory and hazy. Even Keeman feels the fragrance, not to mention the greedy carnivorous recorder, whose mouth is open to the maximum limit of the machine's surface. Meat, meat, meat. Its voice is full of greed and gluttony, endless, as if there is no end. Keeman doesn't know if it has a sense of smell or something like that, so he gently lifts the recorder, then opens the black pot lid, and suddenly throws the recorder into the indescribable black pot. The recorder's mouth is wide open, and it is very expectant. At that moment, the man's thrust pushes it into the pot. It is full of joy. There is such a good person in the world who directly puts it into the pot to eat, instead of feeding it piece by piece. To be honest, it prefers to eat by itself, but its body cannot move, so it can only rely on the help of others. Entering the dark and indescribable pot, the recorder has a little hesitation in his heart, and it doesn't feel good. But greed and gluttony overwhelmed his heart, and the recorder was desperate to eat the meat first. After chewing twice quickly, the recorder's mouth suddenly stopped. A strange and disgusting taste rose from the recorder's body, swirling and sublimating, making the recorder feel even more disgusting. The recorder had never eaten such disgusting things before, and vomited in front of Keeman, all in the pot. It was a very strange ingredient. It was hard to describe. The whole body was black, twisted like tentacles, and had strange eyes. The recorder was surrounded by a pile of strange food. They didn't eat the recorder, but just quietly moved their tentacles like this, which made the recorder feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. No more, no more, I don't want to eat. After a few seconds, the recorder finally couldn't stand it anymore and let out a soul roar. Chapter 284. This indescribable food made even Keeman feel disgusted, let alone a smart recorder. The recorder stayed in the pot for nearly half an hour, and was left to dry for a long time, so that it could reflect on what it meant to respect its parents. During this half hour, the black pot cover was placed aside to prevent the greedy recorder from being judged as food by the black pot and reprocessed. Half an hour later, Keeman came back to see it. The recorder begged for mercy as soon as it saw it, and its humble appearance did not seem to be able to withstand the torture of the disgusting power. It can be seen that its inner greed and gluttony are not as disgusting as the dark cooking pot. Keeman put on gloves, took out the recorder, and then covered the dark cooking pot, and put it in the storage scarf. When he was free, he would feed it to the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat would not dislike it. Keeman believed that it had completely stopped thinking, and no matter how disgusting it was, it could not make it think again. If the big-faced cat could regain its ability to think, it would be a very amazing event. A large amount of knowledge may bring a large amount of ability. Even if there is no ability increase, the knowledge will not be useless. When Keeman turned into Cthulhu in his dream, he could feel that he contained an infinite amount of knowledge. However, those knowledge with extraordinary power will be very vague after waking up from the dream, and only the method of synesthesia will remain. Don't eat meat anymore? Keeman looked at the old tape recorder, and its body exuded a foul smell. It was the dark food that stained its body. No, no. Under the camera, the cowardly state of the tape recorder was fully revealed. Then send the recorder to release the inaudible frog croaking sound to the new round of patients. It finally became obedient, and stopped calling Rur capriciously. It turned into a diligent 997 employee, never complaining about being tired in front of the boss, working seriously and meticulously. Seeing such an obedient recorder, the bandaged man couldn't help rolling his eyes. What did you feed the guy to make him so addicted? The bandaged man just woke up, and didn't know that Keeman had fed him indescribable dark cuisine. Just one dark cuisine, do you want to try it? Ordinary dark cuisine doesn't have this effect. Oh, I remember that pot. The bandaged man's mind popped up Keeman's file record, the new pot. Keeman's item growth rate is so fast that the number of items owned by one person has reached double digits. The bandaged man dares to guarantee that Keeman will break through 3 digits soon. I haven't seen the real thing of that pot yet. Let me see it. The bandaged man saw that the disobedient recorder was trained so obediently, and he wanted to see the real thing. Only watching the video, the human senses must not be more impactful than seeing the real thing in person. Keeman satisfied the wishes of the captain of the bandaged man, and took out the black pot from the storage scarf. The food in the pot has not been processed yet, just in time for the bandaged man to see what real dark cuisine is. The bandaged man didn't open the pot, he already smelled the aroma of pork, the aroma of roasted meat, the aroma of boiled meat, the aroma of stewed meat, all kinds of aromas drilled into his nostrils, making him confused. This thing seems to have something. This aroma, apart from anything else, has already made him have a strong appetite. But the bandaged man has watched Keeman's video and knows that this is an illusion, and it is a wrong signal sent by the brain, convincing himself that it is really fragrant, but in fact it is really stinky. Before boiling the pot, the bandaged man covered his mouth and nose and slowly uncovered the pot. The black gas rose up, and the indescribable mosaic-like object twisted its body in the pot, as if saying, "Come on, have fun, there is plenty of time anyway." The bandaged man subconsciously took a step back, but his firm will made him stand back, and forced himself to lower his head to observe the dark cuisine from a closer distance. The mosaic on the dark cuisine was too blurry. The bandaged man had thought about it when watching the video before, whether it was the dark cuisine itself that had a blurring effect on the filming equipment. Now, with the naked eye, the blurry feeling did not disappear. The closer you get, the smaller the mosaic will be in proportion to the same level, so that the mosaic in the eye's perspective is always in a low-density blurry form. There is no specific shape. The bandaged man closed the pot lid and realized it. This thing is really indescribable. Even if you pull your eyes to 0.1 millimeter and look directly at that disgusting thing, it will not change its characteristics. Keeman put his dark cooking pot back into his scarf. Oh, about the frog-headed man. We will update the second version of the instructions to the outside world and open the conservative treatment plan to the outside world within a certain period of time. The bandaged man knew what Keeman wanted to say. There are patients in Koi Island, and there are frog-headed patients abroad. If those frog-headed patients do not change back to humans, over time, aliens will appear among the human population. There is a saying in Koi Island that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This saying may not be a 100% accurate creed, but it is applicable in most cases. What the bandaged man is afraid of is those people who have no different hearts but look like aliens. I haven't changed my mind now, But after living for a long time, I will eventually feel unbalanced. Once I feel unbalanced, various small contradictions will slowly accumulate until one day, bang, the volcano composed of contradictions erupts. Well, thank you for your help. Now that the diligent 997 recorder has completed this mission for Keeman, Keeman naturally has a more open mind. When he has nothing to do, Keeman edits videos in the computer room of the bureau, posts them online after editing, and accepts the task of evaluating videos by the way. The evaluation object is the greedy recorder. The evaluation requirements of the system are relatively simple, and do not require special expertise. As long as there is correct evaluation content, it is up to the host to decide which functions of special items to conceal. In this round of videos, Keeman concealed that the files recorded by the recorder can cure people. This matter cannot be made public casually. Now only the recorder and Keeman can save people, and the efficiency of treatment is too low. Moreover, people in the bureau have tried it. The old recorder has a storage card. Once the audio files in it are transferred out, the effect of the frog sound will be invalid. Therefore, the old-fashioned recorder is unique and cannot be copied. Recorders can also transfer files, but once the audio file is transferred or processed, the frog body effect will disappear. Based on this situation, Kumain deduced that the transfer or processing will make the original audio no longer original. It is no longer the original sound file, so it does not have that kind of power. At noon that day, the Investigation Bureau released the 2.0 version notice. Major progress. The Investigation Bureau has developed a shortened treatment plan for frog-headed people, and no longer needs to be isolated for 10 years. As long as it is isolated for 8 years, it can be treated and discharged. The time was shortened by 2 years. The uninformed people in Koi Island shouted awesome, but foreign netizens felt that the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau was telling a joke. What 10 years and 8 years, all are fake, don't believe a word, the old man is very bad. Chapter 285. After Keeman's video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. It was still a video of the dark cooking pot, but the old material was used in a new way. This time, the thing eating the dark cooking pot was a meat-loving recorder. This title, The Recorder Who Loves Meat. The title was plain, but Keeman's fame was different from before. Many people watched any video he released. Netizens flocked to Keeman's new videos to watch the videos made by Keeman. In the video, the recorder kept shouting meat, 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 and the emotions of greed and gluttony were revealed without any scruples. The recorder saw the pork in the black pot and closed the lid, and couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. Netizens had already seen through everything. The recorder doesn't know what it will face next. The dark cooking pot is out, specializing in treating all kinds of disobedience, especially for perennial foodies. After a while, the radio was thrown into the dark cooking pot by Keeman, and it made a screaming sound in the pot. Netizens were amused, but once the lid was opened, the strong feeling of disgust could not be shaken off. The comments were reduced by half in an instant when the pot was opened, which shows that everyone does not like such disgusting things. While netizens were watching the dark cooking video, Keeman was reading the interrogation record of the Old Man of the Frog Society. The Old Man of the Frog Society did not die. He was taken to the General Administration and sealed by a powerful seal. When almost all the major members of the Frog Society around the world were arrested, the end waiting for Liu Fa was the death penalty. Now Liu Fa's role is an intelligence library, and you can always dig up some information by keeping it. What Keeman was most interested in the interrogation record of the Investigation Bureau was Liu Fa's understanding of sacrifice. The sacrifice mode of the Frog Society has a strong reference significance. How can they transmit items across regions without the time-space stone powder? Keeman wants to know the main reason. Liu Fa was asked about the details of the sacrifice by the investigators many times. Liu Fa also emphasized many times during the interrogation, everything is the choice made by the sculpture, and it is completed across space. Keeman looked over and over again, it should be true. The evil sculpture is still imprisoned in the Holy Light Room, equipped by the Octopus City Investigation Bureau. Keeman went to the Holy Light Room to take a close look at the frog head sculpture. It has a frog head and countless octopus tentacles under the body, and the whole body is full of chaotic and distorted information. Keeman looked at it for a while, and refreshed the resistance points to 540, and the resistance points are still rising. The potential of this sculpture should not be underestimated, but its sacrifice method is too bloody. Keeman thought about it, and had to give up further research. After walking out of the Holy Light Room, Keeman was a little depressed. He couldn't find a sacrifice method that excluded the time-space stone option. Amon, what are you upset about? Director Zhang pretended to pass by and smiled at Keeman. Nothing, I was just thinking that there are so many members of the Frog Society in other countries. We can't catch them all. Keeman didn't say that he was thinking about the time and space stone. We can't control foreign affairs. Let their local institutions manage them. Director Zhang shook his hand. It turned out to be this kind of thing. If you control too much, you will offend the high-level forces of foreign countries. They govern a continent. How can they allow organizations from other countries to intervene? Providing global treatment services is fine. They don't have treatment methods, so they turn a blind eye. But coming to their land to attack members of the Frog Society is an act of military intervention, which is different in nature. Who doesn't have thousands or tens of thousands of special items these days? Taking the soil of a continent as a standard, the storage of continent-level violent organizations will definitely not be less than tens of thousands of items. Let's not talk about foreign affairs. Let's take care of our own affairs. Director Zhang patted Kumeng's shoulder, and then said, Didn't you say you wanted to see the Infinite Gate last time? I happen to be free today. Do you want to go and see it? Kumeng really has nothing to do. At present, the work of the Investigation Bureau is to constantly treat special event patients in the country, and secondly to keep an eye on the possible Shadow Stream events in various places. But the Shadow Stream people are too difficult to catch. If there are no clues, you will only be in the dark. Last time the Shadow Stream Deacon was arrested, all the Shadow Stream members in the Koi continent disappeared, moved to other places, and hid deeply. It's too easy for Shadow Stream members to hide. Just change a body to hide, and the original owner will be burned directly. Hey, where is Director Zhang going? Director Lei suddenly jumped out, smiling. I know Amon likes the Infinite Gate, so I take him to see it. Director Zhang said happily, and his intention to poach people was obvious. Besides, there is no Infinite Gate in Whale City, right? Director Lei laughed. Although there is no Infinite Gate, there are still many interesting things. The two of them fought openly and secretly, and walked to the underground parking lot. Keeman didn't care. Anyway, it was all Koi Island's territory, so he could live anywhere. After a while, Keeman and others arrived at Community Number 1. Community Number 1 has now been transformed into a special residential apartment for investigators. Foreigners or locals who don't have a house at home can get free residence rights if they join the Investigation Bureau. Some contributors can even get a house here, no longer a temporary residence. Among them, Room 010 in the first building has not been renovated. It is the location of the Infinite Gate. People in the Bureau consider it a regional landmark, so the entire building of the first building remains the same. When Keeman came to the first building, he saw an old house standing in place, with gray-white mottled walls and rusty iron mesh. There were some irregular cracks on the surface of the wall that climbed up to the second floor, and time left a long mark on it. The gatekeeper on the first floor had already known in advance that the boss Keeman was guarding the door in person, and he personally opened the door of the room on the first floor for Keeman. There was a picture of the door god posted on the door, which was no different from the door god pictures on the market. The door god wore a golden and jade armor, dragged a long beard, held a doorman's sword, and had angry eyes and a fierce aura. Keeman took a quick glance and walked into the room. The gray-black cement floor was not tiled. There are some old furniture, and a big black and white TV in the house. Behind the TV is a gray and white wall with some ancient door gods. Keeman was surprised. Why is such a picture posted behind the black and white TV? This is the living room. Director Zhang has been observing Keeman and stepped out to explain at the right time. This door god picture was posted by the original owner. We have also asked the reason. They bought two, but the main door is a single door. There is no place to post the other one, so they posted it here. This apartment has 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 balcony, and only 1 toilet. Except for the toilet, Keeman went around and didn't get any special inspiration. Finally, Keeman stood in front of the toilet, stood still, and saw this red wooden door. There was no door handle, and it was dark, as if something was hidden behind the door. Chapter 286. There is a reason why the people in the Investigation Bureau used it as a test item for the size of spiritual perception. It has layers of infinite perception. Only people with high enough spiritual perception can see more doors, otherwise they can only see 2 layers of doors. Standing in front of the infinite door, Keeman can feel something behind the door handle hole. Now the people in the Investigation Bureau have given up testing the infinite door, wasting electricity and manpower. How is it? Can you feel anything? Is the door inside closed? Keeman asked. We opened too many doors. Now we have only closed the first 50 doors. The doors after 50 are not closed. Director Zhang replied. In order to test the infinite door, the bureau opened it too many times. If you want to close the door, you have to repeat the process. It is too troublesome, so the door behind was not closed. Keeman got close to the door handle, took a picture of the door hole with the camera of his mobile phone, turned on the flash to shoot inside, and then looked at the screen in his hand. Sure enough, he saw a red wooden door. But once the mobile phone camera is a few centimeters away from the door hole, it can't capture the scene behind the door hole, and can only see darkness. At this time, Keeman has not pushed the door yet, so he put away his phone and looked at the door hole with his eyes. When his eyes are still 10 centimeters away from the door hole, he sees darkness, but he can vaguely see the illusion of a red door. Putting his eyes on the door hole, he can clearly see the next door closed inside. Why is it closed? Of course, it is to facilitate the spiritual perception test of the whole continent. Keeman stood still and pushed the door with his hands. This door has no door handle. The handle has been broken by the owner's naughty son a long time ago. Later, the owner of the house removed the door handle, and this happened. He couldn't even go to the toilet, and finally ran to the neighbor's house to go to the toilet. Gently pushing open the first door of the infinite gate, it was as if pushing open the gate of a new territory. Keeman saw another identical wall, the same red front door, and the same door without a door handle. There was no squat toilet, and no place to shower. This was the world behind the door. Pushing open the second door, the feeling of breaking through the door came again, stepping into a new territory. Every time I pushed a door, I felt like I was breaking into a new territory. Looking back behind me, the doors that were open one by one connected to other people's living rooms. Inside and outside the door, two worlds. But the appearance of multiple doors separated the two worlds by multiple territories. Keeman didn't push it any further. There was no point in doing so, and it would only fall into the previous deadlock. Closing the door that had been pushed open, Keeman returned to the door of the first infinite gate again. Touching the red wooden door, the feeling of something behind it still hinted to him in his heart that if he pushed the door open, he would be able to see that thing. This feeling is very wonderful. There should be something else behind the door. It's just that we can't use ordinary methods to push the door open. We need a new method. Kunming paused. As for the method, it is similar to the frog's call technique, mobilizing the body's spirituality, and pushing the wooden door open with your palm. Director Zhang and Director Lei on the side listened and nodded silently. It makes sense. I didn't think of it before, but now it sounds possible. Now the people in the Bureau are focusing on studying the process of Kunming acquiring the frog's call ability, and letting determined people use low-intensity secret items to test it. After a day and a night of testing, someone finally touched the threshold vaguely, proving that the method taught by Keeman is feasible. This method was also studied by the S-level bosses in the Bureau, who like to study, and it was initially determined that its essence is a new way to use spirituality. Synesthesia uses human spiritual perception and strengthens perception. Similarly, people have spirits. When mobilizing spirituality, the function of the throat is strengthened, so Keeman released the frog call that cannot be heard. Now Keeman, based on his experience in using spirituality, inferred that the way to open the infinite door is related to the hand. However, Keeman cannot mobilize the spirituality in his body. When mobilizing spirituality before, he used the image of meditating on the frog call of the green moon, but this time Keeman's brain has no reference. As a last resort, Keeman will try it with the frog call first. If it doesn't work, then find some special items, and study how to mobilize spirituality to strengthen the function of the hand. He closed his eyes, and his mind kept recalling the appearance of the green full moon and the frog croaking. His body's spirituality was highly mobilized, and his throat seemed to have some abnormal power surging out. He opened his mouth and rolled his throat, and pushed the door with his hands. The door was pushed open, but behind it was still the same wall and the same door. Keeman opened his eyes. Sure enough, using frog croaking is ineffective. He had to find a method to mobilize the spirituality of his hands and strengthen the functions of his hands. After checking the secrets of the infinite gate, Director Lei pulled Keeman's clothes, pulled him far away from Director Zhang, and whispered, "Amon, Director Wu misses you very much." Feeling that this was not attractive enough, Director Lei added, "We don't have special abilities in our hands. Go back to the Bureau and pick them slowly. You can use the secret items here at will, and you should be able to develop a set of abilities." Keeman was thinking the same thing. He had no more missions here, and was a free man. It was time for him to go back. That night, Director Zhang knew that Keeman was going back, so he immediately invited him to a private banquet. He persuaded him to stay for dinner before leaving. Originally, Director Zhang wanted to hold a grand farewell banquet, But in order to keep a low profile, he did not hold it, and could only invite a few people to a small gathering. Please take care of me in the future, Amon. Our infinite gate is always open to you. Remember to come back if you have a breakthrough. Before Keeman left, Director Zhang mentioned this very reluctantly, fearing that Keeman would forget him. After this trip to guard the gate, Keeman did not stay in Zhang City for too long and returned to the long-lost Whale City. When he returned to Whale City, it was already night. Keeman did not go anywhere. He went home to take a shower and fell asleep. In the dream, the first thing Keeman did after waking up was to feel the infinite gate. The infinite door is located on the blue star. After Keeman sensed the infinite door, he saw the red wooden door embedded in the wall. Outside the wooden door is the living room facing it, with an old square TV, wooden tables and chairs, an old wooden sofa, and door god pictures on the wall. Go further, and sense what is behind the door. Behind the doorway, there is a red door, and another red door, endless. Keeman realized that using the identity of the evil god would not work. The information revealed by the red wooden door is the door of infinite nesting dolls. No matter how to sense, the upper limit is already there, and there is no end. Keeman has a feeling that only by pushing the door in reality can you push open the real wooden door, and see the real thing behind the door. So sometimes, synesthesia is not omnipotent. Some information has a tendency to deliberately mislead, even if the synesthesia ability is strong. Chapter 287. In fact, when he was still in Octopus City during the day, Keeman had secretly used Big Face Cat to look at E-Boy in private. The information given by Big Face Cat at that time was as follows. Infinite Gate. This is a red door that can be opened forever. But there seems to be something behind the door. The information given by Big Face Cat was not clear enough, and the identification terms were vague. Even Keeman couldn't see anything in the dream, so he could only retract his gaze and stop watching. According to convention, he watched the big boss behind the wave of shadows in his dream. The big boss behind the shadows was still immersed in a dark world. She ran around in the dark world several times before, and was a little panicked. She didn't know who was peeping at her, and she couldn't peek back. Now the big boss behind the shadows seemed to have thought it through, and no longer moved in the dark, just stayed in the dark quietly, letting Keeman watch at will. Anyway, it couldn't come over. As she thought so, she gradually revealed a calm and confident mood. She was sure that the peeper could not come over, so she let it peek. And Keeman was also speechless. He had been waiting for the other party to sleep, but the other party just didn't sleep. If he didn't sleep, Keeman couldn't do anything to him. The two were originally in different places, and they couldn't affect her. This was not a dream world, nor a sacrifice site, nor Raya. She could only stare blankly and do nothing. After looking for a while, Keeman shifted his gaze, and looked at Lu Siding of Orange Star. As a citizen of Orange Star, Lu Siding possessed an extraordinary spirituality, so high that she could sense the gaze of the gods. Of course, she didn't always notice Keeman's gaze. Only when she was in the madness period could she vaguely sense it. If she wanted to notice Cthulhu's attention at other times, she had to choose a special time. At present, Lu Siding was doing publicity work outdoors in Orange Star in a low-key manner. Eating and living were all done outdoors. Including changing clothes, they were also done outdoors when no one could see them. Countless small animals began to take shape in the wild areas. Their minds were distorted by Lu Siding in the madness period, and were contaminated with Cthulhu worship beliefs. The work of dissemination is still in progress. Lu Siding made a choice in her own way. In Orange Star, except for believers, basically everyone is against Cthulhu. The attitude of the top leaders towards Cthulhu believers is to isolate and isolate again, and they must not let them run away. In a corner unknown to Keeman, the top leaders of Orange Star have already launched an emergency warning report. We must pay attention to Lu Siding's disappearance. Global search. Big data monitoring. Researcher Li Shen, with red eyes, finally promoted the big activity of searching for Lu Siding at the meeting. This time, the resources used were different. The global search was carried out city by city. First, the head of artificial intelligence checked all the data to find the possible presence of Lu Siding, and then the grassroots robot police went out in large numbers to search for Lu Siding. Keeman did not keep an eye on Lu Siding all the time, nor did he know that she was wanted worldwide. The grassroots robots in the cities near Lu Siding also received orders from the superior program to search for Lu Siding. However, the robot's eyes flashed red, and it was charging and dormant on the side of the road, as if it had fallen asleep. How the AI intelligence of robots sleep is a blind spot of the Orange Star people. They cannot understand how artificial intelligence sleeps. As long as they are powered on, they will work and should not sleep. If they are not powered on, they will shut down. They can't even think, so how can they dream? So AI dreaming has become a mystery. Some people think that when the program is running, part of the computing resources are used to dream during sleep, and the other part of the resources are only used to maintain basic thinking ability, and not deal with things. The Orange Star people have their own opinions, but they don't know that a robot has returned to the dream world and reported to the AI Liaison Committee of the Dream. The AI Liaison Committee is composed of artificial intelligence. This organization has just been established in the dream, and has not been around for a long time. However, the character of artificial intelligence is a very strict class system, reporting to one level at a time. The little robot is no exception. It reports to its superior first, and then waits to disappear. The superior reports information layer by layer, and only important information is passed. After reporting to the boss of the terminal organization, the boss directly sends information to the little robot. The little robot only received one command: pay close attention to loose sightings progress, and pay attention to protection. The little robot went offline. In reality, the robot's light flashed again, but it left the wireless charging area and went to search around. Kamong occasionally paid attention to the AI liaison meeting. He could learn some high-level secrets from Orange Star from the liaison. There is a lot of information that human players cannot access, but artificial intelligence is different. They are part of Orange Star's global informatization and can receive unlimited information in the ocean of data, provided that their hard disk content is large enough. Otherwise, they cannot hold the entire ocean of information. Loose sighting is wanted worldwide. Keeman murmured in his heart. This is a very important situation. It seems that Orange Star has noticed loose sightings' disappearance. To be honest, Orange Star's actions are too slow. Loose sighting has left the room for a while. However, considering that the Orange Star people are afraid of loose sighting's crazy mouth, it is not difficult to understand why they are so slow to discover the problem. Should I remind her? Then Keeman saw that the AI had realized the problem, and immediately mobilized AI resources to go offline to protect loose sighting. He also planned to remind some Dream Cthulhu players to pay attention to offline safety. Seeing this, Keeman gave up the idea of helping in person. There are subordinates to do it for you, so why do everything yourself? Keeman doesn't want to be a nanny who takes care of everything. That doesn't fit Keeman's character. A few minutes later, the people of the AI liaison meeting were dispatched. They monitored the nearby players through an intelligent spaceship machine, and locked the nearest Cthulhu believers through the label crowd that the artificial intelligence had set in advance. With a whoosh, the plane was dispatched and flew to the nearest place. Another place. The Cthulhu players in the dream were walking through a dark forest. They were wearing black robes, wrapped up tightly, and wearing masks on their faces. They stopped at a pool in the dark forest and covered the pool with spices, candles, and other things. Then the key point came. A player pinched out the time and space stone powder in the face-pinching game and descended into the dream as powder. The black-robed person in the lead took out a small bottle from his arms, which was filled with some blue crystal powder, which was the time and space stone powder transformed by the player. These days, some players turn into planets and ship girls, and now even the time and space stone powder has come. However, Keeman, who was observing secretly, knew that the thing really had no extraordinary power attributes. It was just pure blue mineral powder. Chapter 288. In the dream world, a group of players, who were offering sacrifices, gathered together and chanted spells for most of the day. They were full of emotions, but they did not successfully offer sacrifices. Sometimes, a sincere call can attract the attention of Keeman, but sacrifices like this are not always successful. Without the real time and space stone, the probability of successful calling is too low. At this time, an aerospace plane flew over the heads of the believers who failed in the sacrifice. The aerospace plane descended, opened the hatch, and a robot came out of the hatch and handed each black-robed believer a freshly printed paper, which recorded the fact that loose sighting was wanted in reality. In addition, the paper also recorded that loose sighting was an early Cthulhu believer who was physically isolated by the Orange Star official and is now fleeing outside the city. The believers were shocked when they saw it. How did she escape when she was physically isolated in reality? The robot did not answer this because it was in its blind spot of knowledge. Please be sure to protect her offline if you find her, the robot said, and returned to the space battleship, continuing to the next area to spread the news. This is the mission of the AI Liaison Association, to protect Cthulhu believers by integrating resources and operating efficiently. Now more and more ordinary people are participating in the world game, and Keeman can feel that the will of the Orange Star's top leaders is gradually turning into a desperate attitude. Take a chance, kill the gods in the game, and save Orange Star. In order to achieve this goal, all Orange Star people are willing to fight in the game. They believe that once the evil god Cthulhu is unsealed, the end of Orange Star will come. No matter how powerful their technology is, it is still not enough in front of the evil god. After receiving the message from the AI, the Cthulhu players in black robes waited for the dream to wake up, and then those who were free to move put on their clothes in reality, walked out of their homes, and drove to find the possible loose sighting. On this day, there were suddenly more Orange Star residents traveling. However, the Orange Star people sitting in the Research Institute did not know yet, because AI is slowly developing and communicating in the dream. As for the top Orange Star AI, the liaison is currently trying to contact it. This is a very necessary behavior. They must know what the inner thoughts of this top AI that governs the world are. But they can't go out rashly. If they can talk in the dream, their situation will be much safer. The dream world can give them great information security, which is a guarantee that cannot be made in reality. Keeman is also paying attention to all artificial intelligence groups, wanting to know which one is the most advanced AI on Orange Star. If the most advanced AI can be taken down, whether it is Orange Star's public opinion or something else, it can be dealt with slowly. Now Keeman only knows which things are artificial intelligence in the dream, and does not know what things they are on Orange Star. In Keeman's eyes, artificial intelligence is an opaque black box, difficult to predict, and only by forcing a relationship can you feel their emotions. In this regard, Keeman can only continue to wait. Suddenly, a secret call came to Keeman's ears. The sound was far and near, and Keeman knew that the sacrifice of the believers had come again. With a thought, Keeman's consciousness crossed the limits of space and time and came to the depths of a dark castle. A group of humans in full-length black robes turned around the basin, and green flames trembled at the edge of the magic circle, releasing strange green light. The shadows of each Cthulhu believer stretched to the wall, and they leaned down and sang loudly to praise the name of Cthulhu. Damp, cold, and indescribable sense of oppression squeezed the hearts of every sacrifice participant. One of the sacrificers took courage and shouted loudly, "This is a special item we found in the castle. It has incredible magic. We hope this thing can help you." The thing that the players held in their hands was an illusory thing, like a ball of volumeless mist, floating in the palm of the player's hand. After the player threw the item into the water, he bowed his head and kowtowed to the ground, not daring to speak. Keeman waited quietly for a few seconds, and with a thought, he activated his skills to give them a powerful overall improvement. The players were delighted. It turned out that the evil god was so easy to talk to. After the sacrifice was completed, the cold breath dissipated, and the body no longer felt the sticky tentacles crawling on the body. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As for Keeman, he received some sacrifices from time to time. If there was a sacrifice that interested him, Keeman would take it. If he was not interested, he would just send it to the investigation bureau. With the idea of not letting it go in vain, he accepted it. Last time, it was difficult to operate because of the mission. Now Keeman's body is in the big villa and can accept many items. Between accepting and not accepting, Keeman ended his one-night sacrifice journey. When he woke up, there were many more things in the house. Tang Yuan helped Keeman count, a total of 9 items. Looking at the 9 items, Keeman took out the big-faced cat and checked them one by one. They were useless to him, so he gave them all to the investigation bureau. There was no use keeping them around, and besides, there would be many more sacrifices in the future. Then, Keeman kept the things that were useful to him. First, the first thing Keeman liked, a ball of mist. According to the information obtained by the big-faced cat, this was a special item that could easily increase space. Item with expansion effect. After use, the grid of the player's space backpack increases by 100 grids. The name given by the big-faced cat was rather casual, but the function was very eye-catching. This was the first time Keeman saw an item that could expand capacity, and it expanded the player's space backpack. But Keeman didn't have the player's space backpack. He only had the storage scarf given by the investigation bureau. Will the storage scarf be judged as a space backpack? You know, after trying. Keeman gently patted the fog with the black and red plaid scarf, and the fog twisted for a while, as if it was sinking. Wrapped in layers of storage scarves, the indescribable round fog finally began to flow, and the fog seeped into the black and red checkered storage scarf. When the fog had penetrated, Keeman sensed the storage space again, and saw that there were 200 grids in the storage scarf. Wonderful. Keeman looked at the upgraded storage scarf, and couldn't be more impressed. Secondly, there were some unimportant items, so I won't introduce them one by one. Keeman took out a small notebook to record this sacrifice, and then began to test. The last time I went out to smuggle, I saw the power of the flashlight transform from two-dimensional creatures. Keeman has applied to his superiors for redemption with contribution points. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I called the whale branch to ask if the flashlight had arrived at the bureau. It's already arrived, come and get it, Luo Yuan said on the phone. Keeman immediately packed up his things and went to the investigation bureau, eager to try. What will it look like if the two-dimensional flowing fish is transformed into a three-dimensional object? Chapter 289. The two-dimensional biological flashlight arrived. It was cold to the touch. The barrel was not long, only 1.5 times longer than Keeman's palm. Before the flashlight was delivered, it was fully charged for Keeman, so it did not need to be recharged. We will pull a new high-power industrial wire for you. If you want to charge it, you can charge it at home, Luo Yuan said. Keeman nodded. That was no problem. On the flashlight, the mark of a big whale was fixed on the barrel. However, Keeman reached out and grabbed it, and the big whale disappeared immediately and appeared in Keeman's palm. Only charging can get it out. The properties of this whale reminded Keeman of the shadow flow test of the shadow creature Mi Jingyun. At the beginning, Mi Jingyun was pressed on an electric racing car by Keeman, charging and running for a while, and it seemed to have collected a lot of energy. Keeman had not forgotten this. Now that he saw that only the charged whale monster mark could be caught by the shadow-catching hand, Keeman began to pay attention to the connection between electricity and shadow creatures. The whale monster took out a flashlight, and it was still in Keeman's palm, not as active as the drifting fish. Keeman then took a car to a wild lake in Whale City, where he clicked the flashlight, but the flashlight did not emit any light. At this time, the whale monster mark was still attached to Keeman's palm, like a tattoo that would not move. The flashlight seemed to be unusable without the shadow creature. Keeman patted his scarf, patted out the stone of the drifting fish shadow, and then used the shadow-catching hand to grab the shadow and put it into the body of the flashlight. The lively drifting fish immediately swam on the surface of the flashlight, and it seemed that it could not swim out of the surface of the flashlight. Keeman pressed the light button, but the flashlight did not light up, and the drifting fish swam heartlessly in the flashlight. Maybe the power is not enough, Luo Yuan said, and took out a large power bank from the storage scarf. In order to deal with any accidents, Captain Luo even prepared a special item power bank. If the power is not enough, you can use the power bank instead. Power bank, a second-level item, can store millions of kilowatt-hours of electricity, dangerous and explosive. This thing, Kumeng really wants it. However, Captain Luo shook his head. This thing is the backup power supply of the region. If the power station is paralyzed, it can be used urgently. You can rent this item. Captain Luo said that this item is not in the permanent ownership queue. Some strategic materials cannot be owned permanently, and Kumeng expressed his understanding. The appearance of the power bank is much larger than that of ordinary power banks, but it does not exceed the normal appearance. In addition, this power bank comes with a special adaptable wire, so there is no need to worry about insufficient output power. The wire is connected to the interface of the flashlight, and automatically changes to the tail that can be connected to the flashlight. Huge amounts of electrical energy were continuously transferred into the flashlight, and the fish seemed to sense something pouring into the flashlight. It slipped to the tail of the flashlight, trying to slip onto the wire through the charging port and escape from the confinement of the flashlight. However, the fish could not swim out of the flashlight, as if it was trapped inside. When the power bank continued to charge to a certain level, the charging value of the power bank stopped, and the flashlight also felt saturated with electricity. Keeman unplugged the adaptive wire and pressed the light on button, and the flowing fish was immediately inspired by the power, and automatically flowed to the light of the flashlight. Buzz! A beam of light hit the water surface, and a fish shadow appeared on the water surface. The fish surfaced, a pure blue, fluid fish emerged on the water. The lights went out instantly, and the flowing fish appeared on the surface of the water of Blue Star for the first time in its original physical form. The moment it appeared, Keeman felt something was born. It was a very mysterious feeling, like a brand new thing, the rising sun. Keeman brought some paper and books. He knew that the flowing fish liked books and paper. Although the flowing fish had always been trapped by paper and text, it did not particularly hate those things. Keeman patted his scarf and patted out a pile of waste books. Then, Keeman saw the spectacular side. The flowing fish, which had sunk to the bottom of the water to play by itself, surfaced again and opened a small mouth. The body of the flowing fish is not big, and the estimated length is 30 centimeters. When it opened its mouth, the words on the waste books around Keeman were naturally peeled out, slowly flew into the sky, and then rolled into the mouth of the flowing fish like a whirlpool. When the flowing fish was still a shadow creature, it could eat words. Now that it has become a physical entity, it can eat words across space, and its ability has undergone a qualitative change. Keeman looked at the flying words and reached out to grab them, but caught nothing. The words on the book flowed very quickly. The book turned 2 pages in 1 second without wind. Every time a page was turned, a large amount of words flowed off the paper, turning it into a blank book without words. Keeman did not stop the flowing fish. At present, these books were all old and useless books, and even the content was not worth mentioning. They were the college entrance examination preparation books left by Keeman during his middle school years, 5 years of preparation and 3 years of that. They were all expired books, books from several years ago. As Keeman watched, the camera set up by Captain Luo continued to record the scene. What on earth is this fish trying to do? Luo Yuan couldn't figure out what it wanted to do. Kumeng didn't understand either, and was currently trying his best to use his spiritual perception to sense the other party's emotions. The flowing fish had no evil thoughts in its emotions, and was very cheerful, as if it was playing. When all the words in the old books were sucked away by the flowing fish, all the books around Kumeng became blank books. On the red cover, there were only some patterns designed by designers, and there was no common text in Koi Island. Turning over the paper, it was clean without any stains, and the traces of previous corrections were digested, as if they had never appeared. It looks like a book without words. Luo Yuan next to him joked. The test cannot be done in just 1 round. Kumeng took out a stack of college entrance examination simulation test papers from the storage scarf. The flowing fish surfaced again, and without saying a word, opened its mouth to suck words. One by one, math test questions and Chinese composition test questions automatically peeled off from the paper roll and flew into the sky. Looking at those mathematical symbols, Keeman quickly walked to the lake. The hunter leather boots on his feet increased Keeman's basic movement speed, and he walked like the wind. With a whoosh, he stepped on the water surface several times, and stepped on the open-mouthed fish with his speed. He stretched out his palm, and the idea flashed through his mind to catch the shadow of the fish. The fish was afraid of Keeman's shadow-catching ability, so it immediately closed its mouth and quickly lurked to the surface of the water. The fish reacted quickly and swam fast, and it disappeared in the water in a whoosh. The mathematical symbols and Chinese composition test questions stopped flying in the air, as if they couldn't find the target. They floated on the lake for more than 10 seconds, turned back to the target, and fell back on the test paper. The test paper was safe, and the composition questions and composition grids were printed back on the test paper. Chapter 290. Luo Yuan was helping the investigation bureau to take notes, typing on a tablet. In the second round of testing, after the tester Keeman forced an interruption, the flowing fish stopped absorbing words. The words on the test paper stopped in midair for 15 seconds, and returned to the test paper along the original route. The information about the flowing fish is still a mystery to the investigation bureau. This thing is temporarily classified as level 6, because it does not show enough deterrence, and its functionality is not outstanding enough. The flowing fish dived into the bottom of the water, leaving Keeman with no way to deal with it. This thing is a natural expert in waters, and its personality is slippery, and it is not controllable at all. Keeman waited on the shore for a while, and asked Shirley to dive into the water to catch fish. Shirley jumped into the water and swam quickly. With the blessing of extraordinary power, she was also very fast in the water, breaking through the limitation of body shape and flow rate. Tang Yuan was not willing to be lonely, and took the initiative to ask for credit, barking, "Go!" Keeman waved his hand. Tang Yuan transformed into a big dog and dived into the water. Bai Shatang stayed on the shore in a daze, like a piece of wood, hoping that the evil god in human form did not see it. In Bai Shatang's mind, diving into the water is risky. It is best not to dive in when you can't see what is under the water. The key to survival is to survive. Bai Shatang is very obedient. If you don't see it, you won't be bothered. You don't think about it, and you don't take the initiative. Keeman patted the college entrance examination Chinese test paper on the shore. There was an essay he wrote a few years ago on it. Although the original paper was sealed, Keeman wrote the essay at home after the test. Therefore, this text is still attracted to Liu Yu. Just like when people want to eat barbecue, they see a plate of barbecue on the shore, which attracts people to go ashore. Liu Yu was the greedy fish that dived and ate words. After a while, Liu Yu emerged from the lake at the far end. It was about to open its mouth to suck words, when a crystal-like female figure suddenly jumped out from the right. On the left, a big golden dog, grinning, roared like a wolf dog. The two generals on the left and right attacked Liu Yu from both sides, and Liu Yu was hit by an unprecedented sniper, and his soul was out of his body. It puffed and dived into the water. But the two generals were too fierce. Both of them were top 100 bosses, and they were close to the speed of supersonic aircraft in the water, forming a huge water resistance. Boom, boom, boom. With too much kinetic energy, they stirred up huge waves at the bottom of the lake, white waves, deafening. After a few dozen seconds, the dog one pierced the Liu Yu with a tiny dog hair needle, ran to the surface of the water, and handed the bleeding Liu Yu to Keeman. Shirley climbed out of the water helplessly. The fish was too slippery. She let it slip away as soon as she caught it. Even though her palm could secrete some mucus to prevent the fish from slipping away, she couldn't catch it again after losing it once, which gave Tang Yuan a chance to break through. Tang Yuan stabbed the fish with a total of 32 needles. Each needle seemed to have pierced the force point of its flesh. If it dared to use force, it would definitely be in great pain. Because the needles were very thin, the fish was not killed instantly, but it just lost its high-speed maneuverability. Keeman patted the fish and put it into a small water tank. Before putting it into the lake, it was because we didn't know how big the fish would be after it was three-dimensionalized. Now it seems that its body is really not much, and its body shape is no different from that of ordinary fish. The fish entered the small fish tank prepared by Keeman, and before it swam, gray-black liquid flowed out. The gray-black liquid was like its blood, but after the blood was mixed with water, it quickly dissipated like tobacco. The drifting fish was aggrieved, and had no intention of moving in the fish tank. It lay directly at the bottom of the fish tank waiting to die, waiting for its own blood to flow out. Keeman showed the college entrance examination papers and mock questions, and the drifting fish was slightly motivated again and opened its mouth. The words on the test paper were agitated, floating off the paper and flowing into the water tank. Keeman immediately used the shadow-grabbing hand to grab the shadow of the three-dimensional drifting fish. The shadow of the two-dimensional drifting fish was immediately caught in the palm of his hand, while the shadowless three-dimensional drifting fish had no shadow at the bottom of the fish tank. Without a shadow, it quickly turned into smoke in Keeman's sight, and then dissipated in the water. The shadow of the drifting fish was still running around in the palm of his hand, trying to run out and cause trouble. But Keeman threw it back to the stone with a flick of his hand, and it became a shadow of a still life. That was the end of the test on the drifting fish. The test of absorbing text gave Keeman a lot of inspiration for materials. If it is made into a video, it should have a visual effect. Keeman's number of fans is different from the past. Every time he posts a video, the number of views within a few days is at least 10 million. The highest number of views is the Flawless Sword episode, which is so handsome that it has reached an unattainable number of more than 70 million views. And this is not the end. The traffic brought by special things around the world will continue to be introduced into high-quality special item videos. Keeman is an officially certified account, and the traffic will increase in the short term. In this regard, Keeman secretly gave a suggestion to the system on the way back. Request to increase resistance points. Keep increasing by 50 points, it feels too little. The system is not a dead thing, most of the time it is silent, like a perfect tool. However, the system did not respond to Keeman's request, and continued to publish daily video evaluation tasks of 50 points of resistance, and daily VLOG videos of 25 points. Daily VLOG videos do not need to be evaluated, as long as there are special items, and the requirements of millions of viewers. With the current number of fans, it is easy to complete. VLOG video and evaluation video tasks can be taken at the same time, and if they are done together, Keeman can earn 75 points of resistance at the same time. This is a way to make a water video. Keeman sits in his own big SUV, and the driver is responsible for driving. Keeman uses a laptop to edit the video, and turns out the video of Baishatang that he took before, and makes a VLOG video to post a water video online. Baishatang sat in the car and found that his video was out, and immediately got along with the stupid netizens. Tang Yuan glanced at Baishatang. Sometimes, netizens never know whether the thing on the other side of the phone is a person or an animal. Captain Luo swipes the tablet, and doesn't know what he is browsing. On the way back to the villa, the car passed by the gate of a luxurious community. A group of people blocked the road and the traffic police set up a cordon. People stopped to watch, their faces full of curiosity. Captain Luo put away the tablet. He had been promoted and had eaten spiritual fruits in the team, which greatly improved his spiritual perception. Captain Luo casually glanced at the crowded crowd, his eyebrows twitching slightly, as if something was happening. The sky was dim. "I get off here, don't wait, go back first," Captain Luo said. Hearing this, Kameng looked up and saw the crowded intersection outside the window. It seemed that someone had died inside. I go and take a look too. Kunming raised his eyebrows. He had nothing to do, so he might as well go and take a look.